What a dreadful scenic spot. Can it even dare to call itself a 2A level? The cemetery behind my house is far more interesting. So boring, there's nothing fun to do. What a waste of time. They can't even fix the roads. My new dress is covered in mud. 1-star review. To shut down already. Let the government reclaim this mountain and plant some fruit trees. That would be far better. At the entrance of the Wanyuan Mountain 2A tourist area, a group of disgruntled visitors made their way towards the parking lot, venting their frustrations. Xu Jing stood at the gate, awkwardly forcing a smile. If he weren't the manager of the scenic area, he would likely be cursing alongside them. 3 days prior, he had reincarnated into this parallel world, inhabiting the body of the original owner, and had only just finished absorbing all the information today. Mr. Su, the last batch of visitors has exited. The ticket seller approached him, adjusting his thick black-framed glasses with a respectful tone. Xu Jing turned around helplessly, observing the boy who resembled a child laborer, and patted him on the shoulder. I've told you many times, don't call me Mr. Su, just call me Brother Jing. Since there are no more visitors, inform everyone to close the park and let them go home, he said as he donned his jacket, feeling a headache as he drove his father's old pickup truck home. After a mere 10 minutes, the young man sat on his wooden bed, deep in thought. The current situation was as follows. He resided in Qing County, a subordinate county of the fourth-tier city, Yongyang. This land and scenic area were the inheritance left to the original owner by his parents. According to the memories he had pieced together over a decade ago, the government allocated funds to promote tourism, and Yongyang encouraged each county to develop scenic spots to boost the economy. His parents, who had made a considerable fortune in business, decided to contribute to their hometown upon hearing of the project. They liquidated all their assets to purchase this mountainous area near their ancestral home, intending to attract investment and create a splendid scenic area. Unfortunately, before construction could even commence for 6 months, the policies changed, severing the funding chain, and the scenic project immediately turned into a hot potato. The overwhelmed couple could only seek investment desperately, trying to make one last effort. After borrowing from various sources, they managed to restore the scenic area to a semblance of completion, preparing for its grand opening. Tragically, the original owner's father was involved in a car accident on his way to secure investments. His mother, thereafter, fell into despair and succumbed to illness, passing away shortly after. The only remnants left were a dilapidated scenic area and a heavily indebted university graduate's son. What a situation! Xu Jing clicked his tongue in disbelief. Over 30 million in debt. He must be among the most unfortunate of all-time travelers, right? Yet, the most pressing issue was not the 30 million, but rather the 1 million in personal loans that must be repaid within 2 months. Failure to do so would result in the scenic area being forcibly mortgaged, leaving him with no choices at all. Currently, Xu Jing faced 2 paths. First, he could immediately sell the land and scenic area inherited from his parents. His business-savvy parents had chosen the finest plot of land. Years have passed, and both the land and the scenic area have appreciated significantly. Selling them would not only clear the debts, but might even leave him with a surplus of 100,000, at least making his future somewhat more bearable. Second, he could choose not to sell and see if he could devise a plan over the next 2 months to revive the scenic area and earn the 1 million needed. After concluding his thoughts, Xu Jing washed up, lay back on his bed, and covered himself with a tattered blanket to sleep. He had been recovering and absorbing information for the past few days. Now that he felt better, he planned to thoroughly inspect the scenic area tomorrow. If there truly was no room for revival, he would have no choice but to sell. He dreamt not at all that night. The next morning, before the scenic area opened for business, Xu Jing arrived at the entrance. Have all the employees arrived? They're here, Mr. Su. I'll call them out now. The bespectacled boy raised his hand in response and dashed towards the staff room. Soon, all the employees stood before Xu Jing. Hello, young Master Su. Xu Jing was left speechless. What a motley crew. A gaunt, wrinkled old man, a robust girl with braided hair, a long-haired woman resembling a ghost, and a hot-blooded guy in a tank top despite the chilly weather. The only one who seemed somewhat normal was the ticket seller with the black-framed glasses. These 5 individuals constituted his entire team. Zhao Hadashua, we only have this few in our scenic area. Old, frail, and disabled? He glanced again at the man in a tank top, who stood awkwardly among the bundled-up group. Indeed, foolishness is a form of disability too. Zhao Adashue was the bespectacled boy. His father believed that a child attending university would have a bright future, hence the name. Unfortunately, he dropped out of high school. Adjusting his glasses, Zhao Adashue replied earnestly, "Su, Brother Jing, have you forgotten? A while ago, we had difficulties with salary payments, and you dismissed the troublemakers, which caused everyone else to leave. Then why didn't you leave?" Xu Jing innocently inquired about the bond that kept these individuals with him. Zhao Adashue answered honestly, "Uncle Shui and Sister Yuan don't require pay. They just want meals in exchange for their work. Tian Tian was rescued by the former Mr. Su, and her salary is low. As for Chengge, he just got out of prison, and only our scenic area was willing to take him." Xu Jing was once again astonished by his own team. "What about you?" He turned to Zhao Dashue. "Why don't you leave?" Though Zhao Dashue had only completed high school, he handled tasks meticulously and could easily find decent work in the county if he sought it. The old director once said he wanted to make the scenic area great so that people across the nation would know our hometown is a wonderful place. Zhao Adashue scratched his head, his eyes filled with hope and trust. "Now that you've returned to take over, my father believes university students are intelligent, and I trust you can do it." Xu Jing fell silent. "Blind faith. You should probably download an anti-fraud app." "All right." He cleared his throat. "The others can go about their tasks. Dashue, come with me to explore the scenic area." Zhao Dashue watched as Xu Jing stepped into the scenic area, gritting his teeth to follow. They were all aware of the old director's debts. The young boss was still inexperienced. Regardless of the choices he made, they had no right to interfere. Together, they stepped through the gates of the Wanyuan Mountain to a tourist area. The crumbling stone path became muddy within 10 minutes. Perhaps it was due to the recent light rain. The ground was dirty and slippery, significantly dampening their spirits. However, such paths were evidently more than he had anticipated. After the muddy path came a waterway, navigated by Uncle Shui, a man with a face full of wrinkles. Although the ride was smooth, the cabin was dilapidated, and dirty water splashed onto Xu Jing's feet. He wanted to complain, but seeing the old man, who seemed half a foot in the grave, rowing the boat, he held back. Over 2 hours later, the two returned to the entrance of the scenic area. Zhao Adashue began to prepare for the day's visitors, while Xu Jing sat in the staff lounge, sighing heavily. There was no hope. The Wanyuan Mountain scenic area was vast, encompassing over 500 square kilometers, yet it boasted no attractions worth visiting. He contemplated the sights he had observed. In total, there were 5 mountains, 2 rivers, and a small waterfall. Some mountains had a few dilapidated houses at their bases, while others had a viewing platform midway up. But the question remained, where were the roads? 3 of the mountains did not even have a safe path leading to them. A few broken wooden signs stood haphazardly, with random names written on them, barely qualifying as attractions. What was there to admire? Xu Jing took a drag from a cigarette, though he did not light it, propping his feet up as he pondered. Where had all those millions gone? Perhaps selling was the best option. But just as this thought began to surface, unfamiliar memories surged within him. In his childhood, he vividly recalls the moments spent with his parents climbing mountains and foraging for mushrooms, sitting on the edge of a cliff, feeling the breeze while imitating bird calls, and his mother seated on the lawn, watching as his father frolicked with a little monkey alongside him. Ultimately, he remembers the 2 figures squatting before him, earnestly pointing at the vast mountains and making a solemn promise. "Aging, your father and I must enhance the scenic area, allowing our county to prosper, enabling more individuals to venture forth. We wish for every child to possess a bright future." Venture forth? Xu Jing scoffed. The outside world seemed far more ominous. He gazed at the crude map of the scenic area in his hands. He had no desire to sell it. Yet the meager savings painstakingly accumulated by the previous owner were insufficient to salvage the area. Unless there was something. Ding! A resounding, crisp sound reverberated through his mind, followed by a chilling electronic voice. Detection complete. The host exhibits a strong desire to enhance the scenic area. Initiating binding process. Please wait 10 seconds. Ding! System binding successful. Welcome to the Wanjing Monarch System. Chapter 2. Revamping the attractions. As Xu Jing lingered in thought, a refreshing sensation enveloped his mind. and a pale green light curtain unfurled before his eyes. Is my desire truly that fervent? He pondered, his lips pursed, yet his gaze remained fixated on the luminous screen. Indeed, the essential golden finger for traversers had finally manifested. With a conscious effort, Xu Jing navigated the interface and selected the notices. An electronic voice subsequently resonated, proclaiming, "Once the scenic area is bound to the system, it cannot be unbound or sold. Should one attempt to forcibly unbind the scenic area, the system will also sever its connection with the host, potentially resulting in severe repercussions. Please make a judicious decision, host." Well, that was quite the revelation. The first option had been decisively eliminated. In light of this, it was evident that the system possessed a means to revive his scenic area. Otherwise, if he could not repay the 1 million, he would be left with no choice but to sever ties. Taking a deep breath, he formally entered the system interface. The homepage displayed but two simple options: personal attributes and scenic overview. Xu Jing first clicked on personal attributes. Host, Xu Jing, male, physical fitness, see scenic achievements, non-scenic reputation points. 402 number of positive reviews, 98 backpack, not yet open lottery chances, 0 evaluation. You are a failed scenic area manager. Avoiding being pelted with rotten eggs upon departure is already a stroke of luck in your life. Ah, quite the insightful assessment, Xu Jing mused, smacking his lips before continuing to explore scenic overview. The latter was evidently much more detailed. Before him lay an ink-wash painting of mountainous terrain. A bird's-eye view of Wanyuan Mountain. 5 peaks and 2 rivers were depicted, yet all scenes exuded a murky gloom. He attempted to click on one of the peaks, and information promptly materialized. Leftmost peak. Unnamed, progress. 5. Attraction, Ruin Village 1. Project, Dismal Village Experience, half a star. Permanent employee, Tian, physical fitness. A. Ability, great strength. Loyalty, 100. Temporary employees, none. Service facilities, toilet 1. A restroom one would prefer to avoid, even at the expense of wetting oneself. Evaluation. This mountain has suffered from shoddy development, currently bearing the spittle of countless tourists, a failure among failures. Subconsciously glancing at the soles of his shoes to ensure they were free of any sticky residue, Xu Jing proceeded to examine further. Second left peak. Unnamed, progress. 1. Left river. Unnamed, progress. 0. After a thorough inspection, Xu Jing returned to the main page, beginning to comprehend the structure. Each area on the map encompassed 4 major components: attractions, projects, employees, and service facilities. The level of development in these 4 categories would constitute the overall progress of the region. Currently, among his 5 employees, only Tian and Zhao University boasted a loyalty rating of 100, while the newly released convict, Feng Cheng, fell short of the mark and remained a temporary staff member. Aside from personal attributes and scenic overview, 2 gray icons also lingered in the lower right corner of the system interface. The mall will open after reaching 100 positive reviews. Lucky spin. Activation conditions not yet met. His current number of positive reviews stands at 98. Achieving 100 through tourists seems unrealistic. It would be wiser to consider alternative methods. After all, this world differs significantly from the previous one. As a parallel universe, the cultural advancement and level of civilization here lag considerably behind. Consequently, the tourism industry is also rather mediocre. The criteria for A-level tourist attractions are not particularly stringent. Most sites that make the list do so due to favorable natural conditions, in comparison to those premier attractions from the past life. The disparity is far more than just a minor difference. As for his location, a county in a 4th-tier city, although not far from the urban area, development is stagnant, making even a visit quite troublesome. If he wishes to transform this scenic spot, nestled deep in the mountains of the county, into a well-known destination, it might be better to simply go home and rest. Xu Jing lay back in resignation, only to be interrupted by the electronic voice. Newbie benefits are now being distributed. Scenic Spot Renovation 1. Lucky Spin Lottery 1. Currently unavailable. Please select a scenic spot for the system to upgrade. Renovation Level B. Note: renovation duration will vary based on the scale of the scenic spot, so choose wisely. Humph. He sat up with a smile, realizing something crucial was missing. Newbie benefits. Moreover, this upgrade could save the scenic area from peril. After a brief contemplation, Xu Jing quickly posed questions to the system. Can any scenic spot be upgraded? Can I choose the direction or appearance of the upgrade? Do I need to pay for the upgrade? Can the expected duration of each Scenic Spots upgrade be displayed? The system was well prepared for his inquiries. All scenic spots within the area can be upgraded. This newbie benefit allows optimization and upgrading in the direction desired by the host. And this upgrade is free of charge. Subsequent renovations will require payment. The expected upgrade duration can be displayed. Free. Xu Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was already uncertain about repaying the initial 1 million. Had the upgrade required payment, he would have truly been at a loss. What would be needed for future upgrades? The electronic voice seemed intent on addressing all of Xu Jing's questions. Upgrades and renovations of scenic spots and projects require reputation points, which are derived from the audience's recognition of the scenic area. The more well-known, the higher the points. What is the purpose of the positive reviews? They can be used to purchase skills or items in the mall. Just 2 more. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xu Jing immediately began to consider where he might acquire those 2 additional positive reviews. This was no joke. Skills. Items. My friend, have you ever encountered a system? Do you comprehend what these 2 terms signify? Xu Jing was filled with enthusiasm and quickly formulated a plan. Yet now, his primary task remained upgrading. He accessed the map and began to scrutinize it closely. The real-time high-definition map laid all the scenic spots bare, facilitating his comparisons and reflections. The first renovation must be approached with caution. If he selects wisely, the scenic area could be revitalized. If he chooses poorly, he might as well go home and rest. After all, the next renovation would consume reputation points, and with his few thousand points, what could he accomplish? When he had saved enough, he would likely have been disposed of by a debt collector in a potter's field. After contemplating for over an hour, Xu Jing inscribed 3 names on a nearby sheet of draft paper: Aojiu Mountain, Ruined Village, and Green Pastures. The rationale behind these selections was straightforward. Firstly, the duration of transformation was a key factor. Xu Jing observed that, for a B-level renovation, altering a mountain could take more than a month, and even modifying the river routes for navigation required over 20 days. By the time the renovations were completed and the promotional operations commenced, it would be too late to reap any benefits. While he could afford to wait, he could not afford to lose 1 million. The 3 sites he chose generally required only about 10 days for transformation. Aojiu Mountain and Green Pastures were selected for their simplicity and small scale, while Ruined Village was chosen due to its existing architectural foundation. These options were still viable for consideration. Next came the decision of selecting one from the 3. Xu Jing, with pen in hand, circled and sketched on the paper for a considerable time before finally arriving at a resolution. System. I have decided to upgrade Ruined Village. Chapter 3. Cultural Invasion. The scenic spot has been selected, and the upgrade direction has been determined. The beginner's benefits have been utilized, and the upgrade commences, lasting a full 10 days. Please await the completion of the upgrade. After a brief silence, the electronic voice spoke again. Host, I wish you good fortune. Xu Jing accepted the system's blessing, closed the interface, and stepped outside. Zhao Dashue sat upright at the ticket counter, his expression meticulous. On the desk, money boxes, stamps, and ticket papers were arranged in an orderly fashion. In stark contrast to this, the small window was devoid of any visitors. Upon hearing Xu Jing's emergence, Zhao Dashue forced a faint smile. It was still early, and the tourists had likely not yet risen. Xu Jing did not respond verbally, but offered an encouraging pat on his shoulder. Everyone was diligently performing their respective duties, which was commendable. He strode purposefully into the scenic area. With the system assisting him in transforming the village's attractions, he too could not afford to be idle. With new highlights emerging, the issue of access routes also needed addressing. What he could do was to repair the transportation routes to the attractions as much as possible during these few days. Before that, however, he needed to venture inside to bring Tian out. Uncle Shui, could you take me to Little But Mountain? Uncle Shui, leaning on a dilapidated boat pole, looked perplexed. What for? What if tourists arrive while we are gone? Xu Jing waved his hand dismissively. There won't be anyone coming. Come on, take me there. Uncle Shui hesitated, glancing at the entrance, but eventually shook his head and allowed Xu Jing to board. The water shimmered as the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area featured 2 waterways that flowed around the central peak. One waterway was the one they were currently navigating. It was spacious and bright, with calm waters, though regrettably, the banks were lined with bare stone cliffs. With only a few resilient weeds daring to peek out, nothing else of interest. The other waterway, however, was quite different. It was narrow, and part of it had treacherous currents. With Uncle Shue's mediocre skills and the leaky old boat, it wouldn't take long before they would meet disaster amidst the waves. As for the destination, Little But Mountain, this was their playful moniker, given the rounded summit and the presence of an even higher, rounder mountain behind it, thus dubbed by the locals as Big and Little But Mountain. At the foot of the Little But Mountain lies an ancient village, while the grander Big But Mountain remains underdeveloped. The only memory he retains of that mountain is the abundance of monkeys that inhabit it. His parents, in their efforts to preserve the natural environment, refrained from extensive development. Tian works in this dilapidated village at the foot of Little But Mountain. Now, as the village begins a systematic upgrade, changes are anticipated, prompting him to check on his 100 loyal employee to ensure her well-being. Indeed, as the boat docked, Xu Jing spotted the simple-dressed young woman rushing towards him, her face a mask of panic. "Boss, I encountered a ghost." Xu Jing caught Tian in his arms. "It's all right. This village has likely stood for many years. Let's cordon off the area. I will arrange for a construction team to renovate it in the coming days." Tian felt a twinge of fear, but did not dwell on her boss's seemingly rehearsed response. As the small boat turned back, Xu Jing glanced at the distant village. The air was thick with mist, rendering the village's outline somewhat indistinct, likely a consequence of the system upgrade. Furrowing his brow, he stood in the murky water, deep in contemplation. The scenic area must remain closed for the time being. With so much open space, it would be impossible to find something to obscure it. And given the need to repair the waterways, the most prudent course of action would be to temporarily shut the park. A phone call from university student Zhao summoned everyone back to the ticket booth. They formed a line, their expressions tense, uncertain of what news the boss intended to announce. "Ahem, I have an announcement to make," Xu Jing began. "For the next few days, you will not need to come to work. Please don't fire me, boss." Tian blurted out, her urgency palpable. "I am no longer afraid of that ghost. I can return to work." Xu Jing was momentarily taken aback, swiftly realizing the misunderstanding. "I am not dismissing anyone. The scenic area will remain operational, but we will temporarily close for a few days." He feigned a joyful demeanor. "I have secured funding to help renovate the old village at the foot of Little But Mountain. Since we are making repairs, it would be inconvenient for visitors. So let South close the park for a few days. We can all work together to improve the road at the entrance and repair Uncle Shue's boat. In due time, we will present visitors with a fresh visage." Xu Jing's words ignited enthusiasm among the group, particularly university student Zhao and Tian, who, just moments ago, had been steeped in worry, now wore radiant smiles. Absolutely. Securing investment is a monumental achievement. As for the next steps, we shall follow the small boss's lead. Uncle Shui took the lead, audibly cracking his knuckles. Though Feng Cheng was not particularly eloquent, he nodded in agreement, stating, "Since the boss pays my salary, whatever you say, I shall do." Xu Jing scanned the crowd, revealing a satisfied smile. The collective spirit was high, marking a promising beginning. He pondered for a moment. "Today, let us thoroughly discuss what preparations are needed for the repairs, and tomorrow we shall venture to the market for supplies." University student Zhao nodded enthusiastically, closing the ticket booth windows, rolling up his sleeves, and joining the others in the scenic area. The group moved with purpose, meticulously inspecting the area from the entrance to the dock before dispersing. Meanwhile, Xu Jing left work early to return home. Beyond preparing a procurement list, he had more pressing matters to attend to. The handsome young man sat at his desk, pen in hand, deep in thought. The initial segment of the scenic area requires fundamental repairs. Unable to afford a repairman, they must undertake the task themselves. The dock also needs maintenance. The dilapidated wooden structures, which have somehow remained safe until now, can be deemed fortunate. As for Uncle Shue's leaky old boat, it can be patched up and made usable. Yet such a worn vessel combined with the mundane scenery on both banks surely cannot offer visitors a delightful experience. After all, he has lived on the culturally vibrant blue planet for so many years, having encountered countless scenic spots, perhaps even 800. Most importantly, in his previous life, he was an outdoor adventure aficionado. He has traversed innumerable perilous ruins and sacred sites, fully aware of what captivates, what cannot be replicated, and what lingers in one's memory. This was the very reason he wished to experiment even before the system was established. Observing the present, he has discerned the most significant issue plaguing Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. It lacks culture. The more breathtaking a locale, the richer its tapestry of enchanting legends and tales. However, Wanyuan Mountain is not particularly stunning. Devoid of mystical stories, it stands little chance of attracting visitors. Regrettably, there exists no ancient culture to pass down here, and Xu Jing's memories from another world do not pertain to this one. A spark ignited in Xu Jing's mind. Why can't he narrate tales from another world? As long as the stories are compelling and detailed, would the visitors truly care? The Tao Hua Yuanji was a mere fabrication by Tao Yuanming, yet it found its way into school textbooks. So why couldn't he create a magnificent epic from an alternate realm amid the uncharted Wanyuan mountain range? Once this thought took root, it grew increasingly expansive within Xu Jing's mind. The intricate details of the system would be handled by it, while he would manage the remaining cultural elements and selling points. Following the renovation of the dilapidated village, there must surely be cultural programs. To be appealing yet cost-effective, a multitude of intangible cultural heritages from his past life flashed through his mind, leading him to a decision. Chapter 4. Organizing the past. Having clarified his course of action, Xu Jing received a rather special phone call. Son, the caller ID made Xu Jing chuckle, yet he had fully absorbed the original owner's memories. In essence, he was the original owner. Thus, he promptly answered the call, and a cheerful voice resonated from the other end. Foster father, why haven't you been in touch these past few days? You said you would return after handling matters at home. Yet it has been quite a while with no word. The caller was his best friend from university. Jiangkong. Xu Jing rubbed his temples in exasperation, recalling the promise he had made to him recently. Jiang Tsong, I need to tell you something. Please don't be upset. Go ahead. The young man on the other end of the line tightened his grip on the phone, a subtle unease creeping in. I came back to check on my parents' business, and the situation is quite complicated. It seems I won't be able to leave. Contrary to Xu Jing's expectations, Jiang Tsong did not react with anger. After a brief silence, his voice emerged from the other end. Have you made a decision? Yes, I have made a decision. So, you are also turning down the offer from ADC design firm? Huh? Xu Jing was taken aback. An overwhelming sense of frustration surged within him. Had I truly passed the ADC design firm's selection? The voice on the other end chuckled in disbelief, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Haven't you ever visited their official website? Just 3 days ago, they announced that you triumphed over more than 200 candidates and secured the offer. Are you really considering giving it up? Xu Jing fell silent, fully aware of what was being conveyed. The original owner had studied environmental art design in college, and this firm was among the leading design companies in the country. It was a rare opportunity for them to recruit at his school, prompting nearly all students from his department to submit their resumes. He had genuinely advanced to the final interview due to his extensive experience and capabilities. To his astonishment, he had actually succeeded. The voice on the other end continued. Zhao Jinhing from your dorm also made it. Aren't you two at odds? If you forfeit this offer, just imagine how he would mock you. Brother Jing, think carefully. Xu Jing's smile turned bittersweet. Had he known this news a few days earlier, he might have truly wavered. But now it was too late. I have made up my mind, he said, gazing out the window at the darkened world, barely able to discern the outline of the Wanyuan mountain scenic area in the night. I won't back out. He gathered his spirits and smiled. Let us change the subject. How about you, Tsongzi? I remember you must have submitted quite a few resumes as well. With your excellent academics and extensive work experience, you should have no trouble. Although Xu Jing had not secured a position himself, he hoped that his close friend would find a suitable job. Jiang Tsong was not in the same field. He was studying business administration. Their friendship blossomed during their university years, as both had to support themselves through part-time work due to financial constraints. Two diligent and impoverished young men found common ground and remained close for 4 years. However, after Xu Jing's inquiry, there was no laughter on the other end. I'm doing okay, I suppose. It's been tough finding a job lately. Several companies I've interviewed with have gone silent. Jiang Tsong was currently squatting at a fast food restaurant, perusing job listings. He couldn't quite understand why, despite being an outstanding graduate with commendable grades and ample work experience. Many of his classmates with average performance had secured good positions while he remained unemployed. It's all right, Brother Jing, don't worry about me, he quickly rallied. One must look ahead. Since Xu Jing was moving forward, it signified he had his own plans. I recall you mentioned your parents run a business in a scenic area? Soon. You'll be a big boss, haha. Not landing that job isn't a setback. With such a vast scenic area, you could design anything you wish. Design it however you like. Haha. Xu Jing also smiled. Yes, it's somewhat complicated, but that's the gist of it. When you find some free time after starting work, come visit me in Yong'an. I'll host you and show you around the place where I grew up. Deal. It's a promise. Jiang Tsong beamed. Once I secure a job, I'll share the good news with you. After a few more casual exchanges, Xu Jing ended the call. He set his phone aside, his expression darkening. The green app within had remained unopened for quite some time. Upon tapping it, he was immediately inundated with a torrent of messages, the majority stemming from the class group chat. Since a few days ago, those who had secured employment had been incessantly sharing their good news. Among the myriad of updates, the screenshot of the hiring announcement from the ADC design firm stood out most prominently. A flood of congratulations filled the screen, with Zhao Jinheng's profile picture repeatedly flashing in response. Some classmates tagged Xu Jing to offer their congratulations, but he remained silent, leading to a gradual waning of attention towards him. The latest uproar in the group chat was ignited by a remark from Zhao Jinheng this morning. Xu Jing, the HR at ADC mentioned you haven't confirmed your acceptance? Are we, the illustrious Xu, now too good for ADC? Have you found something even more prestigious? The chat exploded with responses. Classmate A, is that true? Xu Jing. Classmate B, he seems to be out of S City. I heard from a friend that he returned to his hometown recently. Classmate C, no way he would reject ADC's offer, right? I saw his name listed ahead of Zhao Jinheng. How could he not accept, given his impressive grades? Zhao Jinheng, waiting for a reply from Xu Jing, found himself rattled by the remarks of his classmates. Classmate C, the ADC announcement isn't ranked by scores. It's randomized. There's no way he could have scored higher than me. Classmate C, he consistently outperformed you during our studies. Qianyu, classmate C, do you still think you're in school? Broaden your horizons. Xu Jing maintained a composed demeanor, continuing to scroll through the screen. During his college years, he had worked numerous jobs due to financial constraints, which had limited his connections with his dorm mates. However, ever since a particular incident, his roommate Zhao Jinheng had persistently sought to create trouble for him, with his lackey, Qianyu, following suit. Thus, his university experience had been far from smooth. Fortunately, Jiang Tsong had always been by his side, and their camaraderie made his college life somewhat bearable. Xu Jing exited the group chat, deeming the trivial discussions unworthy of a response. He proceeded to peruse other messages, several from Jiang Tsong sharing snippets of life, a few from the class monitor expressing concern, and some greetings from childhood friends. Finally, he clicked on a pale green avatar. The individual's moments were as pristine as her profile picture, nothing but emptiness. Not even the 3-day visibility setting. Congratulations on your graduation. This message had been sent in the early hours a few days prior. The belle of the environmental art design department had unexpectedly gone abroad as an exchange student during her junior year, severing the bond they had formed through their part-time jobs. The last memory of her lingered in Xu Jing's mind, rooted in a snowy night when they had gone out for drinks. They had shared a pleasant conversation, only for him to learn the following day that she had decided to study abroad, and they had never crossed paths again. It had already been over a year. Xu Jing pondered for a moment and, out of courtesy, decided to reply. Thank you. Take care of yourself over there. He sighed deeply, locked his phone, and cast it aside, dismissing such thoughts. The task of preparing for tomorrow's shopping trip to the county seat was of utmost importance. Chapter 5. Acrobatic class. At the break of dawn, 6 individuals gathered in the western market of the county town. This market, the largest in Qingshan County, boasted an extensive array of goods, ranging from the mundane necessities of life to agricultural implements. Furthermore, it offered delightful snacks and entertaining diversions, making it one of the few enjoyable activities available to the people of Qingshan County. Xu Jing, with his companions in tow, arrived here well prepared. Jing, Kaizi. At the entrance of the western market, a bus came to a halt before Xu Jing and his friends. A young man with a buzz cut alighted, giving the bus door a pat before it departed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Long time no see. Xu Jing exclaimed with joy, embracing the dark-skinned youth. Look at you, Wang Kai. After 2 years, you've turned as dark as a charcoal briquette. Wang Kai, not quite comprehending the jest, scratched his head and laughed heartily. I've gotten a bit tan from work these past 2 years, he said, playfully thumping Xu Jing on the chest. I can't compare to you. Living the good life as a university student. With a grin, Xu Jing playfully returned the gesture before turning his attention to his employees. This is Wang Kai, my childhood friend. He gestured with his chin towards his companions. These are the staff of our scenic area, the veterans left by my parents. Wang Kai quickly scanned the group, revealing a broad smile. Just call me Xiao Kai, he waved. A Jing gave me a heads up last night. He just returned, and isn't too familiar with this place. If you need to buy anything, just follow me. I guarantee you'll get the best prices. Xu Jing observed quietly. Having grown up with Wang Kai, he felt confident that his friend wouldn't take advantage of him. Yet, he sensed that there was more to Wang Kai than met the eye. I've given you the list. Let Yuan Jie and Tian handle the smaller items. For the rest, just tell Wang Kai, and he'll lead you. Xu Jing methodically organized their plans, giving Wang Kai a firm pat on the shoulder, his tone earnest. Kai, help a brother save some money. I'm not exactly flush at the moment. During his university days, he had worked tirelessly, even assisting others with their graduation projects. All told, he had managed to save just over 60,000 yuan. For this newly established scenic area, every penny was invaluable. He waved for everyone to disperse and set off on his own. Zhao Dashue, puzzled, inquired, Brother Jing, where are you going? Xu Jing replied with a mysterious smile. I'm off to prepare the most crucial items. He glanced at Wang Kai, who stood with his arms crossed. You take them first, we'll gather in the evening. As the seven dispersed, Xu Jing navigated through the street stalls and the bustling crowd, finally reaching his primary destination. With a whoosh, flames erupted, eliciting cheers from the crowd. In the lively clearing stood a muscular man, bare-chested, shoving a fire stick into his mouth. With a dramatic flourish, flames burst forth once more from his lips, sending waves of heat soaring high. The surrounding spectators clapped and laughed, and soon, someone approached with a cardboard box, hoping to collect tips. Alas, while the performance was captivating, the moment the audience was expected to contribute, many feigned ignorance. The young girl collecting tips was indeed lively and beautiful, yet her smile had grown stiff as she made her rounds, garnering little in return. Xu Jing, however, took the initiative to step forward, tossing a 10 yuan note into the fray. Thank you. The young girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she beamed a radiant smile at Xu Jing, bowing gracefully. The acrobatics troupe behind her also turned their attention towards Xu Jing. The fire eater, eager and animated, readied himself for the next performance, hoping to showcase his skills up close for this discerning spectator. However, Xu Jing's intention was not merely to observe the acrobatics. He navigated through the crowd and purposefully approached the backstage area of the troupe. The stout gentleman who appeared most authoritative must surely be the leader of the acrobatic group. Greetings, Xu Jing said. The man was momentarily taken aback, surprised that a visitor would initiate conversation with him. Hello, sir, he stammered, rubbing his hands together nervously and standing a bit straighter, while other troupe members furrowed their brows and gathered around. In a marketplace teeming with all manner of individuals, someone casually offering a tip of 10 yuan was indeed a rarity. Xu Jing paid no heed to their caution. May we speak privately? The two moved aside as the next juggling act commenced amidst the gathering crowd. Xu Jing got straight to the point. What are your performance fees? The man's eyes lit up, realizing this was a business inquiry. Well, it depends on the duration. We typically charge, he hesitated, calculating. 80 yuan. That does not include travel expenses. 80? Xu Jing mused to himself, finding the price remarkably low given his limited experience with the county's cost of living. However, he shook his head and extended a finger. This is not for your usual performance. I have a specific program in mind that requires your troupe to learn. He raised another finger. Furthermore, I seek a fixed collaboration, with a performance each day, approximately lasting 12 hours. On weekends, we may add an additional show. Thirdly, we will cover travel expenses, and the performance details will be formalized in a contract, prohibiting any external sharing or performances elsewhere. Lastly, during the training period, I will compensate you 50 yuan per hour for your time spent learning at my venue outside of market hours. If your performances meet my expectations, we can establish a long-term partnership, raising your pay to 100 yuan per hour. How does that sound? The stout gentleman was left speechless, overwhelmed by the generous offer. Setting aside other considerations, the prospect of being paid to learn during their free time was already enticing. It was well known that the market was only bustling on weekends, and opportunities for performances were scarce during weekdays, as few would pay to see what they could witness for free at the market. As for what they would be learning, he was indifferent. Mastering the skills would yield future profits, while failing to do so still meant earning something. Deal. My name is Lu Qingyun. What should I call you? I am Su. Could you please tell me about the members of your troupe? Lu asked. Certainly. We have a total of 12 members. The fire eater is named Wang Hao. And the girl who collects tips is called Meow Meow. While the acrobatic performance continued, Xu Jing engaged in conversation with Lu Qingyun for a considerable time before departing, leaving his contact information behind. He was not surprised by the troops' decision. After all, the price he offered was far from low in this inexpensive county. Now that he understood their capabilities, he could reflect on what type of performance would be most suitable. The market's goods were quickly procured, and everyone soon loaded into Xu Jing's pickup truck to return to the scenic area to commence work, while Xu Jing remained in the county, seeking a small restaurant with Wang Kai. Hey, you know my brother has been feeling quite tense lately. Let us deal with it. Wang Kai waved his hand dismissively. What is the big deal? When we were kids, we shared a skewer of lamb, licking it together. Why would we care about this? Well, that's how hand, foot, and mouth disease comes about. Xu Jing opened a beer for him, observing the curiosity on his face as he asked, So, are you really not leaving this time? I'm not leaving. Xu Jing nodded, though the other's expression did not exhibit much excitement. You might not be aware of this living elsewhere, but I've heard some unpleasant remarks from friends about the tourist spot left behind by your uncle and aunt. Don't take it to heart. Wang Kai poured him a glass of wine and promptly downed his own. The business at the tourist site is rather poor, yet the location is prime. Many property developers in the city have their eyes on that land. I've heard your family is in quite a bit of debt. What are your plans? Are you really going to continue running it? Xu Jing also took a gulp of his drink, feeling the refreshing sensation wash over him. Yes, I will continue operating it. Not selling? Continuing is no easy feat. Relying on the tourist site to pay off debts seems precarious. I understand. Xu Jing shrugged. Regardless of whether he initially intended to sell, the current predicament made selling impossible. I'll think of a way. I'll give it my all in the end. After all, it's the last thing my parents left me. Wang Kai touched the small red string on his wrist, feeling somewhat sentimental. This little golden pig was a gift from Xu Jing's mother on his birthday years ago. 2 grams of real gold isn't cheap in this small county. He remembered the kindness of this family, so if Xu Jing needed assistance, he would certainly help. After all, we are brothers. No need for me to elaborate further. Wang Kai winked. My friend has done quite well these past 2 years. While not a figure of great renown, he is certainly knowledgeable in this county. If you need anything from me, just say the word, and I'll find a way. Xu Jing smiled. He had been waiting for this very statement. His childhood friend, though not academically inclined, was remarkably astute. He had a way with words, could read the room, and was adept at navigating social situations. Growing up, he mingled with the local ruffians and got along splendidly with the academic stars in their class. Upon his return, Xu Jing intended to develop the tourist site, and he would undoubtedly require Wang Kai's assistance. As for compensation, if it turned out to be a troublesome task, even if Wang Kai refused, Xu Jing would ensure he received something in return. All right, I have other matters to attend to. I'll definitely let you know. Xu Jing laughed heartily as they clinked their glasses. Make sure to show me how you've fared as a young man of ambition. Ha, no problem. The two indulged in food and drink, only returning home late into the night. Wang Kai indeed had connections. He even arranged for a van to safely take Xu Jing back. The following morning, Xu Jing woke up with a hangover and wasted no time. He headed straight to the tourist site. Today, besides repairing the site, he had something of great importance to accomplish. Chapter 6. The mall opens with an extra pair of hands. Xu Jing did not shy away from labor simply because he was the boss. He worked alongside everyone from dawn until dusk. As they concluded their efforts, a few of them stood at the entrance of the tourist site to bid farewell. Xu Jing called Uncle Xue aside. Uncle Xue, may I ask you something? Uncle Xue scratched his head, still covered in dirt. What is it, young boss? What do you think of our scenic area? The old man was taken aback for a moment, then rubbed his hands together and muttered, Well, it's okay. However, okay doesn't quite suffice. Xu Jing decided to rephrase his inquiry. As you can see, everyone is now filled with enthusiasm, all eager to enhance our scenic area. I firmly believe its future will be bright. What are your thoughts? This was indeed a truthful statement, and Uncle Xue did not refute it this time, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Your mindset needs to be more positive. This scenic area is not just mine. It belongs to everyone. It belongs to you. Reflect on the countless days and nights we have toiled here, the earnest contributions everyone has made. Is there anything lacking in this scenic area? Uncle Xue, whose salary was non-existent, stared blankly for a while before finally nodding vigorously. Absolutely. Who dares say the scenic area is lacking? It is truly magnificent. Ding. Xu Jing's eyes flickered, and a smile instantly graced his face. It was settled. The favorable review from his own employee counted as a good review. At the moment Uncle Xu spoke, the number of positive reviews instantly surged to 99. Just one more to go. He watched Uncle Xu depart and tentatively probed the other employees one by one, only to discover that they all recognized the merit of the scenic area, resulting in no further increases. Except for Feng Cheng. This newly hired temporary employee displayed indifference towards Xu Jing's grand vision, even explicitly stating that he was merely there for the paycheck, with no particular feelings about it. In exasperation, Xu Jing had no choice but to employ his final tactic. I will increase your salary by 200. Boss, discussing money creates distance. Feng Cheng grasped Xu Jing's hands earnestly. Though I am not here solely for the salary. Your trust in me is genuinely appreciated. I have truly come to love our scenic area. How about we leave the salary as it is then? Goodbye, boss. With a forced smile, Xu Jing bid farewell to Feng Cheng, and excitement finally gleamed in his eyes as he hurried home. The number of positive reviews reached 100. The system's marketplace was now accessible. At the bottom of the turquoise page, the marketplace icon illuminated, pulsating with a strange glow. Xu Jing clicked inside and was immediately dazzled by an array of splendid items. The marketplace contained three main categories: skills, items, and culture. He was well aware that cultural items held great value. To truly enhance the scenic area, cultural attributes were indispensable. Yet, he did not aim too high. With only 100 positive reviews, he needed to purchase the most cost-effective items necessary for the next opening of the scenic area. However, even within the 100 positive review threshold, numerous products were available. After deliberating for quite some time, Xu Jing selected three contenders. 1. Item number 1. Mysterious Veil, 78 positive reviews. P.S. When used at the selected scenic spot, it can increase the site's sense of mystery by 20. 2. Cultural Item No. 2. Horn from the Deep Mountains, 32 positive reviews. P.S. An ancient ballad from the mountains. Playing this music will bestow visitors with an eerie and mysterious sensation. 3. Skill number 3. Basic Item Crafting, 100 positive reviews. P.S. Upon acquiring this skill, one can engage in basic item crafting, upgradable. If the system can enhance the dilapidated village according to his specifications, then what he could do would be to enrich the overall experience. Therefore, all three of these items are quite excellent. What captivated him the most was the skill of props creation. Although it would cost him all his positive reviews, the potential applications of this skill were vast, and it could be upgraded in the future. It was indeed a valuable asset. Coupled with the impending collaboration with the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, Xu Jing gritted his teeth and made the decision to exchange. Ding! A flash of azure light enveloped him, and the prop's skill manifested upon him, an abundance of knowledge flooding his mind, as if his hands had acquired an uncanny dexterity. Xu Jing clicked on his skill page to view the details, and a smile instantly graced his face. I made the right choice. Props Creation, Beginner. This skill can be assigned to any official staff member at the scenic site, excluding the host. Upon upgrading to advanced level, it can additionally provide 3 allocation slots for lower-level skills to be assigned by the host. Note: if an official staff member becomes a temporary employee, they lose the qualification to use the skill. What a remarkable implication. Not only could he utilize it himself, but he could also bestow it upon others, even allowing for the proliferation of greater skills into lesser ones. An immensely profitable endeavor. This expenditure of 100 positive reviews was indeed worthwhile. With the skill acquired and the scenic site undergoing renovations, tasks had been assigned to each employee. Everything was in place, awaiting the favorable winds. Xu Jing settled down for a peaceful night's sleep, quietly anticipating the arrival of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe. Another tranquil night passed. The following day, the employees continued their methodical repairs to the pathways, and soon Xu Jing welcomed the weary members of the acrobatic troupe. Lu Qingyun led the group into the ticket office, a small room suddenly brimming with people. Please make yourselves comfortable, Lu Qingyun gestured, and the group relaxed. Xu Jing surveyed his performance team, gaining a sense of their dynamics. Brother Lu, I trust you have heard of our scenic site. Due to years of mismanagement, I aim to introduce some engaging programs to attract visitors. I have already devised the content. We merely need to learn the dance movements and follow the process I will outline. His expression grew serious. Among these, I require 2 individuals to undertake particularly special tasks. Lu Qingyun's smile widened. Special? That sounds splendid. Special signifies uniqueness, something that can become a signature skill. What are your requirements? I need individuals who possess great strength, ample courage, and are willing to play with fire. The fire eater Wang Hao chuckled, realizing he was the very embodiment of this description. He stepped forward confidently. I can definitely handle this. I am the best at playing with fire. And my strength is commendable too. Lu Qingyun then surveyed the crowd, pointing to a sturdy man with bronze skin. Asan, you are the other one. Asan responded with a deep voice, his robust physique displaying no clumsiness as he stepped forth from the throng. If the boss says I am capable, then I am. Xu Jing smiled. Then it is settled. If the performance does not go well, we can make adjustments. He raised an eyebrow and announced a significant incentive. For each successful performance, the two individuals assigned special tasks will receive a reward of 10 yuan each. Wow. The atmosphere grew lively, and Lu Qingyun wore a wry smile. Fortunately, Xu Jing did not announce in advance. Otherwise, he would have faced challenges in allocation. However, with the emergence of the reward mechanism, Wang Hao and Asan found themselves in a state of anxiety. Should they face the misfortune of being replaced by Boss Su, there would be no shortage of candidates eager to take their place. An additional reward of 10 yuan per performance. After honoring the class leader, they would still have a considerable sum left. Xu Jing observed the expressions of the crowd with satisfaction. After all, the performance he wished to showcase was not something that could be executed easily. To inspire everyone's fighting spirit, the reward and meritocratic system was indeed the most suitable approach. All right, follow me, and I shall share some insights. Chapter 7. The performance of the Xieshi. Xu Jing sought a spacious and level area, instructing everyone to take a seat. Before I teach you, allow me to share a story. Xu Jing remained standing, moving gracefully before the audience. In ancient times, there existed a tribe that revered nature. Its people toiled diligently, coexisting harmoniously with the natural world while bravely contending with dangers to secure their survival. They thrived for many years, relying on their ability to adapt and endure. One fateful day, they discovered numerous inexplicable phenomena in the world, any one of which could bring devastation to their tribe and threaten the creatures they sought to protect. From that moment, they learned to cultivate a sense of reverence. In pursuit of favorable weather and the survival of their tribe and its beings, the people ventured to communicate with the divine, warding off evil and safeguarding their future. Initially, they performed simple gestures and donned intimidating attire to frighten away the mysterious entities. However, as history unfolded, these practices evolved into a cultural heritage of their era. The modest rituals transformed into mesmerizing dances, accompanied by resonant songs and a variety of costumes. They bestowed a beautiful name upon this ceremony, Xieshi. Xu Jing came to a halt, gazing at the captivated acrobatics troupe, and smiled faintly. He was not a professional, lacking a sufficient number of accolades. He could not exchange for the desired performance through the system. Thus, he resorted to teaching them the forms of performance from memory. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Asan practiced wielding iron shovels with a look of bewilderment. Naturally, Xu Jing did not disclose what they would ultimately perform. However, mastering the fundamentals was essential. Without a solid foundation, their efforts would be in vain. As for him, he once again drove to the marketplace. Since they were to perform Xieshi, he needed to prepare the necessary props. Given the limited time frame, he intended to showcase only a portion of it initially, to attract an audience. Therefore, he only needed to create props for the first segment of the Xieshi. Yet, even this initial phase was no small task. The quantity of materials required was daunting. Xu Jing spent a considerable sum to transport all the materials back to the scenic area, leaving no room for retreat. It was no trivial matter. This was Xieshi, the folk treasure of 5,000 years of cultural heritage. Surely, it would captivate the interest of the audience. He would entice them to come back time and again. With a surge of inspiration, Xu Jing immediately set to work. A variety of materials sprawled before him: wooden boards, blocks, paints, fabrics, and large sheets of oil paper, all specifically gathered for the transformation of the scenic area and the performance of the Nua opera. This theatrical genre is rich and diverse, yet being a form of drama, the acrobats are not trained in singing. Thus, he planned to accompany the performance with music, utilizing dance and instruments to convey the narrative. To dance, he needed to prepare costumes and props, with the most challenging tasks being the crafting of masks and the large, ghostly figures required for the performances, tasks that currently rested solely on his shoulders. Despite possessing skills, Xu Jing felt a twinge of apprehension given his lack of experience. However, As soon as he grasped the first wooden block, his anxieties dissipated like mist. It was as if a connection had been established between his fingers and mind. The visions he harbored began to manifest through his hands. Although not exquisite, the results were undeniably impressive. Xu Jing immersed himself entirely in the process, the sound of wood shavings echoing through the warehouse. Meanwhile, the acrobats began to train earnestly, although they were perplexed by the strange postures Xu Jing had them adopt. Nevertheless, despite the difficulty, they managed to execute the moves, accustomed as they were to the rigors of acrobatics. However, Wang Hao and Hassan found themselves in a rather lamentable situation. With a resounding clap, Wang Hao swung the iron shovel overhead. Splashing the water, Hassan had scooped into the air, leaving him breathless as he leaned on the shovel. "Hassan, are you tired?" Hassan responded with a low voice. "I'm all right. How about we switch? I have a bit more strength." Yet, Wang Hao firmly declined. Though uncertain of Xu Jing's ultimate intentions, his intuition insisted that this labor was the true crux of their efforts. No matter how exhausting, he dared not utter a complaint. The prospect of being replaced would not only cost him face, but also money. He absolutely could not miss this opportunity. "Oh, I'm not tired." He wiped his sweat and smiled. "I was just thinking. Su Boss mentioned that only when I can disperse this water into a fine mist shall he teach us the next step. How could this water possibly turn into mist? Let me try from a different angle. Let us give it another go." Hassan nodded, rejoining him for the next attempt. As a quiet afternoon passed, Xu Jing finally emerged from the warehouse. Zhao Dashue and the others had made substantial progress according to their plan, having reached the dock. He glanced over from a distance, reassured by the lack of significant issues, and after a satisfying meal, he returned to the warehouse, for he had little time to rest. The scenic layout of the attraction, the conceptualization of each photo spot, the transformation of the old village's landscape, and the props and musical devices for the performance, all required his personal craftsmanship and oversight. Everything progressed methodically. Before long, 5 days had slipped by, the majority of the props were completed, the initial stretch of the scenic pathway was nearly repaired, and most importantly, the acrobatic performance was beginning to take shape. Standing at the edge of the open space, waiting for their performance to conclude, Xu Jing applauded enthusiastically. While it was not as polished as he had envisioned, they had a solid physical foundation, and their efforts were commendable indeed. On the other side, Wang Hao finally fulfilled Xu Jing's request, continuously transforming a full scoop of water into a mesmerizing mist. Everyone performed admirably. Xu Jing gathered everyone together and unveiled the black cloth draped over the cart beside them. Next, it was time for everyone to familiarize themselves with the props for their upcoming performance. The acrobatics class was immediately captivated, rushing forward in a frenzy. "Wow, what is this? Such beautiful costumes. Is this a mask? Oh my, this mask is so eerie. There are so many masks of various sizes. Is this the spirit that Boss Su mentioned?" Everyone eagerly pulled out the costumes and masks, trying them on according to the names listed. The movements they had practiced for so long finally merged with the costumes, bringing their performance to life in vivid detail. As for Xu Jing, he approached Wang Hao and Ah San, whispering, "You two, follow me." The others were too engrossed in their enthusiastic practice to pay attention to what the three were doing. The trio meandered through a few winding paths until they reached an open space outside the warehouse. The moment had finally arrived. Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. They were about to play with fire. Finally, he could showcase his skills to Boss Su. What lay before him? Chapter 8. The transformation completed. Wang Hao gazed at the sturdy barrel before him, filled with a radiant red liquid, the intense heat radiating even from a distance. "This is what you will prepare for the performance," Xu Jing said, pointing at the vat of molten iron, a hint of excitement in his voice. After discussing the precautions with the two, he observed them as they attempted their technique several times. The results exceeded his expectations. Wang Hao proved to be both bold and meticulous. This craft was not particularly difficult. With a solid foundation, he only needed to control the strength and angle. Once the scorching molten iron was scattered, only cool iron particles would remain, posing no threat to them. The two men were brimming with uncontainable excitement, especially when the night fell. The molten iron released into the air was even more stunning than fireworks. They could hardly fathom the impact their performance would have on the audience. Reflecting on how they had previously scoffed at this dilapidated scenic area, they felt a strong urge to chastise their former selves. With Xu Jing's mention of the new opera Iron Flower, it was inconceivable that this place would not thrive. With everything prepared, the acrobatics class needed only to come for simple rehearsals over the next few days, fine-tuning their movements and expressions. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Ah Sen practiced pouring molten iron daily, as Xu Jing was indeed running low on funds. Each batch of molten iron represented a significant expense. On another front, Zhao University led the team, reconstructing the road from the scenic area to the dilapidated village as instructed by Xu Jing. By the end, they scarcely recognized the place they had worked in for several years. Xu Jing then waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of the renovation. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the scenic area, and Xu Jing clapped his hands, smiling at his employees. Thank you all for your hard work. Tomorrow, take a well-deserved day off at home, and the day after, return to the scenic area as we prepare for our promotional efforts. He then turned his gaze to the acrobatic troupe led by Lu, noting that after 10 days of training, they now possessed a certain vitality in their expressions, clearly in an excellent state. Lu, the director, has been working diligently during this period. After returning, I must trouble you to continue supervising everyone's practice, but it is imperative to ensure that no outsiders observe. As for Wang Hao and Asan, you two need not practice for now. Everyone should take these few days to replenish their strength in preparation for the upcoming rehearsal at the new venue. New venue. The crowd murmured in excitement, their eyes sparkling. Xu Jing nodded with a smile. The construction team has primarily been working at night, and the project is nearing completion. Over the next few days, I will wrap up the remaining tasks and address the final matters before the operation. After assigning each person's responsibilities, he waved to dismiss the group and stepped into the scenic area. In 3 hours, the dilapidated village will be transformed, and his final task is to adorn the scenic area with the props he has been preparing. The small cart meandered along the road as the sun began to set. Once he completed the last part of the decorations, Xu Jing rode the old fishing boat to the foot of the small hill. Ding! The transformation of the dilapidated village is now complete. Please check, host. In the fading sunlight, the old village vanished from view, replaced by a magnificent and mysterious cluster of buildings. Within the sprawling wooden village, faint, warm lights flickered. After calming his racing heart, Xu Jing took a step forward. The transformation is finally complete. The system's B-level transformation exceeded Xu Jing's expectations in its grandeur. He traversed the newly established ancient village, meticulously inspecting the constructions. Every street, pathway, streetlight, and the wooden flower beds and underground drainage were impeccably constructed. The layout and design of the buildings aligned closely with his imagination, perhaps even surpassing it. The intricate carvings on the facades of the buildings and pavilions revealed the craftsmanship of skilled artisans. A mere touch indicated that they were not newly created. However, what delighted him the most was the interior of the buildings. They were not mere facades. They included partition walls and foundational decorations, with complete plumbing and electrical systems. If tables, chairs, and benches were placed inside, along with gas and internet connections, this place could truly serve as a residence. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Xu Jing suddenly inquired of the system, what effects can a higher-level transformation achieve? The electronic voice responded promptly. An A-level transformation will enhance the internal details of the attractions. For instance, in Mingyue Village, the furnishings will be fully furnished, and the decorations and sculptures on the streets will be optimized. If it were a higher S-level, the system paused momentarily, and Xu Jing detected a subtle pride in the cold electronic tone. This place will become a true ancient village, steeped in a millennium of history. The system's vague statement left Xu Jing slightly perplexed, but overall, it seemed to imply something extraordinary. He chuckled and accessed the system interface. After the first transformation, the page of Scenic Overview displayed some subtle changes. On the dimly lit ink map, a corner glimmered faintly. Xu Jing clicked on that portion of the map, which immediately revealed all pertinent information. Left peak, unnamed, progress 25, attractions, Forest Water Pool 1, Millennium Mingyue Village 1, Mountaintop Pavilion 1. Project, visit to the Millennium Mingyue Village, 2 stars. Permanent staff, Tian, physical fitness A, abilities, resilience, super strength, loyalty 100, Lu Yuan, physical fitness C, abilities, affinity, loyalty 72, temporary staff, Qingyuan acrobatic troupe. Facilities, toilet 1, a restroom that one would rather avoid even at the cost of wetting their pants. Review, this mountain has undergone basic development, and the base has finally taken on a modest scale. Although the recreational offerings are still under construction, There is significant room for improvement. Please continue your efforts. At last, he felt satisfied, although the facilities needed a separate upgrade, resulting in the restroom remaining unchanged. At least the overall standards had risen. However, what surprised Xu Jing was that despite the substantial transformation of the mountain's base into a grand ancient village, it only contributed to a 20 increase in completion. At this rate, to achieve 100, to what extent must the mountain be developed? As he pondered this, a new notification popped up on the screen. Upon reading it thoroughly, Xu Jing's face lit up with delight. System warm reminder. The operational maintenance costs for tourist attractions that have undergone system upgrades will be borne by the system. No maintenance is required from the host. No further reminders will be given. What a miraculous system! He paced excitedly. It is well known that the greatest expense in operating a scenic area is the maintenance costs. Water and electricity bills, repairs for aging facilities, and daily sanitation. The larger and more diverse the area, the more costly these expenses become. But if the system can alleviate these costs through upgrades, he could save a substantial amount of both money and effort. In other words, Xu Jing looked up at the vast ancient village before him, illuminated by warm, soft night lights, and gulped hard. The Millennium Mingwe Village. Is it free now? System, I adore you. After this inexplicable declaration of affection from the host, the system fell silent within his mind. Xu Jing finally exhaled deeply, calming his excitement. With the operational costs covered by the system, he could promote and earn money without reservations. Thus, the next steps he would take were of utmost importance. As the sun set, he retrieved a sack of props, positioned his phone ahead, and activated the camera. Yuan City. Another day had come to a close, and weary workers finally returned home. Shaoan was one among the multitude of laborers. He tossed his coat onto the sofa, carelessly discarded his socks, and with a silly grin, collapsed onto his bed to continue scrolling through his phone. After watching countless videos of beautiful women dancing, he grew bored and decided to change things up. It was already Thursday, and soon he would embrace the weekend respite that every worker anticipated. On such days, Shaoan would browse interesting videos from his city on Douyin. If something caught his eye, that location would become his weekend retreat. He shifted positions, lying back as he continued to scroll. Amusement park, billiards, buffet. He frowned. These same options kept repeating, utterly tedious. If all else failed, he could go singing this weekend. Shaoan paused his finger on the screen and finally spotted something new. What is this? The screen was enveloped in darkness, punctuated by the enigmatic rhythm of a drumbeat. Suddenly, a menacing, grotesque painted mask loomed into view. Startled, Shaoan gasped as his phone struck his face, causing him to yelp in pain. Yet, the bizarre imagery remained etched in his mind, compelling him to flip his phone and continue watching. The sinister painted visage was, in fact, a mask, but the figure donning it twisted in a manner that was anything but human. Its joints creaked as they contorted unnaturally, reminiscent of a terrifying puppet resurrected from a mental asylum. As the mask abruptly retreated, the crescendo of the music revealed the true identity behind the mask, a figure clad in peculiar attire, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of the drums. The individual brandished the mask, their body adorned with jingling bells, and began to perform an exaggerated, eerie dance. The surrounding darkness and faint silhouettes of buildings transformed the occasional bird calls and monkey shrieks into something uncanny, intensified by the air of mystery woven into the melody. Shaoan became increasingly entranced, goosebumps rising on his skin. Suddenly, the screen went black, and a line of cursive script emerged slowly. Welcome to the Divine Night at Xiannianming Yuzhai, a 2A scenic area of Wanyuan Mountain. Chapter 9. The first guest. The video paused, and after watching it 3 times, each viewing sending shivers down his spine, Shaoan finally tossed his phone aside with a satisfied sigh. The entire video was devoid of dialogue or revealing faces, yet it managed to captivate him for a full 30 seconds. The conclusion, mentioning Wanyuan Mountain and the ancient village, sparked an immense curiosity within him. Let me check it out. Without hesitation, he opened a yellow app and searched for Wanyuan Mountain. The simplistic page displayed lush forests that appeared unremarkable. Yet what caught his attention was the dismal gray rating beneath the scenic area's name. Wow, a rating of 19. How could it possibly be that low? Typically, Shaoan wouldn't consider visiting places rated below 45, and he instinctively thought to close the app. However, a line of text on the page made him hesitate. The scenic area has undergone renovations and will officially reopen this weekend, promising a fresh experience for all visitors. Renovated? Clutching his phone, he noticed the ticket price was merely 30 yuan. After some contemplation, he thought, why not go take a look? I've been indulging in the same old weekend activities lately, and am starting to feel bored. Although the scenic area was a bit far, the ticket was only 30 yuan, and the return bus from the county operated until after 9 p.m., allowing him ample time to return. Xiaoan was not one to dither. Once he made a decision, he promptly purchased a ticket for Saturday's excursion. Meanwhile, as the short video continued to gain traction, more viewers began to comment, with the number of remarks exceeding 100, most of which were negative. Terrible scenic area. I went a few months ago, and it felt like an untouched wilderness. Don't go. You'll regret it. There isn't even a proper road. Can't say much else. Just look at the app's rating. Didn't they say it was renovated? Is this video showcasing the effects of the transformation? The comments reflect a mix of skepticism and criticism, with one particularly notable comment from a small influencer named Xu, who stated, "Brothers, wait for me to check it out on Saturday and report back. Just wait." With a considerable following, this post garnered significant attention. Others chimed in with encouragement, "Sure. If it's entertaining, we'll join you." Some expressed doubts, questioning whether the influencer was merely engaging in deceptive marketing practices, while others defended the influencer's credibility, asserting their expertise in providing reliable reviews. Regardless of the varying opinions, the video's reception was undeniably positive. Xu Jing sat on his bed, swinging his legs as he perused the comments, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The lingering gloom from his recent rejection of a lucrative job evaporated in an instant. This decision was indeed the right one. In this digital age, relying on traditional advertising and paper flyers is not only a waste of time, but also of resources. The most effective strategy is to create a buzz that piques public interest. After much contemplation, he resolved to produce this video. The performance of the local dance was not easily executed. Thus, he opted for a few simple movements, complemented by the atmospheric ambience and the backdrop of the ancient village, to ensure the video's successful editing. As for the ensuing comments, the criticism is inconsequential. Any form of attention, even negative, can spark curiosity. What the tourist site lacks is precisely the allure of popularity. As long as visitors are willing to give it a try, he is confident in their satisfaction. As time passed, the acrobatic troupe continued their rehearsals, and Xu Jing began gathering the staff at the new venue for final training. Time flew by, and before long, Saturday morning arrived. Chattering with excitement, the employees of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, dressed in clean attire and each carrying a cloth bag, stood at the entrance. After surveying the scene to ensure everything was in order, Xu Jing spoke up. Today marks the grand reopening of the scenic area. He reminded everyone that they were likely already aware of the details. The official operating hours would commence at 11 a.m., and they could now proceed to their respective positions. He hoped for a splendid first day. "Are we ready, team?" "Yes." Zhao Dashue and Tian cheered the loudest, their faces flushed with excitement. "All right, then let's set off." The group entered the scenic area with enthusiasm. Aside from Zhao Dashue, who was tasked with ticket sales at the entrance, and Uncle Shui, responsible for transporting visitors, the entire team, including the Qingyan acrobatic troupe, had one primary role today: to act as NPCs in the ancient village. As the clock approached 11:15, the first figure finally appeared at the entrance of the scenic area. "Is that really me?" Xiaoan stood at the entrance, glancing around the desolate old mountains. There was not a soul in sight, and the dilapidated building in the distance must be their ticket booth. Frustrated, he opened the social media app and typed in the comments, "Where is everyone? Didn't they say they would come today?" However, to his surprise, a response came swiftly. The comments section immediately erupted with excitement beneath their exchange. "You really went. I wanted to go as well. The more I see, the more intriguing it becomes. Indeed, this music gives me goosebumps. Since I have nothing else to do, perhaps I should join the fun? Why not? Qingshan County isn't far from us. If you take the bus and then a taxi, you should arrive before 2 p.m. Hey, is anyone signing up? If not, shall we go together?" The online community fervently flooded the screen, ignited by Xiaoan's words, stirring a desire to visit the scenic area. As for Xiaoan, he contentedly tucked away his phone and began to wait. 10 minutes swiftly passed when a chubby figure clad in a black hoodie approached, grinning widely. "Hello there. Have you been waiting long? You must be in Ran, right?" He extended his hand in greeting, his face beaming with warmth. "I'm Xu Zhou. You can call me Piggy Hand." It was Xiaoan's first encounter with an online streamer, making him feel a bit awkward. He smiled and shook hands in return, casually glancing at the camera equipment slung over Xu Zhou's shoulder. He had heard this individual was there to film a lightning avoidance video, and was surprised by the thoroughness of his gear. You can just call me Shaoan. The tickets are already purchased. Let us go exchange them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two made their way to the ticket office. Zhao Dashua sat in the ticket hall, displaying a sincere and warm smile as he handed over 2 freshly printed tickets. He added cheerfully, currently, only one attraction at Wanyuan Mountain is open. You can follow the map. The performance of Night at the Ancient Village will commence promptly at 5:30 p.m. Please ensure you arrive on time at the Ancient Village Square to avoid missing the splendid show. He watched the two depart, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he softly wished them, "Enjoy your visit." Chapter 10. The poetically inclined boatman, Wanyuan Mountain's scenery was average, yet the air quality was indeed exceptional. As the two ventured into the park, they were greeted by the melodious chirping of birds, while Xu Zhou held a selfie stick, recording the entire experience. Today he had a task at hand. As a blogger dedicated to guiding others away from subpar attractions, he intended to critically evaluate any inferior facilities and services. However, as he prepared to voice his criticisms, he hesitated. "This place is surprisingly decent." Shaoan dashed ahead, pointing at the ground with a raised brow and a smile. "This cobblestone path is quite cleverly laid out." Xu Zhou also lifted his gaze, noticing a winding path of cobblestones extending between 2 clumps of bushes to the right of the entrance. What caught their attention most was the fact that the cobblestones were vibrantly colored, forming a rainbow pathway that transitioned through red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo hues. Subtly, the 3 large characters Wanyuan Mountain were visible, crafted from pristine white stones atop the Rainbow Road. "Hey, this is rather interesting." Upon entering, the scenic area presented them with an entirely different visage, starkly contrasting with the muddy roads depicted in online comments. Yet, Xu Zhou and Shaoan were not easily impressed by such minor aesthetics. With their hands clasped behind their backs, they continued inward, soon catching sight of a grand river in the distance. Beside the gently flowing river, there lay a quaint little dock adorned with a profusion of blossoms, creating an appealing sight. "Come, let us take a closer look." For reasons unknown, Shaoan felt an inexplicable surge of excitement as he tugged at Xu Zhou, urging him to hasten forward. The cobblestone path gradually transformed into a muddy trail, eventually revealing a faint wooden boardwalk. The portly lad wore an expression of mild disdain. "This wood appears rather flimsy. It won't give way beneath me, will it?" "Oh, come now," Shaoan exclaimed as he bounded onto the structure. Behind them were verdant hills and flowing waters, while before them stood an immense wall of flowers. An ancient, gnarled tree, perhaps hundreds of years old, stood silently, its branches cradling a swing that swayed gently in the breeze. "A swing," Shaoan exclaimed with delight, while Xu Zhou's interest was piqued. The scenic spots he had visited before were merely functional docks, clean and simple, lacking any embellishments. However, this place was intriguing, merging decor with the dock, transforming an otherwise mundane backdrop into something aesthetically pleasing. Yet, he soon noticed something else. What was that? On the boardwalk stood a signpost, painted in blue with pure white lettering that read, "I miss you by the river of time." Uft. Xu Zhou's scoff drew Shaoan's attention. "I miss you." Shaoan pondered, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. "Xu Zhou, could you take a photo for me?" Xu Zhou shrugged. As a professional vlogger, he snapped a couple of decent photos of Shao and before confidently striding past the flower wall, eager to board a boat at the dock. Meanwhile, Shaoan lingered behind, contemplating his phone for an extended period before finally sending the photo to a girl he particularly admired. "Ahem, I visited a scenic spot today, quite interesting." He hoped she would notice the words on the sign and understand his sentiments. After pocketing his phone and rounding the flower wall, he found himself frozen in place, just as Xu Zhou was. It wasn't the breathtaking scenery or the opulence of the boat that captivated them, but rather the remarkable figure of the boatman aboard. Clad in a flowing green robe, with a fluffy raincoat draped over his shoulders, most of his face was obscured by a wide-brimmed bamboo hat. Had they stumbled into the realm of some extraordinary recluse? Uncle Xue pressed his lips into a thin line, tilting his head slightly, and in a hoarse whisper, he asked, "Are you 2 gentlemen looking to take a boat ride?" Observing their clearly astonished expressions, Uncle Xue struggled to suppress his laughter. "Forget it. This is what Master Su taught us. The voice must be low. The pose must be striking. Not a single angle of the head should deviate." He said so, This is the epitome of cool. In this line of work, looking good is everything. The air hung thick with tension for a moment. As Xiaoan nudged the side of the portly lad and quietly inquired, "Is this still a scenic area? Have we taken a wrong turn?" Zhu Shou, too, felt uncertain. "I don't know. That man standing there is quite intimidating. Is this boat headed to the ancient village from a millennium ago?" With his experience, Zhu Shou pulled out the ticket and scrutinized the map on the back, tentatively posing the question. Uncle Xue nodded gently, adjusting the boat's pole behind him and securing it at his waist with a graceful sweep of his aged hand. "Settle down. Board the vessel." The azure waves gently rippled as the slender boat gradually departed from the dock, gliding forward between the banks. Inside the cabin, Xiaoan surveyed his surroundings with a hint of hesitation. "Wasn't it said that the boats in this scenic area were worn and leaky?" he whispered, unable to resist the urge to touch the surfaces. "I have no idea." Zhu Shou had initially intended to guide fellow netizens to avoid pitfalls and negative experiences. But upon boarding, he was taken aback. The bamboo-woven interior of the cabin, the luxurious cushions, the small table adorned with tea, and the softly swaying lantern painted with bamboo and wrought tan. It all felt like stepping into the world of a wealthy family from ancient times. How on earth could one leave a negative review? As for the enigmatic figure at the bow, the master? In the tranquil atmosphere, Zhu Shou hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to engage him. "What is your occupation?" The master paused his rowing, his green hat tilted slightly. Yet he uttered not a word, leaving Zhu Shou momentarily in a state of distress. What on earth is he doing? But his embarrassment was short-lived. As the boat reached mid-course and slowed, the boatman raised his gaze towards the horizon and softly intoned, "The path for travelers lies beyond the green mountains." "What?" Finally hearing the boatman speak, both of them leaned forward in curiosity, sailing upon the emerald waters. Was he reciting poetry? Zhu Shou immediately sensed the moment's significance and discreetly extended his selfie stick. In the frame of his phone, amidst the verdant mountains and azure sky, the solitary boatman appeared increasingly at ease. The tide is calm, and the banks are broad. He suddenly raised his hand, his voice resounding, causing both Xiaoan and Zhu Shou to shudder. "The wind is favorable. A single sail suspended. Incredible." The poetic teachings and postures that Xu Jing had meticulously imparted to Uncle Xue had indeed proven to be a splendid display of sophistication. Uncle Xue faltered in his recitation, lowering his head to continue rowing. The two behind him erupted in excitement. "Did you hear that?" "I absolutely did." "Is he reciting poetry?" They exchanged rapid banter, Xiaoan brimming with enthusiasm, gesturing towards Zhu Shou's phone. "Did you capture it?" I did. What a delightful turn of events. The first highlight had emerged. The enigmatic old boatman composing poetry on the spot. How exhilarating. Uncle Xue, sensing the sudden silence behind him, revealed a sly smile but quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Little Su always says, a sage must maintain an air of sophistication. He was eager to deliver them to the ancient village, completing his task. Under the influence of the poetic lines about the calm tide and favorable winds, the slender boat swiftly descended the current, arriving at their destination. Zhu Shou and Xiaoan, slightly dazed as they disembarked, were about to leave when the enigmatic figure spoke once more. "Recently, Mingyue village has not been very peaceful. A few guests have entered the village wishing to integrate. Remember to bring offerings for the evening's sacrificial ceremony." Chapter 11. The Millennium Mingyue Village. What does he mean by that? At the riverside dock, Xiaoan and Zhu Shou exchanged puzzled glances. I hadn't heard that visiting a scenic area required completing tasks. What does unrest truly mean? And what exactly is a ritual? Ah, I understand now. Zhu Shou, a seasoned player, clapped his hands and explained to Xiaoan. His implication was that we must procure some items within the ancient village to partake in the evening's sacrificial ceremony. Finally grasping the sought-after information, Zhu Shou beamed with delight. Mandatory consumption. I knew it was all pretense. This is nothing more than a profit-hungry tourist trap. The chubby fellow thumped his chest boastfully, vowing loudly to the camera. Just wait, I'll investigate what tricks they are up to. Xiaoan followed closely behind, his brow furrowed. Little did he know, he had genuinely found the place intriguing earlier and intended to share it with his colleagues and friends, only for this twist to unfold. Could it be that the attraction truly intended to profit from selling rituals, as Zhu Shou suggested? Was this not akin to a secondary payment to witness a performance? A flicker of hope remained in his heart, wishing Zhu Shou's conjecture was unfounded. hoping the site wouldn't immediately seek to exploit visitors right after its renovation. The two hesitated briefly before officially entering the attraction. Before them lay a steep flight of stairs. Only by ascending could they behold the full splendor of Mingyue Village. Xu Shou eagerly climbed ahead, his rotund figure surprisingly agile. Upon arrival, they took their positions. Behind a large tree, Xu Jing quietly communicated through his walkie-talkie, then adjusted his attire as he stepped out. Oh, outsiders. The moment the two ascended the stairs and had yet to survey their surroundings, a figure suddenly emerged from nowhere. With striking features and a tall stature, clad in an unusual outfit adorned with ethnic flair, his hair wrapped in a colorful cloth. Two guests from afar. Are you here to participate in our ceremony tonight at Mingyue Village? Xu Jing spoke to himself, shaking his head. The village has been rather unsettled lately. Everyone is reluctant to venture out. Since you have come all this way, feel free to explore this afternoon. And be at the village square by 5 p.m. The ceremony will commence promptly at 5:30. Their attention fixated on him as he produced 2 cards from his pocket, handing them over with an air of mystery. The villagers are warm and friendly, and we appreciate visitors who are eager to help. I hope you all get along splendidly. Oh, by the way, Xu Jing turned to leave, but raised a finger. If you happen to see anything peculiar, do not mind it. I mentioned. The village has been a bit restless lately. With that, he hastily departed, disappearing into the village after a few swift turns. The two stood bewildered, glancing at the rudimentary map of Mingyue Village on the cards in their hands before finally lifting their gaze to the ancient village before them. What they beheld was extraordinary. My goodness! The two gasped in astonishment. The sprawling, intricately designed, ancient architecture, with its layered rooftops cascading down the mountainside, was indeed the millennium-old village depicted in the promotional materials. They had genuinely thought it was merely a shabby village. This was no illusion. It was indeed real. Their steps faltered as they cautiously approached the village entrance. Upon a massive stone plaque, the characters Mingyue Zhai are intricately carved, adorned with swirling dragons and phoenixes. The cobblestone path winds gracefully upward, flanked by wooden stilted houses that are scattered along the street, with exquisite wooden pavilions appearing every few steps. You mentioned this place previously received a score of 19? Xu Shou felt as if his voice had floated away. With such stunning ancient architecture present, it seems implausible that it could only merit a score of 19. Shaoan also walked with a sense of lightness, entranced by the vibrant bamboo and rich timber surrounding them. I wonder, it seems there was a recent closure for renovations. Could this be newly constructed? This hardly resembles a new build. Xu Shou darted to a nearby home, caressing the intricately carved window sill, marveling at the craftsmanship. Look at this artistry. And there's no smell of paint. How could this have been erected in just a few days? His eyes gleamed with excitement, having completely forgotten his earlier intention to critique. I dare say, this scenic area has truly unearthed a treasure trove of ancient architecture. As the two wandered through the tranquil and elegant alleyways, the colorful eaves of the houses shimmered under the sunlight, leaving them in awe. The creaking sound of a wooden door interrupted their admiration. A beautifully adorned woman emerged from the open entrance, her brow furrowed as she carried a bamboo winnowing basket. Upon noticing the two, her frown instantly transformed into a welcoming smile. Ah, I have heard that 2 distant guests have arrived in the village today. It must be you. She chuckled softly, taking small steps towards them with a beseeching expression. Dear kind guests, I have some grains that need to be sun-dried, but I must also prepare for tonight's sacrificial ceremony. Would you be so kind as to assist me in drying them? Just place them beneath this windowsill. Shaoan and Xu Shou exchanged bewildered glances. What is this? Aren't they the guests? How did they end up being called upon to work? Xu Shou initially hesitated to decline, but Shaoan eagerly took the basket. Certainly. You go about your preparations, and we'll handle this, all right? Yuan Jie revealed a hint of a smile. Excellent. The first task has gone smoothly. Yes, I shall head inside now. You both take care of this. What preparations does she need to make? Yuan Jie's sole task was to secretly observe the progress of the two from behind the door. Xu Shou leaned against the side, snapping photos with his phone, showing no inclination to assist. However, Shaoan was unfazed. After all that was required was to evenly spread the corn kernels. A few minutes later, Shaoan wiped the sweat from his brow and lifted his head. Just then, the door creaked open, and the woman peered out, her face lighting up with surprise. You're done? She cheerfully raised her hand. Guests, please wait a moment. Shaoan, puzzled, remained at the door. Before long, The woman emerged, clutching a bundle of slender reeds. Since you are also here to participate in the celebration, allow me to present this offering to you as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. She cast a fleeting glance at the stout boy, then handed the reeds to Xiaoan before turning back inside. Xu Shou gaped, staring at the reeds in Xiaoan's arms, questioning, is this truly the offering? Is it that easily given? Is this some sort of game where completing tasks yields rewards? Xiaoan shrugged. It matters not. Let us continue our leisurely stroll, and we shall soon find out. This time, Xu Shou offered no rebuttal, and they proceeded according to the map. The map indicated several small star markers, denoting notable attractions in the area. With their scattered distribution and the absence of sightseeing vehicles, the two could only traverse the terrain on foot. As they meandered along, it became evident, just as Xiaoan had suggested, that villagers frequently approached them seeking assistance. At one moment, a burly man found his cart wedged in the cracks of the stone pavement, requiring their help to extricate it. Shortly thereafter, a simple-minded girl anxiously searched for her lost earring by the roadside. Villagers adorned in a variety of garments bustled about the streets. Xu Jing settled at a tea stall deep within the ancient village, leisurely sipping tea while listening to the continuous signals from the staff and acrobats through his headphones. All tasks in Area A have been completed. 2 tasks in Area B have been finished. They have yet to discover the third. All tasks in Area C have been completed. The tourists are now en route to Area D. Here they come. Chapter 12. Strange Encounters. Xu Jing gazed down the cobblestone path, where 2 figures soon emerged at the far end. However, these individuals appeared entirely transformed from when they had first arrived. How should one describe it? Weariness, yet subtly imbued with an exhilarating sense of anticipation, particularly when their eyes brightened upon noticing Xu Jing's location. Tap, tap, tap. Hello, might you be in need of our assistance? Exclaimed the enthusiastic Xu Shou and Xiaoan, halting in their tracks as they regarded the guide who had ushered them into the village, their eyes darting with curiosity. Each held a bundle of bulrushes, clearly having aided numerous villagers. Ah, this is my tea stall, Xu Jing shrugged. Should you require refreshments, you may purchase some here. His reminder prompted them to realize their parched throats. Indeed, a moment's respite. Throughout the afternoon, they had wandered under the sun, nearly exploring the entirety of the village. Besides appreciating the picturesque settlement nestled upon the hillside, they were eager not to miss any NPCs. Xu Jing smiled and gestured for them to take a seat, then pointed to the QR code on the table. Scan the code to place your order. Goodness. His words finally roused them into a clearer state of mind. Ah yes, we are in a scenic area, not truly visiting a traditional village home. Xu Shou chuckled and retrieved his phone to scan the code. After 2 hours of exploration, he had long since shed his preconceptions about the tourist site. Not to mention, the act of assisting NPCs in obtaining offerings had genuinely imbued them with a sense of engagement. Moreover, there were no hidden charges. They were unaware of which NPC could provide them with ceremonial items. It was entirely possible that after helping others, they might receive a piece of mochi or a cup of water in return. Yet, it was this simple and genuine hospitality that offered them a deeply satisfying experience. Thus, even now, despite the tea being priced at 30 each, he was more than willing to pay. What? So inexpensive? The page that popped up on his phone displayed a rather rudimentary mini-program, clearly a hastily assembled and coarse menu. Handcrafted lemon tea, jasmine green tea, passion fruit grape iced tea. Incredibly delicious QQ99 maple tea. First, let us exclude the last item. Xu Shou raised an eyebrow. Is this a tourist attraction? How can the drinks be so inexpensive? A bottle of ice water in tourist areas can sell for 8 yuan. Yet a cup of tea is only a few dozen yuan. Let us indulge in 2 cups of lemon tea. Xiaoan had no objections, as he was busy counting the asparagus in his hands. Xu Jing received an order in the background and promptly retreated into the back room to commence the preparation. Mingyue village had water and electricity. He merely needed to procure some basic tools to concoct and sell the tea beverages, a remarkably simple endeavor. After a flurry of clinking sounds, Xu Jing emerged with 2 cups of lemon tea. Enjoy, he said, placing the tea down before retreating into the room, allowing the two to converse in private. Just as he crouched down, preparing to eavesdrop, he spotted Tian peeking through the back door, followed closely by Sister Yuan and Feng Cheng. What brings you here? He whispered, to which Sister Yuan, still clad in her previous matronly attire, quietly replied. We have just attended to the 3rd batch of tourists. They are currently in Area B, managed by the Qinyan Acrobatics Troupe. Tian nodded in agreement. We wish to hear the feedback from the first batch of visitors, as they have experienced the most comprehensive tour. We hope to identify areas for improvement in order to make timely adjustments. Witness this awareness. Xu Jing nodded in satisfaction. Just listen for a while and return quickly. There might still be more visitors. Sister Yuan and Tian nodded, and the group huddled together behind the door to eavesdrop. The sounds from outside gradually became clearer. So, combined, we only received 15 offerings? Isn't that rather scant? There's nothing to be done. I feel that all the NPC tasks have already been completed, and that is the maximum amount. Alas, had I known, I should have participated in the first grain drying task as well. That way, we could have gathered more. But after all this effort, what is the purpose of collecting these items? Who cares? This is my first time engaging in such an activity. It feels quite fascinating. This tourist spot was worth the visit. Indeed. It is also my first time witnessing this method of completing tasks to earn items. It's quite novel. I wonder who devised this strategy for the tourist area? After their discussion, they finally broached the subject of the village. But do you think this ancient village is genuine? To be honest, I am uncertain. The exterior architecture and sculptures possess a remarkable sense of age. Zhu sipped his lemon tea. If only we could enter the building and observe the interior decor and layout, we could discern when it was constructed. Shaoan, however, was not overly concerned. Regardless, the ancient village appeared splendid. Every snapshot could be a masterpiece. The most enchanting aspect was the plants and flowers cascading from the second floor of the stilted buildings on either side. Such beauty. Though the restroom is somewhat dilapidated, I can understand that in this ancient village, indeed, the scenery here is truly breathtaking. I feel as though I have never encountered such a beautiful ancient village before. I didn't expect our county's small tourist area to have such grand designs. Had I not come here to drink tea and scan the menu, I might have forgotten this was a tourist attraction. Same here. After 2 hours of action, Zhu and Xiao had developed a camaraderie akin to that of close brothers. At this moment, they joyfully sipped tea, settling down to engage in light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, at the back of the room, Xu Jing glanced at the time and smiled, softly speaking into the intercom. The ghost tiger can make its appearance now. Although there was no response from the intercom, Xu Jing was aware that preparations had been made. Since they were putting on a show, it was essential to execute it thoroughly. Suddenly, the conversation outside was abruptly cut off, and Xiaoan's uncertain voice emerged. Did you just see something dart past? Zhu felt a shiver run down his spine, for he had indeed glimpsed a massive dark shadow flash by. Must have been mistaken, right? As the sun began to set, the two hesitated for a moment, and an unsettling thought crossed their minds, recalling the strange things Xu Jing had mentioned upon their arrival, coupled with the words of the recluse they had encountered while boating, stating that the area was not quite peaceful. Damn it, it feels a bit eerie, Xiaoan remarked. I just checked the time, it's nearly 5 o'clock. Should we prepare to head to the central square? Zhu, casting a wary glance at the concealed corners of the street, slowly stood up, ready to depart, when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. What the hell? Both men sprang to their feet. Did you hear that? What was that sound? Damn it, don't scare me. Is this really a tourist area? Is it part of the show? Let us go. Simultaneously, a cacophony of screams erupted from various directions around them, heightening their panic as they rushed to flee. Let us go too. They froze in place, their pupils constricted, their gaze fixated on a dimly lit alley in the distance, sending chills down their spines. There, a menacing, dark visage lurked in the shadows, fixating its gaze upon them. Chapter 13. The sacrifice begins after a cacophony of wails. Xiaoan and Zhu finally discovered the source of the other screams. Goodness! Upon seeing one another, their hearts gradually settled. It turned out they were not the only ones who had entered. A group of tourists huddled together, exchanging glances at each other's vibrant modern attire. With Zhu breaking the silence first. So you're all tourists? A girl from across, drenched in sweat, replied, of course. We came in around 2 o'clock. Oh, we entered just after 1. Xiaoan glanced at his watch. We were the earliest. We came in around 11:30. Instantly, all eyes shifted to the bundles of reeds in their arms. Wow, the girl exclaimed. How did you gather so many offerings? Well, we've been here longer and have explored almost everything, Zhu explained, suddenly realizing. So, you're also collecting offerings? They all exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere began to lighten. Haha, this tourist spot is quite entertaining, playing tricks on us visitors. Who would have thought? We just wanted to enjoy the scenery. And instead, we ended up shelling corn, pushing carts, and searching for earrings. Haha, I did those tasks too, but I haven't done the earring search task. As the conversation flourished among the group, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, reminiscent of players sharing their experiences after completing a game. Suddenly, Xiaoan interjected, urging everyone to pause. Let us not forget the frightening entities we encountered earlier. Did the ferryman not mention that the village has been rather unsettled of late? Since we all find this intriguing, we must adhere to the rules of the game. He gestured toward the watch on his wrist. Those apparitions appeared simultaneously, and I suspect it serves as a reminder for us to prepare for the ritual at the central square, he added with an air of mystery. Who knows what might confront us if we arrive late? The group, inspired by his words, recalled the bizarre sights they had just witnessed, sending a shiver down their spines. As the sun began its descent in the west, they exchanged glances and tightly clutched their bundles of reeds, making their way towards the central square. Meanwhile, Xu Jing, observing from the shadows, activated his intercom and spoke softly. Guests have assembled and are en route to the square. All staff, take your positions. The first act is about to commence. This ritual would not only involve the tourists. The visitors trailed behind, witnessing the villagers emerge from their homes, each carrying a large bundle of burlap, hastening past the tourists and vanishing around the bend at the end of the road. Let us hurry. Time is of the essence. One of the tourists urged. They quickened their pace, but upon reaching the square, they found it eerily deserted, save for a pair of standing burlap figures flanking the sides. What is that? As uncertainty crept in, Xu Jing finally stepped forward. The guide has arrived, someone exclaimed, pointing at his figure, unfazed by the unexpected title. Xu Jing approached the crowd, clasped his hands in greeting, and said with a smile, esteemed guests from afar, it appears everyone is gathered. With a sweeping gesture, he continued, there is no need for confusion. Our village customs dictate that participants in the ritual don burlap and remain immobile and silent until its conclusion. As visitors, you need not adhere to our customs. Feel free to observe from this designated area. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. The locals' immobility made sense now, resembling a group of lifeless mannequins. What a strenuous task, they mused. They settled onto the descending steps of the square, while Xu Jing discreetly managed the proceedings. Mannequins? Indeed, they are. With fewer than 20 employees from the scenic area and acrobat troupe remaining, most had already departed to prepare for the evening's performance. There was little time for them to stand as mere NPCs. As the sun dipped behind the distant mountains, casting a violet hue across the sky, the buildings at the back of the square faded from sunlight, looming like the shadows of a colossal beast. Goodness, I feel a chill running down my spine. This is getting a bit eerie, isn't it? What if this place, masquerading as a tourist attraction, is actually a trafficking ring? Listen to me, do not succumb to fear. Your priority now is to uninstall that slow app. Amidst the hushed murmurs of the crowd, a sudden, resonant drumbeat emerged from the shadows behind the small square. The sound crescendoed, growing stronger, closer, and more profound. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly, the attention of all visitors was captivated. Xiaoan and Zhu Shou edged closer. His phone had run out of battery, so he urged Xiaoan to capture more photographs. Shortly thereafter, a row of 10 bare-chested figures emerged slowly from the darkness. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The 10 individuals, clad in peculiar attire, half shorts, half skirts, were adorned with black and red body paint, revealing golden edges only when they moved with vigor. Thud, thud, thud. In perfect unison, they struck their drums, the sound escalating in volume and urgency. Suddenly, they dispersed like 2 serpentine dragons, charging towards the audience, stomping the ground with a resounding thud. The rich ethnic flair and overwhelming presence surged forth, enveloping the tourists. Xiaoan could even discern the scents of mountain herbs and charred emanating from them. His eyes brightened, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Zhu Shou, well-versed in performances, nodded frequently. Unlike the heavily commercialized dance dramas in lavish theaters, this raw and primal display intrigued him greatly. The 10 muscular men danced rhythmically from side to side, small hammers dangling at their sides, intermittently striking the drum faces while chanting in a manner that obscured the audience's view. Eventually, their murmurs diminished, and with a sudden turn, they raised their hands and shouted, "Open the altar! Summon the spirits!" The group circled once more, revealing the dimly lit square behind them. Astonishingly, flames roared to life. At the center of the square, a half-constructed platform had appeared, built from bamboo and vines, beneath which two braziers blazed fiercely, illuminating half the square. The villagers on either side remained rigid, shrouded in burlap, their elongated shadows dancing eerily in the flickering light. Yet, the tourists paid little mind to these peculiarities, their gazes fixed on the long table atop the platform, where three statues of peculiar bodhisattvas sat serenely, flanked by a row of candles and offerings. Xu Jing had emerged unnoticed, a red cloth tied atop his head, and golden paint streaked across his face from his eyelids to his temples. With a deep gaze directed at the visitors, he solemnly proclaimed, "The sacrificial ceremony has commenced, esteemed guests from afar. Your offerings may now be presented." Chapter 14. The spirits have arrived. Everyone was jolted to attention. Had it not been for Xu Jing's reminder, they might have believed they had stepped into an ancient village to partake in a sacrificial rite. Thankfully, Xiaoan secretly shivered with excitement, clutching a large bundle of reeds as he followed the throng forward. The offerings were placed in an iron bucket, surrounded solely by the crackling of flames. One by one, the tourists approached to present their gifts, until finally, Xiaoan stepped forward with his substantial bundle, catching the attention of the guide, Xu Jing. He gently patted Xiaoan's shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. This guest had received numerous offerings, indicating that he was indeed a benevolent soul, destined to attract the favor of the divine. With that, he gestured for the next person to step forward, igniting a fervent curiosity among Xiaoan and the onlookers who overheard Xu Jing's words. The favor of the divine? What could that possibly mean? The tourists, having just experienced a series of engaging activities, perked up their ears. The scenic area's introduction had not mentioned such a phenomenon. Could it be a delightful surprise reserved solely for those who had amassed the most props? Eyes sparkled with anticipation, yet as each participant concluded their turn, the enigmatic guide remained silent, leaving everyone to return to their places, brimming with curiosity as they awaited the commencement of the ceremony. In the stillness of the night, a melodious flute began to resonate, followed by the rhythmic beat of drums, the deep chants of a man, and the harmonious sound of an unknown instrument joining in. From the shadows flanking the elevated platform, white mist began to envelop the offering table, obscuring it from view. Behind a throng of lifelike effigies, Sister Yuan leaned closer to Xu Jing, suppressing her excitement as she whispered, "Little boss, where on earth did all this come from? Did we hire a performance troupe?" A question mark appeared on Xu Jing's face. "Sister, we are, after all, in a tourist spot. Isn't it normal to have a dry ice machine, a loudspeaker, and sound equipment? As for the music, we live in an age of the internet. What doesn't he have music online? A few well-chosen tracks edited together should suffice." Seeing him silent, Sister Yuan assumed it was yet another business secret and refrained from pressing further. There had been too many strange occurrences surrounding the little boss in recent times. The colossal ancient village constructed in just over 10 days. The beautiful decorative props scattered throughout the scenic area, and a continuous stream of innovative ideas. While outsiders might not think twice, she had been with the scenic area for nearly a decade. Could it truly be, as University Zhao suggested, that a single trip to university could transform someone into a remarkably capable individual? She ceased her inquiries, though her expression turned anxious. It began. The first act of the much-anticipated Nuo dance. With a resounding thud, the sounds of the wind, drums, and bamboo flute momentarily halted. Suddenly, a soul-stirring sound of a swana pierced through the air as a figure clad in a menacing mask and a peculiar black robe burst forth from the mist. It was that entity. Gasps erupted from the crowd, some recalling their earlier fright. Yet, quickly, those nearby shook their heads in disagreement. "No, it seems different. Wait, do you remember the video we watched on Douyin? It bears a striking resemblance." The man, adorned with a black mask and golden-eyed bull motif, swayed his arms, striking bizarre poses, and then danced amid the swirling mist, accompanied by the swana and drums. His movements were wild and fervent, churning the mist as if in earnest supplication. Xiaoan suddenly clapped his hands. They just summoned the deity. He pointed towards the masked figure enveloped in mist. He is indeed invoking the divine. As he spoke, the increasingly extravagant solo dance of the masked figure prompted two others to emerge from either side of the mist, intertwining in a dance with him. Unbeknownst to anyone, the iron barrel containing the sweet flag was pushed forward, appearing faintly amidst the white mist. The resounding drumbeats grew louder and more commanding, gradually overpowering the sounds of the Suona, culminating in a thunderous, explosive finale. With a sudden roar, hundreds of bundles of sweet flag ignited within the barrel, sending flames soaring into the sky, dispersing the mist and illuminating the faces of all the spectators, their expressions aglow with excitement and wonder. Although the performance had barely lasted half an hour, Xiaoan felt as though he had already experienced a myriad of captivating spectacles. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The flames not only illuminated the square before him, but also cast a glow upon the towering platform behind. What was that? In the wake of the flames, a colossal visage emerged, dimly illuminated atop the platform, revealing a blurry countenance. Its brows flared like flames, with twisted horns and blood-red eyes that seemed to harbor bolts of golden lightning. The face was fearsome yet majestic, its enormous maw revealing formidable fangs. At first glance, it instilled a sense of dread, yet upon closer inspection, it evoked an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It was a deity. At that moment, Xu Shou had completely forgotten his initial intent to criticize. His expression transformed, the rolls of flesh on his face jostling together as he excitedly shouted to those around him. The crowd, of course, needed no urging. Although the flames quickly subsided and the mist began to reclaim the space, that fleeting glimpse had etched itself indelibly in their hearts. The villagers' rituals held significance. The divine presence had truly manifested. The dancing villagers seemed to sense the deity's arrival, their hands reverently pressed to their foreheads. More dancers emerged from either side of the platform, wielding long staffs or banners, adorned with a variety of masks, forming a line as they performed a strange yet exhilarating dance amidst the mist. The clashing of staffs echoed, and from behind the fog, whispers arose, accompanied by a low hum, as if something were stirring, ready to burst forth. Xiaoan leaned forward, completely absorbed in this sacred ceremony of welcoming the deity. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous gust of wind surged through the square, sweeping through the mist and creating chaos, causing the dancers to stagger backward, swallowed by the shadows. Then, an inexplicable murmur arose, a chorus of buzzing sounds that were difficult to discern. It seemed as though the voice enveloped the entire square, reverberating against the surrounding structures with a lingering echo. At last, a gentle footfall was heard, accompanied by the sound of flutes. The entity behind the mist finally emerged. A figure and a dragon. Within the swirling white mist, a massive dragon head rolled forth, its mane flowing gracefully even behind the dragon's horns, its silvery scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The head led, followed by the serpentine body. The legendary creature of lore danced and soared forth from the mist. Heavens! Look over there. I'm covered in goosebumps. Amidst the melody of flutes and the breeze, a barefooted girl with white hair clutched the mane of the white dragon beside her, her eyes sparkling as they darted about. The newly formed dragon horns atop her head appeared vivid and rounded, inspiring feelings of affection in all who beheld her. She was the Wind Dragon Envoy. Chapter 15. The dance of the masked spirits. The deep tones of the Qiyu reverberated, causing the white dragon to shudder violently, its fur bristling before it leapt forth from the mist. Oh my goodness! Good heavens! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the white dragon soared through the fog, circling the dragon maiden. It was then that the onlookers caught sight of the ethereal legs that supported the massive form of the dragon. Thankfully, it was merely an illusion. Xu Shou patted his chest, finally exhaling in relief. The realism of the white dragon and the dragon maiden was so profound that he felt as though he had stepped into an ancient mythological realm. As the dragon maiden, encircled by the white dragon, surveyed the crowd, her gaze suddenly fixed on one individual. You, come here. The silvery irises of the young woman glimmered with a golden-red radiance, and upon meeting her eyes, Xiaoan inhaled sharply. Is this what it means to be graced by divinity? Has it truly begun? In the melodious ambience of the central square, Xiaoan, amidst the envious stares of fellow tourists, felt his legs grow weak as he descended the steps alongside the guide. Xu Jing, brother, what exactly is going on? Could you enlighten me? While he relished the spectacle, the prospect of participating personally made him feel apprehensive. Xu Jing smiled, the golden paint around his eyes seemingly conveying a message of reassurance. I mentioned that you possess the highest number of offerings. You are most fortunate to have received the Dragon Maiden's blessing. For the upcoming ritual, simply remain at ease, standing still as you quietly accept the blessing and purification. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Shaoan approached the center of the square, only to discover several intersecting bamboo rings had mysteriously appeared on the ground. Xu Jing guided him into one of the rings, reiterating his instructions. Regardless of what transpires, do not move. The divine will ensure your safety. All shall be well. Taking a deep breath, Shaoan lowered his hands and gazed ahead. The drummers and dancers from earlier had re-emerged, playing their instruments and dancing around the bamboo rings. The mighty dragon soared ahead, leading the procession as the men danced in its wake. Shaoan held his breath, his focus sharpening until he noticed flickers of flame in his peripheral vision as the tourists across from him began to stir. What is that? Huh? Just as Shaoan turned to look, the boisterous shouts of the dancers caught his attention. Peering over the robust figures, he glimpsed the dragon maiden, her serene smile radiating elegance. She waved her hand gently, the silvery robe tracing graceful arcs against the night sky, illuminating her ethereal and enigmatic smile. The wind surged forth, and the sleeves of her robe trembled. Exorcism. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted from nowhere, howling through the air. In an instant, the flickering flames in Shaoan's peripheral vision soared upward, igniting the bamboo rings beneath him. One by one, the fiery rings ascended, spreading rapidly like a line of dominoes toward Shaoan. The swiftness of the flames left him no time to react, and amidst the screams of the onlookers, the fire ignited the bamboo circle at his feet. A towering inferno erupted. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped Shaoan. Oh no! Xu Shou's eyes widened in alarm, his pupils constricting. Surely, nothing terrible has befallen the dear brother I just met? But in the next moment, as all the visitors beheld the flames dissipate, revealing the unscathed Shaoan, who was even laughing heartily, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Goodness gracious! Shaoan was at a loss for words, especially with the dragon lady beside him. He could only express his astonishment with exclamations of disbelief. Just moments ago, his vision had been engulfed in a sea of scorching red. Yet, in an instant, a wave of green light enveloped him, not only failing to scorch him, but instead providing a refreshing coolness. The green light collided with the sparks, erupting into a dazzling display of twinkling golden stars amidst the resplendent red flames. It was a breathtaking spectacle that only he could witness. It was truly astounding. The sparks swiftly faded, and the night sky re-emerged, with Shaoan's gaze drawn to the sanctified eyes of the dragon lady and the serene smile of the guide. Let us head back, Xu Jing urged, giving Shaoan a gentle nudge, prompting him to return to the throng of visitors in a daze. After such a tumultuous experience, when Xu Shou saw Shaoan, he was still somewhat bewildered. How are you, brother? That scared me to death. Dude, did you get burned? What was that like? Was it the surprise you mentioned earlier? Was it beautiful? Scary? Is there a fee? Shaoan waved his hand dismissively, sitting down with his gaze unfocused, as if the golden stars still flickered before him. You wouldn't know unless you witnessed it yourself. The crowd erupted again, buzzing with curiosity about what could have transformed Shaoan so dramatically. Could it be that he had truly been enchanted? Enchanted? Of course he was, Xu Jing mused, observing the visitors whispering among themselves with a soft chuckle. When he had patted Shaoan's shoulder during the offering ceremony, was that gesture merely a coincidence? Shrugging, he withdrew his gaze, speaking softly into his walkie-talkie. The Nua opera performance had concluded, and Wang Hao and Asan were preparing for the final act. As he spoke, a mysterious yet wistful smile graced his lips as he stepped forward. The mist behind him gradually dissipated, and all the performers vanished, leaving only the desolate high platform. Someone noticed something and called out softly, "The deity has vanished." Everyone turned to look, realizing that the majestic visage of the once awe-inspiring deity was now nowhere to be found. The visitors felt a twinge of regret. Yet they turned their attention back to their guide, eager to hear what he would say next. It is unfortunate, Xu Jing remarked with a slight bow. Due to insufficient offerings, our ceremony must conclude here. However, the deity has heard our prayers and has prepared for us a special blessing in the form of a spark ceremony. Now, please gather in the marked circle in the square. Initially, upon hearing that the performance had ended, all the visitors displayed expressions of disappointment. Yet in the next moment, upon hearing of the spark ceremony, excitement surged within them once more. They had not anticipated an encore. Quickly, everyone stood up and followed the guide's instructions, forming a semicircle near the high platform, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xu Jing continued his explanation. The spark ceremony is a blessing bestowed upon us by the deity, capable of cleansing us of impurities and invigorating our spirits, empowering us to better resist the malevolent forces of the outside world. Now, the ceremony is about to commence. As his voice faded, several burly men clad in masks raised their torches and swiftly circled the high platform. The billowing smoke obscured everything from view. Simultaneously, Wang Hao and Asan exchanged a knowing glance in the darkness. Let us not betray the efforts we have invested for so long. Let us go. With a swift motion, they grasped the iron furnace and shovel, darting into the high platform, holding their breath and focusing, awaiting the melody of their comrades. In the vast night sky above the Mingyue village, a resounding and indistinguishable chant from both men and women suddenly pierced the night, echoing through the heavens. First offering. Exorcise the evil. Chapter 16. The fireworks of Mingyue village like a bell ringing through a haze. The spectators outside the smoke of the high platform felt an immediate tension. Inside, Wang Hao and Asan exchanged a smile, their muscles taut with anticipation. The moment had come. The performance was about to commence. The molten iron glowed a fiery red, and before its true form could be revealed, Wang Hao's shovel struck with force, sending it soaring into the night sky. Bang! Whoosh! A burst of molten iron shot upward, showering the heavens with countless stars. Wow! An explosion of golden red meteors erupted midair, bursting forth like a waterfall cascading down, instantly igniting screams of astonishment from the audience. Ah! What is that? My goodness! The gasps reverberated throughout the square, as all spectators were momentarily rendered speechless by the dazzling display. But this was merely the beginning, as some fumbled for their phones to capture the spectacle. A second chant resonated through the air. Second offering. Avoid the filth. Whoosh. Bang. Accompanied by a long cry. A magnificent display of fire and silver flowers erupted once more, transforming into a myriad of starlight that illuminated everyone's eager eyes. A resplendent spectacle, a meteor shower descended, transforming into fine iron particles that gracefully fell to the ground, purely dedicated to presenting this brilliant display for the people. This time, silence enveloped the crowd as they covered their mouths, completely immersed in the grand festival of fireworks. Third offering. The chant this time was even more prolonged, harmonizing with the distant sounds of birds and monkeys, creating a cascade of echoes. Peace for all. This time it was a series of 3 beats. Wang Hao and Asan poured all their skills into the performance, surrounded by roaring flames, unleashing a sky full of starlight with molten iron at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver flowers bloomed, countless sparks piercing through the boundless darkness. As the silver flowers fell, they wished for national peace and a flourishing era. The circle of onlookers stood in awe, gazing at the celestial display, captivated by a spectacle unlike anything they had ever witnessed, plunged into profound self-doubt. Wait a moment. Is this truly something that costs $30 to see? What, then, did they pay hundreds for previously? Shaoan stood there, lost in a daze, while Zhu Shou could hardly muster a single critical word. Avoiding lightning? Don't be absurd. Zhu Shou clutched his thundering heart, gasping for breath. It seemed that the 2A scenic area of Yong'an County was on the verge of exploding in popularity. Meanwhile, the Mingyue village remained unsettled, and surely the visitors had noticed those peculiar phenomena. Our Mingyue village has held this sacrificial ceremony year after year to safeguard our people and the sacred mountain behind us from encroachment. Regrettably, given the dwindling number of villagers, we are unable to conduct a complete ceremony. Thus, we can only rely on your strength to suppress these threats for a time. As Xu Jing guided the departing tourists, he spoke softly. The ancient village at night, illuminated by the warm glow of streetlights, cast a cozy light upon the bluestone path. The villagers, once wrapped in burlap, re-emerged on the cobblestones, exchanging laughter as they made their way home. Should more visitors come in the future, I believe that an ample number of sacrificial offerings could invoke the divine's stronger blessings. In that case, our sacred mountain may once again flourish as it did in the past. Xu Jing paused at the village entrance and bowed to the gathering. He expressed his hope that upon returning, they would spread the word, allowing the life of Mingyue village to return to tranquility. After his words, he waved farewell to the distant horizon. Elder Shui was already waiting. There is but one boat to Mingyue village, and he asked for their understanding. The tourists turned back to the enigmatic figure who had brought them, still adorned with a straw hat and leaning on a pole. standing under a solitary lamp like a quietly watchful pine. Who would dare express discontent? 30 yuan. A mere 30 yuan for this scenic experience. What an extraordinary value. With NPCs issuing quests, providing food and offerings, and the delightful fire performances culminating in a grand fireworks display. For 30 yuan, could they possibly recoup their investment? Everyone departed in an orderly fashion, boarding the boat in groups. This time, Xiao and the others no longer needed to worry about the awkwardness of conversing with the boatman, for their entire vessel had exploded. Regardless of their familiarity with one another, they crowded together, fervently discussing the spectacle they had just witnessed. The most prominent topic was the fireworks show. Incredible. That was astonishing. Truly, I've visited several cities, but I have never seen a performance like today's. And that prelude quest. Who could have anticipated that we would receive sacrificial items for helping with the tasks, only to have to submit them at the end? The completion of the performance was even tied to the number of offerings we provided. The narrative was intricately woven throughout. It turns out we were the true protagonists. Did you not hear him say it? It was because of our scant offerings that the performance could not be completed to its fullest extent. This implies that there are many more performances yet to unveil. It has already been nearly 30 minutes. How much more splendid could it become? And what are the hints dropped by the guide? The Sacred Mountain. Friends, there is more concerning the Sacred Mountain. Yes, I heard that too. What is the Sacred Mountain? Is it for the next event? I can hardly wait. When will it commence? Of course, most remained focused on the current performance. Did no one find the fleeting appearance of that deity utterly breathtaking? I swear, my fear of colossal beings is flaring up. Me too. But I adored the subsequent appearances of the White Dragon and the Dragon Maiden. So beautiful. Goodness. The craftsmanship of those props. The makeup artistry. Unbelievable. I thought a cosplayer had stepped out from somewhere. Haha. I took a photo. That little Dragon Maiden was incredibly lovely. And when she waved for the wind to come. My goodness. That soaring flame was simply extraordinary. Everyone was engaged in animated discussions, yet in the next moment, silence enveloped the space. All gazes turned inexplicably towards the sole individual present who had received a special surprise. The gaze of the divine. Little and Hay, tell us, what was it like? Indeed, had I known, I would have arrived earlier to explore more. Perhaps I could have obtained that surprise. Incredible. You lucky audience member. How many offerings have you collected? Littleland chuckled awkwardly. I feel I haven't collected them all. I only managed to gather 9. What? That's quite a lot. I toiled endlessly for just 7. I only have 3. I truly feel worthless. Do you think the limit for everyone is 10 or 20? So what was it like inside? Was it scorching? Did it burn you? Littleland pressed his lips together, pondering earnestly before letting out a sigh. He realized that with his limited knowledge, he could not adequately describe the experience. It was just a cacophony of sounds. Littleland felt a hint of embarrassment and cleared his throat. Well, if there's another opportunity, you could simply go in and see for yourselves. All I can say is, it was absolutely worth it. Just that single experience was worth an extra 50 yuan. Goodness. This was akin to saying nothing at all, which only heightened everyone's curiosity. However, the 15-minute boat ride ended swiftly. The enigmatic figure did not recite poetry this time. He merely handed a lantern to Littleland, whispering, just leave it at the entrance when you depart, and I will retrieve it. The tourists chattered excitedly as they streamed out, while Uncle Xue steered the boat back towards Minghua village. Yet, as soon as they left the shore, Uncle Xue's previously upright posture sagged. Oh dear, my old back. This is truly not a task for an elderly man. He pounded his back, grumbling, but after a while, laughter erupted from him. Ha ha. His laughter grew louder, startling the birds and monkeys on either side of the mountain. Ha ha. What a delightful commotion. Chapter 17. The fermentation begins within Minghua village. Xu Jing, who was reviewing operations with his staff, suddenly looked up. Just moments ago, he had noticed in his mind the system's employee list. Uncle Xue's loyalty rating had surged from 89 to a perfect 100. What happened to this old man? Did he find joy in attracting customers? Xu Jing was baffled, scratching his head as he returned to the meeting. Overall, the day's work had gone quite well. The event structure had not encountered any mishaps. However, the subsequent tasks could use some variation to avoid monotony. As for how he conceived this event, he chuckled. Having watched countless variety shows in his past life, he merely borrowed and optimized their concepts. The most pressing issue now was the shortage of staff. Especially once the sacrificial ceremony commenced, only the square in Minghua village would have any attendees. For now, the low turnout was manageable. But if the number of tourists increased in the future, and if they failed to reach the square on time or wished to explore elsewhere, Minghua Village would become a desolate place. Thus, before the flames of popularity ignite, he must hastily seek out some inexpensive employees or skilled performers. He pondered quietly, and the previous discussions finally reached a conclusion. Zhao University stood up, straightened his attire, adjusted his glasses, and earnestly declared, Jinggu. Today's revenue is derived from ticket sales and internal consumption, totaling 846 yuan. After deducting our costs and the wages for the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, we are left with 346 yuan. TSK, Xu Jing ground his teeth. Although the utilities at Minghua Village are free, the dry ice and molten iron undeniably incur costs. The group fell into a momentary silence after hearing the figures. The performance today was exceptional, and it was the first time in years that they witnessed genuine smiles from visitors within the attraction. Yet, this rare experience yielded merely over 300 yuan. This does not even account for employee salaries. If those are deducted, it result in a loss. Jinggu, Xu Jing, observing the serious expressions of everyone, suddenly burst into laughter. Don't fixate on today. Think long-term. Look at the visitors today, at those little gadgets in their hands. Those are smartphones. Tomorrow, no? Perhaps starting from this evening, our first shot has already been fired. Everyone, follow me. The lamb I ordered should have arrived. Let us go enjoy a hot pot of lamb and celebrate tonight. As for tomorrow, our journey to fame for this scenic area is just beginning. Indeed, as Xu Jing suggested, the buzz surrounding Wanyuan Mountain tourist area began to ferment, even before all the visitors returned home. Late into the night, some individuals had already started posting videos and photos across various online platforms. Who says there are no great scenic spots in the county? Fiery trees and silver flowers. Stars falling. All living things. A breathtaking visual feast. Who understands? I spent a day at the scenic area. I'm dying of laughter. This is my first experience with such an activity format. An absolutely incredible scenic area. If you don't come, you will surely regret it for life. There are more activities to come at this scenic area. The more people, the better. A myriad of eye-catching titles swiftly emerged from different accounts, with slightly varied content but a fundamentally consistent theme. Local netizens scrolling through their feeds quickly discovered this batch of intriguing videos. However, with only around 30 visitors, they only glimpsed a portion of the experience. The true dissemination of Wanyuan Mountain began with an extensive gameplay video from Avoiding Thunder Piggy Hands. In the video, Zhu Shou greeted everyone while boarding the dilapidated county bus, arriving at the shabby entrance of the scenic area, where he exchanged for the tattered tickets in the worn-out ticket hall. At this point, the audience laughed and teased him about where he had found such a poor travel destination. However, as the edited video reached the 1 minute and 30 seconds mark, the laughter faded. The barrage of comments began to fill with question marks. What on earth is that boatman? Whoa, the scenery at this dock is actually nice. I really miss you in the river of time. It's somewhat interesting. I've been charmed by the boatman. He is truly handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he can also recite poetry. How outrageous. Is this poem an original creation? I've never heard of it before. As the comments flooded in, the question marks multiplied. Are they here to play games and complete tasks? Searching for earrings? Pushing carts? Sunbathing corn? Doesn't this seem vaguely familiar? Is this a scenic area? Why is he giving out sesame balls instead of ritual offerings? I want ritual offerings. Goodness, it's that guy again. He sells tea as well. Who would believe it? Drinks in this scenic area are only 15 a cup. My word, I spotted that thing. I captured a screenshot. Damn, that startled me. Are we still watching a video about visiting this scenic area? Why has it turned into a horror show? Gather round. It's 5 o'clock. Time to assemble at the square. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Zhu Shou and Xiaoan in the video, the audience watched like a movie as the two little characters battled monsters and navigated challenges, ultimately arriving at the final boss. Suddenly, the screen went black, and Zhu Shou's chubby face appeared, awkwardly rubbing his hands and smiling. I hadn't anticipated so many beautiful and photogenic sights in this scenic area. So I didn't bring enough battery. My camera died. However, I managed to obtain some photos and videos from friends to include in the latter part, so everyone can continue watching. You've piqued everyone's curiosity to its peak, and then it just cuts off? The subsequent video was no different from others, featuring bizarre yet magnificent dance performances, dragons and dragon maidens emerging from the mist, burning rings of fire, and a grand fireworks display. Yet, Even these snippets were sufficient to reveal that this scenic area offers far more than meets the eye. One after another, Xu Shou's videos skyrocketed in popularity. Sitting before his computer, he watched the comments and likes surge, wearing a knowing expression. It's not surprising he was ecstatic. This scenic area is simply too novel. Poets reciting verses live, NPCs issuing quests for items, mysterious tribal ceremonies, and an endless array of peculiar performances, all things they had never encountered before. Particularly the unclear footage from later on only whetted the audience's appetite further. I want to go. Blogger, please share the location. Where's this? Am I the only one who thinks this ancient village is truly beautiful? Having seen so many ancient villages, I've never encountered one as exquisitely lovely as this. If you hadn't said anything, I would have genuinely thought you visited some primitive tribe. Is this scenic area limited to just this one location? I saw your boat passing many peaks. Are other places equally interesting? Please share the scenic area's address. Regardless, Xu Shou's video has certainly gained traction. Along with numerous other videos and posts tagged with Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, several have even ascended to the local trending list. Amid the wave of curiosity from many, some voices of skepticism emerged. Is this for real? Is it a special effect? Isn't it typical for scenic areas to pretend to host activities to lure people in, only for them to regret it later? Haven't you seen fireworks before? It looks just about the same. Everyone should enjoy some good food instead. Am I the only one who finds this terrifying? I truly don't want to go there. Regrettably, the curious often outnumber the disdainful. In the modest town of Yong'an, when a novel attraction finally emerges, the townsfolk eagerly flock to partake in the experience. Thus, after merely a day, Zhao University, seated in the ticket hall, gazed in astonishment at the throngs outside. Chapter 18. Online promotion. Over 20 visitors had already arrived by morning, and the afternoon presented an even greater influx. He surveyed the queue, which extended beyond sight, estimating it to encompass hundreds of people, leaving him somewhat parched and bewildered. How long had it been since the scenic area had witnessed such a crowd? Xu Jing's voice crackled through the intercom. Relax, University. Our attraction will only attract more visitors in the future. Is that truly the case? Zhao University's eyes brimmed with emotion. Yet, he quickly composed himself, adopting a meticulous work demeanor. Good day, 2 tickets, please. Hello, 3 tickets, is that correct? Excellent. I wish you all a delightful time. Greetings. I have 2 tickets ready for you. As the line gradually dwindled, Zhao University rose, his expression tinged with concern. Previously lamenting the lack of guests, he now fretted about the overwhelming influx. With so few staff members, could they adequately accommodate the hundreds of tourists? Certainly not. At this moment, Xu Jing was equally troubled. Reaching Mingyue village could only be achieved via waterway, yet they possessed but a single boat for ferrying guests. Uncle Shui, no longer in his youth, would struggle to paddle back and forth repeatedly. Over time, it would surely take a toll on his health. Moreover, many essential facilities within Mingyue village remained undeveloped. And with a limited workforce, tasks would eventually be completed. Where would the tourists find respite? What activities could they engage in to pass the time? These were pressing considerations for him. However, Xu Jing had to suppress these thoughts for the time being. Regardless, he needed to navigate through the weekend. Typically, a small-town scenic area only attracted visitors during weekends and holidays. After today, he would have an entire week to optimize the attraction. Xu Jing sighed deeply, watching as another boatload of visitors approached, preparing to welcome them. As the proprietor, he found himself in a more arduous position than his employees. He was needed wherever assistance was required. The relentless day at Mingyue village finally drew to a close. Today, the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area welcomed a total of 163 visitors, 3 of whom were children admitted free of charge, resulting in a revenue of 4,890 yuan from ticket sales, with the tea house earning over 1,000 yuan. At 5 p.m., the usual sounds of excitement echoed through the alleys of Mingyue village. By 5:30 p.m., all visitors, satisfied with their offerings, stood in the square, cradling their tributes. The event concluded at 6 p.m., with attendees marveling at the brilliant display of lights and fireworks. By 7 p.m., guests departed in waves. By 8 p.m., all employees lay exhausted like lifeless creatures on the ground before the scenic area, their eyes devoid of vitality. I can't move another muscle, exclaimed Tian. Even with an extra 200 yuan, I wouldn't be able to continue, replied Feng Cheng. This is utterly exhausting. lamented Sister Yuan with a woeful expression. Tian sat up, counting on her fingers. This afternoon, I lost 24 earrings, 18 necklaces, 15 rings, and 36 bracelets. Am I some sort of centipede? Who possesses so many identical items? Feng Cheng, feeling discontent, squeezed his sore arms and thumped his chest with a resounding thud. You merely discarded a few things. Do you truly comprehend the toil of your brother? I have been laboriously maneuvering that 200-pound cart back and forth along the road. Subsequently, a throng of individuals gathered to assist, hoisting both the cart and me aloft. Pushing a cart? Sister Yuan chuckled. The ground before my door is strewn with corn, and these people only concern themselves with airing it out, while I am the one who toiled to bring it all back. Eventually, all eyes turned to Uncle Xue. The old man leaned against a boulder, supporting his waist, his weathered face resembling parched tree bark. He could only sigh, rendered speechless. Sighing, Xu Jing rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling ashamed. Although he too was fatigued, he recognized the sheer magnitude of the workload. Let us all rest well today. Tomorrow is Monday, and we shall close the park for a day of respite. After ensuring the employees were settled, he glanced towards the acrobatic troupe led by Lu Qingyun and smiled. What? Are you not weary? In stark contrast to his own staff, Wang Hao and the others appeared invigorated, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Tired? Nonsense. This is our vocation. We have always engaged in physical labor. Previously, we relied solely on acrobatics for a meager living, sometimes earning less than 100 yuan in a day. But since arriving at Xu Jing's scenic area, not only have our jobs become fulfilling, but our wages have also increased, and we have acquired numerous fascinating new skills. From the nuo dance to iron flower performances to rhythmic drumming and jumping, each act capable of captivating and amusing the audience. It is worth noting that they had once been mere pawns, easily manipulated by others, yet now they could entertain the visitors joyfully, who were delighted beyond measure. Lu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with joy. Frankly, he contemplated asking Xu Jing whether he might consider keeping the acrobatic troupe here for an extended period. Why just for a while? Having lived for so long, Lu Qingyun had witnessed many facets of life. Based on his understanding of Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, it was evident that while people were currently drawn here for novelty, there was but one attraction, and without the introduction of new elements, their interest would inevitably wane. Within a month, Wanyuan Mountain would revert to its former state. At that point, even if Lu Qingyun wished to linger, Xu Jing would likely no longer require his presence. Xu Jing maintained his smile, engaging in light conversation before allowing everyone to return and rest. Upon finishing his meal and returning home, he received a call from an acquaintance. Hello? Kaizi. On the other end, the commotion was palpable until Wang Kai's booming voice resonated. Ah Jing, that's not fair. What is the matter? Xu Jing inquired before Wang Kai continued. You've been quietly up to something quite grand lately. Wang Kai, cigarette in hand, grinned while urging those nearby to keep their distance, brimming with excitement. I saw the video. Wanyuan Mountain is thriving. Those performances, and that ancient village. How did you pull it off? It's absolutely spectacular. He spoke with the rapidity of a machine gun, eliciting a smile from Xu Jing. Truly the well-informed one. It had only been 2 days since the attraction commenced operations, and already you are aware of the news. What do you think? Is there potential? Wang Kai's voice was filled with enthusiasm. Indeed, there is immense potential. I was initially concerned about how you would manage to establish the attraction without resources, but it seems you were well prepared. Is that ancient village authentic? When did you construct it? I presume it cost quite a bit? Xu Jing reiterated the prepared explanations to Wang Kai, who accepted them without skepticism. It's all thanks to my good buddy. Your intellect is simply unparalleled. Although he was unaware of how Xu Jing secured the investments, it appeared to be a resounding success. Wang Kai, with a glint in his eye, lowered his voice. Xu Jing, do you trust me? Xu Jing raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. I previously mentioned my connections in the county, right? You are aware that there are several tour groups from Yong'an that pass through our Qingshan County, but their routes have typically led to Songhu Park or Hongya Mountain scenic area. If you are confident, I can assist in contacting those tour groups to add a stop at Wanyuan Mountain. Chapter 19. The Lucky Wheel of Fortune. This sounds promising. Xu Jing became serious. What must I do? Wang Kai pondered for a moment. You may not be aware, but the tour groups in Yong'an have long-standing partnerships with those scenic spots, and they receive substantial kickbacks. Does your attraction feature any high-consumption activities or souvenir shops? These tour groups generally rely on such expenditures for their commissions. Xu Jing narrowed his eyes. Wang Kai's words struck a chord. A souvenir shop. However, as the attraction is not yet fully developed, initiating this venture would be premature. Yet, once the IP of Mingyue Village is established, he could embark on this endeavor. Currently, there are no such offerings. It is merely a recreational site. Nevertheless, Xu Jing did not wish to miss this opportunity. Wang Kai, could you assist me in making contact? If a collaboration opportunity arises, it would be ideal. Wang Kai nodded in agreement. No problem. I will inquire. You continue to develop things here. One day, I will visit to see how you have transformed Wanyuan Mountain. Haha. When you come, I will ensure you have a delightful tour. By the way, I have another matter I would like your assistance with. What is it? After hanging up the phone, Xu Jing felt invigorated with new direction and quickly noted down his ideas. He was an expert in exploration. Yet he lacked knowledge in the operation and management of attractions. Thus, he was eager to heed any beneficial advice. Perhaps I should consider recruiting someone knowledgeable in operational management? He sighed deeply, sinking into his blankets and stretching lazily. His staff were exhausted, yet he was even more fatigued. Yet, it was precisely this exhaustion that had finally led him to achieve the desired results. Sitting up abruptly, Xu Jing's face lit up with joy as he opened the system interface. The latest notification shimmered on the screen. Reputation has exceeded 1,000. Rewarding with the Lucky Wheel of Fortune. Reputation has exceeded 1,000. Unlocking the Lucky Wheel of Fortune. He dismissed the notification. After 2 days of diligent management, the changes were distinctly observable. Host, Xu Jing. Male, physical quality. See Scenic Area Achievements. Non-Scenic Area Reputation. 2335 Scenic Area Positive Reviews. 188 Backpack. Not yet activated Draw Chances. 2 Evaluation. Although you have achieved a minor accomplishment, it remains a failure for a Scenic Area Manager. Cherish your fleeting success, for you may soon lose it. The positive reviews have been exhausted. The number of visitors in recent days has almost directly contributed to the reviews. Xu Jing was quite pleased with this result, indifferent to the system's harsh evaluation. Well, what of it? He couldn't care less. Eagerly clicking on the coveted small icon, Lucky Wheel, Xu Jing was filled with enthusiasm. This feature had been granted during the beginner's benefits, but had remained inactive until now, as it required a minimum of 1,000 reputation points to unlock. Xu Jing opened it directly, and the vibrant, oversized wheel instantly appeared before him. The names of the prizes were not displayed, only a few categories: 10-4, Transformation, 34 Skills, and 64 Items. Simplicity at its finest, unadorned and unpretentious. Yet, this was precisely what Xu Jing desired. After freshening up, he finally attempted his first draw. The enormous wheel burst forth with a dazzling light before spinning rapidly. Xu Jing's face was illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors, a mix of excitement and trepidation. Ding! The results were swiftly revealed, yet the prize left Xu Jing somewhat perplexed. What on earth is this? He scrutinized the doll-like figure in his hands. Tool person can adopt forms and functions according to the host's will, possessing basic intelligence. Note: usable only within the scene. A one-time item cannot be damaged and will be rendered ineffective once retracted. Xu Jing was utterly bewildered. The description was too vague, and he hesitated to experiment. Given that it was a one-time use item, a mistake would lead to its waste. He shook his head, contemplating the remaining opportunity. Today's luck was uncertain. If he drew yet another ordinary item, he would truly be disheartened. But to gamble is to embrace youth. He took the plunge. Xu Jing activated the wheel once more, utilizing his second chance. If fortune favored him, he hoped for a scenic area transformation opportunity, even if it were of C or D grade. Whoosh! The wheel spun again, eventually coming to a halt. This time, however, the outcome brought a smile to Xu Jing's face. Though it was not what he had initially sought, it was rather impressive. A concise entry quietly materialized on the screen. Beast Whisperer, rare, can communicate with animals. The higher the intelligence of the counterpart, the greater the communicability. Usable only on a single individual at a time. Not purchasable, not upgradable, not transferable. Non-upgradable. This was a rare skill absent from the marketplace. If he had possessed such an ability in his past life, would he not have navigated those deep mountain traps with ease? A smile broke upon his face as he equipped the skill, continuing to ponder his next steps. After 2 days of management, he did not succumb to the allure of this deceptive beauty. The scenic area appears pleasant at first glance, yet this impression is merely a fleeting novelty. However, The influx of visitors that novelty brings is limited. He yearns to repay the 1 million, but the current foot traffic is insufficient. Additionally, the scarcity of attractions within the area forces the ticket price to remain at a modest 30 yuan. If he hopes to earn a substantial profit during the imminent May Day holiday, he has much work ahead of him. On Monday morning, the air around Wanyuan Mountain was crisp and cool. With no guests at Mingyue Village, it had transformed into a ghost town. Xu Jing, unburdened, navigated his way through the village based on memory, and soon found the path leading up Dilapidated Mountain. As he traversed the dappled light of the dense forest, the scenery abruptly opened up, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. This place has potential. Xu Jing raised an eyebrow and gazed ahead. Along the ascent, he discovered a crescent-shaped clear pool, about half a meter deep, with a bed of pebbles and blue bricks. Occasionally, a few small fish could be seen darting about. A wooden bridge spanned the pool, though it was largely dilapidated from age. Xu Jing leisurely removed his shoes and stepped into the refreshing water. Although the pool was not large, it was invigorating. Following the direction of the water flow, he looked up and smiled. Quite intriguing. At the bend of the pool, a stone jutted out at an angle, revealing a semicircular archway upon closer inspection. Water trickled from above the stone, cascading down the wall like a crystalline curtain into the pool below. What a splendid sight. Xu Jing immediately recalled various scenic spots and hidden gems from his past life and began to jot down notes. From this moment on, every highlight he encountered could potentially be transformed into an exquisite landscape. Continuing to traverse the pool, he ascended further. The outdoor exploration experience from his previous life proved invaluable. Despite his current lack of physical stamina, he managed to climb with relative ease by leveraging tools and the terrain. Before reaching the summit of Dilapidated Mountain, he encountered a small clearing adorned with rocks, slanted trees, and red blossoms, which was somewhat pleasing to the eye, though the remainder lacked distinctiveness. After departing from Dilapidated Mountain, Xu Jing climbed for nearly 30 minutes on Dilapidated Mountain before finally stumbling upon something of interest. Hey! He turned his gaze towards the end of the trail. There, two fluffy monkeys hung from the branches, curiously observing him. Familiar memories flooded back. Before attending university, the original owner had visited this mountain with his parents, and he recalled that during a picnic, they had rescued a young monkey that had fallen from a cliff. He had often cared for that little creature until his own departure to a distant province for university, after which they had lost contact. For years had passed, and he wondered if that little monkey was still around. Suddenly, he recalled his newly acquired Beast Whisperer ability, sending a thrill through him, igniting excitement. "Hello?" he called out, his voice echoing, startling the monkeys, who chattered and scampered away in fright. Xu Jing's eyes widened, and he could clearly hear their voices in his ears. What the heck is that? It's really a human. Run. Chapter 20. The concept of the sacred mountain. Two youthful and frantic voices echoed from afar, interspersed with a few peculiar squeaks. Yet, their utterances bore a striking resemblance to human language. Astonishingly, he could comprehend them. After a brief contemplation, Xu Jing swiftly lengthened his strides to follow. If they were seeking the king, he too would investigate. The great but mountain, though smooth of stone, did not guarantee an easy path. The two monkeys ahead nimbly leaped through the thicket, leaving Xu Jing far behind in mere moments. Despite his seasoned experience, he found himself unable to keep pace. How swift! Xu Jing wiped the sweat from his brow, pausing to catch his breath. Where had his companions led him? His feet were nearly engulfed by the dense underbrush, yet he discerned the existence of a pathway through the varying heights of the grass. It seemed he had trailed the monkeys to the mountain's rear. Here, sunlight was scarce. Towering trees flanked him on either side, their entwined vines occasionally rustling, heightening Xu Jing's caution. This was truly an unspoiled wilderness, where the presence of snakes or wild boars was entirely plausible. Yet, in his pursuit of the monkeys, he had become disoriented. Turning back without achieving his goal was not in his nature. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Xu Jing resolved to ascend further. The earthen path was rugged. He snapped a branch to aid his climb, grasping the vines as he slowly made his way upward. At last, a glimmer of light appeared at the horizon. Sunlight. Faint squeaks drifted through the air, accompanied by the gentle whispers of the wind and the melodious calls of birds, as if beckoning him to advance. With renewed determination, he lunged towards the summit, only to abruptly halt, gripping the stone wall and breaking into a cold sweat. Goodness! Loose stones tumbled down, revealing a lush forest and a rushing river below. The path's end was a precipice. He felt the warmth of sunlight so close, alongside the distant squeaks, and suddenly turned around. He recognized this place. A gust of mountain wind swept by, revealing a narrow passageway around a massive rock, leading to an expansive cliffside platform. Upon this platform, wildflowers bloomed in abundance, bathed in warm sunlight, where 7 or 8 little monkeys frolicked upon an ancient tree. At the edge of the cliff, a majestic macaque sat regally against the wind, cloaked in golden light, its demeanor solemn and head held high. It was the Monkey King. Squeak. Intruders approach. It is that human. The sharp cries interrupted Xu Jing's admiration. The very monkeys that had first spotted him now sounded the alarm. In an instant, several monkeys leaped down from their elevated perch, landing before him with tails erect and expressions wary. Xu Jing understood their words, but refrained from making any rash moves, opting instead to remain still against the stone wall. The distant Monkey King, alerted by the commotion, gradually turned its head. Xu Jing met its gaze, and they exchanged stares for a moment before the Monkey King shifted its stance and began to approach him. It was coming. Though he masked his anxiety, a flicker of nervousness stirred within him. After all, these were genuine wild monkeys, distinct from those he had encountered in his previous life at Amay Mountain. They had seldom seen humans and could very well react with hostility. To his surprise, however, the Monkey King did not halt near him but continued forward, its nose twitching as if it were scenting the air. Then a sound unexpectedly rang out, causing Xu Jing to widen his eyes. "Is it you, Jing?" He seemed to remember something, his gaze darting around the Monkey King. Finally, his eyes settled on the creature's right leg, where beneath the golden fur lay a long, pale scar. This was the very spot in his original memories where he and his parents had stitched up an injured little monkey. "Great sage," he exclaimed. But the Monkey King suddenly startled, turning its head to glance around in confusion. What was happening? The Monkey King appeared bewildered, wondering if it had played too late with the female monkeys the previous night and was now hallucinating. Xu Jing was unaware of its thoughts, but he utilized his skill once more. "Great sage." This time, the Monkey King was certain it hadn't misheard. It turned its head. A dramatic expression of shock and delight spread across its face. Good heavens! A monkey that has lived long enough to witness everything. Humans have learned to speak monkey language. "Xi, Jing, you've returned?" "Xi, how can you speak our language?" "I learned it." Due to the limitations of his skill, only the Monkey King could comprehend Xu Jing's monkey tongue. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded where, amid the vigilant circle of monkeys, a human and a monkey engaged in an animated dialogue filled with nonsensical sounds. At one point, the monkey even leapt on his Xu Jing, muddy hands reaching out to touch the human's face. Is the king acknowledging him? The two alert monkeys exchanged bewildered glances. The surrounding tense monkeys gradually relaxed upon witnessing this interaction. A human recognized by the king posed no threat. The little monkeys swiftly gathered together, resuming their previous play, while the others settled down to groom one another, enjoying the moment. Once Xu Jing and the Monkey King finished their pleasantries, they moved to the edge of the cliff to converse. The monkeys exhibited remarkable intelligence, and Xu Jing quickly adapted to their chattering sounds. Through the great sage's succinct recounting, he learned that after they had rescued him, the monkey had recovered splendidly and grown strong from the nourishment provided in their care, laying a solid foundation for its ascension to the throne of Monkey King. Scratching its head, the great sage revealed a glimmer of yearning in its eyes. It longed for scallion pancakes, almonds, and bananas, listing off a plethora of delectable items that elicited a chuckle from Xu Jing. Indeed, while Dazue Mountain was quite pristine, it did not abound with fruit trees to allow the monkeys to feast freely. Although the other monkeys had never tasted human food, the great sage had. During its injured days, it had accompanied Xu Jing and his family, enjoying an array of delicious meals. As Xu Jing observed the greedy Monkey King and the playful monkeys behind him, a sudden inspiration struck him. The monkeys of the Waterpool Valley. His eyes brightened with a new idea. "In a couple of days, I shall bring you some treats, and then we can discuss a matter together." "That sounds good, Ji." He waved to summon the 2 guard monkeys from earlier. "Xiao Mu, Xiao Tu, this is my human brother, Ji. When you see him again, bring him to me." Xu Jing scratched his head, momentarily engulfed by the illusion of encountering King Jiji. He shyly greeted the 2 monkeys, then bid farewell to the great sage during their astonished pause. The mountain remained unconquered, yet upon reaching this plateau, he discerned the path forward to ascend further. Navigating the steep incline, Xu Jing clung to the resilient vines against the rocky wall, leaping upward until he finally reached the summit. The peak of Big But Mountain lived up to its reputation. The rounded stones formed a vast slope adorned with blossoming flowers and grass, accompanied by the whistling of the cool mountain breeze. Wisps of mist danced in the sunlight, slipping away from Xu Jing's fingertips. It was truly beautiful. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed into the distance, where he could even glimpse the other 4 peaks within the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Alas, Big and Small But Mountains were the shortest, allowing him only a faint view of the distant summits, while the other 2 loomed high above the clouds, clearly formidable in their ascent. Xu Jing settled down at the spot. Since the intention was to develop it into a holy mountain, a theme was essential. He casually picked up a branch and sketched in the dirt. A mountain need not be tall if it has an immortal to lend it fame. A river need not be deep if it houses a dragon to imbue it with spirit. Below lay the Nuo opera, deities, legends, and tales. Hence, the mountain above must possess corresponding elements. System, how much prestige is required if I wish to upgrade and transform this mountain? The system promptly responded. Detected the host's renovation concept. To achieve the desired effect, a minimum of 30,000 prestige points is required for a sea-level upgrade. 30,000. Xu Jing gasped in disbelief. He opened his personal panel, gazing at the meager sum of just over 2,000 prestige points, and promptly abandoned the notion. Xu Jing raised an eyebrow, pondering a solution. What if I upgrade and transform in segments? Much like Mingyue Village, focusing on separate attractions? Segmented upgrades are less costly. Approximately 10,000 prestige points. However, please note that this approach may diminish the continuity and completeness of the tour experience. To achieve a perfect state, an overall transformation will still be necessary later. That was of little concern to him. Xu Jing shrugged. Addressing them one at a time posed no problem. Once the scenic area gained renown and his prestige increased, he would not mind the trivial amounts. However, his greatest challenge loomed as he grimaced in helplessness. He was still far from the 10,000 mark. Today was April 7th, and with less than a month until the peak tourist season of the May Day holiday. If he wished to clear the 1,000,000 debt, he needed to promote the scenic area before the holiday. As long as he could attract visitors from Yong'an City and its surrounding locales, this crisis would surely pass. Currently, his priority was to elevate his prestige above 10,000 before mid-April, so he could proceed with the transformation of the Holy Mountain. Xu Jing pressed his lips together, decisively flipping over and swiftly descending the mountain. First, he needed to address the shortage of staff in the scenic area. A trip to the county town was imperative. Chapter 21. Selecting laborers. The county town was somewhat desolate on a Monday afternoon. Xu Jing made his way directly to the Western Market, where he found Wang Kai waiting at the entrance, arms crossed. Have you come to eat? Xu Jing shook his head, suddenly aware of a wave of hunger. Let us go. I'll take you to a noodle shop where the people you're looking for are gathered. Xu Jing smiled as he followed Wang Kai through the narrow streets, delving deeper into the heart of the town. In the morning, he had assessed the attractions, and this afternoon's focus was on personnel allocation. Mingyue Village required a substantial number of NPCs to accommodate future visitors, but to transform into a fully realized ancient village, mere NPCs would not suffice. Authentic living scenes and consumer venues were imperative. After a brief consultation with Wang Kai, the latter proposed an enticing suggestion: 2 bowls of beef ramen and a plate of pickled vegetables. Wang Kai, well versed in the area, led the way into a noodle shop, and Xu Jing followed, quietly observing the surrounding patrons. Steaming bowls of noodles soon arrived, and the two began to eat while engaging in soft conversation. Did you see that? Wang Kai exclaimed, slurping a hefty mouthful of noodles and gesturing toward the crowd. Although the flavor of the beef noodles was rather ordinary, the price was remarkably low, with a large bowl costing merely 7 yuan. If one opted for plain noodles, it was only 4 yuan, making it a favored choice among the laborers in the West Market. Your target today is this group of people. The patrons, a diverse mix of men, women, and children, were predominantly laborers clad in tattered clothing. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the air, catching Xu Jing's attention as 4 men entered the shop. They instinctively sought a spot further inside, their thin garments stained with persistent splashes of paint, faded from numerous washes. Yet their demeanor was forthright, and their actions were not crude. Wang Kai indeed possessed a keen eye. He seemed to recognize these individuals and promptly began introducing them to Xu Jing. The man placing the order was named Feng Gui, aged 36, with a daughter. Xu Jing observed as he slowly slurped his noodles. Feng Gui's wife had left him for another man due to his financial struggles, and his daughter was ill. He had previously served time, driven by the need to care for her, yet he remained resolute, persistently seeking work to fund her treatment. Wang Kai whispered, "He is straightforward and dependable, tall and robust, earning a degree of respect among the laborers. Most importantly, he meets your criteria of being without a home or money." To be candid, Wang Kai found Xu Jing's requirements somewhat perplexing. To be without money, a home, and yet have a family, one must possess a skill, regardless of its nature or level of expertise. However, honesty and kindness are essential, or perhaps a way with words. Such criteria seemed rather harsh, yet conversely, individuals fitting this description were indeed the most readily available in the county's labor market. "Let's eat first. When they finish, I'll take you to their encampment," Wang Kai suggested. Xu Jing nodded, continuing to savor his noodles. The four men huddled around a small table, engaging in hushed conversation, with one retrieving chopsticks while another fetched a head of garlic. No one smoked or raised their voices. The 2 bowls of noodles arrived simultaneously, and the server collected 8 yuan before departing. The 4 men promptly extended their chopsticks, sharing the noodles equally, each taking a substantial portion without excess. They garnished their bowls with scallions and cilantro, enjoying the meal with vinegar and garlic. Xu Jing's gaze drifted to a cardboard sign at their feet, where simple phrases were chalked in large letters: seeking work, moving, cleaning, whitewashing, miscellaneous labor, 10 hours. Indeed, it was remarkably inexpensive, 10 yuan for an hour. And if one toils without sustenance for an entire day, one might earn merely 240 yuan. With such meager earnings, how could he possibly afford treatment for his daughter? Pondering this conundrum, Xu Jing watched as several men finished their noodles, sipped their soup, and carelessly discarded their napkins into the trash before departing. He, too, set down his chopsticks and briskly followed Wang Kai. Feng Gui and his companions meandered through the streets, weaving in and out, until they entered an inconspicuous alleyway, marked by a large iron sign proclaiming labor market, a fitting introduction to the area. Xu Jing felt a sense of astonishment as he beheld the clusters of job seekers lining the sides of the desolate alley. Such a multitude of laborers. Upon their entrance, the 2 men attracted the immediate attention of the workers, akin to lambs entering a den of wolves. "Brother, looking for work? Hey there, what do you need done? I can handle any task. Brother, we work efficiently. I assure you, we can get the job done well. Young man, I can do plenty of tasks. Come check with me. Go. Conduct your business tonight. Do not interrupt." Laughter erupted from a corner as a woman rolled her eyes and retreated to her sheltered spot. Wang Kai chuckled, declining the offers, and continued to wander with Xu Jing. As Xu Jing observed the throng by the roadside, he discreetly kept an eye on Feng Gui and his group, who had settled in front, scrutinizing the movements of Xu Jing and Wang Kai. The plight of the laborers in this area surpassed Xu Jing's expectations. 10 yuan an hour was not the lowest wage available. A few women huddled together, surrounded by bags of various sizes, with a cardboard sign proclaiming their rate of 8 yuan per hour. As for the nature of their work, these individuals were willing to undertake any task, from strenuous labor to menial jobs, as long as it came with compensation, or even a meal. Wang Kai, however, appeared unfazed, as if he had grown accustomed to such scenes. This group of laborers was relatively fortunate. Many others, unable to endure hardship, resorted to delinquency, living off extortion or protection fees from passers-by. Xu Jing was taken aback. Were there still delinquents in this era? In his past life, the crackdown on criminal elements had been so effective that he had not encountered genuine gangs for years. "Ha ha ha. A Jing, this is a county town," Wang Kai laughed heartily. "Even in Yong'an City, a 4th-tier city, things are not as stringent. One must be acquainted with all walks of life to navigate society." Xu Jing nodded, no longer wishing to squander time. He shifted his stride and approached the group. "Hello." The men had long since noticed Xu Jing and Wang Kai, feigning casual conversation while keenly observing their movements. Thus, when Xu Jing stepped forward, they immediately converged. "Boss, what type of work are you looking for?" The first to speak was Feng Gui, who had taken their order at the noodle shop earlier. "Labor work, moving, cleaning, or any other odd jobs. I can assist with anything." Xu Jing surveyed the surroundings, noting that, while they appeared to be conversing, Everyone was surreptitiously watching. Do you have carpenters among you? Fang Gui hesitated momentarily, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face as he tentatively replied, "We might not have the certification, but if you specify what you need, I can likely manage it. Otherwise, I can find someone. We have skilled carpenters here." Xu Jing pondered before responding. As they transported items up the mountain, a question arose regarding their strength. The mountain? Fang Gui glanced at his companions, contemplating a thought. Would it be done manually? Xu Jing nodded affirmatively. Initially, yes. The man chuckled. The necessity for human labor to carry items up the mountain indicated that there was certainly a substantial load, requiring at least 2 individuals. Although his education was modest, he was perceptive enough to grasp the implications of the small boss's mention of initially, suggesting that this was a long-term endeavor. No problem. As you can see, we are all robust and capable. Our forte lies in labor-intensive tasks. Xu Jing nodded and handed him a flyer. Tomorrow morning, you should select 3 more individuals. The 4 of you should come to this address to assist me in moving some items. I will cover the travel expenses. Upon finishing, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Choose a few reliable and diligent individuals. If the work is executed well, there will be a lucrative opportunity for you later on. Xu Jing signaled to Wang Kai, and the 2 departed swiftly. Behind them, Fang Gui's eyes widened in excitement. Fang Gu, what happened? What did he say? Fang Gu, is it a good job? Why are you so joyful? Fang Gui whispered conspiratorially with a grin. A task has arrived. And not just any task. Only 4 spots available. This boss has some clout. He asked me to find a few dependable individuals, offering to cover travel expenses for labor work. Tomorrow, we shall head to this location. The group buzzed with enthusiasm, although one person hesitated and cautiously inquired. Fang Gu, that small boss's companion looked quite familiar. Perhaps mistaken. Let us set that aside for now and focus on how to get there. The individual could only nod, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Kai's retreating figure. Murmuring to himself, he really resembles the king of cars. Chapter 22, Golden Sun Dance Troupe. After finalizing the selection of laborers, Xu Jing, accompanied by Wang Kai, procured a truckload of fresh fruits and vegetables from the market, then drove their pickup into the county's urban area. If they intended to engage in business with the Great Apes clan, they must first demonstrate a degree of sincerity. The fruits and snacks that Fang Gui and his team would carry up the mountain served as a gift for the Great Apes' introduction. As for the task at hand, with a firm clap, the car door shut, and Xu Jing and Wang Kai stood at the base of a gray and white precarious building, gazing up at it. Is this what you meant? The faded advertisement for the Golden Sun Dance Troupe hung outside the top-floor window, reminiscent of a dance hall from the 1980s. Xu Jing's expression was one of skepticism. He had asked Wang Kai to find a reliable ethnic dance troupe, one that included male dancers and was economical, considering the upcoming performance at Mingwe Village. It was evident that relying solely on the Qingyun acrobatic troupe would be insufficient to present a commendable show, especially as the number of tourists increased. The choreography would become more complex, and the acrobatic troupe might struggle to keep pace, adversely affecting the performance's quality. A poor performance would lead to diminished popularity and negative reviews, ultimately resulting in a vicious cycle. While he could exchange favorable reviews for professional movements and scripts of the traditional Nuwa dance, a complete performance could only be sustained by professionals. Although the county's dance troupes might not be as polished as those in the city, they were certainly more proficient than the members of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe. As for Lu Qingyun and the others, they may serve as a mere warm-up act, showcasing their acrobatics. Thus, he must prepare immediately and seek out some professional dancers. However, Xu Jing gazed at the yellowed glass and the dark corridor, letting out a sigh. Even if he sought out affordable venues, he could hardly resort to dilapidated buildings. Alas, Wang Kai patted him on the shoulder. Do not worry. The place I am bringing you to is undoubtedly exceptional. He took the lead, guiding Xu Jing into the old building. The 2 ascended through the narrow, antiquated hallway until they reached the 3rd floor, where the faint sounds of rhythmic music could be heard. The Golden Sun Dance Troupe was concealed at the end of the corridor. Despite the building's worn state, the room was awash with light. In the largest classroom, the sound of thumping footsteps echoed from behind a closed door. Hello? A woman with her hair elegantly pinned up sat at the front desk, her long neck indicating her status as a dance instructor. She stood up, smiling as she inquired, "Are you looking for someone or Brother Wang?" Xu Jing raised an eyebrow, surprised by their familiarity. Wang Kai stood at the forefront, waving his hand dismissively. Please call Sister Na. I have a business proposition for her. The dance instructor hesitated momentarily, then glanced at the young man behind Wang Kai, her expression shifting to one of surprise and shyness. Certainly. Please have a seat. I will fetch our troop leader right away. Xu Jing followed Wang Kai into a modest office, where they waited for 3 to 5 minutes before the door opened. Little Kai, you have brought guests? A steady, composed female voice resonated. A middle-aged woman with her hair in a bun entered, adjusting her glasses as she stepped forward. I am Jin Na, the leader of the Golden Sun Troop. What brings you here? She pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up and regarded the overly youthful man before her, her expression momentarily faltering. What information do you seek? Xu Jing stood to shake her hand, then smiled as he sat back down, introducing himself. I am the manager of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Oh, Jin Na immediately recalled the mountains near the county, pondering whether this young man was indeed the manager. She glanced at Wang Kai, who nodded reassuringly, prompting her to listen attentively to Xu Jing's words. Our scenic area is currently launching a project, part of which involves song and dance performances. Our employees are competent, yet I aspire for a superior effect, hence my visit to see if there are professionals available. Xu Jing pointed to a poster of a performance by the Golden Sun Troop on the wall, showcasing a photograph from 3 years prior when they were invited to perform at the Grand Theater in Yong'an City. I noticed that your troupe primarily focuses on ethnic dance, which aligns perfectly with my requirements. Jin Na listened quietly. I will provide the venue, costumes, and music. We will have 2 performances every weekend, lasting approximately half an hour each, with a payment of 200 yuan per performance. As Xu Jing concluded his proposition, even the typically serious Jin Na could not suppress a smile. 200 per performance? This is indeed a generous offer for a county-level dance troupe. Furthermore, since the venue songs and costumes would be provided by the other party, it implied that they merely needed to sing and dance well. At this rate, other dance troupes would likely be vying for the opportunity. It seemed that Wang Kai had indeed exerted considerable effort in this matter. And what sort of dance do you envision us performing? Good conditions inevitably come with certain demands. Jin Na maintained her composure and inquired earnestly. Xu Jing nodded in agreement and raised his finger. First, I will provide the dance forms and props. You are to learn and perform according to my instructions. Second, the complexity of my choreography is considerable, requiring male dancers with a sense of strength. Therefore, I need to assess the members and their foundational skills in Teacher Jin's team. Only those who meet the standards will be entitled to the remuneration at this price. Third, we need to sign a contract. The dance and performance forms must remain confidential. Unless I am informed and give my consent, no information should be disclosed, nor should it be used for commercial purposes. Jin Na nodded, although she felt a tinge of disdain upon hearing this individual boast about teaching them to dance. She was willing to relent for the sake of financial gain and the operation of the troupe. However, when it came to the team and their foundational skills, she was candid. While she dared not compare to the formidable troops in the city, she had never felt intimidated by anyone in this county. The woman stood up. Despite being over 40, her well-maintained appearance exuded a presence that surpassed even that of the younger instructors outside. Mr. Su, please follow me. They entered the largest dance studio. The moment Jin Na pushed the door open, music rich in ethnic flavor and rhythmic drumming resonated in Xu Jing's ears. The couple's dancing halted and turned to look. Come, everyone gather around. All stood in formation, 8 men and 12 women, a total of 20, neither more nor less. Have you all remembered the nightingale we learned a few days ago? Prepare yourselves. As soon as Jin Na's words fell, the dancers broke into smiles, aware that they were about to engage in work. They immediately began to stretch and warm up. As the music played, Xu Jing and Wang Kai observed from the side. Do you know anyone here? Wang Kai leaned in and whispered, I've recently engaged in some charter bus business. They have sought me out a few times when they needed transportation for performances. I have worked with several dance troupes. This one stands out amongst them. Assess their capabilities, and if they do not meet your expectations, I have an alternative. Understood. As the music concluded, satisfaction gleamed in Jin Na's eyes. She slightly raised her chin and turned to Xu Jing, anticipating praise. However, contrary to her expectations, the expression on the young boss's face was far from pleased. I have observed enough. Everyone has worked hard. Xu Jing smiled at Jin Na. Sister Na, let us return to the office. Once seated again in the modest office, the atmosphere among the three was markedly different from before. Wang Kai shrugged and opened his mouth on Xu Jing's behalf. Sister Na, We can only offer 150 per performance now. Jing Na's expression froze instantly. Chapter 23. Ascending the Mountain. What? The composed Jing Na could no longer contain her composure. She furrowed her brow and straightened her back. Wasn't it agreed upon for 200? Wang Kai shrugged, completely shedding his previously innocent demeanor. I apologize, but my friend is not entirely satisfied with your team's capabilities. Huh. This young man might not have encountered many dance troupes. Huh? We've returned from S City. How could we not have seen excellent dance troupes? Wang Kai's remark left Jing Na momentarily speechless. S City, one of the 4 super first-tier cities, is often looked down upon by those who have experienced its small dance troupes. Sister Na, Xu Jing began, leaning forward slightly. I will finance your performance, providing you with an opportunity to learn new dance styles and enhance your skills. It's a win-win situation, though 150 per performance is not inexpensive. Moreover, should the quality of your future performances meet my expectations, I will increase the payment to 200 per show. Jing Na, undeterred, retorted. Is it fair to dismiss our abilities based on just one dance? Perhaps we could perform again? No need. Xu Jing waved his hand. Although he was not a professional dancer, in his previous life, he had witnessed countless exceptional performers whose flexibility, charisma, and balance reached an exquisite level. He did not expect this group to attain such heights, but at the very least, they should possess a third of that capability. The traditional dance they wished to master was not something one could excel in without considerable practice. These are the terms. Teacher Jean, please consider them. Here is my number. Feel free to contact me once you've made a decision. Xu Jing nodded and stood to leave. Behind him, Wang Kai lingered for a moment, passing by Jing Na and whispering, Sister Na, we are acquainted. I advise you to accept this offer. We will be heading to Hongbao Dance Troupe next, and if they agree first, this opportunity will be lost. Jing Na's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her brows furrowing. Be honest with me, is this reliable? My childhood friend, a long-term business partner, is absolutely trustworthy. Xu Jing did not manage to descend the stairs smoothly. Wang Kai called him back to inform him that Jing Na had agreed. According to his earlier comments, both dance troupes were of similar caliber, so Xu Jing decided not to waste time and promptly finalized the contract. After discussing a meeting time with Jing Na, he drove back to Wanyuan Mountain as the sun began to set. That night, he slept soundly without dreams. After a day of closure for maintenance, when the employees returned to the scenic area, their spirits were markedly improved. Wait for me, everyone. I'll take a few of you along, Xu Jing called to the group, instructing them to head to the dock while he went to greet Feng Gui and his 3 companions, who had been prepared for their arrival. What brings you here so early? Feng Gui chuckled, stretching his limbs. Boss Xu didn't specify a time, so we thought we'd come early. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can relax. I appreciate your efforts. Follow me, Xu Jing replied. The boat laden with fruits and snacks had already been delivered to the foot of Little But Mountain the previous night. Today, he needed only to bring the 4 of them along. Once everyone was aboard, Uncle Shui pushed off with the oar, and the small vessel glided downstream towards Big and Little But Mountains. Boss Xu, this place is quite remarkable. On the boat, Feng Gui and his companions sat cautiously on the edge, careful not to soil the luxurious cushions as they leaned over the side to gaze out, marveling at the scenery. Why had I never heard of such a splendid destination before? Xu Jing chuckled, aware that their compliments were intended to flatter him. Feng Gui was indeed astute, capable of both conversation and action. Tian stood nearby, hands on her hips, her face brimming with pride. What is this? Our Mingwe village truly boasts the most exquisite scenery. Just wait until you see it. It will take your breath away. Feng Gui and his trio displayed smiles. For after a few compliments, the little girl's pride was evident in her demeanor. No worries, she's quite endearing. Even if that so-called village were unremarkable, they were already on the steps leading to the pier. 4 burly men stood with their mouths agape, their expressions blank. When did Qingshan County ever have such a beautiful place? Tian turned around and, upon seeing their bewildered faces, could hardly contain her laughter. Close your mouths. What is it? Are you hoping to catch a few flies for a taste? Xu Jing also stepped forward. He chuckled. Tian is rather mischievous. Don't mind her. Brother Feng, let us take this path instead. The route from Mingwe village up the mountain is too winding. He led the 4 companions toward a small trail. At the foot of the mountain, 4 bamboo baskets brimmed with fruits and vegetables, interspersed with a few loaves of bread and sausages. Monkeys are omnivorous, and the bread and sausages were a particular temptation for the great sage. However, for the sake of their health, Xu Jing had not prepared in excess. Feng Gui and his companions wasted no time with idle chatter. They swiftly shouldered the bamboo baskets and looked up at Xu Jing. "Boss Xu, we're ready. Then let us go?" This time, the mountain path was not as rugged as before, thanks to the great sage's assistance in finding a relatively gentle dirt road. The 5 men, all robust except for Xu Jing, felt fatigued but not enough to require a break. Thus, they quickly reached the spot where they had last encountered Little Earth and Little Wood. Xu Jing activated his skill, while Feng Gui assumed that Xu Jing was summoning others and paid little heed. A moment later, a rustling sound approached from afar, and suddenly, 2 monkeys leapt out from the nearby forest. "What the heck? Oh my, wild monkeys!" Feng Gui and his companions jumped in surprise, yet managed to remain calm, subtly positioning themselves to shield Xu Jing. Xu Jing felt even more pleased and patted their shoulders with a smile. "It's all right. They know me, so don't worry." Feng Gui replied, "Wow, Boss Xu, you're quite the monkey tamer. Let us go, everyone, keep up." Xu Jing quickened his pace, leading the way, while Feng Gui and his companions gritted their teeth and followed swiftly. After several turns, steep inclines, and climbs, they soon arrived at the cliff platform from their previous visit, completing the journey in just under an hour. "Phew, Boss Xu, this mountain is quite steep. Indeed, that was no easy trek. If it weren't for our swift legs, we might have struggled to keep up with you." Xu Jing, though lacking in physical stamina, benefited from the absence of a load and his familiarity with the path, thus remaining well ahead. Yet despite their exhaustion, Feng Gui and his companions made no mention of additional payment. They had agreed on 10 yuan per hour, and that was the price. A deal. Integrity is paramount. Feng Gui, breathless as he climbed the final slope, rounded a stone wall and found himself frozen in place. "Brother Feng, why have you stopped? Hurry, move forward. My friends are still stuck on the slope." As they ascended the cliff platform, the 4 robust men were utterly mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery and the playful troop of monkeys, reminiscent of Xu Jing's first encounter with this place. Goodness, so many monkeys. Chapter 24. Complimentary accommodations. Stunned by the monkeys on the cliff, the 4 men stood there in astonishment, while Xu Jing wore a smile. "Haha, Feng Gu. You all take a break. I'll be with you shortly." Noticing the bounty of food they had brought, the Monkey King had already approached with an air of familiarity. Upon seeing Xu Jing approach, it immediately leapt onto his shoulder, wrapping its arms around his head and chattering excitedly. "Calm down. Let us discuss something," Xu Jing chuckled, affectionately patting the Monkey King's plush rear, finding it quite irresistible. "If you can assist me well in this matter, I promise to cater to whatever you desire in the future." The Monkey King, understanding the sentiment, became even more jubilant. "Let us go," Xu Jing declared. Jing, tell me well." Half an hour later, Xu Jing emerged from behind the rocky wall, a broad smile on his face, accompanied by the proud Monkey King. He beckoned Feng Gui and the others. "Let us head down the mountain." By then, the monkeys had already scavenged and divided the supplies, engrossed in their excitement as they relished new delicacies they had never tasted before. As they traversed the lush forest, the sunlight intensified, casting warm, dappled shadows that enveloped the group. Xu Jing began to engage in conversation. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain half an hour later, he had thoroughly grasped the familial situations of the men. Feng Gui was indeed earning money for his daughter's medical treatment. However, her illness was chronic, manageable as long as she could consistently take her medication. The medicine was not expensive, which prevented Feng Gui from being driven to desperation. Yet, most of his earnings were consumed by medication and living expenses, forcing him and his daughter to reside in a dilapidated basement of an old building. The structure, already partially abandoned, provided no one to evict them, though the conditions were harsh, cold in winter and stifling in summer. Xu Jing, however, observed the other cheerful men. The building housed more than just their family. Numerous impoverished households, burdened with children and the elderly, also called it home. "Mr. Xu, while we may appear as vagabonds, I assure you, everyone residing in our building is honest and upright," one of the men declared. "Indeed, young Mr. Xu, Feng Gu is a man of integrity. He keeps a vigilant eye on our building," another added, with the others nodding in agreement. "Absolutely. Given the presence of many children and elderly, we would never allow any ruffians or disreputable individuals to mingle among us." They all rallied in support of Feng Gui, showcasing their camaraderie. With this in mind, Xu Jing decided to address the task he had mentioned the previous day. The group stiffened, their expressions turning serious. What do you have in mind, Mr. Xu? Feng Gui asked, clenching his fists, having surmised the nature of the work. The mountain they had just traversed clearly had not been extensively developed, suggesting that he might require help with transport on a regular basis, at least once a week. Based on his calculations, each person could earn between 30 to 40 per task, representing a stable and lucrative opportunity. He even speculated whether this little boss had other items to move, perhaps requiring his companions for a day's work. Yet, it was evident that the proposal put forth by Xu Jing was vastly different from what he had envisioned. If you are all unemployed, I would like to offer you a job. Xu Jing gradually articulated his conditions. Join me as NPCs in my scenic area, working 2 days each weekend. During the probation period, you will not work midweek and are free to pursue whatever you desire. After the probation, the working days will shift to Tuesday through Sunday, with Mondays off as the park is closed. The probation period lasts between 1 to 3 months. At this point, the group's eyes sparkled with excitement. Setting aside whether they could comprehend the job's nature, the fact that Xu Boss was extending a formal job offer was momentous. Jobs were exceedingly scarce nowadays. Having stable employment signified a stable life. For Feng Gui, this meant a consistent solution for his daughter's illness. The group's eyes gleamed as they anxiously awaited Xu Boss's offer. Even a modest salary would be considered. After all, they often found themselves without work, their monthly earnings barely accumulating to 1,000 yuan. As for the salary, Xu Jing paused, scanning the group before slowly continuing. The probation salary is 200 yuan a month, and after that, it will be 600 yuan a month. If the park performs well, salaries may increase. Feng Gui's smile froze, and the other three struggled to maintain their composure. Was this a joke? 200 yuan a month? Even if the probation only required 8 days of work, that amounted to a mere 25 yuan a day. Wasn't he that absurd? Did this young man think of them as beggars? Ahem, Xu Boss, we might need to. Feng Gui's hand wavered for a moment before he reluctantly lowered it. What could be said? Even if the work was easy, they would not accept it. They were not afraid of hard work, but of being broke. Enduring hardship was one thing, but lacking money was truly terrifying. Xu Jing understood their thoughts. He merely smiled and continued. The salary I mentioned earlier is commission-based. Now let us discuss the base salary. Interest peaked once more among the group. Although the commission was dismally low, they anticipated the base salary might not be much higher. Yet, Xu Jing's next statement left them utterly astonished. The base salary includes free accommodation for employees during their tenure. Unlike the cheers Xu Jing had imagined, the four robust men were left dumbfounded. After a long pause, Feng Gui finally managed to rasp. What did you say? Xu Jing clarified. Employees working here will be allocated a residence within the scenic area. You will need to arrange your own furniture, but the park will cover utilities and internet. You may have up to 4 family members living with you. This time, everyone understood clearly. However, such conditions were unheard of. It was not the 1980s anymore. How had they encountered such a benevolent benefactor willing to allocate housing? Surely, they were not dreaming. Furthermore, the inclusion of utilities was a considerable expense. Did Xu Boss truly comprehend this? I can't believe it. 3 burly men remained bewildered, while Feng Gui was the first to raise his hand, his voice booming and his face flushed, his neck veins bulging with fervor. Boss Xu, I'm in. I can start work tomorrow. Though uneducated, Feng Gui was no fool. How many establishments provide housing? Although the accommodations were within a scenic area, they were nonetheless legitimate dwellings. With Boss Xu's generous offer, once they became formal employees, how could their income possibly stagnate? How long had it been since his daughter had a proper bed to sleep in? Boss Xu, what do you need from us? Just say the word. The other men finally snapped out of their astonishment. With housing that included utilities and the possibility of bringing family, anyone who declined would be utterly foolish. They were immensely grateful for Feng Gui's choice. Without him, would they have ever received such an opportunity? I'm in. Me too. They all raised their hands high, fearing their voices might not resonate enough to be heard. Xu Jing nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let us first tour Minghua Village. Chapter 25. Contesting for positions on the clean stone-paved road, Xu Jing guided the group through Minghua Village. We have temporarily divided Minghua Village into 4 sections: A, B, C, and D. You are the first batch of residents, so you may select your housing first. Xu Jing casually chose a small building and opened the door. Currently, only the partition walls are constructed. You will need to furnish the interiors yourselves. There is a plot of land behind Mingyue village that will be cleared, and you may fell the trees there for use, whether for beds or furniture, at no cost to you. The group, following closely behind, expressed their admiration for the layout of the small building. The residences varied from over 100 square meters to around 60 square meters, and remarkably, nearly every household boasted a private courtyard or a second-floor terrace. The ambience of daily life was palpable. Just envisioning living there brought forth thoughts of comfort. The modest wages were compensated by the fact that you were the first residents. Additionally, you are NPCs, which means you will have close interactions with tourists. Therefore, if the number of visitors increases later on, you can utilize your homes to engage in small business endeavors. We will oversee this. As long as the prices and quality are acceptable, the scenic area will only take a commission based on location, and the remainder will be yours to earn. Each of Xu Jing's words resonated like a hammer striking their hearts, and Feng Gui was left speechless with excitement. No wonder the wages were low. Feng Gui quickly calculated in his mind. During the probation period, they could seek other work midweek, and once the probation was over, they could engage in business with tourists. This was more than sufficient to cover their living expenses. Was this a boss? This was a benevolent deity. Xu Jing spent an hour showing them around Mingyue village and ultimately led them to the central square, where he spoke. As for your work responsibilities, your primary duty will be to serve the tourists. Specific arrangements will be made after you officially join. Business operations can only commence once you become full-time employees. Housing is exclusively for employees. Should one resign or violate the employee handbook severely, the scenic area reserves the right to reclaim the accommodation and terminate your employment. There should be no objections to these matters, right? Of course not. Feng Gui and the others nodded earnestly, already contemplating how to announce this fortunate news upon their return. Let us conclude for today. Once the decisions are made, feel free to reach out to me, Xu Jing said, revealing an enigmatic smile after outlining all the essential points. I still have plenty of housing available and require many more employees. Therefore, if you have suitable candidates, please compile a list. I shall continue to offer this employment opportunity until this Friday. The success of these candidates will depend on the abilities of those you recommend. Feng Gui immediately grasped his meaning, his breath becoming heavy with contemplation. In ancient times, this would be akin to being bestowed the authority to select officials. If they truly sought to gain some advantage, they could profit handsomely from this endeavor. However, Feng Gui and his companions exchanged glances, each wearing a smile. He spoke softly. Since Boss Xu trusts us, we will undoubtedly ensure that only individuals of good character enter the scenic area. Seeking personal gain? Others might. But who among us is unaware of the plight of our peers? We are all molded from the same mold of hardship. We cannot betray our own. Should they accept any benefits, they would surely wake in the night, chastising themselves. Xu Jing nodded in acknowledgement and was about to escort them out when they encountered the Qingyun acrobatic troupe making preparations. Who are these gentlemen? Lu Qingyun approached with a smile, sensing a flicker of unease at the sight of the four robust men, and inquired. Oh, your future colleagues, Xu Jing replied, settling their payments and instructing Feng Gui to lead them back the way they came. As of now, the scenic area had yet to welcome any visitors, so Uncle Shui remained on standby to receive them. Once the four departed, Xu Jing shared his plans with the remaining troop members. To his surprise, Lu Qingyun became instantly agitated. Mr. Xu, he exclaimed, his eyes wide and his mustache bristling with excitement. Why didn't you discuss this with us? We can contribute too. We can work and receive housing. After several days of operation, every member of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe had fallen in love with this joyful lifestyle. They could not only engage in their skilled crafts, but also entertain the visitors, earn money, and learn new skills. Rehearsals did not require a spacious courtyard or covert practices out of fear of disturbing neighbors. The surrounding mountains allowed them to train whenever they pleased. When the space was empty, the entire Mingyue's High Square was theirs, and they enjoyed leisurely strolls every day. Where else could provide such a stable job aside from this place run by young Master Xu? Now it was even better. There was an added incentive. Working now came with housing. Young Master Xu, we are the top candidates, Lu Qingyun declared, thumping his chest with fervor. Each of us possesses unique talents. Not only can they serve as NPCs, but they can also take on the role of performers. They possess an intimate understanding of the situation, being fundamentally honest individuals. It seems utterly fitting. In the past, the children often found themselves in dire straits, enduring both hunger and disdain from others. However, Should young boss Xu genuinely accept them, and if the scenic area can sustain its operations in the long run, they would effectively secure a stable livelihood. The children might even begin contemplating marriage. If necessary, we could align our salaries with theirs. No, we would even be willing to accept a lower wage. We would forego any remuneration for the performances. Without waiting for Xu Jing to respond, Lu Qingyun had already taken the initiative to lower the price. Xu Jing pressed his lips together, feigning deep contemplation, while inwardly he was elated. Should they be willing to settle for a reduced price, it would be even more advantageous. They are truly capable individuals, with hundreds of houses in Mingyue village. He merely needs to allocate a portion to secure a loyal cadre of long-term employees. This is an exceedingly lucrative venture. Yet, he intends to offer them additional benefits. Lu, the head of the troop, can discuss this with everyone tonight. The wages will remain standard. However, initially, I cannot provide each person with a separate house. So 2 or 3 individuals will have to share one. Nevertheless, if anyone later establishes a family and brings them over, I can arrange for additional housing. In an instant, Xu Jing envisioned the layout of the scenic area, with the entirety of big and small but mountain coming into sharp focus, prompting him to add, "Does anyone in the Qingyun acrobatic troupe know how to farm?" Farm. Who doesn't? Realizing the oversight, Xu Jing sheepishly scratched his head. He had forgotten that this was not S City, but rather Qingshan County. There is a plot of land at the foot of the mountain that I plan to develop into farmland. If the members of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe are willing to stay at my humble scenic area, I can allocate a piece of land for everyone to cultivate whatever they desire, with the scenic area only taking 30 of the harvest. The immense surprise kept coming. Lu Qingyun let out a long breath, his fingertips tingling. All right, I understand. He nodded emphatically. I will announce this good news to everyone tonight. Young boss Xu, you must reserve spots for us. From now on, we live as residents of this scenic area, and in death, we shall be its spirits. That may not be entirely necessary. Once the trivial matters were settled, Xu Jing returned home. The scenic area was nearly deserted midweek. With such time to wander, he found it more prudent to explore the system's shop for potential purchases. However, before he could reach home, an unexpected phone call came in. Jiang Song. The voice on the other end caused Xu Jing to furrow his brow. Have you been crying? Chapter 26. An unexpected visitor. The background noise on the call was chaotic, reminiscent of a bustling outdoor eatery. I'm not sick anymore. Jiang Song's voice was somewhat muffled, lost amidst the clamor of the lively streets. Yet, Xu Jing heard him clearly. Indeed, not only have you been crying, but you are also drinking alone. He placed his keys down, closed the door, and settled onto a chair, attentively listening to his friend's troubles. Do tell, what has transpired in just a few days of silence? Jiang Song remained silent for a moment, but the restlessness and gloom compelled him to speak. I feel a lack of confidence in finding a job. If the original owner were to speak, they would undoubtedly be perplexed. Jiang Song's impressive academic performance and extensive experience should have made it a breeze for him to secure a position in a major corporation. If he has lost confidence, what hope do his peers have? However, the current Xu Jing is different. With decades of experience, he comprehends the underlying reasons. The city of S is vast. As a premier metropolis in Huagua, establishing oneself in a large company there requires more than just a degree, particularly for a management position. What they seek more than anything is the employee's background. The disparity between a child from an ordinary family and one backed by abundant resources, such as a local elite or a child of officials, is nothing short of astronomical. Jiang Song, with his high aspirations, could certainly find his way into those mediocre small firms. But would he truly be content? How many applications have you submitted? Jiang Song paused, realizing Xu Jing had already surmised his situation. I've tried 26 private and foreign enterprises, but none have worked out. I ended up joining a small company where the owner is utterly clueless, merely imitating the practices of large firms without possessing their resources or working conditions. Jiang Song's grievances continued for nearly 20 minutes. It was only when Xu Jing, having switched hands while listening, finally put his phone on speaker to eat, that he exhaled deeply and exclaimed, "What a relief." Is that all? Xu Jing slurped his noodles, raising an eyebrow. What are you planning to do next? After venting, Jiang Song also began to eat. Upon hearing Xu Jing's question, he scratched his head, his thoughts tangled. Return to my hometown? Impossible. That would be too humiliating. Since graduating nearly a year ago, he had yet to secure a stable job. Going back would only invite ridicule. Stay in S City? That would mean working for a small company, enduring frustrations while accepting the harsh reality of others soaring ahead. Or, wait, Jiang Tsong abruptly halted his drinking. His voice suddenly resonant. Brother Jing, I'll come to your place. Huh? Xu Jing was taken aback. What would you come to my place for? I'm in a county town. There's nothing here for a talented scholar like you to showcase your abilities. Jiang Tsong was well aware. But he felt stifled in S City. It would be better to visit Xu Jing City for a change of scenery. No worries. I'll treat it as a trip to the mountains. Don't you run a scenic area? I could wander around and perhaps offer some suggestions. Xu Jing was more than eager to welcome him. All right, just so you know, my place is quite remote and life can be a bit tough. You'll need to be mentally prepared. Jiang Tsong made his decision swiftly, booking a high-speed train ticket, estimating he would arrive by Friday. Once he resolved his matters, Xu Jing turned his attention to the issues concerning the scenic area, with a lead on potential NPC candidates. He was confident that the individuals they could recruit under his proposed conditions would far exceed his expectations. Finally, he opened the system. After a few days of operation, the system had not remained unchanged. With the spread of videos, the reputation of Wanyuan Mountain was gradually increasing, and it was time to start utilizing those positive reviews. For individuals from Fenghui made a visit, elevating the number of positive reviews to 192. Xu Jing nodded in satisfaction and promptly accessed the marketplace. He had already identified what he wished to exchange. The cultural item, Xie Dance, boasted 68 reviews, while Horn from the Mountains had 32. The prop, Sensory Amplifier, Basic, garnered 88 reviews. The complete Xie Dance was essential to acquire, yet cultural items were priced modestly, likely due to the system's emphasis on scenic attractions. However, these items, when utilized effectively, could prove to be the key to victory. Xu Jing had long desired to redeem the Horn from the Mountains, as its unique melody could enhance the visual experience while circumventing potential copyright disputes. Yet, he had not received the item, leaving him uncertain of its auditory appeal. Furthermore, the new Sensory Amplifier, Basic, can be deployed within a single scenic spot, enhancing the emotional state of all personnel by 20. It was simply astounding. He could scarcely fathom the excitement when the Sensory Amplifier was employed at Minghua Village, complemented by the musical enhancement of the Horn from the Mountains. When Ghost Tiger intimidated the tourists and the Xie Dance was performed, along with the iron flowers soaring into the sky, how exhilarated would the audience be? After indulging in this reverie, Xu Jing completed his exchanges with great satisfaction, directly deploying the items on the map. As for the performance segments required for the Xie Dance, he utilized the system's capabilities to convert them into a video and sent it directly to Jin Na. Najia, this is the dance segment everyone needs to learn. Time is of the essence. I hope we can form a rough version within 3 days. In Qingshan County, within the classroom of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, the dancers gathered, observing Jin Na, who appeared tense after reading the message. Najia, what did that person say? Jin Na furrowed her brow, connecting her phone to the computer and clicking to receive the file. Who knows? 3 days is all we have. Do they think we are machines? She huffed softly, clicking play while still frowning. However, from my professional perspective, the dance he selected should not be too difficult to learn. Jin Na's voice abruptly halted, akin to a chicken whose throat had been grasped. The video commenced with an overwhelming display of expressiveness. Masks, exaggerated movements, costumes, and expressions captivated the viewers. The video was brief, concluding in 3 minutes, yet the dance studio fell into a profound silence. Are we learning this dance? A man's voice rasped. Is it free? Will they provide us with costumes and props? A woman asked, her fingers icy. Jin Na felt somewhat disoriented, engulfed in the enigmatic yet solemn dance, struggling to regain her composure. I suppose so. Ding dong. A text message arrived, containing but a single line. Xu Jing, Najia, have you watched the video? Any issues? Issues. A significant problem loomed. They were the most substantial issue. Jin Na now feared that her dance troupe would not perform well and would ruin this dance. As her voice wavered for the first time, she glanced around, only to find everyone's eyes gleaming with anticipation. In that instant, Jin Na comprehended. They all yearned to dance. Moreover, it was with such fervor that they were willing to sacrifice sleep to perfect this dance. The sternness etched upon her face dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile and a subtle shake of her head. Prepare yourselves. Do not sleep for the next few days. With that, Jinna turned, her fingers dancing across her phone screen. Mr. Su is absolutely fine. Chapter 27. Preparations starting Wednesday. Wanyuan Mountain welcomed a throng of ragged laborers. The youngest among them was a mere 14, while the oldest could very well lean upon the youngest for support. Brother Fong, this is quite the sight. Fong Gui waved his hand dismissively. Boss Su, this lad. He gestured to a slender boy, pulling him close. He possesses a remarkable talent for drawing. I once saw the scenic map of Mingyue village he created, quite impressive. If you do not mind, let this child give it a try. His artistry is both engaging and clear. Oh, Xu Jing's interest piqued. What did he do before? Fong Gui lowered his head, embarrassment washing over him, struggling to articulate the truth. Yet the boy, with bright eyes and a resonant voice, proclaimed, I am a pickpocket. How did he manage to infuse a hint of pride into those words? But I have long since turned over a new leaf. Now, I assist Uncle Fong in scouting. It still sounded rather informal, prompting Fong Gui to hastily clarify. Jobs are scarce these days, so Xiaoji helps everyone find potential clients in the market, bringing them in or guiding us to fortuitous encounters. He doesn't need separate accommodations. He stays with us. Fong Gui affectionately ruffled Xiaoji's hair, smiling with pride. He is unwilling to stay idle, hence he eagerly seeks work. Ah, Xu Jing comprehended. With a grand gesture, he declared, approved. Fong Gui then ushered over an elderly woman. Aunt Lu Yun. Though advanced in years, her rice cakes are impeccably clean and delicious. She can certainly contribute to the scenic area's revenue. Old Master too is skilled with his hands, adept at crafting trinkets. Whatever you wish him to create, he can master it in just a couple of days. And then there's Granny Qian, who plays the eru. Although she may not possess many skills, she can entertain the crowd with her music while idling at the door. Most of the individuals Fong Gui brought forth were commendable. Despite the diverse ages and genders, the majority possessed some form of craft. Furthermore, many were a package deal. Xu Jing initially selected merely a dozen individuals, yet their families swelled the number to nearly 30. To ensure a balanced population in Mingyue village, Xu Jing allocated them to adjacent zones A and B. As for the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, they had already been vociferously seeking their contractual rights the previous night, eager to claim their privileges as elder members, and had ventured early into the village to choose their accommodations. He granted them the entire C-zone, conveniently located near the square for their training and performances. As for Zone D, nestled at the foot of the mountain with its serene vistas, Xu Jing decided to retain this area for the time being, allowing only Uncle Shui and Tian Tian to move in. Indeed, the matter of housing allocations could not remain secret for long. News swiftly reached the ears of his employees. Uncle Shui and Tian Tian, already weary of the daily commute, seized the opportunity presented by such favorable conditions and promptly submitted their applications. Others, however, harbored various concerns and thus hesitated to respond for the moment. Nevertheless, Xu Jing assured them he would preserve their rights, inviting them to approach him whenever they felt ready. Thus concluded the day. A significant number of households, around 30 to 40, have moved directly into Mingyue village, instantly infusing the place with vitality. Once matters settled, the employees promptly began relocating and undergoing training, filled with enthusiasm. As for Xu Jing, he made his way to the station. Jiang Tsong. He gazed towards the exit, where a handsome young college student, carrying a bag, walked out and instantly brightened upon seeing him. Jingge. He laughed heartily as he approached, throwing his arms around Xu Jing in delight. Jingge. You still look incredibly handsome. Xu Jing tossed his hair, acknowledging, indeed, I outshine you by a margin, huh? Jiang Tsong quickly discerned that the once vibrant young man now exuded an air of despondency. What brings you here so early? You startled me. Originally, Jiang Tsong had planned to arrive on Friday, but unexpectedly, he had come on Thursday. Jiang Tsong waved his hand dismissively. There wasn't much to do, so I rescheduled my ticket. Seeing his long-missed friend brightened Jiang Tsong's spirits considerably. Come, show me your scenic area. Aren't you going to rest? Xu Jing inquired. Rest? I've had plenty of it on the train. He shrugged, pressing the accelerator as he headed towards Wanyuan Mountain. Curious to explore, he figured a stroll wouldn't tire him out, especially since the scenic area had only just opened a limited number of attractions. As they approached Mingyue Village's architectural ensemble, Jiang Tsong's earlier light-hearted demeanor faded, replaced by contemplation. Despite the absence of tasks or performances, he returned home with a thoughtful expression alongside Xu Jing. Jingge, may I speak? Once the door closed, Jiang Tsung immediately seated himself at the table. I know you're eager, but please, hold on. Xu Jing pinched his lips shut. Today was merely a preview. If you truly wish to offer suggestions, wait until Saturday when you can experience it as a tourist. Opinions without data to back them up are worthless, Xu Jing asserted, recognizing Jiang Tsung's capabilities and yearning for his well-considered insights. Jiang Tsung quickly grasped the point and chuckled. All right, what shall we do tomorrow? Xu Jing smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow? Indeed. I have a task that requires your considerable talent. That evening, the pair engaged in extensive conversation about recent events before finally retiring to bed late. Early Friday morning, Xu Jing roused Jiang Kong. Here, put on this suit, style your hair nicely. Today, you're accompanying me to meet a client. Xu Jing stood before the mirror, furiously grooming himself while holding a cigarette. Jiang Tsung raised an eyebrow at the unlit cigarette at the corner of his mouth. Still haven't shaken that habit, huh? What? Xu Jing looked somewhat perplexed as Jiang Tsung gestured towards the cigarette. You've been like this since knowing Wenyu, and now that they've gone abroad, you still cling to it? Xu Jing removed the cigarette, realizing it was an unconscious behavior of this body. However, as he rarely smoked, he simply shrugged, not wishing to delve into the topic. It's just a habit. Hurry up and get ready. Wang Kai is on his way. When he fell silent, Jiang Tsung did too. However, before coming to Wanyuan Mountain, he had heard from acquaintances that when Yu's studies and work there were coming to an end, and it seemed there was an intention to return. Jinga should know, right? It's not a problem if he doesn't say anything, is it? As the two individuals finished their preparations and stepped outside, they were greeted by the sight of a business vehicle parked at the entrance. In a small county town, such vehicles are a rarity. Xu Jing tapped on the car door, introducing the person inside to Jiang Kong. Wang Kai, my childhood friend. He is the one who helped me secure this business opportunity. Jiang Tsung, a college mate of mine, an outstanding student of management, is here to accompany us to the town today. Once the three settled into the vehicle and navigated through winding country roads, eventually reaching the provincial highway and entering the city, Jiang Tsung began to grasp the purpose of their outing. So, Kai Gu has found us 4 travel agencies for our scenic area. Today is the day we discuss collaboration? Xu Jing nodded, surprised by Wang Kai's swift actions. The last time they discussed the matter of tour groups, he had not anticipated such rapid progress. Wang Kai nodded in agreement, flashing a bright smile. I've already made the introductions. They've seen the recent videos online and are quite intrigued, he remarked, gesturing with a nod. Today, if we can secure a deal with just one of these 4 agencies, it will be a success. I've prepared for 4 travel groups. I've already reached out to them, and they're interested after viewing the recent online videos. What videos? Jiang Tsung was the only one unaware of the details surrounding the scenic area, though it didn't seem to matter. Xu Jing waved his hand dismissively. No worries. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. He glanced at the bustling district of Yong'an outside and patted Jiang Tsung on the shoulder. Today, your professional expertise is needed to help us discern which agency is the most reliable. Jiang Tsung didn't press for further details. All right. If there's anything I need to be mindful of, please let me know in advance. The business vehicle turned through several streets before stopping in a narrow alley, where the 3 disembarked. The prominent sign on the street indicated their first target, Dottie Travel Agency. Though the name seemed unrefined, the agency had been in operation for a long time, ensuring a stable clientele and significant foot traffic. During peak seasons, they could even cater to university students or corporate team-building events. Wang Kai led the way inside, quietly offering his insights. This is the agency I believe is the best fit for us. We must seize this opportunity. However, as Xu Jing caught sight of the individuals in the office, his brow furrowed and his enthusiasm waned. The interest seemed overly skewed. The portly middle-aged man on the couch raised his chin, commanding attention. Sit down. I hear your scenic area is interested in collaborating with us? A woman, appearing to be his secretary, promptly handed him a sheet of paper. Oh, you've made some recent renovations? Not bad. But we earn our living through commissions. Your scenic area doesn't even have a shop. What do you propose for collaboration? The owner of Dottie took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling with a chuckle. Let us do it this way. The ticket revenue belongs to us, and we will take 70 of the visitors spending inside. I'll send a few small groups over for you to see. Wang Kai's expression darkened as he stood to the side. Mr. Liu, this is quite different from what you discussed with me previously. Just being able to meet you is fortunate. I've researched a bit, and I doubt this will last long. With so many surrounding scenic areas, why should I choose yours? Mr. Liu, Xu Jing interjected, interrupting his speech. He exchanged glances with Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai before turning back. What was it you just said? Mr. Liu paused, momentarily taken aback. I mentioned that I could meet you, but that was not the first sentence. He furrowed his brow, recalling with impatience. I hear you wish to collaborate with me? Xu Jing smiled sweetly as he rose from his seat. You must have misheard. That is not the case. He spoke as he walked out. I had previously heard a few fellow industry leaders speak of you in hushed tones, and I was skeptical. I never imagined you to be this sort of person, the colleague remarked. Liu, seated on the sofa, appeared bewildered, only to spring up in agitation once the individual departed, his heart feeling as though it were lodged with a heavy stone. Come back. Who said anything about me? He erupted. What sort of person? Be clear. For heaven's sake. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He was the one seeking trouble, yet he felt inexplicably wronged. After some contemplation, he dismissed his secretary and dialed a number. Hello? Mr. Song. Ha ha ha, rest assured. I just observed that the owner of that scenic area is merely a fledgling and poses no threat to our park. The receiver buzzed with static as he chuckled in response. As the conversation neared its conclusion, he tentatively inquired, By the way, Mr. Song, have you heard anyone speaking ill of me behind my back? An awkward silence ensued on the line. The owner of Dottie chuckled awkwardly twice before hanging up the phone. The individual on the other end glanced at his phone, frowning. Is this person unwell? After all these years, why does he suddenly care about others' opinions? The assistant, thinking he was troubled by the park's affairs, stepped forward. Mr. Song, as I mentioned, that Wanyuan Mountain is merely a passing novelty. Our Songhu Park remains evergreen. He smiled. However, I've heard their interactive activities are indeed intriguing. Perhaps I could send someone over to explore? At the office desk, Song Jiming, clad in a bathrobe, sipped his red wine. You oversee this matter. If there are promising ideas, we shall take inspiration from them. Securing the top spot during this year's peak tourist season will attract support for promotion from the municipal government, which is a splendid opportunity for us. If we can elevate our ratings and traffic during this upcoming holiday, we may indeed overshadow the Hongya Mountain Scenic Area by year-end evaluations. The assistant nodded in agreement, and Song Jiming relaxed as he settled back into his chair. The remaining smaller scenic areas could fend for themselves, and as for that Wanyuan Mountain, it was not a competitor. He had merely been overly anxious. Wang Kai had not considered this matter, nor had Xu Jing. Fresh from his return, he was wholly focused on the renovation of Wanyuan Mountain, oblivious to the other scenic areas in Yong'an City. However, ever since the viral video featuring the avoiding Thunder Pig's hand had circulated, the owners of various scenic areas had shifted their attention. They were vaguely aware of the previous manager's demise due to debt, but they never anticipated that the newly graduated heir would return and introduce innovative changes. Nonetheless, this minor stir had not attracted much attention. Only Song Jiming took it to heart, even seeking out individuals from partner travel agencies to monitor the situation. Yet, it appeared that all had been for naught. While things relaxed on one end, the trio on the other side climbed back into the van. Unreliable, my friend. As Jiang Tsong entered the car, he immediately voiced his concerns, and Wang Kai, who entered afterward, wore a displeased expression. Xu Jing, I never anticipated this, Mr. Liu's demeanor was not so before. Xu Jing remained unfazed, offering a smile and a dismissive wave. A setback is entirely normal. Wanyuan Mountain is still in its infancy. If he looks down on us, it merely reflects his lack of discernment. Onward to the next. Wang Kai forced a smile, starting the engine. Yet his mind raced with confusion. The arrangement he had secured had suddenly unraveled. It was evident Mr. Liu had no intention of conducting business, and someone must have intervened. However, he was soon relieved of his thoughts, as they visited 4 travel agencies in succession, each presenting a similar predicament. Either the attitude was begrudging, or the prices exorbitant. One agency even suggested they pay to have the agency bring people over. Xu Jing's smile faded. He would have preferred to check on the dance at Golden Sun rather than endure such disdain. Wang Kai, aware of his own ineffectiveness, felt a burning shame. Although Xu Jing offered no compensation, they had been friends for years, and he had strived to assist, only to achieve this dismal outcome. It was a blow to his pride. Let's do this. Wang Kai exhaled deeply. Xu Jing, let's visit one last agency. This one will surely work. Jiang Tsong was less enthusiastic. He inherently distrusted the reliability of people in this small county, but out of respect for Xu Jing, he held his tongue. His 4 years of university experience and professional competence made him highly value efficiency. All the hairspray he had used that day seemed wasted. Xu Jing leaned against the car, cigarette in mouth, as darkness enveloped the sky. An entire day had slipped away in vain. Fine, we've come this far. Let us go? This destination was different. As they left the city center, heading towards the vicinity of the train station. This travel agency has a certain reputation. You'll see soon enough. A certain reputation? What do you mean? As they walked into the dilapidated alley, Xu Jing couldn't help but chuckle at the shabby houses before him. The flickering sign of Shanmeng Travel Agency was coated in a thick layer of dust. Why did all the teams he hoped to collaborate with look so dismal? Jiang Tsong surveyed the surroundings, noticing a few tattooed men smoking in the distance, casting uneasy glances their way. Just as they prepared to enter, a loud commotion erupted from within. Damn it! I told you to invite them, not to kidnap them. What are you doing? A resounding slap echoed through the air. Let them go. The rough voice suddenly softened. Hee, little girl, don't be scared. My men just wanted to take you all for some fun, to find a pretty sight. Don't run. Please, don't call the police. We haven't done anything. The door swung open violently, and 2 tearful young girls stumbled out, colliding into Xu Jing's embrace. Help! We've been kidnapped. The first girl looked up, noticing the several young men before her, broad brows and bright eyes, clearly not villains, and quickly cried for help. To her astonishment, the booming voice of the burly man resonated from inside. Oh, Wang Kai, my brother. What brings you here? A den of thieves, indeed. 2 young women exchanged sorrowful glances before swiftly fleeing the scene. Xu Jing and Jiang Tsong shared a bemused look, caught between laughter and tears. Kaizi, is that reliable? Where have you brought us? Surely, they want to mistake us for villains, Wang Kai lamented, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. Mangu, how did you manage to frighten the tourists again? Yet Xu Jing maintained a calm demeanor, decisively pushing the door open. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Let us see what kind of characters reside in this place. Chapter 29. The Mountain Reckless Travel Group. It was evident that he had underestimated the situation. In the spacious room, 3 battered men knelt beside a leather sofa, one of them bearing a distinctly visible handprint on his cheek. Sitting on the sofa was a burly man, adorned with tattoos of a green dragon on his left arm and a white tiger on his right, while a lightning bolt was inked on his closely cropped head. Words were unnecessary. They had stumbled into a den of societal miscreants. Who might this be? The man on the sofa exclaimed, rising abruptly upon noticing Wang Kai's companions. Although he endeavored to present a congenial smile, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Wang Kai quickly interjected, Please, no need for smiles. You might frighten them. Ah Jing. This is President Zhao Meng, who oversees this mountain reckless travel agency. He turned to introduce Xu Jing and Jiang Tsong, then addressed Zhao Meng again. This is Mr. Xu Jing, the representative from the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Zhao Meng's eyes sparkled momentarily, but upon realizing which scenic area was being referenced, he paused before breaking into a smile. Greetings, Mr. Xu. To Wang Kai's surprise, this societal figure exhibited far more politeness than many elite individuals. One should not judge by appearances, for he was the first to extend a greeting. Xu Jing nodded to Jiang Tsong and took a seat first. Wang Kai took the initiative to clarify their intentions with Zhao Meng. Have you seen the recent trends on Dole? There's an ancient village in your scenic area that has garnered quite a bit of attention. He wishes to organize a few tour groups to explore it while promoting it at the same time. As for revenue, your scenic area currently lacks souvenir shops or dining establishments, so commissions may not be feasible. It would likely be based on the number of tourists in the groups. Do you have any groups currently? We've known each other for quite some time. I wouldn't lead you astray. Perhaps you could initially agree to a small trial? While Zhao Meng conversed with her, he pulled out his phone to check the Dole app. You all continue to attract tourists. Remember, we live in a society governed by law. Learn to charm the visitors. Promote. Move their hearts with words, not fists. He kicked one of the kneeling men. Go on. After reviewing his phone, Zhao Meng nodded at Wang Kai and then turned back to Xu Jing with a smile. My subordinates still cling to old habits. Please excuse us. I assure you, we conduct legitimate business here, and there is absolutely none of the violent coercion you might suspect. Xu Jing chuckled softly, having said nothing to warrant such an assurance. Manga seems to have an inkling. What are your thoughts? Xu Jing's patience was wearing thin. He decided that if this discussion did not yield satisfactory results, he would withdraw from any further collaboration with the travel agency. Yet, to his surprise, Zhao Meng glanced at his watch and shrugged with a smile. My friend is also your friend. If you have confidence. We happen to have a small group passing by there tomorrow. He immediately took out a pen and paper. The ticket price for Wanyuan Mountain is 30. But since I am temporarily adding attractions, the tourists will surely be displeased, so I can only persuade everyone to spend 20 to explore. If Boss Su is willing to part with that money, I will not charge for leading the group this time. If the results are satisfactory, we can discuss collaboration later. Xu Jing did not expect him to agree so easily, even without asking for anything in return. All right, he said, but he also had a request. There will be a grand performance at the scenic area at 5:30 p.m., and it would be ideal if Meng Ji's group could arrive before 3 p.m. Zhao Meng pondered for a moment and nodded immediately. No problem. It's settled. After concluding the matter, Xu Jing and the others were finally satisfied as they made their way back. After they left, in the quiet of the Mountain Meng travel agency, a man in black stepped forward and whispered, Meng Gu, is that kid really not going to charge? Zhao Meng took a puff of his cigarette. Though my head may not be the sharpest, I have a good eye for people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come this far. Although my current situation isn't particularly great, the man dared only to murmur internally, maintaining a smile as he listened. Tomorrow's trip will also serve as a way to explore the potential. I have my own plans in mind. Leaning back on the sofa, enveloped in smoke, his gaze deepened. His team had transitioned for 3 years. In those 3 years, even if he had continued as a rogue, he could have become a district manager. However, they had remained lukewarm, relying on random customers at the train station to form travel groups, engaging in small-time dealings. No travel agency in Yong'an regarded Zhao Meng with any significance. The scenic areas and travel agencies had their collaborations, and the larger the parties, the closer the cooperation. The top few had essentially monopolized the best scenic resources around Yong'an, securing the highest commissions and discounts. He felt utterly uncompetitive. Yet, if a new scenic area were to rise, it would make a difference. If this small scenic area had a promising future, it would be even more advantageous. As a partner who had assisted him during tough times, they would surely reap the greatest benefits in the future. A few investments were insignificant. Over the years, he had aided around 78 new scenic areas, despite the outcomes not being particularly favorable. However, this time he sensed a glimmer of hope. The videos on Dole could not provide certainty, but tomorrow, a visit would reveal the true nature of the scenic area. Chong, I will personally lead tomorrow's travel group. Returning to Qingshan County, Wang Kai clarified the origins of the Mountain Meng travel agency to the two of them along the way. Although its predecessor was indeed not the best, it was said that it had not engaged in any wrongdoing since its transformation. That was sufficient. They would wait for them to arrive tomorrow. You've worked hard today, regardless of the outcome. Xu Jing was grateful to Wang Kai for using his time and connections to assist him. Wang Kai waved his hand with a grin. We brothers don't need to mention that. His eyes twinkled. How about this? I'll come to your scenic area tomorrow as well. I've always wanted to visit, but never had the chance. This was certainly a welcome proposition. Wang Kai, pleased with the agreement, smiled as he entered the vehicle to return to the county town. Based on his understanding of Zhao Meng, he anticipated that this individual would undoubtedly visit Wanyuan Mountain the following day. Both Xu Jing and Jiang Tsong were scholars, and he feared they might struggle to manage Zhao Meng, hence his decision to attend personally for reassurance. Wang Kai's thoughts were meticulous, while Jiang Tsong appeared listless, collapsing into bed upon reaching home. His recent state had been poor, and today's experiences had subjected him to the ridicule of many. He had no inclination to chat with Xu Jing and opted for an early rest. Meanwhile, Xu Jing refreshed himself and stepped outside to connect to a video call. On the screen appeared Jean Na, her face a blend of seriousness and mirth. Busy as ever, Boss Su. You finally have a moment to spare. Chapter 30. Entering the park the Friday night swiftly passed. As the morning birds sang at Wanyuan Mountain, Zhao University beamed while presenting the mobile page to all employees. Just as Brother Jing had surmised, today would indeed require diligent preparation. The merchant page displayed a staggering 283 reservations for the day. Goodness gracious! Exclaimed Uncle Shui, counting on his fingers, his expression one of despair. How many trips will that necessitate? Alas, only he wore a frown. After 2 days of intensive training, Fang Guowei and the new employees had enjoyed hearty meals and restful sleep, eagerly preparing to welcome the day's visitors. Xu Jing also wore a smile, having observed the dance rehearsal of the Golden Sun dance troupe the previous night. It was evident that they had exerted considerable effort, achieving his basic requirements within 3 days. Wang Hao and Asan, under his supervision, had refined the performance alongside the Qingyun acrobatic troupe. The number of NPCs in the scenic area had now reached 40, more than sufficient to accommodate the current influx of tourists. With the addition of the Golden Sun dance troupe, there was no longer a need for mannequins to enhance the performance atmosphere. Instead, all the villagers would genuinely gather in the square to participate in the inviting the deity ceremony alongside the tourists. Throughout the week, he had remained industrious, sacrificing some sleep to prepare new props for the upcoming program. Xu Jing stood there, surveying the employees with a fiery gaze. I believe this time, Mingwe Village will present an even more splendid performance, he declared. Uncle Shui, he turned to the sighing elder with a grin. Once this week concludes, I shall procure a new boat for you, one equipped with an engine. Instantly, Uncle Shui's demeanor brightened, his posture straightening as the aura of a recluse re-emerged. Let us go? With a wave of his hand, Xu Jing dispersed the crowd. He then donned the attire of a welcoming staff member and began his preparations. He had already coordinated with Wang Kai and Jiang Tsong, instructing them to enter together as regular visitors, to enjoy and explore without concern for him. Splash! Uncle Shui's boat glided across the water, gradually distancing itself from Mingwe Village. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. The gates have opened. Today, April 13th, Saturday, clear weather. Northwest wind at level 1. Wanyuan Mountain, a 2A scenic area. The estimated number of visitors has already exceeded 50, who are currently queuing to enter. The ticket check area has only 2 staff members. Quite disappointing. Creak. The girl with the ponytail tucked her notebook into her backpack and continued to share laughter with the classmates ahead. Haha, Pipping has jotted it down again. It's fine. I didn't have high expectations. I mainly wanted to clear my mind after recently finishing my professional exams. Haha, me too. I've gained quite a bit of weight while preparing. I just wanted to get some fresh air. Pipping shrugged, her ponytail swaying. I hope this scenic area is entertaining. A while ago, I visited Songhu Park and Sunset Town in the new district with some friends, and they were quite enjoyable. Even if this small attraction doesn't compare, it should at least be worth a third of the ticket price. The people in line behind him chuckled. Of 30 yuan. What can you expect? You can't say that, interjected a man behind. Most of us probably came after watching those videos online. They seem so intriguing. Reality can't be too far off. Pipping scoffed. Why not? Haven't you seen those influencer photos? Those folks will go to any lengths for attention. The 2 men fell silent. No way. After finally getting a day off, let's not waste it in this county. However, they needn't worry for long. The line moved swiftly, and even if it was just Zhao University managing the process, he orchestrated it with remarkable efficiency. Today, Chenggu wasn't merely an NPC. He was responsible for ticketing and security at the entrance of the scenic area. In maintaining order, Xu Jing believed no one could surpass him. For instance, when a person waiting impatiently attempted to shout, Feng Cheng merely turned his head and shot a fierce glare, instantly silencing the individual. Hey! Zhao University returned to his seat, continuing to distribute tickets with a gentle smile. Wishing you a pleasant visit. The flow of tourists was sporadic. But just after 2 p.m., a large group suddenly arrived at the serene entrance. Feng Cheng's hair stood on end as he instinctively glanced over. What the heck? Is that a familiar face? A man at the entrance, removing his sunglasses, donned a leather jacket and waved a small red flag. Wasn't he one of the guys Feng Cheng had mingled with years ago? Rubbing his eyes, Feng Cheng noted the man's grin, reminiscent of a demon's delight, and pondered how much the world had changed. He had become a ticket inspector, while the other had taken on the role of a tour guide. Come on. Everyone gather around. Zhao Meng tucked his sunglasses into the pocket of his jacket, contemplated smoking a cigarette, then ultimately put it back. Everyone line up. I'll exchange your tickets. The tourists huddled together, their expressions a mix of apprehension and resentment, most appearing timid yet unable to voice their anger. Being deceived into paying for this travel agency was already unfortunate, and these individuals seemed akin to thugs, always frowning and imposing restrictions, turning every destination into a shopping spree. Men, women, and children bit their handkerchiefs in frustration. Had it not been for their identification cards being collected and their lack of any misconduct, they would have reported the situation long ago. However, someone cautiously peeked up, glancing at the dilapidated entrance of the scenic area. Wanyuan Mountain looked anything but legitimate, a makeshift attraction likely designed to extract more money from them. The young man tightened his grip on his wallet. vowing to purchase only the cheapest item and resolutely refrain from any further spending. After Zhao Meng returned from exchanging tickets, he was pained to see the distressed expressions on everyone's faces. "Ladies and gentlemen," he exclaimed, attempting to muster a smile while patting his chest, which only made him appear more sinister. "Do not be misled by the dilapidated exterior of this scenic area. This is a hidden gem that my friend specifically informed me about. It has recently become exceptionally popular in Yong'an. Many are still unaware of it. I have leveraged connections to bring you here today. In the future, you might find it difficult to even get in line." Everyone remained expressionless. Connections? Hidden gem? Exceptionally popular? How ridiculous, they thought, wondering if he believed they were so naive as to fall for his words. The henchman beside him, tasked with preventing their escape, rolled his eyes at the group's reactions. Had they not already been deceived multiple times? They had grown accustomed to it. Those who could join Zhao Meng's travel group were either enticed by rumors of beautiful women, lured by the promise of incredibly low prices to explore Yong'an, or simply dim-witted individuals who believed whatever they were told. Unlike them, though not particularly intelligent, they had navigated the complexities of society for many years and had learned all the tricks. All right, enough chatter. The scenic area is quite expansive, so let us ensure you have ample time. Zhao Meng waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at Feng Cheng's face, as he directed the tourists to enter the park. After entering, they were free to explore, with a prompt to reconvene at 7 o'clock. The group shuffled in, and Feng Cheng observed Zhao Meng's disappearing figure with a sly grin as he pressed his communicator. "Hey, brothers, could you do me a favor? Please entertain the guide in sunglasses, leather jacket, and holding a little red flag for me." Before long, responses echoed through the loudspeaker. "Leave it to us, brother. You can count on us." Chapter 31. Entering the village, the entrance to the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area did not shatter the visitors' expectations. While the path was unremarkable, it was at least not as muddy and rugged as the reviews online had suggested. The simple pebble pathway invigorated everyone as they completed the first segment of their journey. Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai walked together, with Wang Kai, newly returned, wandering with a look of curiosity. "Are you really childhood friends with Jingo?" Jiang Tsong inquired, eyeing the seemingly simple yet streetwise man beside him with suspicion. "More genuine than my needle's eye." Jiang Tsong was not particularly interested in the authenticity of his needle's eye. He was merely concerned that this so-called childhood friend might lead his buddy astray. "Don't overthink it. Wang Kai has been around the block enough times to recognize what this handsome young man from the big city is thinking," he thought, though he remained unconcerned. He threw an arm around Jiang Tsong's shoulders, half dragging him into the next wave of boats that followed Zhao Meng. Today, he had a mission. Although Zhao Meng appeared to have turned over a new leaf, the remnants of his former miscreant demeanor had not vanished so swiftly. His task today was to ensure that Zhao Meng did not cause any trouble within the park. The two groups, one overt and the other covert, boarded Uncle Shui's boat, which rocked gently as it moved forward. When Jiang Tsong had visited previously, Uncle Shui had not formally performed. So when he donned his raincoat today and stood at the bow with a stoic expression, Jiang Tsong momentarily thought he might be a different person. "Uncle Shui?" he tentatively called out, but received not even a glance in return. It was only then that he recalled Xu Jing's advice to act as an ordinary tourist. "Fine." Jiang Tsong fell silent and began to genuinely appreciate the scenery along both banks. During their last visit, they had been preoccupied with conversation, neglecting to observe their surroundings. Today, as he scrutinized the landscape, he found it even less appealing. After all, having spent 4 years in S-City, he had seen his fair share of the local scenery. Now, confronted by the barren stone cliffs, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him and prepared to take out his phone for a distraction. Wang Kai scanned the area, surmising that the main attraction lay ahead, and also lowered his head. Just as the boat's passengers descended into silence, Uncle Shui squinted his eyes. The moment had arrived. He suddenly thrust the boat pole aside, raised the gourd at his waist to his lips, and drank deeply before speaking in a low tone. "So many guests have come to Wanyuan Mountain today. I too am inspired." With a sharp twist of his body, the bamboo hat on his head traced a precise arc. "I shall recite a poem." In an instant, all the tourists straightened their backs. The legendary recluse poet had arrived. They had thought it was a myth. But here he was in the flesh. The young man seated in front of Jiang Tsong whispered excitedly to his girlfriend, "I know. I've seen the jokes online. It seems to go, beyond the green mountains lies the traveler's road, as the boat glides over the emerald waters." The tide is wide on both banks. The wind is favorable, and the sail is set high. Wow. Even though Jiang Tsong was unfamiliar with that particular video excerpt, merely listening to the poem evoked a sense of vastness and grandeur within him. This piqued his curiosity. Just 2 days prior, he had seen Uncle Xue embodying the image of a simple fisherman. What persona would he unveil today? Someone discreetly raised their phone to record. However, to everyone's astonishment, the boatman began to recite, but not the anticipated lines. In the morning, I depart from the white emperor among the colorful clouds. What? Everyone was taken aback. The boy in front widened his eyes, surprised yet delighted. Incredible. A new poem. Uncle Xue, oblivious to the audience behind him, was driven by his desire to perform. He whistled sharply, gesturing towards the distance. 1,000 miles to Jiangling. 1 day still. His long, echoing call mingled with the flowing waters, stirring the visitor's spirits. As his whistle reverberated, it inexplicably incited a chorus of animal cries from the mountains. Uncle Xue smiled slightly, shook his head, and forcefully swept the boat pole. The cries of the monkeys on both banks persist. The small boat, buoyed by the exertion, glided forward, carrying a boatload of tourists, resonating with the easy laughter of the boatman. As the light vessel passed, the aged face beneath the bamboo hat suddenly deepened in solemnity. 10,000 mountains. Bravo! One person leaped to his feet, clapping fervently, nearly losing balance and tumbling into Jiangkong. What a splendid 8,000 miles to Jiangling. 1 day still. The speaker adjusted his glasses, appearing refined, with a meticulously arranged scarf draped around his neck. Is this poem your original creation? May I inquire? Uncle Xue said nothing, instead furrowing his brow, and with a swift motion of the boat pole, the momentum compelled the man to silence. Do not ask. Even he does not know. Uncle Xue's eyes sparkled beneath his hat, his mouth filled with the sweetness of orange juice. He simply focused on his performance and rowing, indifferent to how the young boss might interpret the impressive verses. Let these foolish fellows guess for themselves. The man took a seat and, with an apologetic smile towards Jiang Tsong, remarked, I am a teacher from Yong'an 3rd Middle School. I have heard of Mr. Chuanfu's previous poem, which was truly remarkable. I never imagined that just a week later, he would compose an even finer piece. He shook his head, still pondering the earlier poem. By D. Colorful clouds above Jiangling. Wang Kai reminded him from the side. The most exquisite part is the sound of the apes. Yes, indeed. The ape's call is even more splendid. The teacher's eyes widened, and his excitement became palpable. Not only he, but Jiang Tsong was also feeling a surge of exhilaration. Without a doubt, this poem must have been penned by Xu Jing. However, who would have thought that Jing Ge had such a trick up his sleeve? The most astounding was the poem that followed the resonant ape's call. Simply marvelous. Exceedingly marvelous. More delightful than the finest snacks. Everyone was fervently recording, and once the poem concluded, they lifted their gazes to admire the mountains and waters on either side. Bald. Those are sheer cliffs. Ordinary scenery? That is a cascade of verdant peaks. This is no mere tourist attraction. It feels as if they have come to visit a hidden paradise. The crowd engaged in hushed discussions, while Uncle Xue completed his task, sipping orange juice with satisfaction, and continued to row quietly. The passengers aboard this vessel exhibited far more civility than those from the previous boat. The last group had a foolish individual wearing sunglasses who howled like a banshee and even attempted to snatch the orange juice. How lacking in manners. Yet, the reactions of the fellow passengers were even more amusing. Initially, they appeared as though they had been abducted, but once the performance concluded, their expressions lightened and laughter ensued. Let us hope they enjoy their time in Mingwe village. Good? That would be splendid. Bang! Zhao Meng led the charge, leaping off the small boat with a loud thud. Standing on the shore with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. You, boatmen, are quite entertaining. He waved his hand dismissively. Unsettled? Not a problem. Brother, what storms have I not weathered? I fear no turbulence. Bring it on. Waving a small red flag, Zhao Meng led everyone up the steps, only to collide with the smiling Xu Jing. I hear this gentleman possesses great courage, Xu Jing remarked with a twinkle in his eye. The villagers of Mingyue can rest assured. This gentleman will surely help them navigate this crisis. Chapter 32. Gathering at the central square. No. Please don't come near. In the labyrinthine streets, beneath the sheltering eaves, a series of piercing screams erupted as a burly man clad in a leather jacket howled and fled in a frenzy. Damn it! My sunglasses. The man abruptly halted, intending to retrieve his fallen shades. But upon raising his gaze, he locked eyes with a monstrous figure at the alley's entrance, sending him fleeing once more in terror. Two tourists seated at the street corner, sipping tea, swallowed their drinks in surprise and exchanged curious glances. "Wasn't that our guide Zhao?" one mused. "He bears a resemblance. But I doubt it. Didn't he boast of his bravery?" "Well, he is from the underworld. Perhaps I am mistaken." The two tourists rose, glancing at the hand-drawn map of the scenic route in their hands. "Let us go. It's 5 o'clock. We should head to the central square." In the vast expanse of Mingyue village, it is unlikely that everyone would be frightened. However, Zhao Meng, who had been explicitly instructed by Xu Jing and Feng Cheng to be well taken care of, found himself fleeing in terror from the NPCs, ultimately making his way to the main road. No more chasing. Upon exiting the unknown alley, he noticed an increase in the number of people, prompting him to slow his pace and discreetly wipe the sweat from his brow. This place is truly eerie. Fortunately, he was not the only one in a state of panic. As he blended into the crowd, he finally felt a sense of relief. Initially, upon entering Mingyue village, he had eagerly joined a scavenger hunt for props, showering praises on Xu Jing for the scenic area. During this time, he encountered tourists from a traveling group, all wearing smiles and even greeting him warmly. Accustomed to the cold demeanor of clients, Zhao Meng was delighted to receive such friendliness for the first time. He walked forward, joking and laughing, holding a large bundle of arrowroot. However, before he could pause for a cup of tea, he was startled by the unsettling occurrences around him. Damn! Why did it seem that others only encountered 1 or 2 strange entities, while he had met 4 or 5 along the way? Was it truly because of his past misdeeds that malevolent forces were now seeking him out? Frustrated, Zhao Meng touched the jade Buddha pendant around his neck and resolved to engage in more good deeds upon his return. Among the crowd, Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai chuckled at his retreating figure. Who would believe it? The former kingpin of society was so afraid of ghosts. Both of them, while unafraid of spirits, had also been startled by the sudden appearance of the entities. After managing to quell their initial fright, they realized that it was merely the NPCs of the park, though puzzled as to why they had been scared. The afternoon's interactions had fostered a sense of familiarity between the two, and upon spotting Zhao Meng's silhouette, they immediately cast aside their confusion and followed him. Unexpectedly, they were treated to quite the spectacle. "Ha ha, let's send the photos to Jing." "Ha ha ha indeed." Jiang Tsong laughed, envisioning the potential for negotiations. When the time came to discuss business, they could use these photos to bargain. Oh, the two exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts aligned. All right, this fellow is quite the cunning character. Wang Kai felt reassured. Jiang Tsong was not the naive rich heir he had imagined. He would likely be of assistance to Xu Jing. The two linked arms and strolled towards the square. As the sun began to set, the dispersed tourists of Mingyue village coalesced into a dense throng, moving alongside the solemn villagers towards the circular plaza ahead. Xu Jing lagged behind, nodding in satisfaction. Though the event had yet to officially commence, the sensory amplifier had seemingly begun to take effect. Earlier, he had inadvertently caught sight of Feng Gui portraying the ghost tiger, a formidable figure shrouded in peculiar fur, lurking in the shadows beneath a tree, which had startled even him. It is worth noting that those props were all crafted by his own hands. To think that he could frighten himself. He chuckled to himself, delightfully pressing the intercom. Mingyue Village at Manyuan Mountain is ready for its first complete presentation. Employees, it is now your turn. Unlike the ceremony held last week, as everyone took their seats, Xu Jing appeared in a crisp attire, adorned this time with a golden armband encircling his right arm. Upon this armband were intricate totemic patterns of various birds and beasts. And for those who observed closely, a faintly discernible white dragon could be seen woven into the design. Esteemed guests who have journeyed from afar, Xu Jing proclaimed, standing resolutely. Thanks to the diligent preparations made by all for this ritual, the villagers of Mingyue village had received everyone's blessings and were finally able to gather in the square to partake in the ceremony. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions. He bowed slightly, his countenance appearing solemn and sacred in the fading light of the setting sun. Thus, today, Mingyue village has prepared a grander invocation ceremony. May we hasten the departure of malevolence and restore our peace. With that, he slowly retreated, disappearing behind the villagers. Among the crowd of visitors, Pingping eagerly extracted her camera from her bag, capturing Xu Jing in a flurry of shots. She had long heard whispers of an envoy in Mingyue village, and through the snippets of information she gathered, She surmised that this individual might very well be the mastermind behind the tasks. Indeed, many had begun to treat Mingyue Village as a stage for an adventurous game. Anticipating that the scenic area would unveil new activities, she had initially intended to witness the first challenge. However, upon exploring today, she realized that all activities had been refreshed. Thus, she resolved to take more photographs to share later, especially of the envoy, rumored to possess striking features. Such a post would undoubtedly attract a following among the female audience. Yet, as Ping Ping busied herself with her camera, her keen eyes caught sight of Xu Jing's armband. From previous videos, she recognized it as a new addition. Zooming in, she was grateful for her telephoto lens and hastily captured detailed images. Little did she know, her post would ignite a flurry of excitement. She merely watched as the envoy exited and the lights around the square illuminated. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of drums echoed as robust men clad in peculiar attire, their torsos bare, burst forth from the darkness, striking large drums. In contrast to the previous group of 10, this time nearly 20 muscular men emerged, exuberantly dancing while adorned with golden face paint, creating a resounding rhythm with their drums. As the first round of drumming concluded, they let out a fierce shout and surged towards the semicircle of seated spectators, provoking a chorus of gasps. Among the reactions, one exclamation stood out. Someone noticed a figure unlike the rest. With this reminder, attention shifted. Amidst the orderly row of dancing golden-faced men, a man wearing a pure white mask had somehow blended in. His movements mirrored those of the others, save for the enigmatic mask that seemed to smile mischievously. He drummed while furtively glancing around, until a sharp sound pierced the air, drawing the attention of the leading drummer. Stop! The drumming ceased abruptly, and all at once. The crowd converged, seizing the masked man. No, no, the masked man bellowed, his deep voice resonating eerily in the still night air. Yet he could not withstand the combined strength of the crowd. Accompanied by the thundering beat of drums, the pale-faced man was finally yanked back into the white mist, vanishing from sight. What does this mean? Zhao Mang struggled to comprehend, turning to his companion for clarification. The older man shushed him. I don't know. It seems to be telling a story. Just watch quietly. In the midst of the throng, Ping Ping softly murmured, comparing it to a recent video she had seen. Everything has changed. Chapter 33. A brand new performance. The white mist continued to swirl, soon transforming into a deep gray haze that spread forth like threads of silk. Suddenly, a black hand shot out from the gray fog. The pale-faced man lurched forth, but this time he was transformed. Clad in dark garments, he was wrapped tightly from head to toe. More bizarrely, he was adorned with a multitude of peculiar masks, one resembling a red-haired demon, another a green-hatted weeping face, and yet another a slender smiling visage. Accompanied by eerie chants, he twisted his body into grotesque contortions, performing a strange dance. The multifaceted figure twisted this way and that, attempting to converse with the drumming villagers, yet none paid him heed. He tried to leap before the tourists, but seemed thwarted by an unseen force. He appeared to be laughing, yet also seemed furious. Beneath that pale facade, however, even the most extravagant display exuded a sense of helplessness. As he danced, the wind howled, and piercing chants echoed in the air. The pale-faced man bent his head at a sharp angle, gazing toward the distant mountains, unleashing a raucous laugh before writhing into the gray mist and vanishing. A sharp, high-pitched chant erupted, and through the gray fog, a line of shadowy figures emerged. The sound of subtle footsteps echoed, tap, tap, as the tourists widened their eyes, peering into the depths of the mist. It seemed something was about to emerge. In the next moment, before any figure moved, shadows appeared first. A row of silk threads shot up, disappearing into the fog. Accompanied by the rhythmic footsteps, a procession of figures stepped forth. Goodness! How eerie! The beings that emerged could be described as human, yet also as something otherworldly. Delicate and graceful women, clad in opulent garments, wore expressions devoid of emotion, their faces resembling lifeless dolls. Their wrists were connected by gray-white threads, moving in synchronized, rigid motions. Some struck small drums, others played the pipa, while some twisted their arms, all silently mouthing words as if singing, yet their mouths gaped darkly, producing no sound. The only sounds reverberating through the air were those haunting, sorrowful whispers, as if they were pleading for help. Mom, I want to go home. I'm a bit scared. What's going on? Is this still the story we were told before? I have goosebumps. Zhao Mang, terrified of such eerie phenomena, instinctively drew closer to the older man beside him, yet his gaze remained fixed on the marionettes. They were both strange and exquisitely beautiful, rendering it impossible to look away. The chanting grew louder, and finally, with the resounding beat of a heavy drum, a man adorned with a gilded mask burst forth, brandishing a torch. The flames soared, illuminating the darkness shrouded in gray mist. Scatter! A figure emerged from the mist, only to swiftly retreat, trembling, into the obscurity. Simultaneously, as the thread retracted, all the marionettes vanished into the haze. He has dispelled those entities. Goodness! My heart raced with trepidation. It was my first experience of a silent performance that instilled such fear. The audience erupted in commotion, with Ping Ping fervently snapping photographs, while Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai looked utterly bewildered. These are the things that Jinga usually tinkers with? I am at a loss. Wang Kai recalled having seen some videos online previously, yet they seemed quite different from today's performance. Let us observe further. Jiang Tsong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he was uncertain about what lay ahead, the grandeur of this scenic venue, combined with such extraordinary performances, surely surpassed the mere level of a 2A tourist attraction. Such a situation as yesterday's should not have arisen. With lingering doubts, he continued to watch the show. While the tourist group led by Zhao Meng had long forgotten that they had been compelled to visit this site. After spending an entire afternoon here, any discontent had dissipated, and they were wholly immersed in the experience, their emotions fluctuating with the performance. The flames dispelled the puppets, and the man, invigorated, called out loudly. Amidst the resounding drum beats, more and more torchbearers emerged, the gray mist finally receding, revealing a pristine white fog that enveloped the venue once again. I understand. Ping Ping spoke softly. Initially, it was a tale of harmonious villagers dancing, but then an anomaly appeared among the crowd. They drove out the figure with the white mask, who must have communicated with something malevolent, seeking revenge. Her voice was sharp, capturing the attention of the tourists nearby. That ominous presence transformed into mist, tainting Mingyue village, rendering the villagers soulless marionettes. Yet then, a hero arose. He wielded a torch to disperse some of the gray fog, followed by an increasing number of warriors stepping forward to rescue Mingyue village, beginning their invocation of the divine. After all, as a university student preparing for exams, her intellect shone brightly. Had Xu Jing been nearby, he would surely have nodded in approval, recognizing her insightful observations. Soon after, as the stage was quietly erected, the fervent invocation of the divine commenced. The tourists nodded enthusiastically, their expressions brimming with excitement. Ping Ping was indeed correct. The roaring flames blazed brightly. Xu Jing stepped forward to preside over the offering ceremony. As the villagers formed a human wall, the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe stood united. They had already collaborated with the Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe for the first segment, but now was the moment for their own group to showcase their true prowess. Though none were particularly youthful, each face radiated an inexplicable thrill and enthusiasm. The dance, honed through sleepless rehearsals, had finally garnered Mr. Su's approval. And combined with the enchantment of the props and the vibrant atmosphere of the new venue, they, at last, could perform these dances before the audience. Sister Na? The woman beside Jean Na clenched her fists, gazing excitedly at the throng of tourists outside. Is there not a greater crowd than we had in the county theater? Indeed. If we execute this performance splendidly, might we not have the chance to return to our former glory? Jinna maintained a serious demeanor, yet this time, she adorned herself with costumes and props, transforming her entire appearance. Setting aside distractions, she reminded herself to remain calm despite the excitement. Turning to survey the crowd, she observed their fervor gradually subsiding under her gaze. Adjusting her focus, she resolved that this performance would undeniably impress Boss Su. As the tourists placed their offerings into the barrels, 3 barrels brimmed with offerings. Boom! Flames soared skyward. A resonant horn sounded from the depths of the distant mountains, its echoes growing heavier and more profound with each blast, akin to a spear piercing through the fog, heavy yet sharp. The white mist dissipated in an instant. On the platform above, the enormous mask of a spirit revealed its true visage, instantly captivating all onlookers. The divine presence had arrived. Among the tourists, some had previously watched videos of earlier performances and were now thrilled to witness the familiar spectacle, erupting in exuberant shouts. Zhao Meng, concealed behind his older brother, peered out with wide eyes, momentarily stirred. Yet, this time, he felt less alarmed. Whether it was the tourist's mention of the divine that eased his mind or the solemnity of the hornet's sound that instilled a sense of reverence, he sensed a flicker of divinity amidst the terrifying visage. Xu Jing lifted his gaze after the burst of flames. The horn from the deep mountains lived up to its name. Having previewed it several times, he was still taken aback as the haunting melody enveloped the entire square, sending shivers down his spine. The 20 enhancement from the sensory amplifier rendered the ancient horn's sound vividly powerful. In the next moment, the white mist gradually faded, and a beam of light suddenly illuminated the dim central square. Jinna's gaze sharpened, and she whispered words audible only to her fellow performers. Prepare yourselves. Let us ignite the Mingwe village. Boom. A group of individuals was instantly illuminated. Wow, Zhao Meng exclaimed, his skin prickling at the sight of the upright figures clad in red faces and white garments. Ping Ping raised her nearly depleted camera, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A new performance was about to commence. Chapter 34. The debut of the golden sun. The light magnified from the eyes of the red masks, gradually unveiling the dance troupe. A group of individuals donned in simple white garments and pure red masks stood poised, with 2 red tassels quietly dangling from their chests. Although their appearance was somewhat eerie, the tourists who had witnessed the previous performances now widened their eyes in anticipation. First came the singing and dancing, followed by the peculiar white-faced figures being led away, and then emerging as multi-faced beings through the gray mist. Following the flames dispelling the darkness, the offerings were presented, and the spirits were summoned. The figures now presented should represent the central characters. While many attendees sought mere entertainment, a few astute observers had been closely examining everything since their arrival at Mingwe village. Indeed, behind the crowd, Zhu Shou removed his mask, brimming with enthusiasm. After the video he posted last week garnered significant attention. Many viewers inquired about the location of this charming town and its authenticity. Having tasted success, he had come prepared, eager to capture the aspects he had missed last time for editing and sharing upon his return. Little did he anticipate what would unfold next. Only a week has passed, yet the proprietors here have surprisingly launched a new event. Who could have anticipated that within such a brief span, the number of visitors would swell from a mere dozen to several hundred? Even more astonishing is the sheer abundance of updates accompanying this new initiative. He recorded fervently, and as the forthcoming performance approached, he astutely sensed the burgeoning excitement and promptly deployed the highest quality equipment. Boom! The rhythmic beating of drums resonated, followed by a prolonged blast of a horn, igniting movement among the crowd. Tinkle! The dancers jolted, akin to springs, the crystalline sound of bells echoing throughout the venue. Snap! In addition to the bells, the drumbeats, and the horns, there were also the sharp crashes of cymbals. The figures clad in white garments with red faces executed their movements with precision and grace, their flowing attire billowing in the air. When their arms spread wide, they resembled poised tigers. When they drew close together, they appeared as vigilant rabbits. The synchronized red masks vibrated as the crimson tassels danced, revealing fleeting glimmers of gold. Intricate patterns adorned their tassels. Ping Ping was the first to notice through her lens, followed by a frenzy of capturing the moment. Zhu Shou remained composed, his camera steady, fully immersed in the performance. Tinkle! The dancer's formidable foundational skills rendered the dance captivating. Just as the audience was enraptured, the red-masked figures suddenly dispersed, leaving one individual standing alone, facing away from the crowd. Boom boom! When that person turned, an immediate gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience. He had changed his mask, a fearsome visage of golden eyes, a black face with red patterns, and menacing fangs, reminiscent of a fleeting deity. This individual, also adorned with a mask, bent low in an exaggerated posture, twisting his body in a display of uncanny artistry amidst the drum beats. Xu Jing and the other dancers observed from the shadows at the back. He had not anticipated that this most challenging solo performance would be executed by Jean Na herself. Even more surprising was the remarkable flexibility and control she displayed at nearly 50 years of age. Thus, after witnessing her performance, he confidently entrusted this task to her. Jean Na's solo dance unfolded beneath the majestic peaks and rooftops, showcasing the grandeur and mystique of the Nuo dance in the night. Every visitor was utterly spellbound. Yet, this was not the end. Xu Jing pressed the intercom. Release. On the elevated platform, Feng Gui and others exchanged nods and promptly scattered the large bags beneath them into the air. Whoosh! Crimson paper fragments cascaded like petals in a gentle rain, framing Xu Jing at the center of the square as if she were a deity descending from the heavens. In the next moment, others emerged from the red rain, engulfing the central figure, and once again, they all turned in unison, presenting a sea of red faces and white garments. The bamboo flute began to play. They resumed their synchronized dance. As their garments fluttered, the red paper on the ground surged towards the surrounding spectators like waves, elevating their thoughts to the heavens. The lights abruptly shifted to red, and the enthusiasm among the red-faced, white-clad figures intensified, even leading to a frenzied dance. A white mist enveloped the scene once more, accompanied by the soul-stirring sound of a swana. The red-faced, white-clad performers dispersed entirely. Whoosh! It is over. The entire ensemble of the Golden Sun Dance Troupe, comprising 21 members, stood on the high platform, gasping for breath. As they removed their masks, their skin gleamed under the fiery glow, glistening with sweat. Yet, beyond the perspiration, there was a collective radiance in their sparkling eyes and joyous smiles. Sister Na, we did it. So many audience members. Oh my, will they like us? So exhausted. But I danced with such joy. It was exhilarating. Sister Na, will Boss Su be satisfied? Xu Na also took off her mask, her usually furrowed brow finally relaxing. Hearing this, she and the others gazed towards Xu Jing amidst the crowd. The young yet stern man, separated by flames and a sea of people, offered them a warm smile and a thumbs up. You did wonderfully. Cheers erupted. Instantly, they embraced one another, their worries finally dissipating. Their task had concluded, and now everyone turned their attention to the performers preparing at the front of the high platform. It was their moment to shine. The mist swirled. Amidst the thunderous applause, the audience heard a powerful chant. Wind Dragon Envoy. The crowd erupted with a long-awaited cheer. Finally, it had arrived. Zhu Shouxin anxiously monitored the equipment's battery, feeling an urge to curse but finding no words. Damn it, Minghua Village. Why concoct so many new performances? Yet they did it, and so splendidly. Damn, I didn't bring enough batteries. He chuckled while trying to stow his expensive camera, only to turn around and widen his eyes, retracting his hand from the shut-off button. What the hell? The Wind Dragon Envoy has also changed its performer. Wow, so handsome. Damn, are the NPCs from Minghua Village this stunning? I can't believe it. Am I in love? No. Wait. Last time it was the Dragon Maiden. Bring back my Dragon Maiden. Accompanied by the White Dragon, stepping through the mist, he was now a robust figure with snow-white skin, undoubtedly a good person. Ping Ping set down her camera, murmuring to herself. Oh. Her companion beside her attempted to divert her attention. What do you mean? Because good men don't keep mistresses. Her best friend turned to gaze at the muscular, bare-chested, silver-haired dragon prince, swallowing hard. I think you are right. The two reached a consensus and continued to admire the soaring white dragon alongside countless spectators. Yet this time, the white dragon appeared even more vivid and luxurious than before. With the assistance of the Golden Sun Dance Troupe, members of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe dove into the dragoness form, clad in Xu Jing's specially designed cloud props. They lifted and supported the elongated dragon body, allowing the white dragon to soar through the clouds with grace. Is this the kind of performance that a county can showcase? Dude, stop it. This isn't even the kind of props a county can present. What's wrong with the county? Can't we have impressive scenic spots? To a scenic area? Just listen. You've seen the performance. Can this even be called 2A? Chapter 35. This is called 2A. Indeed. This is indeed a 2A scenic area. They specifically traveled out of town to see something almost indistinguishable from this. They were rated as a 4A level, spending several thousand on it. But what about the Wanyuan Mountain? With a mere 30 yuan, you are assured a delightful experience that is both enjoyable and visually captivating. Where else could one discover such a splendid weekend getaway? A few enthusiastic individuals wore flushed faces and excited expressions. Zhao Mang sat there, equally exhilarated, cursing under his breath. Just as he was about to rise and take a photograph, he felt a strong clap on his shoulder. Frowning, he turned to confront the source, only to be taken aback. Is that you, Wang Kai? He exclaimed, recognizing his companion. Wang Kai smiled with a genuine simplicity. We also decided to come and explore on a whim. I saw someone wandering around in Minghua Village and was pleasantly surprised to find it was you. Wandering? Before Zhao Mang could fully process the situation, his shoulder was struck again with considerable force. Is that you, Xiaolu? His fierce expression transformed into a broad grin. revealing his 8 prominent teeth to the tourists beside Wang Kai. Hee hee, I am Wu, the tourist said, clearing his throat awkwardly, gazing at this ruffian with newfound respect. To his astonishment, Zhao the tour guide had not deceived them. This truly was a remarkable scenic spot. The 20 yuan spent was not in vain. It was indeed a worthwhile investment. Absolutely. Ha ha, today I've worked up quite a sweat running around. It feels exhilarating. Zhao Meng had not anticipated that a row of his own group members would be seated behind him. Squinting at the earnest Wang Kai, he couldn't shake the feeling that this fellow was intentionally following him. Come now, everyone, let us not jest. I have always asserted that we are a legitimate travel group, and we certainly wouldn't let your money go to waste. They shared a knowing smile, acknowledging the unspoken understanding. Legitimate? It was clear that things were not entirely as they seemed. It was likely that this scenic area was discovered by Zhao Meng purely by chance. After all, such a splendid locale would hardly be accessible to a small agency like Shan Meng Travel if it were in collaboration with established tour operators. Wang Kai forcefully turned his head back. Focus on the performance. Reminded, Zhao Meng promptly forgot about the earlier incident and returned to watch the show attentively. Feng Long and Long Zi strolled around, and the fortunate one stepped forward to receive blessings, floating down in a daze. Much like Shaoan from the previous week, he felt lightheaded and overwhelmed, unable to articulate his delight amidst the dazzling display. Xu kept a close watch from behind, his expression filled with frustration. After all, he had arrived early and diligently fulfilled his tasks throughout the day, yet he was not in first place. Who held the first position? Jiang Song Wang Kai recognized him as the male teacher seated in the same boat as them. To his astonishment, this individual had arrived just in the afternoon and still managed to receive the most offerings. Envy served no purpose. The venue was quickly prepared, and Xu Jing stepped forward. Our visitors from afar genuinely sought help from the outside world, allowing Mingyue Village to welcome such a great number of guests today and bringing forth numerous offerings. This has significantly contributed to our ceremony. Xu Jing bowed slightly, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly golden hue. Therefore, with the blessings of the divine, we shall conduct more prayer rituals and perform even more beautiful dances. Now, it is time for all our guests to step forward and receive the blessings of the deities. Fireworks ceremony. Yes, Xu was exhilarated, fist clenched in anticipation, eyeing his camera with confidence as it held just 1 bar of battery left. Last time, due to a lapse in judgment, he failed to bring enough batteries, resulting in a missed opportunity to capture some precious moments. However, this time, he is determined to document the entirety of the spark ceremony for all his fans to witness. With his equipment in hand, he swiftly follows the crowd. Accompanied by the melodious strains of song, fireworks burst forth in the sky above Mingyue Village, resembling falling stars. The visitors of Mingyue Village are left speechless, their mouths agape, uttering nothing but gasps of awe. Except for that one teacher. The golden red glow illuminates the moon, while the joyous dance harmonizes with my heart. What splendid poetry. Zhao Meng, standing nearby, is unsure if he has grasped the words, but he claps along with the literati. He closes his eyes, drawing upon his decade of social experience and 3 years of being a boss. This time, the decision to collaborate with Xu Jing seems to be the right one. From entering the village, encountering the enigmatic boatman, the grand ancient village bustling with life, engaging NPC interactions, to the series of spectacular performances. He feels it should have concluded by now. Well, the ticket was merely 30 yuan, not 300, so he feels satisfied. Yet, what a grand spectacle has unfolded. His visitors are thoroughly entertained. He estimates that, after this journey, there should be no Uncle Hat checking in on them. Perhaps he might even receive a small banner as recognition. Zhao Meng cheerfully lifts his gaze to the spark ceremony, pulling out his latest smartphone to capture the moment. Come on, great poet. Help me figure out how to take a stunning photo. Once this picture is taken, he plans to display it in the Shan Meng Travel Agency to attract more guests. Initially, the great poet was somewhat displeased at being interrupted, but the title brings him joy. Let me see. As the spark ceremony concludes, Xu Jing finally steps forward to deliver his closing remarks as the guide. He expresses gratitude for everyone's participation, officially concluding today's deity invitation ceremony at Mingyue Village. Being relatively isolated, the villagers are still unfamiliar with the ways of the outside world. Yet, thanks to the assistance of the guests, they are eager to learn and improve, ensuring a more comfortable experience for all visitors. Moreover, they believe that, In the near future, with the increasing number of enthusiastic guests, they can create an even more complete ceremony. At that time, Xu Jing turns his gaze toward the distant mountains, his tone filled with hope and nostalgia. Our sacred mountain can once again witness the splendor of yesteryears. When the holy mountain returns to the earthly realm, Mingyue Village hopes to invite all visitors to explore and admire. The deity invitation ceremony at Mingyue Village has officially concluded. Everyone streams out, and Feng Gui and his companions pack up, laughing their way home. How wonderful! After a day's work, it's just a 10-minute walk home. Once the visitors have departed, they can reconvene in the square for a meeting and enjoy the warm meal prepared by Boss Su. Such a life feels like paradise. Zhao Meng waves a little red flag, gathering the visitors together. How was your day? In the past, at this time, he would only see a group of silent, cold faces. But today, he can proudly bask in their admiration. Director Zhao, you are amazing. How did you discover such a splendid tourist spot? My goodness. I shared the photographs with my colleagues, and they were all quite enamored, eagerly inquiring about the location. Some were fiddling with their phones while looking up, asking, Director Zhao, is this scenic spot a regular route for your tour group? Should I share your contact information with my colleagues? Indeed, Zhao Meng was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with joy, his smile almost grotesque. It's splendid. The owner here is a dear brother of mine. Accompanying my team will undoubtedly ensure you have the most enjoyable experience. That's wonderful. I also sent it to my son, who remarked that I had misjudged you. You may appear unattractive and lacking perception, but you are truly responsible and good-hearted individuals. Zhao Meng fell silent, as did his less-than-handsome subordinates. Director Zhao has a discerning eye to discover such a scenic area. Upon our return, we shall promote it for you. Never having received such compliments, Zhao Meng instantly forgot the unflattering remarks about his appearance. The flurry of praise had him floating on air, almost wishing to set off a 5,000 cracker firework display. He gleefully clapped his hands. All right, everyone, gather your belongings and don't leave anything behind. We are preparing to embark on the boat. Bang! Another tremendous force struck his shoulder. Do you think that if I remain calm, I'll be treated as a fool? He was genuinely angered. Zhao Meng turned around with a fierce expression, only to freeze again and replace it with a smile. I've missed you so much, my dear attendant. Mr. Xu Jing stood before him with a cheerful smile, hands behind his back, seemingly unaware of how that small frame could exert such strength. Mr. Zhao. Did you enjoy your day? Xu Jing winked. Behind him, Wang Kai and Jiang Tsung displayed mischievous grins. Since you had a good time, we shall see you again. Chapter 36. Collaboration Fire. Whether the Wanyuan Mountain is ablaze remains unknown, but the Mingyue Village has certainly ignited interest. For 2 consecutive days, the influx of visitors has consistently exceeded 300 per day. Xu Jing was grateful for the preparations made the previous week, having summoned Feng Gui and provided basic training to the staff. This enabled them to adeptly manage the influx of guests. Moreover, the performances of Jin Yang and Qin Yun surpassed his expectations, perhaps due to their involvement in the shows, and with Jin Yang effectively substituting for Qin Yun. The acrobatics troupe was invigorated, determined to excel in their performances. The dancers led by Jin Na, regardless of gender, exhibited remarkable energy, delivering 2 outstanding shows. He believed that after a week or 2 of practice, they would achieve perfection in their final form. As for himself, on Monday, with the park closed and the dawn barely breaking, he took advantage of Jiang Tsung's still slumbering state to jog outside and check his phone for updates. Wow. He had barely run 500 meters when he paused at the roadside, hands on hips, laughing heartily. It was no surprise. Within just 2 days, across platforms such as Dole and others, Wanyuan Mountain and Mingyue Village had garnered a significant wave of attention. The entry for Wanyuan Mountain was acceptable, but the entry for Mingyue Village was truly bustling. The most prominent posts, primarily featuring images and texts about the fire flower, received thousands of likes and hundreds of saves. Following closely behind was not the anticipated performance of the Golden Sun Dance, but rather the comprehensive guide to the rituals and narrative progression of Mingyue Village. Xu Jing, perplexed, clicked on it, wondering what was happening. Wasn't this a tourist attraction? Why was there a need for challenges and storyline guides? The guide was divided into 2 main chapters. Xu Jing raised an eyebrow and scrolled down. The first chapter detailed the general locations and tasks associated with various rituals. Upon reviewing, he noted that while it wasn't exhaustive, It was fairly accurate. Did they think they could decipher the patterns with just 1 or 2 visits? He chuckled softly. They were still too inexperienced. Having participated in numerous adventure activities in his past life, he was well aware of how to maintain novelty and adjust accordingly. They had done well. But next time he would completely overhaul it. What a delightful prank to stir the spirit. Continuing to read, the second chapter contained conjectures about the performance's story, provided by unexpected encounters. She had even compiled a comprehensive PowerPoint presentation. Unexpected encounters. The story structure of the performance should begin with a harmonious life, disrupted by the invasion of the evil deity, leading to the villagers seeking to communicate with divine powers. The unrest in the village is likely a manifestation of the aftermath of the evil deity's incursion. The goal of Mingyue village is to attract sufficient tourists, offer ample rituals, and complete enough ceremonies to thoroughly expel the malevolence. Have you seen the Dragon Prince and Dragon Maiden? And those dancers in red and white? I suspect there will be more envoys to appear. Up until this point, Xu Jing felt indifferent, but as he continued reading, he was taken aback. I have observed closely. That guide should be akin to a village chief or high priest. In this ceremony, he wore an armband adorned with numerous animal patterns. I suspect this is a preview of the next phase of activities. Moreover, those dancers are also wearing insignias. Although not captured clearly, I suspect their insignia patterns correspond to the designs on the guide's armband. Finally, the guide has repeatedly mentioned the sacred mountain. I predict that this will be the next area to be unlocked, potentially continuing the story of Mingyue village or revisiting its former glory. This interpretation swiftly captivated the attention of many young individuals. The interactive mode of challenges and NPCs in the real world sparked considerable interest. Yet, it was the thrill of speculation and discovery that ignited even greater curiosity and excitement. What exactly is the Sacred Mountain? Beyond the Wind Dragon Envoy, what else could there be? Some were entirely unaware of what Mingyue village even was. Yet after listening to the commentary, they began to search with inquisitiveness. Xu Jing chuckled as he exited. He had to admit that unexpected encounters had made a remarkably accurate guess. However, he was too preoccupied with his grand plans to care about anyone revealing the secrets. It was amusing. I have a car. You know I have a car. And then you see my car. But does that have anything to do with my car being Optimus Prime? I don't care. Xu Jing continued to scroll down. The next highly acclaimed video was unexpectedly posted by a familiar individual. To his surprise, avoiding Li Jing'o had returned once again, but it was evident that he had become more astute. In a bid to maximize traffic, he had chosen to release the full versions of various highlight programs separately, subsequently compiling them into a highlight reel. Xu Jing clicked on the compilation and, after a prolonged viewing, he couldn't help but marvel. This video was undoubtedly made with financial investment. The craftsmanship was simply exquisite. It resembled an official promotional video to such an extent that he contemplated appropriating it for his own use. So far, this highlight compilation titled Wanyuan Mountain Mingyue Village Pseudo-Official Promotional Video had garnered the most likes. A deluge of comments and messages littered the video's comment section. To be the Pirate King, it's all fake. I'm not eating shit while standing on my head. Baga is not Baka. Where is this scenic area? I've never heard of it. Soft as water. Alas, the youth of today will concoct anything for traffic. Lin Junjio, is this a scam? Is it real? Where is this scenic area? Turkey-flavored rice crackers. I checked. It's a scenic spot in the county under Yong'an City, rated 25 points. Need I say more? It must be fake. Milky white snow. Dude, do you believe this? This scenic area was rated 19 points just a week ago. Oil, so. The rating increased by 0.6 points in a week? Xu Jing raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. The ticketing and promotional duties for the scenic area were overseen by Zhao University, and he had indeed not noticed the rating for Wanyuan Mountain Rising. He speculated that the recent influx of ticket purchasers had predominantly left 5-star reviews. Forever Sunset Town. No need to be curious. I'm from Yong'an City. That place has been dilapidated for many years. It could never resemble the video. Underground worker. Exactly. The people of Qingshan County are well aware that it has not been managed for years. It's just an undeveloped wilderness one can wander into without fear of being taken away by wild boars. Jingjing Nightly. I think it's implausible. If it were that remarkable, how could it only be rated as a 2, a scenic area? With a multitude of comments flooding in, Xu Jing scrolled through a few before closing the window. Wanyuan Mountain could not be rushed into popularity. It was a gradual process. What mattered more at the moment was Xu Jing wiping his sweat opening the door and smiling at Jiang Tsong, who was already up and dressed. Let us go. Today's first task is to negotiate a partnership with Shan Meng Travel Agency. Brother Zhao Meng and his team have arrived. Chapter 37. Jiang Tsong joins the team. Almost there. How do you feel? Xu Jing sat in the car, making final preparations. Do you have confidence in sealing the contract today? Wang Kai was driving ahead, while Jiang Tsong fiddled with the vintage car stereo beside him. After a day of exploring the scenic area, their camaraderie had blossomed, and the atmosphere was one of burgeoning affection. Upon hearing Xu Jing's question, Jiang Tsong's eyes twinkled as if struck by a sudden thought, and he burst into laughter. Wang Kai flashed a grin, revealing all 8 of his teeth. Of course, we've obtained some promising information that is sure to please Brother Zhao Meng. In the stillness of the Shan Meng Travel Agency's lobby, both groups sat across from each other, their expressions grave. Zhao Meng was the first to break the silence. If the souvenir shop doesn't open, we won't earn anything. If we collaborate, at least we can share the ticket revenue 50-50. Xu Jing maintained a stern demeanor. 50? Zhao Meng was momentarily taken aback, his face reddening after pondering for a while. Isn't that excessive? He wondered. However, Xu Jing swiftly continued with his plans, not giving Zhao Meng a chance to respond. Next weekend, I will raise the ticket prices, and you will receive 10% of the proceeds. The souvenir shop will be set up before the Labor Day holiday. Shan Meng can receive a 20% discount. How you calculate the revenue with tourists is not my concern. Wang Kai also chimed in. For those from Shan Meng who rent my vehicles, I will offer you a 20% discount. Zhao Meng was even more bewildered. Isn't your car already at a 20% discount? Is it? Wang Kai scratched his chin, displaying a naive smile. Haha, I must have forgotten. And then, he fell silent. Zhao Meng waited for him to continue, but nothing followed. 20%, and then what? Shouldn't it be 75% or 70%? That's it. Frustrated, he exclaimed. What purpose do you serve then? Xu Jing leaned back, smiling cheerfully. President Zhao, please consider this carefully. To be frank, I have secured sponsorship from a significant figure. Although I cannot reveal their identity, the scenic area will continue to improve. The impact will be beyond your imagination. As the first travel agency to collaborate with Wanyuan Mountain, I can assure you that regardless of how the ticket prices rise, you will still benefit from this discount. Moreover, President Zhao should have confidence in Wanyuan Mountain. Were you not enjoying yourself? Wang Kai's usefulness emerged at this moment. He revealed a wide grin, pushing his phone towards Zhao Meng. In the video, a burly man appeared, flustered and grotesque, running frantically through a narrow alley, howling in terror. Cough, cough. Zhao Meng abruptly closed the screen, his face flushed with embarrassment. What on earth was that? Ha. He pondered for a moment, still feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Everything else is negotiable, but isn't that ticket revenue split a bit too low? Too low? Xu Jing chuckled. President Zhao, think long-term. 10% of 50 yuan is merely 5, but 10% of 300 yuan is 30. If you bring in 10 tourists, you could earn 300 solely from ticket sales. Isn't that appealing? 300? Zhao Meng frowned, his expression turning serious. Are you confident you can sell tickets at 300 yuan? After all, I have thousands of acres of scenic area, with many improvements to come. Zhao Meng exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair, though inwardly, he had already agreed. He had no other options. Among the emerging scenic areas, Wanyuan Mountain was the most promising. If he wanted to collaborate, it was the only choice. After 3 years, he found himself with limited alternatives. If Xu Jing's plan failed, he feared he would have to revert to old ways. After all, with so many brothers relying on him, he couldn't let them starve alongside him. Clenching his fists, he leaned forward, his expression sincere and composed. Since you have confidence, Mr. Xu, let us finalize this agreement. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Tsong swiftly produced 2 copies of the contract, respectfully presenting a pen. President Zhao, please sign. The collaboration with Zhao Meng has proven to be even more seamless than anticipated. Xu Jing returned to Wanyuan Mountain alongside Jiang Tsong, feeling quite satisfied. That evening, Jiang Tsong formally sat across from him and shared his observations from recent days. Brother Jing, your prowess in design is truly remarkable. Initially, I found the scenic area rather ordinary, but after experiencing it on Saturday, I was genuinely impressed. It's exceptional. However, Jiang Tsong shifted his tone. When it comes to design, I cannot compete with you, but in management, you cannot match my expertise. After languishing for over a month, Jiang Tsong's eyes sparkled as he spoke of his profession. I've heard about the staffing at Minghua Village and am aware of the souvenir shop. our personnel management, online and offline promotion, various operational budgets, and service aspects still have a long way to go. As he spoke, he suddenly became animated. Brother Jing, when you spoke to Zhao Meng this morning about significant investors, was that for real? If there are investors, what are your plans moving forward? What projects do you envision? I can assist you in management. No, wait. With me on board, not only can I help you manage, but I can also save you money. You know I am someone you can trust. Feel free to share any plans with me. Moreover, as you know, I possess extensive industry experience and am familiar with various software. With my involvement, I could genuinely help you expand and strengthen your endeavors. Xu Jing observed his excitement and chuckled softly, shaking his head. Most of what he said was accurate, save for one detail, whether or not Jiang Tsong was involved. Wanyuan Mountain would undoubtedly flourish. Xu Jing smiled gently, for his silent investor was the system itself. Have you made your decision? If you stay here, you will not only be my friend, but also my employee, and I won't hold back. Xu Jing welcomed Jiang Tsong's involvement wholeheartedly. Despite his capabilities, managing such a vast scenic area would inevitably stretch him thin. There were not many talents here, although most employees could manage their assigned tasks adequately. That was the extent of their capabilities. Expecting them to provide suggestions for enhancing the scenic area was still too much to ask. Absolutely. Jiang Tsong laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. So, Boss Su, what salary do you intend to offer me? Xu Jing's expression froze momentarily. You aren't considering not paying me, are you? Ha ha. Xu Jing broke into an exaggerated grin, playfully slapping Jiang Tsong on the shoulder until he could see Jiang Tsong's growing impatience. He finally spoke weakly. I don't have much money. How about 5,000 a month? If the scenic area succeeds, I'll increase your salary and even give you dividends. That's quite the promise. All right, enough with the grand visions, Jiang Tsong replied, having had enough of empty promises in S-City. Now he believed that a salary of 5,000 yuan was truly a tangible benefit. 5,000 it is. This afternoon, take me back to the scenic area and give me a comprehensive overview of the situation inside. I'll start working tomorrow and help you build a solid foundation. Xu Jing smiled, feeling a sense of relief. All right. Chapter 38. Undercurrents surging. Jiang Tsong absorbed information rapidly. By the end of the afternoon, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with Wanyuan Mountain. Upon returning home, he hurried to his desk, immersing himself in his work. Meanwhile, Xu Jing dedicated himself to repairing and maintaining the props, returning home late into the night. For 2 consecutive days, the online popularity of Mingyue Village soared. However, this time, it transcended the confines of limited dissemination. Not only did it attract a multitude of out-of-province visitors on Dole, but importantly, the citizens of Yong'an City had also become aware of it. They learned that a remarkable scenic area had emerged in the county beneath their city. Yet, upon further inquiry into its name, their astonishment deepened. Are you saying that the place gaining fame is that mountainous region in Qingshan County, acquired a decade ago? In the solemn and quiet office of the Yong'an Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Xinzhuang set down his large tea mug, curiosity etched on his face. I recall that the couple managing it was struggling, heavily indebted, and on the brink of bankruptcy. The secretary lifted her gaze, silently criticizing. It was our previous policy flip-flopping that forced them into such a predicament, draining their substantial resources. Secretary, I've heard that the couple has been gone for several years now. The scenic area is currently under the stewardship of their offspring. Oh, Xinzhuang leaned back. Their son took over? He didn't sell the scenic area? He had heard of that place, burdened with considerable debt. Any sensible person would have swiftly sold the land to at least secure a modest profit, ensuring a worry-free existence in Yong'an for the rest of their life. The secretary shook her head, placing a tablet before Xinzhuang, displaying a promotional video created by Zhu Shou from Mingyue Village. Not only did they not sell it, but judging by these online videos, the quality of the work is quite commendable. Xinzhuang squinted, watching the video with interest, then lowered his head in contemplation. Have the promotional targets for this year's pre-holiday season been fulfilled? The secretary understood his implication, but felt a twinge of regret. It is nearly accomplished. However, if we wish to incorporate new projects now, time will be tight, and we may not achieve optimal results. That is indeed a certainty. Xinzhuang nodded. Their bureau had begun planning its promotions 2 or 3 months prior to the major holidays, assessing various factors such as tourist flow, ratings, and the fundamental conditions of the scenic area to determine the targets for publicity. If we add projects at this stage, even if we rush to produce them. The outcomes may be less than satisfactory. After all, few people contemplate their travel plans at the last minute. Yet, observing the fireworks in the video, Xu Jing hesitated for a moment. How about this? Let us monitor the performance of Wanyuan Mountain until next week, and I will conduct an inspection then. You intend to go personally, Secretary? We shall see when the time comes. Xu Jing fell silent, selecting a document to review, while the secretary discreetly stepped out. The secretary mused, is the secretary truly going in person? It seems he still holds some sentimental attachment to that place. A smile crept onto her face. If we genuinely wish to promote them, being late is not an issue. After all, distant visitors may not be able to come. But those from the surrounding areas of Yong'an are all potential tourist groups. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Yong'an has not achieved notable results in recent years. During the last few provincial meetings, the secretary and the director were repeatedly singled out, while leaders from other cities came with veiled sarcasm. The matter concerning Wanyuan Mountain, if it truly proves to be commendable, though perhaps modest in scale, could nonetheless provide a moment of pride for Yong'an. When the mayor and the director find themselves in high spirits, resources may willingly flow their way. He hummed a tune softly, strolling out with his tablet in hand. Conversely, on the other side of Yong'an, circumstances were far less splendid. In the opulent lounge of a high-end club, a group of individuals gathered around a round table, with Xu Jing at the forefront, having just settled his nerves. Seated at his side were the owner of the Earth Travel Agency, who had previously exchanged pleasantries with Xu Jing, along with several other travel agency proprietors and local scenic area representatives. Everyone had likely heard of the commotion stirred by Wanyuan Mountain. Xu Jing wore a smile, albeit devoid of genuine warmth. What are your thoughts? The owner of the Earth Travel Agency was the first to speak. Song, you are overly concerned. That is merely a small scenic area, incapable of competing with our Songhu Park. Indeed, chimed in a tall, slender man, nodding in agreement. With Songhu leading, our surrounding commercial districts are well established. Our system is unassailable, and we need not concern ourselves with them. A beautiful woman beside the man laughed. Our visitor count last weekend was over 6,000, right? Song, do take a moment to consider. Why bother contending with a place that attracts merely a few hundred visitors a day? The table erupted in chatter, hardly regarding the purpose of their gathering. What a jest. They are a long-standing attraction in Yong'an. All aspects of their design, event planning, and even visitor services are exceptionally refined. Should anyone wish to visit, they can indulge in a delightful weekend filled with food, entertainment, and leisure. What does that little Wanyuan Mountain offer? They haven't even paved a proper road. A few hours there, and it's all over. How dull. Isn't it merely the novelty of their events that draws attention? Anyone could organize such a thing. Shaoli, please send someone to investigate what this fire offering ceremony is all about. Xu Jing instructed his partners, his hands slightly trembling as he held his wine glass. His ability to transform Songhu Park from a humble site into a grand attraction, and to develop the surrounding wasteland into its current state, stemmed from his unwavering principle: never underestimate any competitor. The success of Mingyuezhai undoubtedly lies in its unique qualities. Recently, Yong'an had enjoyed too much tranquility. What its citizens craved was a breath of fresh air. If they were indeed to exploit this opportunity, it could lead to a resurgence of competition. Every scenic area exists in a state of rivalry. The number of tourists is finite. If one location sees an increase, another must inevitably face a decline. Unless there exists a leading establishment capable of achieving provincial or national acclaim, attracting visitors from afar, and creating a symbiotic relationship among all attractions. Such a scenario remains a distant dream for a modest city like Yong'an. I shall pay a visit myself. Xu Jing's declaration silenced the table. Is that truly necessary, Brother Song? The owner of the Earth Travel Agency appeared somewhat unsettled. They all remarked that the small scenic area was insignificant, yet this individual took it so seriously. Does that not imply a lack of faith in their judgment? It is worth noting that he had recently declined the proposal from the head of Wanyuan Mountain. Had he not done so, would such a disreputable travel agency as Shanmeng have dared to involve themselves? The thought of his employees mentioning how those individuals were snatching customers at the train station with videos of Mingyue village left the owner of Dadi seething with frustration. A mere scoundrel dares to steal his patrons? The owner scoffed, recalling that he was still seated at Xu Jing's banquet, and quickly donned a smile. Though Dadi was an established travel agency, Xu Jing was also a veteran in scenic area management. Over the years, Songhu Park had consistently ranked among the top 3 tourist destinations in Yongin City, making him a significant figure not to be offended. If President Song were to express concern, we would all need to investigate, including probing into the background of that responsible individual. With the upcoming Labor Day holiday, we would ensure proper arrangements. Songhu would undoubtedly remain the preferred travel route. In comparison to that small scenic area, our primary competitor is the Hongya Mountain Scenic Area, which is rumored to be planning a new event specifically designed for tourists. They quietly discussed their plans for the upcoming 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng also altered his usual demeanor. Sitting in his remote office, he gathered all his subordinates together. Brothers, listen up. I have something to say. Chapter 39, Scenic Area Optimization. He tossed aside his leather jacket, donning an administrative blazer that finally gave him a semblance of propriety. After leading the team to Wanyuan Mountain, you all have heard the news. I have established a strategic partnership with the head of Wanyuan Mountain. From now on, their scenic area will be our exclusive collaborative unit. Memorize this information. There must be no mistakes. This time, we are not going it alone. We now represent not only the image of Shan Meng, but also that of Wanyuan Mountain. Should anyone act unscrupulously with the tourists as before, I will truly take action. The brothers lowered their heads, a chill running down their spines. The last time Meng mentioned taking action was when their travel agency had just been established. It was evident this time he was serious. Everyone responded with enthusiasm, each taking a copy of the materials to memorize. Yongin City is not a renowned tourist destination, so during the weekdays, most travel agencies had little work. This provided Zhao Meng the opportunity to conduct extensive training for his subordinates. Meanwhile, outside the city, in a dilapidated building in Qingshan County, members of the Golden Sun dance troupe, unusually without work, sat solemnly on the floor of their dance studio. So, what does everyone think? Jin Na, with her hair slicked back, spoke seriously. I believe there is potential. I think the future looks even better than we imagined. Sister Na, the last time we performed in front of such a large audience was years ago. I believe that little boss still has some tricks up his sleeve. As soon as these words were spoken, all the members turned to look at him in unison. Jin Na's eyes also lit up. Do you think so too? Laughter erupted among them. It seems that Sister Na shares the same sentiments. Indeed, Boss Su must have had ideas about this program for quite some time. And as we have all heard, the current performance is not yet complete. As the number of visitors increases, so too will the content of the performances. This means that as long as we can continue to learn and dance, we will be able to accept further training. The audience is secondary. What I truly value is the platform and the repertoire that Boss Su can provide us. One must understand how rare it is to find a quality performance piece nowadays. To be honest, I have only just begun to grasp the essence of this Xia dance. The more I watch, the more intriguing it becomes. And the more I contemplate it, the more I feel a chill run down my spine. In Jin Na's gaze, ambition and desire are evident. I have led this dance troupe for nearly 20 years, and I hope that while I am still able to dance, my troupe can strive to ascend to greater stages and reach a wider audience. And this time, this is a splendid opportunity. Everyone listened to her words, their eyes alight with excitement. If that is the case, then let us not concern ourselves too much with salaries. The more we dance, the more visitors will come to Mingyue Village. Mingyue Village can stand out not only in Yongin City, but even in the province. At that time, we will no longer be just a small dance troupe. We shall become the premier performance team of Mingyue Village. Jin Na's words invigorated all the dancers, and they eagerly swallowed with anticipation. All right, Sister Na, what shall we do next? In just one weekend, Mingyue Village burst into the public eye. The online promotion has indeed borne fruit. Even during the week, dozens of people came to visit the scenic area. These visitors were easily managed by Tian Tian and Fang Gui, and all the props had been repaired. Xu Jing was finally able to relax. Phew, what a relief. He had just settled into bed, ready to indulge in a comfortable afternoon nap, when suddenly, the bedroom door was flung open with a bang. Jinggu, I have completed the preliminary plan for the management of the scenic area. Xu Jing glanced at the clock. It was 1:15 noon. Aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Song was taken aback. City had never had a midday nap. Oh, this wretched work ethic. From today onwards, that changes. Jiang Song rolled his eyes and pulled Xu Jing, who was trying to peacefully close his eyes, upright. Sleep? You are the boss. Your time is money. Let's finalize the plan quickly so I can implement it right away. Xu Jing felt a sense of despair. His rare afternoon respite was being so rudely interrupted by this ambitious individual. Jiang Song did not keep him waiting long. He promptly opened his laptop and presented a PowerPoint before him. "Xu Jing," he said, his demeanor serious, no longer joking with Xu Jing. The aura of an award-winning graduate from a provincial competition emerged. "After discussing with the staff, I have consolidated the current situation of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, and I am here to report the preliminary plan." He clicked the mouse, and a table immediately appeared. Currently, only the Mingyue Village attraction is open among all scenic spots at Wanyuan Mountain. Thus, we will focus our efforts around this attraction, encompassing transportation, supporting services, sightseeing check-in points, and staff allocation. Although management is a broad field, the differences between financial management and tourism management are quite significant. In recent days, Jiang Tsong has devoted numerous late nights to swiftly shift his mindset, and it seems that the dark circles under his eyes are a testament to his diligence. According to statistics from University Zhao, during this period, our online and offline operations have yielded a total profit of 28,800 yuan, excluding basic operational expenses. Firstly, we must address the transportation issue. Uncle Shue's boat is rather small, accommodating only about 15 passengers per trip. Given the substantial influx of visitors to the scenic area, relying solely on Uncle Shui is simply unfeasible. My suggestion is to procure an additional small boat. Uncle Shue's persona has significant promotional value. Therefore, we can ensure that the new boat's captain maintains a similar aesthetic, allowing for staggered passenger transport. Both boats should be equipped with engines to reduce reliance on manpower. Jiang Tsong continued to click through the presentation, noting that we are severely lacking in supplementary services. Setting aside the basics such as guide signs, toilets, and garbage bins, the most pressing concerns are fire safety and medical emergency facilities. Jiang Tsong's expression grew serious as he surveyed Mingyue and our other areas, which are nearly devoid of these essential amenities. Should we be reported, the consequences could be dire. Thus, we must prioritize the acquisition of these facilities. Xu Jing, who had been relaxed, now sat upright, while the uninformed felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Next, regarding service facilities, I recommend constructing 4 public toilets, 1 souvenir shop for convenience stores, and several dining or specialty product shops in Mingyue. Since we are currently only operating that one attraction, it would also be prudent to establish a first aid center within Mingyue, along with fire safety measures. After assuming management responsibilities, Jiang Tsong has not paid much heed to ostentatious embellishments. Perhaps due to his extensive time in S-City, where he has traversed countless pitfalls, he is now more focused on addressing potential hazards. The sooner we resolve issues that may arise in the future, the better. Concerning the attraction staff, I have heard that you have employed several individuals by offering housing as compensation. To Xu Jing's surprise, Jiang Tsong endorsed this approach, deeming it the optimal solution given the current circumstances. However, it is imperative that these individuals quickly begin to fulfill their roles, particularly in managing the convenience and dining services, which they can initiate immediately. If their capabilities are not yet up to par, we can provide them with a venue for part-time sales during the day. Tourists may choose not to spend, but we cannot afford to lack consumer options. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Additionally, the state of your restroom facilities is truly unsightly. Chapter 40. 10,000 reputation points on the 4th. Jiang Tsong reviewed online ticket purchase evaluations, noting that negative feedback was relatively scarce. However, the majority of complaints centered around the restrooms and transportation. Visitors expressed frustration over the inability to find toilets or criticized their cleanliness and size, stating that they were so unpleasant that they could not even relieve themselves. Others were irate about the excessively long wait times for the boats. Though these may seem trivial, they significantly detract from the overall experience. In the section regarding attractions, we currently have only 2 activities: searching for the ceremony and inviting the deity. I would like to inquire if there are any further development plans for additional attractions. Lastly, concerning promotion and operations, we presently have a ticketing system on a certain website, but there are no official accounts operating on other platforms. We are in need of talents in this area. Xu Jing scrutinized Jiang Tsong's table with meticulous attention. Truly, he exemplifies professionalism. Although the transition may seem significant for Jiang Tsong, he performed admirably, often considering the perspective of the tourists, which enabled them to pose numerous insightful inquiries. I find this quite commendable. How much would it cost to implement these activities? He still has 30,000 in reserve, coupled with over 20,000 earned from the scenic area in recent days. Thus, the funds available to him are rather limited. They will not commence simultaneously. Jiang Tsong had already devised a plan. First, address the safety issues, followed by transportation and basic services. Xu Jing felt a flicker of inspiration. You need not worry about basic services for now. Focus on fire safety and transportation first. Jiang Tsong left, satisfied, with the appointment letter in hand, ready to swiftly recruit exceptional talents. Xu Jing then resumed his seat at the table. With a plethora of tasks at hand each day, he had yet to examine the changes in the system's data. Upon opening the system, a resounding electronic announcement reverberated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your reputation value has surpassed 10,000. Reward, lucky spin 1. He turned to check the date. What on earth? The personal attributes page appeared before him. Host, Xu Jing, male, physical quality. B, scenic area achievements. Non-scenic area reputation value, 12. 801 scenic area positive reviews. 895 backpack. Not yet activated lottery chances. 1 evaluation. It seems you have begun to savor the fruits of a well-managed scenic area. However, perfecting the area is no simple feat. Keep striving. Incredible. I have struck gold. From Saturday the 13th to today, the 17th, in just 4 days, Wanyuan Mountain. A scenic area, has remarkably garnered 10,000 reputation points. Xu Jing was taken aback. How could it happen so swiftly? He knew there were many who had liked it online, but he never anticipated it would amount to this. 10,000 in 4 days. Moreover, there are still 2 weekends leading up to the Labor Day holiday. If all goes well, he could easily accumulate the reputation points needed to transform the entire mountain. If he can successfully establish the new scenic area before the Labor Day holiday and ensure that Jiang Tsong finds someone to promote the revamped Wanyuan Mountain, they could potentially witness a modest influx of visitors during this holiday season, as long as they can accommodate the crowd. This could pave the way to repaying his debt of 2 million, presenting a genuine chance for success. His future is not merely a dream. Xu Jing then clicked on the scenic area's attributes. In a splash ink landscape painting, the mountains, large and small, shimmered with brilliance. Leftmost peak. Unnamed. Progress, 25. The base of the mountain on the current depiction had illuminated, while the rest remained shrouded in a dull gray. Xu Jing pondered for a moment and clicked to rename it. Leftmost peak. Holy Spirit Mountain Range, 30. The page updated, leaving Xu Jing both amused and exasperated. It seems that merely changing the name can also enhance the completion percentage. However, this was of little consequence. He had long contemplated the development of the mountain and was merely waiting for his reputation to reach a certain threshold before commencing its transformation. To his astonishment, that day arrived sooner than anticipated. Xu Jing felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him. System, I wish to initiate the transformation. The electronic voice had been poised for this moment, resonating almost immediately after his words. He had been ready for this. He directly clicked on the map, navigating to the icon of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range. He opted for a zonal upgrade, beginning with the foothills, classifying it as sea level. The entire mountain required approximately 350,000 reputation points for a full upgrade, but the acquisition of such points was a slow endeavor. Thus, he chose to upgrade specific areas first. After swiftly determining the design direction and inspiration, the system's cold, electronic voice announced. The foothill area of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range has been selected for a sea-level transformation upgrade, consuming 10,000 reputation points, with an upgrade duration of 48 hours. Please await the completion of the transformation upgrade. 2 days? Xu Jing chuckled. Wouldn't that mean it would be completed just in time for the weekend? If the outcome was satisfactory, could he not open it for public viewing? He nodded in satisfaction, then turned to access the system marketplace. Another resonant sound echoed. Detecting host requirements, and due to the substantial scope of the needed adjustments, the marketplace page is being adjusted. Please wait 10 minutes. Requirements? Xu Jing quickly realized that the infrastructure he had discussed with Jiang Tsong was deemed too cumbersome by the system. Hence it was conveniently placed in the marketplace for his selection. How considerate. The marketplace adjustments concluded rather swiftly. Xu Jing reopened the page, and beside the previous categories of skills, items, and culture, a new list appeared: architecture. All items within the architecture list could be exchanged using reputation points. Xu Jing scanned the offerings, clicking his tongue at the pricing. The standard restrooms were 2,000 points. The standard emergency centers 3,000 points. The standard guide signs 50 points. and the ticket booths won 500 points. Additionally, there were other, even more expensive constructions. For instance, the Visitor Management Center commanded a staggering 5,000 reputation points, and that was merely the standard version. With that amount of reputation, he might as well opt for the souvenir shop, which also cost 5,000 points, but bore a special note that caught Xu Jing's eye. Souvenir shop. This shop will consolidate all IP attributes within the area for product output. One product equals one reputation point. System. Is the product output random or otherwise? The electronic voice promptly responded, you select the type of IP and then determine the quantity. The system will automatically produce the items. The quality and style of the system's output are not a concern for the host. Wait, does that mean that with this batch of products, I can buy them with reputation and sell them for money, profiting from the difference at no cost? Such a lucrative opportunity. Although the required reputation points were substantial, the marketplace also noted that if there were architectural carriers, the unit price could be discounted by 20. This meant that if he could fit all these buildings into the existing structures of Mingyue Village, he would not need to expend as many reputation points. Xu Jing found himself in a quandary between the restroom and the souvenir shop. However, he did not hesitate for long. The restroom took precedence. There remained numerous areas where he required prestige, as the transformation of the Holy Spirit Mountain was still underway, and the great sage's tribe awaited his provision halfway up the slope. One could not simply indulge in leisure without labor. He needed to expedite the renovations. With a resolute determination, he spent 1,600 prestige points on the restroom, selecting a location and ostentatiously instructing Feng Gui to have the area cordoned off. A notice was posted, please refrain from approaching during construction. Fortunately, the system could rationalize renovations. Otherwise, with the Moonlight Village now fully occupied, it would be quite challenging to explain the sudden appearance of a lavishly renovated restroom. Once the restroom was completed, his prestige points dwindled to nearly zero. Thankfully, the promotional video from Dole helped maintain a slow but steady increase in his prestige. Xu Jing perused the items and skills available in the shop, ultimately resisting the urge to gamble. It was premature to redeem anything now. He resolved to wait until the completion of the transformations at the foot of the Holy Spirit Mountain, ensuring that every expenditure was judiciously allocated. Chapter 41. The Cart Pond with all matters delegated. Xu Jing remained industrious. As the influx of visitors surged, the quality of performances had to elevate correspondingly, necessitating an upgrade to his props. Though there was no immediate need for new programs, with the Labor Day holiday approaching, he planned to prepare in advance. The sounds of production echoed throughout the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Before long, Friday arrived. Xu Jing accompanied Jiang Tsong as he launched their newly acquired fishing boat, allowing the newly hired boatman to test its handling. They then proceeded to District D of the Moonlight Village. Mr. Xu, I have temporarily designated a building in District D as the Visitor Management Center, adjacent to the makeshift emergency center. I have procured basic fire safety and medical equipment. Jiang Tsong explained methodically throughout the journey. His efficiency was commendable. In just 2 days, he had accomplished a great deal. I also interviewed several candidates, he sighed softly. In a small county, finding talent is rather difficult. I reviewed several resumes, but their qualifications were lacking. Xu Jing contemplated this. Consider reaching out to Kai Zi. He has extensive connections. The Golden Sun Dance Troupe and Brother Feng Gui were both referred to me by Wang Kai. If you seek talent, inquire if he has any leads. Jiang Tsong managed a faint smile in response. Leads? That is challenging. I require experienced medical personnel, individuals familiar with various software, and seasoned operational staff. With so many employees at the scenic area, I must also think about specialized HR and legal personnel. However, the greatest obstacle is not merely the scarcity of talent, but also the lack of funds. The 2 boats, new and old, had nearly depleted their available finances, even though they were second-hand acquisitions. That's all right. We'll take it slow, Xu Jing reassured him, patting Jiang Tsong on the shoulder as they wandered through the Moonlight Village. Despite Jiang Tsong's brief tenure of less than a week, it seemed that the staff had already recognized him. Sister Lu Yun, may I have a piece of the rice cake, please? He stood by the cobblestone path, observing Aunt Lu Yun, who, donned in disposable gloves, delicately retrieved food with wooden tongs. He exchanged a satisfied glance with Jiang Tsong, acknowledging the importance of food safety. This young lad, though seemingly carefree, possessed a meticulous heart. As for the aspiring culinary staff, I had already organized their health certificate application yesterday. I would expedite the acquisition of the necessary food safety certifications. After a morning of exploration, it was only in the afternoon that Xu Jing strolled about, narrowly avoiding a collision with a newly arrived tourist, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself. All done with the inspection, you may return to your duties. I shall venture into the mountains. Waving Jiang Tsung off, Xu Jing hastened along a detour, making his way directly into the hills. The electronic voice in his mind resonated, announcing, "The renovation of the lower section of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range has been completed. Please check your rewards." What a relief. Taking advantage of the splendid midday light, Xu Jing briskly advanced. As he traversed the ascending path, the lively bustle of Mingyuezhai gradually faded away. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows that gently swayed, creating a refreshing ambience. The previous overgrown trail had vanished, replaced by a smooth cobblestone pathway nearly 3 meters wide, providing a comfortable walking experience. The trees flanking the sides had been systematically optimized to guide visitors along their journey. As Xu Jing walked, he diligently recorded notes in his small notebook. From this moment onward, he would begin preparing all the essentials for the new scenic spot. The sea-level renovation was merely foundational, lacking features such as streetlights, railings, and minor attractions. However, this was of little consequence. The gentle sound of flowing water beckoned him, urging him to quicken his pace toward the focal point of this renovation. A crisp sound of leaves being crushed underfoot echoed as the cobblestone path descended 2 steps, disappearing from sight. Ahead, a sudden expanse unfolded before him. Xu Jing stood transfixed, his heart swelling with delight at the sight of the rejuvenated pond. He approached eagerly, marveling at the once-decayed wooden bridge, which now lay resplendent over the water, adorned with intricate carvings and exquisite latticework. The previously modest oval pond had now nearly doubled in size, its graceful curves accentuated by lush grass and cobblestones lining the banks. Delicate lotus leaves quivered on the water's surface, while a few dragonflies flitted about, seemingly drawn from nowhere. "Oh, you even included fish?" Xu Jing exclaimed, peering down from the bridge, his face lighting up with joy. The startled school of red carp scattered like vibrant ink, a breathtaking sight. "The system will endeavor to meet the demands of the scenic spot," the system coolly reminded him. However, the koi generated by the system are merely decorative props, impervious to damage or removal. Even if visitors attempt to feed them, it remains an illusion. Any litter that falls into the pond will be automatically cleaned up. That's splendid. Xu Jing felt even more pleased. If one were to toss in money, would it not also be cleared away? "Only the illusion will remain," the system replied. Xu Jing concealed his smile, pondering the system's stinginess. What harm would it be to let him earn a little? The water in the pond was crystal clear, reflecting the stones and algae beneath like a beautiful painting. Xu Jing quietly admired the scene for a moment before crossing the bridge, arriving at the cobblestone path he had long anticipated. This pathway, suspended above the water, was formed by closely linked slabs of blue stone. On the left, lotus leaves danced gently, while on the right, a dripping inner arched stone wall stood elegantly. He carefully navigated along the stone-paved path, where curious red koi frequently approached the edges. As he turned a corner, delicate droplets cascaded down, revealing an arched cave behind. Within the cave stood a large, droplet-shaped stone, its surface level with the ground and the tranquil pool of water. Xu Jing observed for a moment and, surprisingly, slipped off his shoes to cross the shallow water. Stepping into the cave, he had envisioned this place long ago. Since it was the sacred Spirit Mountain Range, and the Mingyue village had invited the Dragon Prince and Princess, why shouldn't this koi pond also host a koi spirit? However, he had not yet contemplated where to recruit such a being. Spending each day by the pond, he risked soaking in the humidity and potentially suffering from rheumatism, which would require him to report a work-related injury for his employees. If only he had a competent assistant. Suddenly, Xu Jing's eyes lit up, and he swiftly reached into the inner pocket of his coat to retrieve an item. Assistant can take on forms and functions as per the host's wishes, possessing basic intelligence. Note: usable only within the scene. It is a one-time item that cannot be damaged and will become ineffective once retracted. The faceless, simple doll had been with him since he won it in a lottery, and he had carried it ever since, fearing the moment it might come in handy. And today, he couldn't help but feel that this was precisely the occasion for its use. Using the item, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Would you like to use the assistant in this scene? Cannot be reverted after use. Xu Jing squeezed the soft little doll in his hand, gritting his teeth. Confirmed. A refreshing sound echoed in his mind. And then a humanoid figure appeared alongside an electronic voice on a watercolor interface in his consciousness. Scene selected. Koi pond. The system provides an image that aligns closely with the host concept. Please make adjustments as needed. Xu Jing stared at the figure in his mind, momentarily stunned. The system was truly impressive. Like an animated character from a card game, a lively girl with short hair adorned with a silver-red koi tail floated in the air. Her playful eyes sparkling, each smile and frown appearing as though she had stepped out of a painting. Let us make this part a bit larger, not what you think. Who imagined something else? This section should be slimmer, not her waist. Stop that thought. This needs to be longer. Ahem, interpret that as you will. Xu Jing was drenched in sweat, adjusting the details for quite some time until he finally completed his, oh no, the most fitting conception for this scene. It was certainly not influenced by his own aesthetic preferences. The system's fishtail left him somewhat perplexed. Could the design be altered? Perhaps to switch between legs and a fishtail based on the scene or situation. Otherwise, if I leave her out for a couple of days, she might just be taken away for dissection. It's your assistant. You set the parameters. Just don't go too far. Besides, it can't leave the scene's boundaries. Xu Jing nodded and solemnly completed his final touches. The interface in his mind faded like a bubble, and as he returned to the dappled shadows of the trees and the green algae of the koi pond, he found a charming girl with a bright smile already seated before the stone wall of the cave. Chapter 42. A visit from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. As Xu Jing descended from the mountain, the evening was drawing near. Tian had just finished organizing her earrings and was preparing to join Wang Hao and the others at the square for barbecue prepared by Brother Fong. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted her boss, with unsteady steps and a foolish grin, emerging from within. Where has he been? After a period of adjustment and camaraderie, the Qingyun acrobatics troupe had grown quite close to the original employees, with the exuberant Tian stirring the hearts of several young men from Qingyun. Wang Hao scratched his head, concealing the little straw chicken he had obtained from Grandpa, behind his back. I wonder if Boss Su went to scout new attractions? The sacred mountain had been mentioned numerous times, and everyone had come to accept that the next development site would be the mountain behind them. However, Xu Jing had stipulated that no one should enter without his permission. Thus, although curiosity lingered, no one dared to venture inside. Tian chuckled. Isn't he hiding a beauty in there? From a distance, Fong Gui heard their banter and couldn't help but scold them playfully. Hiding what? You children and your nonsense. He glanced up at the dark silhouette of the distant mountain, muttering, a bunch of monkeys would be more fitting. Daddy? Monkeys? Where are their monkeys? A tousled little head popped out from behind Fong Gui, her large eyes carrying a hint of illness, yet it did nothing to diminish her innocent charm. There are monkeys. Soon Daddy will take you to see them. Once their work was completed, the residents of Mingyue village occasionally organized gatherings. Sometimes at someone's home, and other times at the square for a bit of liveliness. Xu Jing was unaware of what they were jesting about. He simply boarded a boat to return home, where Jiang Tsong had been waiting for him. How was the inspection? Xu Jing plopped onto the bed with a chuckle. Old and tired, Jiang Tsong replied, frowning. How much did you drink? You even have a northeast accent now. Ha. Xu Jing finally regained his composure, feeling somewhat invigorated. How is our promotion going? Jiang Tsong shrugged. It's normal. But the people from Shanmang have sent word that they can start bringing groups over in the next couple of days. It seems the last event had a good outcome. Xu Jing nodded. The carp pond had actually been completed, but currently, the sacred mountain was the only attraction available, and opening it so soon felt a bit rushed. Then we will proceed as usual. No changes this week. Maintain last week's activities. If we can accumulate enough prestige this week, we might be able to unveil more attractions next week. Let's aim for something grand. Songzi, please inform the team below. For the offering ceremony activity on the day after tomorrow, we will recognize the top 10 visitors who contribute the most offerings and present them with a special entry ticket. Entry ticket? Jiang Tsong's eyes lit up. Could it be for the sacred mountain? Not quite that extravagant, but close enough. Xu Jing decided to keep the details under wraps for now, chuckling softly before heading off to bed. Tomorrow was Saturday, and they anticipated a surge in visitors. They needed to rest well to ensure their ancestors received the best care. 2 individuals have succumbed to slumber, unaware that the fervor surrounding Wanyuan Mountain and Mingyue Village, which has captivated attention for an entire week, has finally erupted. At last, After a long wait, the holiday has arrived. Tomorrow, we embark on our journey to Wanyuan Mountain. Announced one. Can you believe it? I just checked the ratings. And in less than a week, it has already reached 35 points. Another exclaimed, I've secured a date with my goddess. Where shall we take photos tomorrow? Mused a third. I wonder if the poet sage will unveil new verses this week. Our association has been in a frenzy over those 2 poems for a week. Pondered yet another. The buzz has grown increasingly exaggerated. It's merely a scenic area, distinguished by its aesthetically pleasing architecture, with performances that are rather mediocre. They only speak of the positives, neglecting the negatives. Have you ever encountered the world's worst restroom? I assure you, after one visit, you would never wish to return, remarked a critic. The parking lot is appalling. It seems to be situated on a graveyard. The roads are uneven, and at night, there are no lights, forcing everyone to stumble back to their cars with flashlights. Such conditions are to be expected in a county town, as long as they improve the interior. What can one expect for 30 yuan? Another quipped, Go ahead and enjoy. I, for one, will not join the fray. Scoffed a skeptic. Are you going or not? Who inquired about your opinion? Retorted another. This is fantastic. We have a pharaoh. Our salvation is at hand. Exclaimed a hopeful individual, while another simply muttered, Boring. The online discourse does not overwhelmingly praise the attraction, yet despite the plethora of negative reviews, it cannot diminish the allure of the mesmerizing firework displays and the immersive experiences offered by the interactive NPC games. This is precisely what visitors yearn to experience. Furthermore, some who have already visited are purchasing tickets anew, eager to delve deeper into the world of NPCs. The desire to collect is fulfilled, while curiosity peaks regarding the coveted divine blessing awarded to the top performer. Those who have participated in the past have recounted extraordinary tales that have stirred excitement among the masses. Thus, by 11 a.m. on Saturday, as the gates of the scenic area swung open, Zhao Dashue had already slipped into work mode. Jing, there are quite a number of visitors. Let's prepare the staff inside. Zhao instructed through the radio. Just as Xu Jing was about to relay information to the team, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Wang Kai. A call at this hour was unusual. Xu Jing quickly answered, and on the other end, he could hear Wang Kai panting, his voice trembling with excitement. It's big news. Wang Kai whispered urgently. A friend of my buddy's cousin's colleague's son has shared insider information. Today, the secretary of the Yong'an Cultural Tourism Bureau is visiting us incognito for an inspection. Xu Jing's heart raced at the revelation. Is that true? He questioned, incredulous. It's highly probable, Wang Kai replied, brimming with enthusiasm. This was the Cultural Tourism Bureau, and their secretive visit signified that Wanyuan Mountain had garnered attention at higher echelons. If they performed well, it could present a golden opportunity for exposure. A mere promotional flyer from the Bureau could propel Wanyuan Mountain into the limelight. What do you think? Should I go over and keep an eye on things? We could discreetly follow along and ensure they have the most exquisite experience. No need. Xu Jing pondered before declining the suggestion. Since he is visiting incognito, let him explore on his own. I have confidence in our attractions and performances. They need only witness the authenticity of Mingyue Zhai. If they find it appealing, they will naturally spread the word. Surely the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has its metrics? Of course they do. When local tourism flourishes, the authorities gain prestige, and rewards from above follow, allowing their status to rise. As long as there is talent and genuine offerings, I am untroubled by a lack of publicity. Let us commence. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Admission Ticket. Shaoli. The roads in Qingshan County are quite pristine, aren't they? Shaoli drove, feeling the jolts through his seat. Well, it seems they find the road inadequate. There's not much the county can provide. Having a road at all is commendable. Secretary. I've heard that the scenic area is also very natural. Perhaps you should change into a more comfortable pair of shoes beforehand, so your stroll will be more pleasant. All right. Shen Zhuang gazed at the landscape passing by outside the window. Lowering the glass, the fragrant scent of the woods wafted in, offering a refreshing reprieve from the city's confinement. It's essential to venture out occasionally. However, this mindset did not last long. As they drifted downstream on a boat and arrived at the magnificent Mingyue Zhai, their casual intentions transformed. This wooden stilt house? Is it real? The cobblestone path appears aged. Dressed in an administrative jacket and casual trousers, his meticulously styled hair soon blended him in with the other tourists after a bit of exploration. Shaoli, come take a photo for me. Shen Zhuang mumbled as he walked. Could this scenic area have truly uncovered an ancient village? It looks remarkably authentic. After snapping several pictures, he mused. Perhaps we should invite the folks from the Cultural Institute to come take a look. Young man, would you like to try some glutinous rice cake? A gentle inquiry interrupted his thoughts. An elderly hand offered a pristine glutinous rice cake to Xu Jing, but Xiao Li quickly intervened. Auntie, we want to eat. No worries. Xu Jing scanned the surroundings with a curious gaze before breaking into a warm smile and accepting the cake, taking a bite. Xiao Li frowned with concern. Knowing as the secretary's assistant, he should prevent Xu Jing from consuming food from strangers. Wow. Xu Jing's eyes lit up. Xiao Li, you must try this. It's truly delectable, just like the ones I had in my childhood. Skeptical, Xiao Li hesitated, but the kind lady promptly offered him a fresh piece. The two stood there, grinning and enjoying their sticky treat, satisfied and ready to depart. Wait. The elderly hand stopped them, her face filled with disbelief. 6 yuan. She pointed at the sign by her feet. You two aren't planning to dine and dash, are you? The secretary and his assistant, nearly caught in a dining debacle, quickly fished out their money. Xu Jing felt a flush of heat on his face. Yet, after walking out for a while, he found himself too occupied to dwell on the near faux pas, as a series of tasks ignited his enthusiasm. He finally remembered that he was merely a big boy under 50. Xu Jing, with a serious yet excited expression, eagerly pulled his secretary around to complete tasks, cradling an increasing number of sweet flag in his arms. Years of professional experience had refined his sensitivity and keen observational skills, allowing him to excel in the pursuit of offerings. This left Xu Jing astonished during the evening's offering ceremony. How did this gentleman manage to collect so many? Although Wang Kai had sent Xu Jing's photograph earlier that afternoon, Xu Jing nearly failed to recognize him during the ceremony. Sir, you have amassed quite a collection of offerings. Although it seemed scripted, Xu Jing was reluctant to bestow the title of first place upon Xu Jing. Yet, the truth remained, Xu Jing truly deserved it. Xu Jing anticipated that upon future encounters, Xu Jing's perceptive nature would lead to further contemplation. However, facts are facts. He invited Xu Jing into the fire circle, eventually allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief as he continued with the ceremony. All the visitors were enthusiastically observing until, after participating in the spark offering, Xu Jing reappeared, but this time, he did not immediately announce the conclusion. During the offering ceremony, did I give certain guests something special? Suddenly, someone sprang up, excitedly waving a glowing wristband. Me. It was me. And me. I received one too. I'm right here, in the dense crowd of visitors. More people stood up one after another. Now, may those guests please come forward, Xu Jing said with a smile, his voice resonating through the speakers to every ear present. Thanks to the assistance of our guests, our divine invocation ceremony has successfully completed its first phase. The mists of the sacred mountain have dissipated considerably, and our brave warriors have ventured forth, discovering a small path that opens a portion of the area, to express our gratitude to the guests who aided Mingyue Village. We have prepared 10 slots and invite these representatives to join us next weekend to enter the sacred mountain. As the visitors dispersed on the return boat, Xu Jing was surrounded by the excited discussions of the guests. Aside from talking about the day's events and performances, the most fervent topic was the upcoming opening of the sacred mountain. Wow, that is so soon. I feel like I need to come every week to keep up. Indeed. There will be new activities every week. Missing even one will set you back. 2 young men appeared despondent, but the most distressed was the little chubby boy behind them. Zhu Shou exclaimed, why has Shou not yet made it into the top 10 after 3 consecutive weeks? I truly want to go. The first-hand experience of the sacred mountain was tantalizing. One must realize that currently, due to Mingyue Village, he had garnered attention from over 800 people. If he could scoop up the first-hand news from the sacred mountain, who could rival his traffic next week? A few university students on the boat were also animatedly discussing. I never imagined you'd find so much. Had I known, I would have joined you. My goodness. How many did you say you collected? 14 offerings. How could you find so many? The girl who had discovered 14 offerings blushed slightly as she tied her hair back and spoke softly. By a stroke of serendipity, I stumbled upon an NPC who issued 2 distinct quests. Perhaps everyone assumed that one individual would not distribute 2 tasks, which is why I managed to seize this oversight. What? Zhu Shou abruptly stood, nearly capsizing the boat. Uncle Shui, swaying the vessel, pointed his pole at Zhu Shou's feet, prompting him to finally grasp the situation. Oh, pardon me, The enchanting lady of poetry? Did you just mention that one NPC issued 2 quests? He glanced at the girl across from him, nodding, feeling as though he had unearthed a new realm of discovery. This was indeed a significant revelation. Yet, this was not his ultimate objective. Xu Jing cast a sidelong glance at the wicker disc in her hand, his eyes narrowing into a gleeful slit. My dear lady, would you be willing to part with that qualification? The girl appeared bewildered. I wouldn't take it for free. Would 100 suffice? Goodness, it can be done this way? As soon as he spoke, those nearby could hardly contain themselves. Who doesn't he have 100 yuan? This was a rare opportunity to be among the first to enter the new scene. It could be likened to a coveted VIP ticket. I'll offer 200. 300. Xu Jing found himself at a loss for words. 500. Deal. The girl, not wishing to inflate the price further, hesitated, especially since Xu Jing was the first to inquire. She promptly agreed. She had come to enjoy the outing with her classmates and did not wish to return alone next week for a preliminary ticket to Wanyuan Mountain. Seizing the chance to earn a little profit was quite opportune. They swiftly completed the transaction, leaving Xin Zhuang and Shaoli nearby, utterly astonished. Are we witnessing an auction? Shaoli chuckled, though he remained silent. Observing the day's events, it was evident that this scenic area truly merited its current popularity. Not only Secretary Shun, but even someone as cunning as Shaoli displayed a hint of emotion. He glanced at the disc Xu Jing was inspecting repeatedly, then at the identical item in Secretary Shun's possession. Secretary, he spoke softly, should we also consider selling this item? After all, holding on to it, sell it? I plan to go next week. Xin Zhuang turned his head, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. If that so-called sacred mountain proves worthy, we'll expedite the process. Just register my name. Let us promote it well before the holiday. Chapter 44. Building momentum following a week of preparation. Wanyuan Mountain once again welcomed a throng of visitors over the weekend. In just 2 days, the scenic area attracted nearly 800 tourists. The formerly oppressed have begun to sing. Xu Jing beamed at his bulging wallet, grinning from ear to ear. Yet, the true delight lay with the tourists who witnessed the distribution of the visitor passes. They helped Xu Jing generate momentum, rekindling the interest of netizens who had been following Wanyuan Mountain, heralding this astonishing news. A week later, Mingyue Village opens the sacred mountain. Who has secured the coveted early access? A post soared high, even trending on the city's hot search list. Now, both the curious and the indifferent had their eyes drawn to this perplexing announcement. The black-headed turtle. What is the sacred mountain? Playing games. I am a dog. Is this a new game? How come I am unaware? Immersed in learning. Is it enjoyable? Can someone knowledgeable enlighten us? I am the landlord, Country Bumpkin. Clearly, you are a recluse. You don't even know about Wanyuan Mountain? It's the recently popular scenic spot in Yong'an. Recluse 001. Magical Girl Snape. For those above, Wanyuan Mountain is a new scenic area in Yong'an City. They are referring to one of its attractions, which is said to be incredibly fun. I've heard they plan to open a new section, hence the curiosity. If you're unsure, I suggest searching for the Mingyue Zhai entry to gain a comprehensive understanding. Investing in this venture is worthwhile. Lantern illuminating the night. This opportunity is truly valuable. Gaming enthusiasts should definitely give it a try. Little Mimi, a warm suggestion, manage your personal needs well and try not to use the restroom within the scenic area. Don't ask why. Thunderstorm, I love Luo. I just want to know, if I go again midweek and the number of offerings meets the standard, will I receive a priority voucher? Waterstorm, I love Luo. Wow. I was thinking the same. I plan to take leave to check it out. Explosive, I love Luo, dude. Our boss is also monitoring the comments section. Everyone was fervently chatting in the comments, transforming the scenic area promotion into a gaming discussion group. In 2 days, the guide only issued 20 visiting tickets, and those who needed to buy them did so. The highest ticket was reportedly purchased by a wealthy heir for 2,000. Its authenticity remains uncertain. However, others began to panic. No way. The May Day holiday is approaching, and while I understand your desire for promotion and anticipation, you can't possibly limit entry to just 20 people, right? With so many eager to enter, it would surely incite a riot. Before the flickering screen, Xu Jing revealed a smile. The moment of his appearance had finally arrived. He clicked the upload button, and his latest video was promptly released. In the footage, a chubby boy shook a bamboo-woven disc in his hand, upon which a faint crescent moon emblem was inscribed. Brothers and sisters, look at this. Next week's trip to the sacred mountain. Let me give you a preview. I will upload it as quickly as possible. So interested friends can hit that triple like and subscribe, eagerly anticipating the sacred mountain journey. As Juju's video was posted, it immediately garnered a significant amount of attention. The momentum was building. The travel agency, often labeled as a scam group or fraudulent travel agency, experienced a turnaround, becoming the only agency offering discounted group tours to Wanyuan Mountain across platforms like Duel, Slow Walk, and Xiao. Despite a torrent of online accusations claiming that the agency's staff were once thugs and con artists, the current youth, with their unconventional thoughts, surprisingly found this aspect reassuring, as they need not fear local harassment during their travels. Xu Jing could only respond with regret. Has the bar been set this low? Jokes aside, he solemnly stated his position to Zhao Meng. Since they were using Wanyuan Mountain as their brand, any fraudulent or coercive behavior would be absolutely intolerable. Zhao Meng readily agreed. What a joke. The consecutive influx of profits over the past 2 days has solidified his conviction that, at least during this period, collaborating with Wanyuan Mountain is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. As for what lies ahead, if Wanyuan Mountain falters, the deal may very well collapse. At that point, whether or not to continue the partnership will be beyond the control of Boss Su. Contentedly, Zhao Meng continues to disseminate group information. Meanwhile, the previously complacent owner of the Earth Travel Agency and others have begun to feel a sense of urgency. Shall we send someone to check, General Song? Song Jiming, reclining on the sofa while swirling a glass of red wine, scoffed. By the time you do that, it will be too late. He snorted. I have already arranged for someone to go. They cannot merely observe, but must also take notes. The visitor count at Songhu Park has plummeted by 20 this week. At first glance, it appears inconsequential, but according to online trends, those individuals have likely flocked to Wanyuan Mountain. How audacious for a newly renovated small scenic area to create such a stir. Are they not concerned that they might be unable to accommodate the influx of visitors? The secretary beside him smiled, stating that they would dispatch a professional team this week. Given how hastily Wanyuan Mountain is opened, there are bound to be numerous oversights. Once they identify any flaws, they can enforce a temporary closure for rectification. A thorough overhaul would take at least a week, coinciding with the holiday traffic during Labor Day, leaving them with nothing. Cough, how crude. The secretary, beaming, observed his refined boss and decided that he would personally oversee this matter to ensure that the boss enjoys a joyful holiday and generously dispenses bonuses. As for Xu Jing, he was seated with all the employees, discussing the recent developments. Issuing coupons was out of the question. The enigmatic figure from the carp pond was better kept shrouded in mystery. Regarding the sacrificial offerings, he had completely delegated that authority. The distribution of the sacrificial tasks has been entrusted to Feng Gue and Tian, who can arrange whatever they wish. For now, it is merely a matter of him taking a leisurely stroll, and he likely wouldn't be able to gather all the offerings. As for other matters, Uncle Shui, with the assistance of Uncle Chow on the engine shifts, has been collaborating seamlessly without uttering a word of fatigue. Xu Jing, seated at the head of the table, listened intently as Zhao University reported the current revenue. By Wednesday, Wanyuan Mountain had generated a profit of 68,858 yuan. How astonishing! Jiang Song was taken aback. He understood that a well-run scenic area would be profitable, but he had not anticipated that such a small county attraction, with a mere 30 yuan entrance fee, could yield such returns. However, it was still insufficient. He glanced at Xu Jing, and once Zhao University took his seat, he stood up to speak. Currently, we require an additional reimbursement of 12,000 yuan for fire safety, medical supplies, and props. In terms of personnel, we still need to recruit for healthcare positions, finance, operations, and so forth. The parking lot near the entrance of the scenic area also requires repairs, along with the streetlights and trash bins, necessitating a budget of approximately 350,000 yuan. Xu Jing straightened his back, bending down slightly. All right. He closed his eyes momentarily, only to open them again. The funds had dwindled once more. When would this 1 million yuan ever be amassed? Exhausted, he trudged home, closed the door, and collapsed onto his bed. After resting for half a day, a smile finally graced his face. Jiang Song, having had a taxing day himself, decided not to return home with him and instead stayed at Minghua Village. At long last, he had the opportunity to examine the system. Chapter 45. A transformation once more, personal attributes. Host, Xu Jing. Male, physical fitness. B. Attraction achievements. Non-attraction reputation points. 26. 704 positive reviews. 1. 712 backpack. None. 05. Lottery chances. 1 evaluation. It seems you have savored the sweetness of well-executed attractions. However, perfecting an attraction is no simple feat. Continue striving onward. With positive reviews surpassing 1,000 points, the backpack column has been unlocked. Maya. He gazed at the entry for his backpack, tentatively grasping a chair. Withdraw. Backpack. Worn chair 115. Incredible. A space for personal belongings. He had underestimated the system. The system's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Isn't this a fundamental feature of the system? Your naive demeanor truly tarnishes the reputation of the host community. Xu Jing dismissed it with indifference. After all, this was the most impressive feature he had encountered thus far. He envisioned purchasing a couple of AKs to stash in the backpack, ready to deal with any creditors that came knocking. Shaking his head, he banished the unrealistic thought. We are exemplary citizens, honorable youths. We must not partake in such activities. After toying with it for a while, until boredom set in, he proceeded to open the attraction attribute page. In the inkwash painting, the depiction of the Sacred Spirit Mountain Range gleamed brighter. Leftmost peak, Sacred Spirit Mountain Range, Progress 40. Attractions, Millennium Mingwe Village 1, Carp Pond 1. Attraction props, Sensory Amplifier, Low Level 1. Project, Visit Millennium Mingwe Village, 2 stars. Permanent employees, Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe, Lu Qingyun, Wang Hao, Tian Tian, Physical Fitness A. Abilities, Resilience, Super Strength, Loyalty 100, Lu Yuan, Physical Fitness C. Abilities, Affinity, Loyalty 80, Resident of Mingwe Village, Fang Gui, Sun Ming. Temporary employees, Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. Service facilities, Standardized Toilets 1, Latrine 1, Visitor Management Office, Temporary. Emergency Center, Temporary. Evaluation. This mountain has undergone modest development. The base has finally attained a certain scale. Although the recreational offerings are yet to be refined, there remains substantial room for improvement. Please continue your efforts. 40. Xu Jing's eyes widened. Just one carp pond had propelled the progress by 10. It was astonishing. He convulsed on the bed in ecstatic frenzy for a moment before finally sitting up, panting heavily. If not now, when would he draw from the lottery? System. Lottery. The dazzling screen of the lucky spin unfolded before him. The wheel spun wildly, the pointer gradually coming to a stop. A burst of silver light erupted. Item. Thunderstorm Magnetic Field. Advanced technology, usable upon reaching 70 completion of the attraction. What is this? Xu Jing gazed at the small lightning bolt quietly resting in his backpack. After confirming that he could not utilize it, he smacked his lips and directly opened the shop. Little Lightning demands that the scenic area reaches a completion rate of 70. However, he is acutely aware of the tactics employed by platforms like Pinduoduo. Although a single koi pond has allowed him to achieve 40 progress, he knows that further advancements will become increasingly arduous, perhaps doubling in difficulty once the threshold of 60 is surpassed. He certainly would not squander his reputation points. How many restrooms were needed? Xu Jing fervently clicked through the mall interface, inexplicably feeling the thrill of an early double 11 shopping spree. He purchased standardized restrooms, 3, a standardized first aid center, 1, and standardized guideposts, 20. After discounts, he spent a total of 8,200, leaving him with less than 20,000 reputation points. System, continue the renovations. Please select the renovation area and set the renovation direction. Xu Jing moved the map, contemplating the previously chosen vacant land adorned with rocky outcrops, slanted trees, and clusters of red flowers, and made his decision. After pondering briefly with closed eyes, he declared, "This one." Detected the host's design concept. The system has optimized and adjusted it accordingly. The area will be transformed into Butterfly Valley, a sea-level renovation requiring 120,000 reputation points and taking 48 hours. Note: the unrenovated segment between Koi Pond and Butterfly Valley will diminish the coherence of the visitor experience. A unified renovation is recommended. Xu Jing furrowed his brow. He had originally intended to reserve the remaining 8,000 reputation points for the souvenir shop. However, the system's advice was equally significant. Considering the dilapidated paths on the barren mountains, even seasoned hikers might struggle to navigate, let alone those less accustomed to physical activity. Additionally, He recalled the complimentary tickets he had personally distributed to the secretary of the Cultural Tourism Bureau. Should that old fellow actually visit and encounter any mishaps, they could not afford the liability at Wanyuan Mountain. Let us proceed. How much will it cost? Xu Jing's voice was tinged with reluctance. The system responded with enthusiasm. Not much, just 500 will suffice. A flash of brilliance swept by. Xu Jing and his over 40 employees had worked tirelessly to accumulate reputation points, which now plummeted back to single digits. A dismal 4 remained. Don't stop. He forced himself to reopen the mall. I still have positive reviews. The sea-level renovation by the system had not fully refined the scene to the extent Xu Jing desired. The visitor experience at Minghua Village could be further enhanced, and Koi Pond could benefit from additional intriguing check-in points. With over 700 positive reviews at his disposal, he had ample resources to procure many items. Xu Jing scanned the item bar in the mall. Minghua Village already possessed a sensory amplifier. He planned to exchange for the mysterious veil as well. But instead of placing it in Minghua Village, he would position it at Koi Pond. Given the cascading waters of Koi Pond and its advantageous geographical conditions, he could also purchase additional items. Purchase: Mysterious Veil, 1. Fish Attracting Stone, 1. Balance Stabilizer, 1. Firefly Glow, 1. However, those items were not particularly expensive. Xu Jing glanced down at the bottle in his hand. Misty Domain. Intermediate fantasy item. The area covered by the formation stone within the bottle is known as the Misty Domain. Entrants will become ensnared in the mist, losing their sense of direction. P.S. Single-use duration is 3 hours, can only be used once daily, limited to the scenic area. The system is indeed remarkable, especially when it comes to intermediate tools of the fantasy genre. However, judging from the description, it has been rendered rather enigmatic. If there were no restrictions, one could take it to the outside world. Xu Jing feels that this system should be akin to a Master's Descent, a wasted opportunity. What a pity. In the places where Xu Jing senses its presence, the system rarely engages in conversation. Shall I take my leave? Xu Jing smiled. Whose charming little system is this? Is it in need of reputation? Allow me to earn it for you. No need to get anxious. The system seems to be somewhat repulsed, remaining silent for an extended period. Xu Jing refrains from further chatter, turning his attention to the array of tools laid out before him, carefully stowing them away. This should suffice. Even if it were insufficient, he could not purchase more. As he noted his dwindling reputation points, only 500 remaining. 1. Misty Domain requires 500 reputation points. Had he not found prosperity, and considering his plans necessitated such an item, a frugal person like him would never make the purchase. After all, if the Holy Mountain were genuinely to open, he would need to enhance numerous performances significantly. Chapter 46. The Gathering of Pioneers. As time passes, Wanyuan Mountain now attracts nearly 100 visitors daily, even during the weekdays. Within a month, Xu Jing has transformed this long-abandoned mountain resort into one of the newly popular attractions in Yong'an City. If other newly opened attractions owners could achieve such a feat, they would be unable to contain their laughter. Yet, burdened with 30 million in debt, Xu Jing cannot find humor in his situation. Everyone has worked hard during this period. He gazes at the group of employees gathered in the plaza, comprising men, women, young, and old. The Qingyan acrobatic troupe and the Golden Sun dance troupe sit on one side, their spirits high. In the center are Feng Gui and other seasoned employees like Tian Tian. The Labor Day holiday is approaching. Wanyuan Mountain's foundation is still unstable, yet its popularity is soaring. Conversely, there will undoubtedly be envious individuals seeking to sabotage their efforts. Jiang Tsong nods from the side. This weekend marks the final one before our holiday and the first wave of visitors to the Holy Mountain. Undoubtedly, some with ulterior motives will infiltrate this event. Feng Gui, seated before the group, nods seriously. Having navigated the streets for so long, he is well aware of some of the unsavory tactics in business. The surveillance equipment has been purchased, and everyone has positioned it according to plan last night. Jiang Tsong continues, stating that all necessary documentation has been processed. As long as everyone remains vigilant, should any anomalies arise, immediately inform me and Jiang Tsong. We must not allow any issues to arise at Minghua Village. He turns to face the employees. With the opening of the Holy Mountain, none have yet entered to explore. So I will lead the visitors tomorrow, and there are 10 spots available for anyone who wishes to join me. Feng Gui raises his hand first. I have experience ascending the mountain, and I am physically robust, Should any unforeseen incidents occur with the visitors, I can help maintain order. Tian also raises her hand. I possess great strength. If anything needs to be moved, I can assist. And me? I also wish to see. Su, may I bring Xiaoji? Everyone has been curious for a long time. After a moment of hesitation, Jin Na also speaks up. Although Jin Taiyong is not yet an official employee of Wanyuan Mountain, we are all genuinely curious and hopeful that Mr. Su could grant us 3 spots. The dedication exhibited by this group of dancers over the past fortnight has not gone unnoticed. Thus, when Jin Na requested the allocations, no one voiced any objections. Soon enough, the 10 spots were allocated, 8 adults and 2 children, namely the former pickpocket Xiaoji and the dragon girl Miao Miao. It was settled. Everyone should prepare for tomorrow's ascent into the mountains. As Wanyuan Mountain embraced a tranquil and peaceful night, the atmosphere in Yong'an City was anything but serene. Mr. Song, our team is ready. We shall head to Wanyuan Mountain tomorrow and will find ways to capture any loopholes, the secretary respectfully stated. Simultaneously, if possible, we shall endeavor to infiltrate the sacred mountain. After all, the allure diminishes once the mystery is unveiled. Song Jiming nodded, his hands clasped together, exhaling deeply. Upon the completion of this investigation, I believe I shall finally meet the new proprietor of the establishment. Meanwhile, within the municipal building, at 9 p.m., the office lights remained aglow. Secretary, are you not leaving yet? Xiaoli inquired once more, serving a cup of tea while casting a glance at Shun Zhuang's computer screen. Damn it, he thought, unable to suppress his inner musings. This man was so engrossed in his work that Xiaoli assumed he was reviewing documents, only to discover he was perusing travel guides for Wanyuan Mountain. Damn it, he's holding me back from leaving. I should slip some laxatives into his tea tomorrow. Shin Zhuang took a sip of hot tea, smiling as he clicked on another post about predictions for the sacred mountain. He truly could not sit still, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of the upcoming journey to the sacred mountain. With 20 coveted spots available, he was fortunate to secure one. Wanyuan Mountain, Minghua Village, not an ordinary tourist destination, and everything he had seen so far was intriguing. He wondered if the sacred mountain would prove even more captivating. Let us conclude for now. Tomorrow, pack your things. We shall go together, he said. Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback before his face broke into a smile. I can go too. Yes, you will accompany me. I will enter, and you shall wait outside the sacred mountain. The secretary, believing his superior had procured an early access pass for him, smiled and nodded respectfully. You old rascal, just wait. The laxatives will be generously applied without any increase in price. As the noise among the towering edifices of Yong'an City gradually subsided, the first rays of sunlight ushered in a new day, revitalizing the creatures of the earth. The day had arrived. Among the 20 fortunate visitors holding tickets to the sacred mountain, none were absent. Once I post this in my friend circle today, those folks will surely be envious of me. A young student entered the scenic area. Boom. The roar of the engine echoed as a powerful off-road vehicle screeched to a halt in the dilapidated parking lot, and a flamboyantly dressed young heir leapt out with style. He snapped a quick photo and posted it in the group chat. Young and second-class nobility. Pippy Dad, the young master has arrived. Off to explore. Hermit, you really went? We thought you were just joking. Crazy dog. Foolish one, seeking trouble for yourself. Tonight, I'll be at Lando. Come over for a drink, and I'll call a few girls to soothe your soon-to-be wounded heart. Sister Wu Ba, get me a few handsome guys too. Sister Wu San. 1. Zhou rolled his eyes and casually replied to a message before heading towards the scenic area. Pi Dad, alright. Let's get 2 tickets. He had little interest initially. His action was merely a result of boredom. Noticing the exorbitant prices being discussed online for these tickets, he tapped his finger and sent the message. To his surprise, the tickets materialized in his hands. It was a jest, given his family's considerable assets. He had seen countless remarkable attractions. They vacationed abroad at least twice a year. This dilapidated scenic spot in the county would not have piqued his interest had it not been for the encouragement of those commenting online, coupled with his own ennui. The wealthy second-generation heir swiftly entered the park, his long legs striding confidently. Moments later, Zhu Shou arrived at the entrance on a motorcycle, equipped with an array of cameras. A small scenic area. I've brought my big guns. Just wait for me to enter. He laughed heartily. Adjusting his camera, he ensured it was fully charged. He was determined to capture the best footage possible. The stout young man, brimming with enthusiasm, slipped into the park with his expensive equipment. Not far behind, A discreet black car came to a halt. Xu Jing and Secretary Li had donned their casual athletic attire and carried portable water bottles, ready to explore the sacred mountain. Of course, it was Xun who would embark on the exploration. Secretary Li was merely a lookout. Secretary, please be cautious when you enter the mountain. And contact me if anything arises, Secretary Li reminded, tucking a walkie-talkie into Xu Jing's backpack. I will find a way to join you. Xu Jing chuckled, my friend. I'm going for leisure, not for battle. Your somber demeanor makes it seem as if I'm heading to my doom. Now let us go? The two soon disappeared through the grand entrance of the scenic area. A while later, a black van pulled into the parking lot. Oh, no, the scenic area parking lot. A group of individuals quickly disembarked, donned masks, and entered the park in an orderly fashion. Shortly thereafter, by 2 p.m., all 20 advance visitors had entered. Received? Xu Jing said, placing the walkie-talkie down and nodding to Jiang Kong. All 20 have arrived, including Secretary Shun. Jiang Tsong was aware of Xu Jing's presence. Yet he and Xu Jing shared the same sentiment. No need for excessive action. Equality was key, regardless of the project facilities, performances, or the koi pond. Jiang Tsong recalled the splendid location Xu Jing had shown him yesterday, his gaze momentarily unfocused as he swallowed hard. With such esteemed attractions at their disposal, they were unafraid of any challenges at Wanyuan Mountain. At precisely 2:30 p.m., a clear male voice echoed around the square. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. The mist surrounding the sacred mountain has dissipated significantly, making this the ideal time for your ascent. We kindly ask all guests who have obtained visitation privileges to gather in front of the Huadia Fountain at Mingwe Village D area within 30 minutes. Once again, we emphasize that all guests must assemble at the fountain within 30 minutes. The villagers of Mingwe will escort you. Other guests, please refrain from venturing alone. Latecomers will not be accommodated. Latecomers will not be accommodated. As the announcement faded, the streets of Mingwe Village erupted into a cacophony as all the tourists who had paused to listen began to chatter excitedly. Wow, it's really happening. Oh my, I want to go too. What should we do? Should we sneak in and follow? A splendid notion indeed. The personnel of this village are rather few, and given the vastness of the mountain, if we ascend stealthily, they shall be unable to impede our progress. The suggestion from this individual instantly illuminated the eyes of those around. Someone timidly spoke up. The guide mentioned that there is a fog, and the sacred mountain has yet to be unsealed. It would be inappropriate for us to sneak in, as it may lead to perilous situations. Ha! How amusing. Can he truly believe that? It is merely a jest, a ruse to tantalize our curiosity. The man who proposed the idea, having laughed enough, stepped forward. It is nothing but a gimmick. I shall lead the way. Those who wish to follow me, come along. The phenomenon of herd mentality was born, and a small group swiftly formed, trailing behind the man as they hastened towards Area D. Is it true? The boy murmured from behind, hesitating for a moment before lifting his foot to follow suit. I still place my trust in the guide. Meanwhile, a masked man quickly returned from the adjacent alley, conveying the report to his superior. Entering the sacred mountain? What an excellent opportunity. He tightened his mask once more. Let us go. We shall follow suit. Chapter 47. Entering the sacred mountain. Should one truly tread a single path to its end, 20 minutes would suffice for all visitors to reach Xu Jing's location. Indeed, merely 10 minutes had elapsed, and already 20 early visitors had arrived at the scene. Most attendees were empty-handed, as the majority had visited the previous week and had already indulged in the attractions, thus showing little interest in the task of gathering tributes this time. Only the affluent heir, Zhou Pe, stood out amidst the crowd, exuberantly clutching a bundle of cattails. Have all the visitors arrived? Xu Jing emerged from behind the fountain, distributing gold and crimson sashes to everyone. These are the emblematic armbands of the sacred mountain, serving as proof of your identities. Please ensure you wear them properly and do not lose them, he declared, seemingly casually yet with a commanding tone. The sacred mountain has recently unsealed certain areas, which remain perilous. Without the escort of our village warriors, one could easily become ensnared in the fog. Everyone must exercise caution and not stray apart. Zhou Pe was unimpressed by their feeble theatrics. He rubbed his nose and grumbled, "Hurry up, there's no time to waste. Let us get inside." Xu Jing also signaled to Xiao Li to wait for him there, then obediently donned the gold and crimson armband. As for Zhu Shou, having visited far too many times, he was now firmly convinced that this guide was undoubtedly the mastermind behind the scenes. Trusting his judgment was imperative. Furthermore, they had all expended considerable resources to obtain these advance tickets. No one wished for ordinary visitors to possess the same privileges. Rarity begets value. 2,000 yuan is not a trivial expenditure. Seeing that everyone was nearly prepared, Xu Jing waved his hand. Immediately, individuals of all ages clad in peculiar attire gathered around. Many were NPCs they had encountered earlier. Some furrowed their brows and directly inquired, "Guide, are we not to be escorted by warriors? Why are there children here?" Miao Miao shed her disguise. No one could recognize her as the Dragon Maiden, yet her age could not be concealed. Xu Jing maintained a natural demeanor. The warriors of Minghua village are not merely those endowed with great strength or robust physiques. Rather, they are individuals imbued with courage and fearlessness, who possess a profound connection with the deities of the sacred mountain. Such individuals are bestowed with greater favor from the mountain and its forests, guiding us through the mists and enabling us to venture further. "Sir, your understanding is rather superficial," remarked the man, awkwardly scratching his head. "Goodness, I only hear your extravagant boasts." Xu Jing chose not to elaborate further, turning to depart instead. Everyone followed suit. As one person left, the rest sprang into action, their faces alight with anticipation as they hastened after him, quickly leaving the fountain behind. Meanwhile, Secretary Shao Li retreated to the shadows, intending to take a moment to rest and have a bite to eat. However, before he could settle down, he was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps, followed by a throng of individuals suddenly emerging. "They have left?" The leading man wore an expression of excitement, casting a glance around to ensure the area was clear before whispering back, "Though we entered stealthily, this is still a primitive forest. It would be wiser for us to slip in behind that group." A concerned female voice piped up from behind. "What if we are discovered? What if we are? The law does not punish the masses. Besides, we are merely lost. Does he truly intend to do anything to us?" The group nodded in agreement, finding the man's reasoning quite persuasive. The leader, now filled with fervor from the power and reverence he had recently acquired, urged, "Let us move in closer. But keep our voices down. We need to hasten our pace." "Certainly. Let us proceed." They clamored, their volume betraying their intent for quietness, making their noise audible from quite a distance. Shao Li furrowed his brow. Thus far, he could discern that the number of staff in the scenic area was limited, not to mention the lack of security. If this group truly followed the secretary into the forest, it was likely that the staff would be unable to manage the situation. Ugh, he grimaced, feeling increasingly uneasy. This small scenic area is indeed small. While he was indifferent to their lax discipline, he worried that should they inadvertently disturb the secretary, he would ultimately bear the blame. Should he follow them instead? Just as Shao Li contemplated rising, he spotted a frail young man rushing from the end of the path, his face a mixture of worry and anger, yet he too hastened to join the group. What on earth? Shao Li was taken aback. Yet before he could rise again, another group clad in black appeared, their faces masked, moving with an unsettling agility. Clearly, they were anything but ordinary. If this were ancient times, they would surely be stopped and searched multiple times. What secrets lay within the sacred mountain? Were there hidden predators waiting to ensnare the unwary? This growing unease compelled him to follow the masked individuals into the dense forest. Here lay the foothills of the sacred mountain. Due to the successful execution of the deity invitation ceremony, we had only recently begun to carve out a small path. Xu Jing led the way, with tourists in the middle and villagers safeguarding the perimeter. The wealthy heir crossed his arms and rolled his eyes, feeling as though this scene resembled the escorting of exiled prisoners. Since this is a newly opened path, be mindful of your footing. The terrain may be somewhat difficult to traverse. Difficult to traverse? Stepping onto the clean and spacious bluestone path of Shenzhuang, a look of confusion crossed his face. What was this person talking about? Wasn't the road well constructed? Yet, soon everyone ceased to pay attention to the guide leading the way. The recently developed primordial forest retained the fragrances of sun, rain, and earth, with lush trees flourishing on either side, their vines hanging low. Sunlight filtered through the mottled shadows of the trees, casting a golden glow upon the path they traversed, as if they were truly meant to confront the divine in the mountains. "Uncle Fong, this place is stunning," Xiaoji exclaimed, having not ventured into the mountains for quite some time. He gazed around, tightly holding Miao Miao's hand, diligently memorizing the routes and markers. There was no choice. It was an old habit. Miao Miao, however, was even more delighted. Ever since entering the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, She had her own cozy little bed, free from the snores of older boys and the scrutiny of onlookers. She could assist everyone in setting up stages or play the role of a little dragon girl. It was pure bliss. Jean Na walked quietly on the outskirts with the fortunate members of the dance troupe. She was unaware of what others were thinking, but in this tranquil and serene mountain, she felt a hint of the essence of the dance of communication with the gods, as described by Xiao Su. Communicating with heaven and earth, praying to the deities, driving away calamities, and purifying the soul. This mountain truly deserved the title of Sacred Mountain. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and even Xu Jing felt a sense of clarity wash over him once more. Such was the effect of the mystical veil prop, enhancing the mysterious atmosphere by 20%. Though the enhancement seemed minor, to those entering the mountains for the first time, it appeared as a paradise untouched by the mundane world. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. The gentle sound of flowing water finally reached their ears. Xu Jing halted, a smile gracing his face. They had traversed the most perilous section and were about to enter the first divine dwelling of the sacred mountain. He parted the hanging vines before him, revealing a vast crystal-clear pool before everyone. This was the Carp Pond. Chapter 48. The Carp Maiden in the Carp Pond. Zhu Shou was the first to charge forward, brandishing his camera with enthusiasm. Within the small frame of the lens, a picturesque scene of verdant trees and emerald waters unfolded before him. An ancient, elegant arch bridge spanned the pond, shimmering in the sunlight that broke through the canopy, creating ripples upon the water's surface. How beautiful! The wealthy heir, Zhou Pe, also stepped forward, arms crossed, momentarily devoid of his previous disdain. The scenic elements of this place were indeed well executed. If there were a resort nearby, he imagined his father would be quite willing to come here to fish in his leisure time. He followed the plump boy ahead, with Shun Zhuang behind him, his face alight with astonishment. Wow, this place was truly beyond his expectations. In truth, many mountain landscapes were captivating, but most were merely enhanced versions of their original state. However, this clear pond, in its natural form, was already breathtaking. If it were to undergo some human beautification, he believed it could rival the most stunning scenic spots in the provincial capital. As the group traversed the vines and entered the realm of the koi pond, the escorts momentarily forgot their identities, exhibiting the wide-eyed wonder of those unacquainted with the world. Coughing lightly, Xu Jing, noticing their naivety, took it upon himself to enlighten them. Now that you have entered the sacred mountain, allow me to share its origins. This mountain is revered as a sanctuary, home to the deities that bless Mingyue village and the surrounding sacred spirit mountains. Many of these divine beings reside within its peaks, which is why we have safeguarded and worshipped this sacred site for generations. At its base lies the dwelling of the koi god. The koi pond has existed for centuries, and we constructed these pathways to facilitate offerings to the koi god. Zhou Pe interjected, "Excuse me, can a koi even become a deity?" A chuckle rippled through the group, prompting Xiao Ji to glare in disapproval at the source of the laughter, which quickly subsided. Xu Jing maintained a solemn, yet serene demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the disrespect. There is an ancient saying about fish leaping over the dragon gate. If dragons possess spirit, why cannot koi? He gestured towards the water's edge, encouraging everyone to peer down. The koi pond is inhabited by the koi god subjects. During a dark period, nearly all of them perished. But since we commenced the rituals to summon the deity in recent years, life has returned to this place. The crowd gathered closer. "How beautiful!" exclaimed one of them, as a cluster of red, silver, and speckled koi danced joyfully beneath her feet. Not only her, but a few koi also congregated around Zhu Shou and Xin Zhuang. "Why are there no fish here?" Zhou Pe grumbled. Xu Jing replied with a smile, "Perhaps your heart lacks sincerity. The koi god senses disrespect, and the fish will respond accordingly." "Is that really true? How mystical." Zhou Pe felt a pang of discomfort as he observed the groups of koi swirling around the other visitors. "I apologize, great koi god. I believe in you now, all right?" After a moment of awkward deliberation, a large, plump red koi leisurely approached him. Its robust body was a clear sign of its vitality, and Zhou Pe quickly crouched to capture the moment, with Xu Jing beaming beside him. "It appears the koi god has forgiven you." "Oh, is that the koi god?" Zhou Pe pointed at the hefty fish, startling it into a swift retreat. Xu Jing was at a loss for words. Was it truly the case that the people of Mingyue village had revered a mere plump fish for centuries? "Mr. Su, these are but ordinary koi. The koi god rarely makes an appearance." Few have witnessed its true form over the centuries, Xu Jing explained as he stepped onto the wooden bridge, leading the group forward. To catch a glimpse of the koi god is to invite a period of great fortune and prosperity, an opportunity to boast about for ages. As the wooden bridge creaked beneath their feet and the koi frolicked in the crystal-clear waters, the group advanced slowly through the vibrant green algae and stones. How beautiful! Damn! It's stunning, Zhu Shou exclaimed, snapping photos fervently, while a few girls behind him huddled together for selfies. Shen Zhuang gazed into the distance amidst the gentle breeze, where the serene green waters swayed with lotus blossoms and dragonflies lightly skimmed the surface, resembling a masterful ink painting. Young man, the environment here is exceptionally well preserved, Xu Jing remarked, turning his head and bowing slightly, a hint of bashfulness crossing his face. Your praise is too generous. Liu Pond is the dwelling of the koi deity. We strive to disturb its tranquility as little as possible. This is all the work of the divine, he replied. Ah, Xinzhuang understood. This individual implied that Liu Pond signified an untouched, eco-friendly, and natural essence. However, his curiosity was piqued as he observed the young man before him. Xu Jing was responsible for the welcoming duties at Mingyue village, and it was said that he could be seen occasionally at the tea house. Now, he was also leading the task at the Holy Mountain. This man must hold a significant position among the scenic area employees. Did he know of his own identity? Yet, before he could voice further thoughts, Zhou Pe, who had lagged behind, finally reacted. Wait a moment. He pushed through a group of girls posing with pouts. Stepping forward into the villager's view, squinting his eyes in jest. Are you saying that you can see the koi deity? Xu Jing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the village's craftsman, Old Master too, is said to have had the fortune of encountering the koi deity in his youth. They quickly traversed the small arch bridge, crossing the grassy expanse and stepping once more onto the stone path over the pond. The path rose only 2 centimeters above the water's surface, giving the illusion that the group was walking upon the water itself. Reflections danced upon the surface, merging with the swimming koi, creating a refreshing ambience of spring. Cut it out, Zhou Pe said, somewhat speechless. Welcoming staff, I know this is merely a gimmick of your scenic area. What you're saying sounds almost credible. He snorted, closely following Zhu Shou, whose ample frame blocked Zhou Pe's view. What koi deity? Isn't it just a person in disguise? Xu Jing frowned. Mr. Zhou, this realm belongs to the koi deity. If you speak ill of her here, she may hear you and take offense. He glanced at the towering stone wall ahead, where the sound of water droplets echoed softly. Huh, we shall see, Zhou Pe chuckled. Will she really get angry? All right, then tell me. What does the koi deity look like? Xu Jing turned around, his voice imbued with mirth. The koi deity possesses a visage akin to a maiden with the beauty of peach blossoms, her eyes sparkling with divine light. Sometimes she appears in human form, gathering flowers. At other times, her legs transform into a fish tail, frolicking in the pond with her subjects. His words abruptly ceased as the young, plump figure ahead suddenly halted. Zhou Pe collided with his broad back, his nose reddening from the impact, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Have you been reading too many ridiculous novels? You speak as if it were real. He leaned forward, preparing to scold the obstructive figure. Move along already. Just keep going. His voice, akin to a chicken with its throat grasped, was caught in his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is that? Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating a shallow nook in the mountain wall ahead, enveloping a girl with a charming smile in a delicate veil of light. From her elfin, short hair, fish fin-like golden red ears emerged. Her eyes resembled those of a great cat, enigmatic and vibrant, shimmering with golden red light that rippled with each gentle breath, reflecting a pool of verdant spring water. Yet, the reason that left Zhou Pe momentarily breathless was not solely this. It was the delicate fingers of the maiden, playfully poking her cheek, while her alabaster waist descended, a magnificent golden red fish tail languidly swaying in the pond, glistening with moist, shimmering droplets. She wore a mischievous yet sacred smile, her round eyes slightly squinted, and her crimson lips parted ever so slightly. Oh, how peculiar. A visitor has arrived. Chapter 49, Encountering the Divine. Bow without delay, my goodness. I have beheld a mermaid. Oh, wait. No. Zhou Pe abruptly slapped himself. That is the carp's deity. While he remained frozen in astonishment, the tourists behind him were growing increasingly impatient. What on earth is happening? They exclaimed, having overheard a female voice. What human? What rare guest? Let us move forward. Xu Jing stood right behind Zhou Pe, yet he was perfectly obstructed by the stone wall, unable to see anything. No matter how much he craned his neck, and he was growing anxious, scratching his head. Xu Jing smirked, having achieved his goal. It seemed he had finally snapped back to reality as he called out loudly, "Everyone, come forward. This path is long, and you shall all see the Carp's deity." His voice brimmed with genuine excitement, sounding far from rehearsed. "We are indeed fortunate. All guests must maintain an attitude of reverence. Do not offend the esteemed deity." In a flurry, everyone shuffled forward, and after nearly 10 minutes of bewilderment, they all stood before the stone wall. The maiden remained unperturbed, as if she were merely observing the spectacle, propping her chin on her hand while appraising the crowd. Little chubby, no photography, as if encountering a divine being. The guide seemed overly exhilarated, directing a flurry of words at Zhu Shou. "Are you being polite?" Zhu Shou retorted, yet he too, overwhelmed with astonishment, quickly stowed away his camera. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the guide's eyes held a hint of playful mockery when addressing him. Ahem, never mind. He noticed Xu Jing beside him suddenly bowing deeply. "I have seen the esteemed deity." The tourists exchanged glances, but after a brief moment of confusion, Zhou Pe swiftly slapped the shoulder of the little chubby one beside him, urging, "Bowed down upon seeing the divine." Realizing the situation, everyone promptly followed Xu Jing in bowing, exclaiming in unison, "We have seen the esteemed Carp's deity." The employees behind them were even more bewildered. "Are you serious? Is this a joke?" They claimed it was a holy mountain, yet there truly is a deity. Xiao Ji and Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with fervor, their youthful voices ringing clear. "We have seen the esteemed deity." Xu Jing glanced back at the crowd. "Why shout so loudly? It makes me seem less reverent." A playful smile blossomed on the deity's peach blossom-like visage, though it bore a hint of mischief. "I sense many unfamiliar presences. Have you brought outsiders to the holy mountain?" Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him, Xu Jing's theatrical instincts surged forth as he dramatically knelt to the ground. "Lord Koi, it is with the unwavering assistance of these guests that we are able to reopen the sacred mountain, dispelling the darkness and clearing the mists." The young maiden raised an eyebrow, her magnificent fish tail swaying in the water, while a school of red koi frolicked in her wake, only to be impatiently swatted aside by her. "What the hell?" Zhou Pe stood agape, unable to absorb the bewildering scene unfolding before him. Was he dreaming? Was he truly still within the realm of scientific inquiry? He had encountered mermaids at aquariums before, yet the reality of the creature before him was simply astonishing. The silvery red scales, shimmering and glistening against her alabaster skin, trailed down to her voluptuous fish tail, accentuated by taut muscles and lustrous scales. The grand, ethereal tail fin swayed gracefully, teasingly flicking at the nearby koi. What the hell? If this were a fabrication, then what could possibly be real? He was utterly flabbergasted. And behind him, Xinzhuang was equally dumbfounded. Were it not for the koi goddess gaze, which seemed to linger upon him, he would have eagerly snapped a photograph. Perhaps he could return to the Biological Research Center to investigate whether this locale had uncovered a new species, secretly nurturing it without proper reporting to the authorities. He was not so bespectacled as to overlook the flesh and blood authenticity of every scale upon that tail. If such an illusion could be conjured, he would rather eat excrement while standing on his head. The onlooking tourists, however, were far too enraptured by the spectacle before them to heed the conversation. Merely witnessing this scene was enough to validate their journey. Koi God, regardless of the truth, if the guide affirmed its authenticity, then it must indeed be true. "Oh, as I was saying," the Koi God spoke again. "No wonder the atmosphere here has been so notably pleasant of late." She stretched languidly, her tail arching gracefully above the water's surface, droplets cascading into the pond, causing the koi below to dart about in excitement. Yet, before she could finish her thought, her cat-like eyes narrowed in a playful smile. "Did I just hear someone question my existence?" She turned her gaze toward Zhou Pe, her enchanting eyes leaving him momentarily dazed. How extraordinarily beautiful. The koi god was regarding him, erasing any remnants of his earlier disrespect from his mind. "Huh, to think I was mistaken for that plump koi." In an instant, Zhu Shou and the others began to breathe heavily. Oh my, the moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. The young maiden directed her gaze into the distance, her tail slicing through the pond's surface, sending ripples across the water. To their astonishment, the large koi from the bridge was swimming upstream, splashing and flailing. It leaped, sending sprays of water soaring high, yet it was futile. With a dramatic swoop of her tail, the plump koi was launched from the water, and the golden-red tail raised high, parting the waves. With a resounding smack, in a dazzling display of golden and silver brilliance, the hefty koi was propelled towards Zhou Pe, drenching him completely. In an instant, the plump koi delivered a resounding slap across his face before diving back into the depths of the pond. Both Zhu Shou and Xin Zhuang were equally soaked, unable to escape the deluge despite their esteemed positions. As they wiped their faces, a collective, silly smile spread across their faces. The carp god splashed me. The carp god gave me a little smack. I hope to see her again next time. Everyone fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony. Goodness, that was truly a tale. Did you all see that? What could possibly move like that if it weren't real? A mermaid. I have seen a real mermaid. Splash me. Sister carp god. Drench me too. My goodness, starting tomorrow, I shall convert to Taoism. The holy mountain of the frightening moon village has a true deity. No photography is allowed. Yet that did not deter the girl at the end of the line from posting. She said nothing more, only tremblingly typed this line before hastily sending it out. Perhaps the commotion disturbed her, as she frowned, clicked her tongue, and leapt directly into the pond. She vanished. Zhou Pe was stunned, and then, astonishingly, he jumped into the pond as well, the water immediately engulfing his calves. Gone. The shimmering surface gradually calmed, the pond crystal clear. Where could such a large mermaid be? The carp god had departed. He stood dazed, murmuring to himself. Then in a fit of rage, he shouted at the raucous crowd. It's your fault for startling the carp god. Look, you've scared her away. Xin Zhuang furrowed his brow. The guide had instructed everyone to be respectful. Why were they still making such a racket? The tourists, aware of their fault, felt both regretful and flustered, lowering their heads in silence. Xu Jing cast a glance at a smaller koi in the pool, then stepped forward with a smile. It's all just a setup. After all, she is a deity. A mere glance is enough, yet they truly wish to gaze upon her endlessly. Have they even paid? Are they trying to get something for nothing? Everyone, please remain calm. The carp god is inherently elusive and rarely appears in the koi pond. Today, to see her is a blessing, perhaps drawn by the offerings of you esteemed pioneers, or perhaps out of curiosity for the visitors. Regardless, let us refrain from quarreling here. A glimpse of her means good health and fortune for all in the days to come. Zhou Pe regained his composure, the mischievous smile of the carp god splashing him still lingering in his mind. Oh, dear guide, he voiced the collective thought. Will we have the chance to see her again? Xu Jing revealed a mysterious smile. Who knows? With more guests arriving here, there will surely be a few fortunate ones. Chapter 50, continuing forward. Amidst the dense forest, a faint mist hung in the air as a man pushed through the branches, struggling to reveal his head. Keep up. Behind him, more and more people emerged from the woods. A girl touched her small wound from a branch and lamented, Big brother? That group has long disappeared. Can't we take the main road? I sense there's no one guarding this place. Indeed, why should we traverse through the woods when there is a good path? My hands are all scratched up. This is a primeval forest. Perhaps we should turn back? What if we encounter a snake? The leading man furrowed his brow. The guide had swiftly led those pioneering tourists away, and they dared not stray too close, resulting in them losing sight of him after only a short distance. Yet, as he had brought them here, he felt a sense of urgency, steeling himself to continue guiding them. For heaven's sake, be quiet. Why don't we just take the main path? His voice bore a hint of frustration. After nearly half an hour of wandering, they still could not locate the trail leading into the mountains, and he felt increasingly disoriented within the enveloping mist. It seemed as though they had been ascending the mountain. Yet despite their efforts, no other group was in sight. Brother, a panicked female voice broke through, causing him to turn around impatiently, only to see her pointing at a piece of red cloth caught on a branch. Brother, how did we end up back where we started? Don't be ridiculous. We've been climbing for half an hour. It's impossible to have returned. The girl shivered slightly, but continued, gesturing to a tear in her clothing. But I think I tore my shirt right here. Look, this piece of cloth matches my fabric exactly. The leader paused, taking a few steps back, his voice wavering slightly. Stop messing around. People traverse this mountain daily. It's probably just a coincidence. Let us hope so. A serious-looking student adjusted his glasses. The fog is thickening. I suggest we descend. After a moment of hesitation, he uttered a rather absurd statement. After all, this is the sacred mountain of Mingyue village. One can never be too sure if something supernatural is at play. His remark elicited a hearty laugh from the leader. Huh, you actually believe that? It's merely an event designed to attract tourists. You all take it too seriously. However, his laughter gradually faded, and, apart from him, no one else wore a smile. Panic etched across their faces. Fine, let us head down. A bunch of cowards. Afraid of this, and that while hoping to enter the mountains. He feigned ferocity, though inwardly he felt a sense of relief. Truth be told, he was a bit frightened as well. The sunlight had diminished significantly, and soon, darkness would render their descent even more challenging. Let us go. Let us try that way. Wait, we've already gone this way. What about that direction? Have we been there too? Impossible. Half an hour later, they all stood still, the gray mist thickening into a tangible presence. The sunlight had vanished, and visibility in the forest dwindled to less than 50 meters. Damn it. The leader was genuinely alarmed now, and the group of men and women behind him were even more terrified. Wah, are we lost? It's all your fault. Where have you led us? Wah. The guides warned us. They said not to come while the fog hadn't fully cleared. You insisted we come. Is this a case of ghost walls? I want to go home. Wah. My phone has no signal. I can't make any calls. The leader, in a state of panic, slapped his hand against a nearby tree. Everyone, be quiet. It was your choice to come. I didn't force anyone into the mountains. His expression turned fierce. I've been searching for a way out, exhausted, without complaining, and now you spineless, greedy leeches dare to blame me? Have you no shame? His words were harsh. Silence fell over the group, punctuated by soft sobs. After a moment, a girl timidly spoke up. Brother, what should we do now? The man surveyed the surroundings. The park keeps records of the number of visitors. With so many of us unaccounted for, the staff will surely come looking for us. The most crucial factor now is that everyone must remain together. We must not wander off, for there is strength in numbers. The evening's program commences at 5:30 p.m., and they will descend no later than 5 o'clock p.m. If we are unable to leave shortly, we shall start calling for help around 4 o'clock p.m. They are bound to pass by us on their way down, and upon hearing our cries, they will come to our aid. Although the leader may appear fierce, he possesses a sharp intellect. Shaoli raised his eyebrows amidst the crowd, silently admiring the leader. He glanced at another boy squatting in the corner, then back at the imposing leader, letting out a sigh. Had he known, he would have patiently waited outside instead of joining their commotion, which now entangled him in this predicament. Unfortunately, they were temporarily unable to exit. However, he considered himself fortunate to have aligned with these reasonable individuals, rather than joining those masked figures. Who could tell what nefarious deeds they were up to? For now, he decided to stay put. The idea of being trapped in a maze, he found that hard to believe. As a product of a materialistic society for over 30 years, he quickly deduced the situation. The disturbance in the magnetic field had disoriented their sense of direction, rendering them unable to leave for the time being. Once the magnetic interference subsided, they would naturally be able to descend. He settled down to rest, retrieving provisions from his backpack that he had prepared for the secretary, consuming them one by one. In times of crisis, ensuring personal safety is paramount, allowing for a more composed approach to problem solving. The mist continued to spread. An occasional strange bird calls only drew everyone closer together. As for those masked individuals, damn, I'm terrified of ghosts. Is it because we've done so many wrongs that they've come to haunt us? This is the 4th round. We really can't get out. I'm so anxious. Have we fallen into some trap? I've heard of formations that can ensnare people. Just wait. I'll uninstall your Tomato Novel app. Keep moving. I refuse to believe we can't find a way out. Protect the photos and data. That is our purpose here, and we must not lose them. Meanwhile, Xu Jing glanced at his watch and then down the mountain, a smile gracing his lips. All right. Everyone has encountered the carp deity. Today has already been fulfilling. But our journey is not yet complete. Once you've rested, let us continue together. Not done yet. The 20 pioneers resting on the verdant grass looked up in astonishment. What do you mean? Brother, this spectacle alone has been enough. Just the sudden appearance and disappearance of that elusive carp spirit is enough for us to ponder for a lifetime. Is there more? What more could there be? Zhou Pe, now the foremost fan of Mingyue village, blinked excitedly and leapt to his feet. Is there more? Let us go. We shall continue. Zhu Shou once again hoisted his equipment, brimming with excitement. Although he had only managed to capture a blurry photograph of the carp deity, he was certain that, despite the obscurity, the magnificent golden red tail was unmistakable. Zhu Shou maintained a facade of disappointment, pretending that he had captured nothing, fearful that the guide might discover and compel him to delete it. To his astonishment, There was indeed more to come. Dear guide, is there more? Xu Shou's cherubic face radiated anticipation. Can we take photos on the road ahead? Xu Jing wore a smile that was neither here nor there. Of course, you are welcome to capture more beautiful pictures. This little chubby fellow has visited so many times that he has memorized the place. He is the official pseudo-ambassador of promotion. The splendid scene at Wanyuan Mountain today owes much to his contributions. Shall we continue our journey? Everyone scrambled to their feet, eagerly following along. Fang Gui and Jin Na lagged behind, while Tian Tian went to greet the two little children, and the others continued to play the role of valiant protectors. Brother Fang, have you been to this place before? A smile adorned Jin Na's usually serious face. It's breathtaking, utterly extraordinary. She had not anticipated that being an employee of Boss Su would come with such delightful perks. Fang Gui, gazing at the lovely faces drawing near, felt a twinge of shyness. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Actually, none of us have been here before, apart from the boss. This is our first visit to this sacred mountain." Regret filled his heart. Had he known, he would have brought his daughter along. Rumor had it that deities could avert calamities and provide refuge. Perhaps the carp deity could restore his daughter's health? He looked up, aware that his thoughts were somewhat fanciful. But to be honest, had anything Boss Su presented them ever been ordinary? Perhaps it truly could happen. Wait for me. He dashed ahead, merging into the throng, escorting the visitors, while Jin Na paused for a moment before hastening to catch up. At that moment, whether tourists or staff, everyone was consumed with curiosity about what would be revealed next. Chapter 51, Firefly Butterfly Valley. As they continued along the path, everyone distinctly felt the exertion of the climb. How much longer, guide? After nearly 10 minutes of ascent, the wealthy youth was the first to tire. Have we been climbing for over half an hour? Are we there yet? He paused, breathless, glancing at his watch. It was almost 4 o'clock. Would they delay the evening ceremony? Initially, he had merely intended to see this sacred mountain. Yet, since entering, he had earnestly begun collecting offerings. Although the NPC temporarily took the offerings for safekeeping, preventing him from getting soaked when splashed by the carp deity, he was still eager to descend and partake in the ceremony. Xu Shou rolled his eyes. Useless. The guide can't possibly lead them to a poor location. There are ceremonies every day, but this sacred mountain cannot be visited on a whim. Guide, don't mind him. We're not tired. Let us keep going. Xu Jing laughed as he turned back. Sir, we've only walked for 10 minutes, Zhopa said. His face slightly flushed, yet he truly could not go on. Aside from dancing and flirting, he rarely exerted himself for so long. It's all right. We shall arrive shortly. Xu Jing, not keeping them in suspense, pointed ahead. The sun hung low in the west, casting a warm, golden glow in the distance. What lies ahead is the end of our explored route. Xu Shou's camera followed Xu Jing's finger, and the man's gentle voice resonated in his ear. Butterfly Valley. 2 clusters of wisteria hung down, and as they passed through the floral curtain, the tourists were instantaneously enveloped in a flourishing sea of blossoms. Oh my! It's beautiful. The rugged stones protrude at an angle, their surfaces adorned with a myriad of intricate patterns. Beneath the rocky facade, lush green grass, vibrant red trees, and golden blossoms flourish. Yet what captivates the eye most are the swarms of butterflies fluttering above the blossoms. With each gentle inhalation and exhalation, their delicate wings flutter gracefully, catching the slanted rays of sunlight, allowing even the finest hairs on their wings to be discerned. Are there deities residing here as well? Zhopa, typically fearless, now finds himself whispering in reverence, lest he disturb some exquisite presence. Your attentiveness is commendable, Xu Jing praises, acknowledging Zhopa's slight blush. Guests may wander freely. The butterfly spirit delights in merriment, and with few visitors today, it shall not make an appearance. Is that so? I was merely inquiring. Zhopa's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that if there were more tourists, the butterfly spirit would indeed come? Xu Jing nods, then shakes his head. Perhaps. But we cannot presume to know the will of the divine. He gazes up at the slanted stones, a spark of anticipation igniting in his eyes. Old Master Tu had recounted tales of their prior pilgrimage into the mountains, where they were fortunate to witness the spirit's true form. The butterfly spirit is known for its joyful singing and love for festivities. When in high spirits, it at what? The crowd gathers, excitement palpable. Xu Jing smiles. That's all Old Master Tu shared with me. A collective silence ensues, followed by a chorus of playful gestures. So we shan't see the butterfly spirit today? The chubby boy laments, prompting Xu Jing to chuckle. Deities are elusive. revel in the chance to see the carp god instead. He gestures grandly. Now go explore. We shall descend the mountain shortly. The tourists disperse like a swarm, while Xu Jing remains behind, stroking his chin in contemplation. The butterfly spirit is indeed out of reach, for it has yet to be summoned into existence. How vexing! When might he draw forth another assistant? With enough aids, he could initiate his grand, divine creation project. Alas, such opportunities are rare, and the lottery's next chance is uncertain. Thus far, the most promising avenue to achieve his desired effect lies within a particular item in the shop. He recalls the item with a sigh. A mere 1,000 favorable reviews for a single piece, each usable only 10 times. Setting aside the fact that he currently possesses few reviews, even if he had enough, he would hesitate to purchase it. Patience is key. Let us build anticipation. Once this week concludes and sufficient prestige accumulates, I shall utilize it during the bustling Labor Day holiday. As he plots his ambitious scheme, the tourists scatter, enchanted by the butterflies. These butterflies are unafraid. A few excited girls exclaim, raising their hands to capture the striking blue-winged butterflies that descend upon the blossoms, enthusiastically snapping photographs. This enthusiasm spreads like wildfire. While butterflies are not uncommon, with many butterfly valleys scattered across the nation, such a vast assembly of unperturbed butterflies is indeed a rarity. Xu Jing, armed with his camera, roams about, determined to capture the perfect shot, refusing to let the butterfly valley slip away without immortalizing its beauty. Xu Jing curiously approached the flower cluster, gently touching a small gray butterfly with his finger. He turned to Xu Jing and smiled. Look, this butterfly isn't afraid of people. Xu Jing feigned a smile, responding, that is merely a moth. Xu Jing waved away the moth and strode forward with determination. This child, lacking any appreciation. He longed for his Secretary Li. Meanwhile, Secretary Li next door lamented silently, Secretary, come save me. The sea of butterflies fluttering about was indeed breathtaking. But as the sun gradually sank behind the peaks, delicate beams of light seemed to awaken. What could that be? A more splendid surprise was about to unfold. Everyone turned their heads in unison, gazing deeper into the floral path. 1 point, 2 points, strands of light. More and more luminescence flickered, forming a glowing river of fireflies. This river appeared to possess a sense of direction, gently rising and falling, spreading forth, enveloping the first visitor. Dots of green stars drifted past the girl, seemingly leading her into a resplendent river of time and space. Next, the second visitor, then the third and fourth. The shimmering glow of fireflies not only enveloped the visitors, but also embraced the staff of Mingwei village entirely. Tian tugged at Xiao Ji and Miao Miao. The fireflies parted before them, one layer soaring over Tian's head, another gliding past the chests of Xiao Ji and Miao Miao. Mom, I see the Milky Way. Xiao Ji murmured, unable to resist reaching out. The firefly's tiny rear glimmered on and off. After he touched it, it zipped away, eliciting a delighted laugh from Xiao Ji. Xu Jing gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain still. His camera, steadfast as artillery on a battlefield, remained as steady as a rock. The river of glowing lights flowed past his lens and dispersed, akin to fireworks exploding before his eyes, like golden stars bursting forth from a punch, like the vast galaxy witnessed in dreams high above the clouds. So beautiful. Xu Jing tightly closed his mouth, feeling the fireflies transform into countless streams of light rushing towards him. It's going viral. This time it will truly ignite. As for Zhou, he had completely forgotten about the appearance of any deity. At that moment, he felt as though the firefly forest he had encountered abroad paled in comparison. Do you have many of those insects? Can your insects fly like this? Like this? And then that? Can they fly like this? Trash. He trembled as he sent a message to the group. Pippi Dad, sons, if you do not accompany your father today, you shall regret it for life. Chapter 52. The trapped intruders. As the river of fireflies flowed past, Butterfly Valley once again fell into darkness, and Xu Jing led the visitors down the mountain. Zhou was beside himself with excitement, clustering around Xu Jing with the others. Guide, is there more to the story of the Butterfly Fairy? Does she truly enjoy festivities? Is the Butterfly Fairy male or female? If we have enough guests, is it possible that the Butterfly Fairy might appear? What does the Butterfly Fairy look like? Does the Butterfly Fairy have something like a tail, just like the koi god? Xu Jing turned, his expression one of disbelief. How could the Butterfly Fairy possibly have a tail? Don't pretend to be confused when you understand perfectly well. Were they implying that the butterfly fairy possessed an extraordinary form as well? Xu Jing smiled, striding confidently down the mountain path. Behind him, 20 tourists chattered excitedly, transitioning from discussions of the myriad butterflies to the enchanting firefly rivers, from the elusive butterfly fairy to the vanishing koi god. Everything witnessed upon this sacred mountain had transcended their comprehension. Deities? Who would have believed in such tales before? The tourists understood this was merely a narrative, an event, a spectacle. Shen Zhuang, the secretary of the local Cultural Tourism Bureau, was acutely aware of the underlying mechanics at play. Yet, after today's experience, they had largely transformed from staunch materialists to individuals traversing a path of idealism. If this were a fabrication, could it be that this modest scenic spot in a small county possessed some cutting-edge technology capable of rendering the fishtail so convincingly? Even if that could be explained, how could one account for the astonishing disappearance of a living girl before their very eyes? Was there perhaps a spatial portal at work? Shen Zhuang glanced at the young guide ahead, then at the animated discussions of the tourists and adventurers. Quietly, he detached himself from the group and briskly approached Xu Jing. "My young friend, speak to me honestly," he said, his gaze laced with intrigue. "Are these phenomena genuine?" Xu Jing smiled. "Sir, if you believe, then this is indeed a mountain blessed by divine spirits. If you do not, it is merely a scenic area." Shen Zhuang raised an eyebrow. "Clever lad. Playing coy with me." However, his words suggested these were merely the resort's tricks. With this realization, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the koi god were real, the state would surely dispatch officials to seize it by tomorrow. But then, an overwhelming thrill surged within him. If all this was merely a ruse of the resort, the potential of this place was beyond imagination. He lifted his gaze towards the towering peaks behind him. They had walked for half an hour and had only visited 2 attractions on this modest hill. What would the resort look like once the internal renovations were complete and the sacred mountain officially opened? Unimaginable. Absolutely remarkable. He resolved on the spot to seek special approval upon his return. Time was short, with less than a week remaining. Yet they must strive to attract as many tourists as possible. After the May Day holiday, there was still the National Day in October. Should this resort flourish, his contributions could bolster their efforts, potentially positioning on UN's cultural tourism development among the top 5 in the province. Perhaps even the top 3. I must meet with the person in charge of this resort. Arrangements for a meeting must be made for tomorrow. Xu Jing glanced back at the quiet elderly man behind him, smiling. The tourists who needed to see the sacred mountain had concluded their visits. Now, he was off to find those little rascals attempting to sneak in. He wondered how effective the misty domain had been in ensnaring them. A group quickly made their way back to the foot of the mountain, while Feng Gui, Jin Na, and others hurried off to prepare for the evening's performance. As the crowd returned to the flat stone path, ready to disperse to the square for the ceremony, they noticed the guide's brow furrowed. "Wait a moment." He leaned in, feigning attentive listening, a flicker of anger crossing his face. It was clearly stated, "Without our guidance, one must not recklessly venture into the mountains." Zhu Shou, sensing an unexpected turn of events, was the first to raise his camera, aiming its lens towards Xu Jing. He glanced at the lens, then curiously peeked towards the base of the mountain. When they had entered the mountains, that area had been lush with verdant thickets. How had a layer of gray mist come to envelop it? A guide? What was that? Zhou Pe, fervently recalling the rumors surrounding Mingyue village, immediately grasped the significance. Xu Jing turned back, speaking in a grave tone. "Outsiders are attempting to sneak into the sacred mountain, lost within the malevolent gray fog." Zhu Shou's face betrayed panic. Yet his heart brimmed with delight. A new plot twist. A fresh focal point. This is hilarious. The story is weaving together splendidly. This damned sacred mountain. What a fantastical tale. Exhilarating. This 500 yuan advance ticket was an absolute bargain. "Fear not, everyone." Xu Jing sighed, turning to reassure the group. Although the actions of these guests were unwelcome in Mingyue village, their predicament required my assistance for their rescue. Hilarious. Who's afraid? Zhou Pe, arms crossed, watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, eager to see what would transpire. Shen Zhuang, meanwhile, assessed the situation while dialing his secretary. He had been out for quite some time, yet still no sign of Shaoli. He was starving from the climb and could hardly wait to indulge in the small bread nestled within his backpack. Zhu Shou remained silent, diligently wiping the lens. Focusing on Xu Jing and the encroaching fog, Xu Jing cast a glance at the indifferent crowd, lamenting the decline of societal morals, before ostentatiously producing a small horn. This is our ancestral horn of dispelling misfortune. Only the most valiant of warriors may wield it. Xu Jing continued his performance, his toes digging into the ground as if carving out a fortress. Step back. I shall disperse the fog. Chapter 53. Let professionals handle professional matters. He stood at the edge of the thicket, seemingly casually kicking aside a green stone. Whoa! The guide's eyes sparkled with intensity as he took a deep breath. Whoa! Whoa! The horn sounded thrice, prompting Zhou Pa to cover his ears. Was the horn of dispelling misfortune always so unpleasant? It sounded akin to his grandfather's broken voice. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened with excitement. The fog was truly dissipating. There was no wind, nor any human effort to clear it, yet the encroaching gray mist visibly lightened. Beyond the layers of tree shadows, faint cries for help began to emerge. Help! Save us! The leader, nearly hoarse from shouting, beamed with elation. The mist was thinning. Someone was coming to rescue them. The others stumbled to rise, their clothes tattered from branches. Some with their makeup smeared from tears. A few women led the charge, rushing towards Xu Jing with cries of relief. Whoa, you finally arrived. We encountered a wall of ghosts. Whoa, this mountain is so high. We've been climbing for 2 hours and still can't find our way. We can't get out. It's terrifying. I want to lodge a complaint. Your safety measures are utterly inadequate. Tears and snot streamed down everyone's faces as they surveyed their surroundings, frozen in place. Are you lodging a complaint? Xu Jing inquired with genuine concern, seemingly not grasping the situation. The realm of fog was unexpectedly effective, living up to its reputation as a mid-tier artifact. The girl who had been shouting was flushed with embarrassment. What on earth? They were trapped less than 20 meters from the foot of the mountain? A mere roll could send them tumbling down, yet they were lost? How could that be? They had traversed quite a distance without finding their way. She stammered, a mix of humiliation and confusion washing over her. Meanwhile, Shenzhuang swiftly approached, his gaze fixed on the man emerging from the thicket, filled with frustration. Shaoli, how could you join in the ruckus with the crowd? You've tarnished your own reputation, he exclaimed. Is there any food left in your bag? Hurry and hand me a couple of French rolls. I'm starving. Shaoli grinned, his lips chapped and peeling, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, presenting a rather tragic sight. Old dang, it's all for your safety. I'm terrified in this forest, and you're still fixated on your little rolls. Shenzhuang eagerly unzipped his backpack, only to find it filled with wrappers. The two exchanged glances, Shenzhuang filled with despair. My rolls. Xu Jing, speechless, shifted his gaze from the two squabbling over the bread, turning to the other side of the thicket. A group of individuals clad in black with masks trembled as they clutched their backpacks tightly. We've caught them. Xu Jing quietly summoned a few sturdy employees and stepped forward. What are you doing? He demanded, blocking the escape of one who attempted to flee. Their furtive behavior raised suspicions. What's in your bags? Did you steal something from the sacred mountain? What could there possibly be to steal from the mountain? The leader scoffed, glancing at the raucous tourists in the distance, aware that their actions were clandestine, and promptly averted his gaze. We haven't done anything. We merely got lost on our way up. Oh, Xu Jing replied with a smile. May I take a look at your bags? That would be an illegal search. Oh, an illegal search? You seem quite knowledgeable about that. Xu Jing continued. How about this? I'll call the police. If everything checks out, I'll apologize and compensate you. However, if there's an issue, I won't hesitate to pursue this matter legally. Lowering his voice, he abandoned the pretense of being a guide and issued an ultimatum. Call the police? The man's eyes darted around, and the masked individuals exchanged glances before suddenly bolting to the side. Bang! Bang! The man collided with a solid figure and fell to the ground. In front of him stood the robust Feng Gui and his companions, their expressions stern as they regarded the intruders. Damn it, the black-clad man spat. This must be conducted discreetly. If discovered, it's all for naught. Let us not make too much noise. I no longer want the items. We need to leave now. Xu Jing lifted his chin, watching as they hastily discarded their backpacks before retreating a step, once again donning a smile. The individuals fled into the alleys, quickly vanishing from sight. Xu Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gently pressing the intercom. He inquired whether Zhao Meng was present in the scenic area, hoping he could assist him. Although uncertain of the intentions of the group, Xu Jing harbored some conjectures. He instructed Feng Gui and others to retrieve the backpacks and guide the tourists back to the central square. It was best to leave professional matters to professionals. Perhaps Boss Zhao was acquainted with these individuals. A few streets away, Zhao Meng was seated in a tea house, sipping tea and leisurely accompanying a group of young tourists throughout the afternoon, which was beginning to take a toll on his aging body. Despite the fatigue, he felt a profound joy. The Shanmeng travel group was experiencing a remarkable resurgence due to the popularity of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, effortlessly forming a small group of 20 and even managing to bring in 2 groups during the weekends. Although ticket prices had yet to increase, and the commissions were insufficient to cover his brother's wages, Zhao Meng's vision extended beyond immediate gains. He understood the wisdom of fishing for larger catches over time. Thus, during this period, he focused on maintaining good relationships with clients, fostering positive reviews, and a reputable name. Having finished his tea, he ended a call with Jiang Tsong, his teeth clicking as he pondered. It was clear that other travel agency owners or competing scenic areas were engaging in petty maneuvers. It was merely the nature of business competition, where no tactic was too low to attract tourists. However, he would not remain passive if such tactics were directed at him. Wanyuan Mountain and Xu Jing were his proverbial cash cows. They could attempt to meddle, but disrupting Wanyuan Mountain at such a critical juncture was absolutely unacceptable. Brothers, assemble immediately at the dock. Follow a few individuals out of the scenic area and find a quiet place to take them away. Zhao Meng exhaled deeply, gazing at the twinkling stars above Mingyue village, feeling an inexplicable sense of a hero at the end of his road accompanied by the distant sound of a horn. Boss Su, I will protect you. I will steadfastly safeguard your scenic area. Chapter 54. Tourist feedback. Xu Jing was oblivious to where the former social leader had taken those men in black, nor did he comprehend the events that transpired. He simply ensured the troublesome backpacks were handled properly before proceeding with the normal rituals. That evening, among the 20 pioneers, some continued to participate in the deity invitation ceremony, while others exited the park directly. Zhu Shou was among them, his professional instincts compelling him to seize every fleeting moment. The not yet complete Sacred Mountain had already become an unprecedented marvel in Yong'an City. As a store exploration blogger and a resident of Yong'an, he sensed that the upcoming Labor Day tourism peak might present an opportunity for Yong'an's cultural tourism to flourish, perhaps even achieve fame in one fell swoop. Therefore, he needed to disseminate the latest information about the Sacred Mountain as swiftly as possible. Shen Zhuang and his companion had successfully accomplished their primary objective and departed without delay. Meanwhile, the unique individual who had interacted with the deity, Zhou Pe, was also urged by friends to return to Yong'an. His friends had already prepared a stage at their familiar nightclub, and when Zhou Pe finally arrived after a lengthy drive, he was greeted by a group of disheveled companions in the haze of smoke and revelry. "Ha! Daddy Pai Pai has arrived." His good friend spotted him from a distance, his eyes lighting up as he rushed over, a bottle of wine in hand, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Today, we ventured into that remote valley, and our little master has certainly endured some hardships. Ha! I feel for you, buddy." He winked playfully. "The ladies are all set for you. Just your type." The music thumped loudly, yet the familiar surroundings suddenly felt unsettling to Zhou Pe. Following his friend's pointing finger, he glanced towards the group of fair-skinned, exquisitely made-up beauties lounging on the sofa. However, they instantly failed to pique his interest, although he knew he shouldn't feel this way. A vision of a shimmering golden-red fishtail danced before his eyes, rendering the artificially enhanced faces before him utterly unappealing. "Forget it, I'll just have a drink." He waved his hand and strolled over to a quieter corner. The group at the booth, a mix of men and women, greeted him with concerned inquiries. A sultry woman clad in leather approached, dragging along a seemingly innocent young man. "Oh, what is wrong with our Zhou Pai Pai today? Not feeling happy? How about I join you for a drink?" As Zhou Pe lifted his gaze, the cheap cologne of the innocent-looking young man assaulted his senses, causing his accustomed nose, familiar with the scents of mountains and grass, to recoil. "Get lost." He scowled, surveying the crowd before biting down on his frustration. "Hey, I don't want to stay here today. If you're my friends, come out with me to another place." Zhou Pe turned on his heel and strode towards the exit. After a couple of steps, he glanced back at the group of drinking companions with disdain. No bringing anyone else. Having grown up together, the others exchanged knowing glances and quickly rose to their feet. The organizer casually tossed down 20,000 yuan. "Sorry, ladies. But you'll have to manage your own late-night snacks. My friends and I have something to attend to. The group of affluent youngsters departed in unison. Within a minute, the lobby manager rushed over, panic etched across his face. Where are they? Where's young Master Wang? And Miss Zhao? The once innocent young man now bore a scowl, reclining on the sofa and counting the cash in his hands. I'm not sure. It seems young Master Zhou is in a foul mood and asked everyone to leave. What? The lobby manager shot a harsh glare at the group of companions. It's clearly your fault for not entertaining them properly. Damn, these young masters just arrived. And we haven't even started the real spending yet. Hurry and make some calls to see if we can bring them back. Those gentlemen can easily rack up nearly $1 million in a night. It's not even midnight, and they've already left. The boss will certainly have words with me. Unfortunately, the young masters had all collectively silenced their phones. Young Master Zhou, what is going on? In a tranquil tea house, the bamboo door creaked open, and the fragrant scents of grass and silk bamboo wafted in from the courtyard, mingling with the aroma of tea, filling the room with delightful fragrance. Zhou finally found himself in a comfortable environment. He brewed a pot of tea, and as the cup slid down the water table, Zhao Yanran swiftly caught it, taking a gentle sip and smacking her lips in satisfaction. I didn't expect you, Pai, to have maintained your tea brewing skills after all this time. Of course, his craftsmanship is indeed among the finest within the elite circles, and I had thought that after the divorce of your uncle and aunt, you might have forgotten the art of brewing tea. How inappropriate to bring that up. Zhou Po's friend received a sidelong glance and chuckled. Pippi's father wouldn't get angry with anyone, would he? With a serious demeanor, he leaned in to inquire about the matter that piqued everyone's interest. So, what is wrong with you today? Are you feeling down? Instantly, the room full of young people, either seated or reclining, turned to look in silence. Zhou Po pursed his lips, feeling that sharing his thoughts would surely invite ridicule. Yet, what he had witnessed today was simply too astonishing to keep to himself. You all must promise not to laugh at me. Chapter 55. A visit to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Are you saying you saw a mermaid in that holy mountain? The kind that is half human and half fish? Does she have long hair? Is her figure exquisite? What kind of fish? A carp? Laughter erupted as they all burst into guffaws. Zhou Po stretched his neck. What are you laughing at? Did I not say not to laugh? He knew he had made a mistake by sharing with this group. No, we were just reminded of something amusing. They tried to deflect, but laughter continued unabated. You've made me laugh to tears. Zhao Yanran wiped the corners of her eyes. It was absolutely right to come out with you. This is far more entertaining than drinking. The remnants of sunflower seeds and nut shells piled high before them, their mouths full of crumbs, laughter brightening their faces. Zhou Pippi, if you ever find yourself in dire straits, with your storytelling skills, you'll never go hungry. Indeed, I was completely captivated by your tale. The stories of the Mingyue village, the shape-shifting beings, the divine spirits, and the poetic deities were recounted with such fervor that they seemed entirely plausible. It's true, Zhou Po exclaimed, his eyes widening. All right. It is indeed true. Zhou Po, the feelings have faded. You all are so dismissive of him? Alas, I did not manage to take any photos today, and merely speaking to you, I feel you do not believe me. Zhou Po squinted, surveying the crowd, suddenly struck by an idea. I have a thought. Before he could finish, a shrill ringtone pierced through the atmosphere, causing his friend to raise a hand, prompting silence. It appeared to be an important call. The raid has apprehended all those involved. Drugs were discovered in the establishment. The muffled voice from the phone was heard, and upon hanging up, his friend's complexion turned pale. The Blue Degree has been investigated. During the search, those substances were found, and everyone inside has been arrested. As his words hung in the air, everyone went rigid and turned simultaneously to Zhou Po. Although they did not engage with those substances, should it be revealed that they had been present in a bar where such items were discovered, their parents' careers would face severe repercussions. Fortunately, Zhou Po's insistence on drinking tea had led them away from that situation. Pippi, did you receive a tip-off in advance? Zhou Po also turned ashen, gripping the teacup in his hands, his heart racing. The transportation of tea. The sight of that enormous golden-red fishtail slicing through the water again made his lips tremble. The legends of the carp god were indeed true. I have something to share. His eyes lit up with excitement. Do you all have plans for the May Day holiday? Save a day for me. I shall take you to see the carp deity and the butterfly fairy. Zhao Yanran also regained her composure, downing her tea in one gulp before slapping the table. Seriously, is this for real? Are we actually going? The nearby men turned away from the bar chatter, laughing along. However, as the laughter faded, a sense of seriousness settled in. Are you not joking? Zhou nodded, his expression devoid of mirth. I have encountered the carp deity, who commands the waters. Today, by sheer happenstance, I sought tea, which is how we managed to avoid this matter. Since you were skeptical, I shall take you to witness it. He pondered for a moment, then spoke earnestly. However, the guide mentioned that luck plays a role in seeing the carp deity, while the butterfly fairy enjoys crowds. The more people, the higher the chances of witnessing her. Nevertheless, even if we fail to see those two deities, I assure you, this scenic spot is worth the journey. If I am deceiving you, I shall work at my father's company for a month. A bold wager indeed. The group exchanged glances. His father is a man who approaches every task with utmost seriousness. If Zhou were to simply enjoy his privileged lifestyle, that would be one thing, but should he wish to join the family business, his father would scrutinize his work ethic rigorously. Are you serious? Absolutely. The young ladies and gentlemen fell silent. After a long pause, one finally exhaled. All right, I will trust you this once. He clapped his hands. Then I won't accompany my parents to Switzerland. Otherwise, I won't be able to return. I too shall forego my vacation. I had plans with someone important, but once I finish my business, I will not linger there. I shall return on the 3rd. Everyone graciously supported Zhou, who smiled in response. Then let us set our plans for the 5th of March. It is settled. With this decision made, Xu Jing finally completed the day's operations at the scenic area. After ensuring his employees were settled, he wearily made his way home, only to receive a rather special phone call. Hello, are you the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain 2A scenic area? This is the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Yong'an City. Given the recent popularity of Wanyuan Mountain, we would like to discuss promotional matters with you as the holiday approaches. Here it comes. Xu Jing's voice remained calm, yet his smile was broad. Very well. I shall meet you at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau tomorrow at 9 a.m. Click. The call ended. Shaoli looked bewildered. Wait a moment, is something amiss? We are indeed the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, correct? He glanced back at Shen Zhuang, who was on the way back to Yong'an City. Shen Zhuang fiddled with his phone, the gleam of youthful excitement still bright in his eyes. He wants us to wait for him at the bureau tomorrow morning? Huh. Shen Zhuang was also a bit taken aback. Shouldn't they typically state a time, and the other party would arrive accordingly? What time did he mention? 9 a.m. Never mind. It is the weekend, so 9 a.m. it is. Time waits for no one. It's fine, just arrange it for 9 a.m. Shaoli nodded, continuing to drive. Though he felt a strange unease, he felt a sense of familiarity with the voice on the phone. It was understandable that he couldn't quite place it, considering he hadn't spent much time with Xu Jing. Had the call been answered by Shen Zhuang, he would have quickly recognized that the individual on the other end, the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, was the very guide who had accompanied them throughout their visit. The vehicle continued its journey towards Yong'an City, while Shen Zhuang listened to Secretary Li discuss their detour, but he kept the sacred sites he had witnessed in the mountains to himself for reasons he could not fathom. This precious memory was something he was not particularly inclined to share with others. The following morning, an unexpected gentleman arrived at the office of the Secretary of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Yong'an City. The guide? Shen Zhuang paused mid-tea preparation, while Shaoli stood at the door, bewildered. Only Xu Jing, dressed in a crisp, simple shirt, entered the office with ease and extended his hand to Shen Zhuang, exuding an air of authority even more than Secretary Shen himself. Good day, Secretary Shen. I am Xu Jing, the head of the Wanyuan Mountain 2A scenic area. Chapter 56. The promotion plan. The fragrant tea wafted gently, casting a hint of green in the white porcelain cup. The two sat across from each other, with Shaoli standing quietly behind. Perhaps due to their recent shared experience, Shen Zhuang's previous amusement transformed into deep interest. I always sensed that the guide held a significant position. I never anticipated he would be the head of the scenic area, he exclaimed with laughter. As a business owner, your willingness to engage in grassroots work is truly commendable. Oh, such official rhetoric, Xu Jing chuckled, pinching the bridge of his nose. Secretary Shen, you flatter me. I merely stepped in because we were short-staffed at the scenic area. Ah, that is certainly admirable. Shen Zhuang was not perturbed by the straightforwardness of Xu Jing's words. Instead, he found the young man quite intriguing. He had heard that Xu was a university student returning to inherit the family business, which seemed to be burdened with debt and nearly abandoned. In such a brief span of less than a month, he had managed to revitalize the area and introduce so many engaging elements. There must be someone of considerable skill behind him. Leaning forward, Shen Zhuang inquired with a smile. still recalling the extraordinary sights he had witnessed the day before. What was the true nature of that coy deity? Xiao Li, standing to the side, interjected with enthusiasm. Old dang, have you forgotten the purpose of today's meeting? Coy deity, coy deity. You were raving about it all night. If you keep asking, I might just prepare a laxative for lunch to silence you. Xu Jing was taken aback. Was today's purpose merely to question the authenticity of the scenic area's NPCs? Haha. Secretary Shun is indeed quite invested in the operations of the scenic area, he remarked, attempting to divert attention. It's all just part of area management, as I mentioned before. If you believe, then it's a sacred mountain. If you don't, it's just a scenic spot. Shun Zhuang nodded in agreement, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he leaned closer. Will the butterfly fairy truly make an appearance? Xu Jing was left speechless. Time is of the essence. After concluding his discussions, he must return to continue his role as a guide. All right, let us get to the matter at hand. Shun Zhuang finally recalled the primary purpose of today's meeting, offering an apologetic smile before settling down to discuss serious business. So, was it you who arranged for me to secure first place in the collection of offerings? Is this conversation ever going to end? Noticing Xu Jing's face darkening, Shun Zhuang adopted a more earnest demeanor. Ahem, I understand that you would not intentionally arrange such things. Thus, I will speak plainly. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss the promotional activities related to cultural tourism before the labor holiday. Time is pressing, and the tasks are substantial. Wanyuan Mountain aims to effectively promote itself in a short time frame, necessitating comprehensive preparations. Your official website, ticketing system, guided tour videos, posters, and other materials must be ready. I believe Wanyuan Mountain possesses immense potential. Shun Zhuang's expression became entirely serious. You must be candid with me. I need to know the truth. Do you have investors or a design and planning team backing you? Xu Jing's heart skipped a beat. This was what Shun Zhuang genuinely cared about. With the holiday approaching, his desire to promote Wanyuan Mountain surely involved special channels. He sought reassurance. Well observed, Secretary Shun. Xu Jing gave a thumbs up, causing Shun Zhuang's heart to settle. How much stock do you have left? Whatever you need, we can provide. Oh. Shun Zhuang raised an eyebrow. Is it at the level of yesterday's sacred mountain? Who can guarantee that? However, with the pressure mounting, Xu Jing could only grit his teeth and smile. It will only get better. My goodness. Little Li, standing behind, watched the two men before him boast extravagantly. His smile nearly frozen in place. Goodness, you two just keep blowing hot air. If the scenic area fails to meet expectations, just wait and see how this smiling fox Shun Zhuang handles you. And you're still so cheerful? Is he only thinking about the traffic post-promotion, without realizing that Shun Zhuang is betting on your Wanyuan Mountain? The provincial cultural tourism meeting for the first quarter was scrutinized, if the second and third quarters, and even the year-end review, continue in this manner, Shun would undoubtedly target Wanyuan Mountain first. Xu Jing maintained a smile while shaking hands with the old fox opposite him. Yet his heart remained taut. How could he be unaware? With money and resources invested, if things went awry, the embarrassment would not only fall upon Wanyuan Mountain, but also tarnish the reputation of the entire cultural tourism scene in Yeoman City. However, he was not overly concerned about how the scenic area would turn out. With the system and him in place, things would only improve. Nevertheless, the promotional materials Shun Zhuang mentioned, such as the website and videos, needed to be expedited. He had received an ultimatum. By Tuesday at the latest, everything must be in order. Processes must proceed concurrently, and as soon as the materials are ready, the promotion should be launched immediately. A figure emerged in Xu Jing's mind. Given the urgency, perhaps they could reach out to that individual. After taking another sip of tea, Xu Jing recalled the group of masked individuals from yesterday, and without reservation, he directly reported to Shun Zhuang. Secretary Shun, do you remember the other group of people who got lost on the mountain yesterday? I find them to be rather peculiar. Perhaps it is Chapter 57, where Zhu Shou offers assistance. Although their meeting lasted a mere 2 hours, many individuals have since experienced significant changes following Xu Jing's encounter with Shun Zhuang. Underneath the shimmering chandelier, a middle-aged man clad in a suit stands by the window, engaged in a phone call, while his assistant remains utterly silent beside him. Secretary Li, you may take a break, he says, as the call concludes with a final click. The man suddenly raises his head, casting a cold, piercing gaze towards his assistant. Is this the result of your efforts? Song Jiming clenches his fists. He wonders why those troublemakers have yet to be reached. Have they really been captured? And have they made their way to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? It seems One Yuan Mountain has established a connection with them. Damn it. The usually composed boss mutters a curse, causing his assistant to lower his head further. Afraid to speak. This is intolerable. What on earth is happening? Logically, with so many tourists at a scenic area, as long as they don't create too much of a disturbance, they shouldn't be discovered. How could they have been apprehended? No one is answering their phones, and nothing has been returned. Where on earth could they have gone? Mr. Song, what should we do? Let us remain patient. Song Jiming replies, returning to his desk. Songhu Park has consistently met its promotional targets each year, and their advertising plan has been in effect for over a week. As a stable partner, Secretary Li Shun-ti have felt the need to personally call and warn him, yet he did. This indicates that in the eyes of that leader, whatever nonsense One Yuan Mountain is, it evidently holds more promise than our Songhu Park. How could this be? Have they located those individuals? What truly lies behind One Yuan Mountain? The rumors and videos circulating online cannot be trusted. Only professionals grasp the underlying truths. Yet, his assistant, blushing furiously, finally manages to utter, "They haven't been found yet? Damn it. Are the people from One Yuan Mountain holding them captive? Call the police. This is outrageous." They have the audacity to complain while reaching out to him. What more could he possibly do? Shouldn't they be hastening to return his people? Several dozen kilometers away, Xu Jing sits in a trendy cafe in Yong'an City, sneezing. Who dares to insult him? Is it out of envy for his striking looks? Xu Jing chuckles, blissfully unaware that Zhao Meng has yet to release anyone. What a joke. That's a big brother. Don't ask. The big brother has his own strategies. He turns to look at the chubby individual across from him. Avoiding disaster, right? The chubby man appears dazed, severely doubting whether his late-night efforts on the promotional post for Mingyue Zhai had led him to hallucinate. Gazing at the impeccably dressed guide before him, he inexplicably feels as though an ancient figure has traversed into the modern era. "Great guide," he exclaims, hastily covering his mouth and sitting down, his face alight with excitement. "Goodness, my radar for trending topics has been activated. I can sense it. The guide's appearance surely signifies something significant for me." He still harbors the thought that the individual before him is undoubtedly the guide, and to his surprise, the person initiates the conversation. "We've met numerous times. Allow me to reintroduce myself." He extends his hand towards the chubby man. "I am Xu Jing, the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area." What? Zhu Shou's mind began to whirl, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my, has your Mingyue village already taken control of this scenic area? Have you gone mad playing the attractions? Do you even realize what you were saying?" Xu Jing sighed heavily, finally bringing the chubby boy back to his senses. He clapped his hands and, lowering his voice with excitement, said, "So you are the boss of the scenic area, or perhaps the NPC from Mingyue Village." "I am a guide." Xu Jing raised his chin, effectively maintaining his title. "So Mingyue Village is part of the scenic area as well?" Zhu Shou felt a pang of disappointment. He had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he genuinely believed in the existence of Mingyue Village. And indeed, there was a sacred mountain filled with deities. If the guide were a fabrication, then was the carp god also a myth? Was the butterfly fairy merely a figment of imagination? Xu Jing perceived his thoughts and gently tapped the table. The crisp sound shattered Zhu Shou's daydream, and he looked up, immediately meeting a pair of clear eyes. At that moment, Xu Jing seemed to embody the guide, recalling the words he had exchanged with Shun Zhuang earlier that day, intending to repeat them. "If you believe Mingyue Village exists, the sacred mountain exists." He refrained from uttering the latter part because the spark in the other's eyes had already ignited. "I believe." The chubby boy nodded vigorously. "I know Mingyue Village is within the scenic area, but isn't it an undeveloped deep mountain? Nature harbors countless mysteries we cannot explain." Zhu Shou's small eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Xu Jing. "Mr. Xu, you are amidst these mountains, if you believe. Then the sacred mountain is indeed real." Goodness, I was almost befuddled by this boy's enthusiasm. Xu Jing sipped his coffee, acutely aware of his own heartbeat. However, he was on a mission today and had no time for idle chatter with the chubby boy. "The reason I am here today is to represent our Wanyuan Mountain Mingyue Village. I have a request. To attract more visitors to Mingyue Village, we need to produce promotional videos and an official website. We have seen the promotional video you created. The editing is excellent. And we would like to inquire if you might be willing to sell us the copyright." Of course. The chubby boy's eyes lit up. "Speaking of which, I was actually working on a promotional poster for the sacred mountain last night, and it's nearly finished, just awaiting final touches. Should I still post it?" Xu Jing raised an eyebrow. So soon? The chubby boy sheepishly scratched his head. As bloggers, we must seize the moment. The quicker we act, the better. If we delay, we might miss out on the feast, let alone a sip of soup. The internet has saved Wanyuan Mountain. Post it. Absolutely. After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised an even better promotional strategy. Not only should you post it, but you can also add a few words. Just say that if you have any further needs, feel free to mention them. I would also appreciate your assistance. Chapter 58. All set. The afternoon swiftly passed, and the discussions with Xu Shou went remarkably well. Except for the final necessity, Xu Jing granted him a formal filming permit. Everything else unfolded just as Xu Jing had hoped. Behind the avoiding Thunder Pig hand lies a complete team, adept in various facets from editing to operations, and even script planning, all dedicated to optimizing outcomes. Initially, this team proved to be of little significance. However, it was only after Xu Shou discovered the enchanting Wanyuan Mountain that the true potential of his team began to unfold. The promotional video, website development, and posters that Xu Jing envisioned could all be entrusted to their capable hands. Financially, Xu Jing could not afford to pay handsomely. Thus, he could only exchange his identity as an official preliminary filming influencer. Xu Shou, however, was not particularly concerned about such trifles. With the video's success, his earnings would far surpass Xu Jing's modest expectations. Xu Jing lamented, "Why are these streamers so affluent?" Nevertheless, with this significant venture completed, Xu Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief as he returned to Qingshan County. With the assistance of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the involvement of the prominent influencer Xu Shou, Xu Jing promptly returned to the scenic area in the afternoon to initiate a series of arrangements. The pickup truck was taken by Jiang Tsung to the city, where he claimed to have discovered several talents and intended to recruit them directly. By mid-afternoon, Jiang Tsung returned in his old pickup, bringing back a full complement of 4 individuals. "Allow me to introduce," he said. "This is Xu Jing, the head of Wanyuan Mountain." Jiang Tsung, dressed sharply in a suit with his hair meticulously styled, exuded a certain authority as he lined the newcomers up for Xu Jing's introduction. "Xu Jing, these individuals are whom I have deemed most suitable for positions within our scenic area after careful consideration." Xu Jing observed the 4 before him with a quiet smile, awaiting further introductions. Miss He, is responsible for the operations of the scenic area, overseeing our online and offline promotional endeavors. A fashionably dressed woman in a form-fitting top and leather skirt nodded and smiled at Xu Jing. Sun Huahua, who manages financial affairs, bore a gentle and reserved demeanor despite her fiery name. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her gaze behind her glasses was calm and profound. Wu Gang assists in managing the entire scenic area. I have stationed him at the Visitor Service Center in Mingwe Village to coordinate various affairs within the village. Lastly, there is Brother Situ, a veteran military medic with exceptional skills in emergency care, who will oversee the first aid center and address all rescue-related issues. Though Brother Situ's countenance was stern, his fierce eyes concealed a warmth within. Xu Jing regarded Brother Situ with admiration, noting the impressive physique that seemed prevalent among the staff of Mingwe Village. He recalled their recent recruit, Feng Cheng, freshly released from prison, and the laborer, Feng Gui, along with the former gang leader associated with the travel agency Shan Meng. Now, with the addition of a military medic, he mused that this ensemble could very well form a security patrol for the scenic area. Jiang Tsung gestured for everyone to wait aside, as he and Xu Jing stepped aside for a brief discussion. "I find these individuals quite reliable. I believe they can effectively manage the foundational issues of the scenic area in the initial phase." Xu Jing placed his trust in Jiang Tsung, fully delegating the recruitment responsibilities to him. Jiang Tsung approached the task with utmost seriousness, showing no signs of impropriety. After a week of diligent effort alongside his new companion Wang Kai, they finally assembled the team. "How are things on your end?" This morning, Xu Jing departed mysteriously, claiming to be engaged in an important matter. "I managed to bring along 2 representatives from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the External Publicity Department, who chattered animatedly for quite some time, while 2 men and 2 women observed calmly nearby. "Are you all here at Zhang's invitation?" "Yes," from his description. "This scenic spot seems quite intriguing. I have just resigned and plan to take a look. Anyone can boast, right?" He Yunong narrowed her eyes playfully. "I will do my best, but if this place turns out to be a pile of rubbish, I can't transform it into something delightful." Sun Huahua remarked with a hint of disdain, shifting slightly to the side. I'm here to earn money. If it doesn't pay off, I'll leave immediately. Brother Situ shrugged nonchalantly. I don't ask for much. I just wish to enjoy a leisurely life without daily encounters with the wounded. Aren't you a military doctor? Shouldn't you be accustomed to blood and corpses every day? Brother Situ snorted lightly, his words laden with ambiguous meaning. Fewer injuries would be preferable. I've saved enough lives already. After Xu Jing concluded the discussion, he parted with a beaming smile. Rearrange Feng Gui's work as well, he instructed before turning to leave. Jiang Tsong approached with a cheerful wave. Since it's your first visit, consider yourself a tourist today and enjoy the experience. He sauntered inside. If you find it to your liking, after the ceremony, I'll be waiting for you at the Visitor Management Center. Zhao Dashue cheerfully presented 4 tickets, the map on them glimmering softly. After bidding farewell to a few individuals, Zhao Dashue gazed respectfully at Xu Jing's retreating figure. Father, did you see? The scenic area has revived in less than a month. You were right. University students are truly remarkable. Chapter 59. The wind blows towards Wanyuan Mountain. The complete Sunday holiday swiftly neared its conclusion, with all visitors to the scenic area departing. The moonlight cascaded over Mingyuezhai, flowed across Qingshan County, enveloped Yong'an City, and ultimately merged into the warm glow of countless households. In a cramped rental apartment, a man set the meal on the coffee table, while a woman placed her drying clothes aside and approached with a smile. It smells wonderful. What has our little one cooked? The man smiled, sitting cross-legged on the rough carpet, his belly peeking out from under his shirt. Pork was cheap today, so I bought some and made tender fried pork strips. The young couple settled down, turned on the projector, and began to eat while chatting. The office issued a notice today. There will be no overtime during this year's Labor Day holiday. What a pointless notice on a Sunday. The woman pouted. With only 3 days until the holiday. Even if we have time off, we won't be able to go out and have fun. The man chuckled. Indeed, I haven't even made a plan. Sorry, darling. Seeing her boyfriend's pitiful expression, the woman sighed and then smiled again. Well, we do have a holiday. Let us at least go out for a bit. Even if we can't go far, exploring the surroundings will suffice. Exactly. As long as we are not at home, we'll be happy anywhere, the man said, sipping his soda and feeling excited. Let's find a nearby picturesque spot, somewhere with beautiful mountains and clear waters, to unwind. All right, I'll check what's nearby tomorrow. The man waved his hand dismissively. Now, the little one is always planning excursions, so this time, we shall embark on this journey together. With a shared glance and a smile, we decided to take action and promptly pulled out our phones to conduct some research. I've been there. It was a case of false advertising. This one is rather expensive. Merely gazing at landscapes seems somewhat inappropriate. Darling, what do you think of this? It claims to be a 4A scenic area. The woman cast a sidelong glance and shook her head. Never mind. You aren't keen on photography, nor do you enjoy it. Let us instead seek a more entertaining locale to wander. I wish to avoid any disputes during our travels. The man chuckled awkwardly and continued scrolling. However, in the next moment, his finger halted abruptly. On the screen, a cluster of ancient buildings with pointed roofs captured his attention. Darling, take a look at this. Oh, outside one building, a group of friends congregated, chattering animatedly. The school just announced a holiday, damn it. All the tickets to any destination are sold out. How annoying. They won't even grant leave. Otherwise, how could we escape? Now, all the popular attractions are fully booked. Where shall we venture during our holiday? How about we seek out a lesser-known spot? It might turn out to be quite enjoyable. Do you understand what a niche destination is? It's a place that is obscure yet absurdly overpriced, where no one goes, leaving the owner to embellish its worth. Reliable, honest, and to the point. So, where else can we go? We can't possibly spend our holiday confined to school, can we? Alas. Recently, I watched a video by a blogger featuring a new scenic area that seemed rather appealing. Let me search for it, and you all can take a look too. Wow. It appears quite promising. Just an hour and a half by high-speed rail. That's the one. Where shall we stay? In the county town. Even before the Cultural and Tourism Bureau released promotional posters and videos, the various apps quickly propelled Wanyuan Mountain into the public eye, swiftly exiting Yong'an City. Especially beneath the latest post from avoiding Leijujusha, a fierce debate ensued. Today, we shall not delve into approaching science, but rather explore entering mythology. The first episode, the resurgence of the prosperous sacred mountain of Mingwe Village. The post was brief, yet it contained a wealth of information regarding the origins of Mingwe Village. Particularly, the mention of the sacred mountain home to numerous deities. Drew fears criticism as a mere gimmick and fabrication. Yet, the introduction of this sacred mountain paled in comparison to what followed. The descriptions of the carp god in Carp Pool, the firefly stream in Butterfly Valley, and the unacquainted yet lively Butterfly Fairy, along with other speculated deities, left netizens speechless. After reading, some took a considerable time to compose a response. The blogger has been clinically diagnosed with a mental illness. It is advised they seek medical attention promptly. The blogger has become obsessed with gaming. Everyone can disperse now. If you're unwell, take your medicine. Are you out of your mind? Brother, one cannot transcend reality after the establishment of the nation. You are challenging materialism. However, occasionally, there were a few distinct comments that surfaced. Piga, I've been there. What they say is true. They're deceiving us. Wuchang Street Barbecue King. The carp god has indeed been present. My barbecue shop has been packed every night during this rainy spell. The guide claims to have seen the carp god controlling the water currents. And it's actually true. Ching Ching Guo Fucheng, my goodness. So have I? A couple of days ago, during the rain, I happened upon a golden ring in a puddle by the roadside. That ring belongs to me. Someone exclaimed from above. Get lost, retorted another, while some came forth to attest to the claim. A greater number seized the opportunity to promote the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area to outsiders. Visiting here is a true gain. The area is remarkably genuine, devoid of any exploitative practices. Moreover, it is incredibly enjoyable. They extolled. You could spend an entire day here without fatigue. The admission fee is exceptionally reasonable. You might even catch a glimpse of the beautiful Dragon Maiden or the magnificent Dragon Prince. It's truly a worthwhile experience. I must say, if there are any archaeologists around, do come visit. I suspect this locale has indeed uncovered an ancient village dating back a millennium, as it is simply stunning. They urged others to overlook the ratings and promotional material. This place is undoubtedly more than a mere 2A. In comparison to the 4A and 5A sites I've previously visited, Wanyuan Mountain is equally impressive. I just want to know, is the Holy Mountain open during the Labor Day holiday? The slots for early visitors are so limited. I am eager to see it. Recently, there had been much buzz online regarding the coveted early visitor slots, which many had purchased at a premium. Correct. I have already secured my ticket and plan to explore Yong'an City during this holiday, primarily to visit Mingwe Village. As the post gained momentum, in a small studio in Yong'an City, Zhu Xiao's anxiously rubbed his hands together. Have the promotional posters been completed? He inquired, glancing back at the studio where 4 or 5 individuals, though weary, were filled with vibrant energy. Just finished. Zhu Xiao's nodded excitedly. Shall I send it to the liaison? Or will you? He copied the material and forwarded it to Xu Jing, who promptly dispatched it to Shen Zhuang's office. Secretary, the materials have arrived, exclaimed Secretary Li, springing up and rushing to Shen Zhuang's desk with a tablet in hand. Shen Zhuang's eyes sparkled as he slammed his hand on the table. Immediately activate the promotional plan for Wanyuan Mountain. Chapter 60. The holiday commences with the stroke of midnight on the third to last day. Major advertising firms, the publicity department of the transportation sector, and the broadcasting channels in Yong'an City received a promotional proposal from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Faced with this special approval plan, no one dared to be negligent. They swiftly updated their promotional pages. Advertisements for venues such as Songhu Park, Sunset Town, and Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area were promptly removed. Amidst such significant developments, media outlets finally began to take notice. In the late hours at a media editorial office, a girl with green-dyed hair raised her hand high, calling to her colleagues. Team leader, come take a look at this post. It seems intriguing. Let us include a line in tomorrow's press release. Similar considerations unfolded across various entertainment media companies. This appears to hold some value. Our city's new scenic area? I believe I've heard whispers about it. But isn't it a bit late for promotional efforts? Aligning with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau is a foolproof strategy. Let us get a draft written. Let us avoid the supernatural themes for now. We can use them as a gimmick for the event, but let us not make any blunders. Who can contact the person in charge of this scenic area? Furthermore, some brands began to recognize the commercial potential. How was I unaware that our county has developed such a grand scenic area? What is the purpose of your business dealings? Quickly procure their contact information for me. We should insert our tractor advertisement into their platform. Boss, isn't it a bit too forceful for the tractor? Some smaller travel agencies have discovered new revenue streams, but the mountains are obstructing them. Even before they find Xu Jing, they have already been intercepted. 1 hour, 2 hours, deep into the night. There are many who have yet to sleep. The formal promotion of Wanyuan Mountain has already ascended to the top of the city's trending search rankings before dawn. With the backing of the film produced by Xu Jing and the support of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, an increasing number of people have begun to take an interest. However, most feel a sense of regret. This promotion is too late. We have already booked our tickets for a trip. No worries, that scenic area is quite small. A day is sufficient. We can always choose a weekend to visit later. After all, it's only a two-way site. I intend to visit the recently popular Puto Mountain. There's simply no comparison. It doesn't matter. I suggest everyone refrain from coming, as the scenic area is too small, and the locals are eager to visit, fearing long queues. The online discourse is tumultuous, while in reality, Xu Jing is overwhelmed with tasks. Boss Xu, the dance you choreographed for us the other day is ready. Please take a look. General Xu, some props are damaged. You may need to repair them. Xu, this is the latest small commercial venture we've created, featuring 6 dining establishments, 2 craft shops, and a convenience store. The man is so busy he wishes he could clone himself. Yet, among all these issues, the one that weighs most heavily on his mind is a question posed by Jiang Kong. Although it was unexpected, should we consider establishing a hotel or guest house within Minghua Village? Jiang Tsong gazes at the sacred mountain behind him. If they plan to continue developing the holy mountain, a single day will not suffice to explore both attractions. The deity worship ceremony begins at 5 p.m., and the ghost tiger will appear in the streets. So visitors should ideally remain within Minghua Village at that time. Ascending the mountain can only take place in the morning. Jiang Tsong glances at his watch and shrugs. If we do not intend to stay overnight, we must open the park earlier, but given the poor transportation in the county, even opening at 8 or 9 a.m. means very few will be able to arrive. Moreover, Jiang Tsong leans closer to Xu Jing and whispers, hotels and goose houses will enhance the revenue of the scenic area, and you are still carrying debt, aren't you? 2 weeks of work have allowed him to learn about Xu Jing's family situation, understanding that the scenic area, despite its glamorous facade, harbors deeper issues. As a close friend of Jinggu, he naturally worries about his situation. Xu Jing smiles. That's a good suggestion. I will consider how to proceed. He silently notes all the issues, feigning an intention to leave. Wait, Jiang Tsong frowns. What exactly have you been busy with these days? Running up the mountain every day? Brother Fang Gui has delivered fruits to the mountain several times, but each time he asks you, you say nothing. And what about over at Jean's son? I heard from Sister Jean Na that you took away their most talented and beautiful singer, Teacher Xiao Sun. Why does this sound so peculiar? It makes it seem as if you are trafficking people and enticing virtuous young women. Brother has his own clever ways. I have many matters to attend to, so handle it well. Xu Jing once again patted the capable aide on the shoulder. I leave the management issues to you, while I shall oversee the effectiveness of the scenic area. With only 1 day left until the official holiday, anticipation fills the air. The eve of the May Day holiday is destined to be bustling. The entire staff of Wanyuan Mountain had already drifted into slumber, preparing for the arrival of the long-awaited holiday. Jiang Tsong, along with several key personnel, was meticulously checking the final arrangements. Meanwhile, the light in Xu Jing's room remained aglow until the early hours of the morning. As night turned to day, the brilliant sunlight cascaded down, and the national transportation system officially entered a state of heightened readiness. The long-anticipated Labor Day holiday for the hardworking populace had finally arrived. That morning, before the scenic area commenced operations, Xu Jing received a call from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Shen Zhuang's voice carried a hint of excitement. How is everything? Are the activities for this holiday prepared? Do you feel confident? Xu Jing smiled, recalling the resounding success of the final rehearsal the previous day, and nodded emphatically. I, too, share in the anticipation. After ending the call, Shen Zhuang pondered for a moment, then decided to rise from his warm bed and dial Secretary Li. Keep a close watch on the news from Wanyuan Mountain. Can this scenic area, which has received special promotional opportunities, truly attract the attention of the public and allow Yong'an City to shine? The outcome would depend on this holiday. As the perspective elevated, overlooking the city, a spiderweb-like map revealed thousands of red dots of human flow converging towards this little-known county. The county magistrate of Qingshan was abruptly summoned back from a breakfast stall by a subordinate. What? A traffic paralysis? In his over 10 years in office, the magistrate, in his 50s, had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. Is it due to highway construction? That was the only possibility he could fathom, but his subordinate shook his head, eyes wide in disbelief. Those vehicles seemed to be heading towards our county's scenic area. What? He racked his brain for a moment, recalling the few mountain valleys in the county, and suddenly felt invigorated. Could it be the area that old Xu has taken on? Indeed. His subordinate nodded. It appears to be directed towards Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. The magistrate was taken aback. He had been so focused on political matters that he had scarcely paid attention to tourism and scenic areas. After all, it had been declared a failure over a decade ago, and had cost them the promising youth they had managed to cultivate. He never expected that place to suddenly stir to life again. First, manage the traffic issues, and once resolved, you should investigate what's happening at Wanyuan Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Song Jiming was also in his office, sulking over a cup of tea. President Song, shall we not take care of Wanyuan Mountain? Humph. How can we manage it? Who will take charge? He glared fiercely at his secretary, fuming at the ineptitude. The night of the alarm, even before the police could deploy, his own personnel had returned unscathed, revealing that they had not been harmed. They had simply been made to work from dawn till dusk. In 2 days, they prepared over 60 dishes and washed more than 200 articles of clothing by hand. Moreover, Secretary Shen has already contacted me. What more can I do? Song Jiming set down his teacup and sighed. Since subtlety was not effective, let us confront this matter with utmost integrity. The activities we have been studying these past few days must be executed with diligence. If we cannot even manage such a modest scenic area, what face do we have to compete with Hongya Mountain? Indeed, I shall supervise the entire process. The major scenic spots in Yong'an City began to mobilize, while Zhao Dashua anxiously awaited in the ticket hall. What should we do, Jingu? It's concerning that fewer than 100 people have arrived with the news of our extended operating hours. Perhaps we announced it too late? It seems not many people wish to visit our scenic area during the holiday. Xu Jing patted him on the shoulder, halting his spiraling thoughts, and turned to Feng Cheng. The time is nearly upon us. Please head to the parking area and ensure order, allowing all visitors to park swiftly and enter in batches. Feng Cheng nodded and departed briskly with 2 employees. Xu Jing turned his gaze toward the end of the main road leading to the scenic area, where dust could be seen rising in the distance. The main contingent is approaching. No sooner had he spoken than, within 10 minutes, the continuous sound of horns echoed from the end of the road. Amidst the cacophony, dust-laden vehicles, akin to musical notes, bounced along the uneven dirt road, advancing toward them. They have arrived. Zhao Dashua immediately relaxed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he braced himself for the influx. Xu Jing waved his hand and proceeded toward the park, activating the intercom at his neck. A large number of visitors are imminent. All departments prepare to welcome them. Chapter 61. The First Day Honey. This place is so remote. A man and a woman, covering their noses against the swirling dust of the parking lot, approached the entrance of the scenic area. After purchasing tickets for 50 yuan, they discussed the information printed on them. Indeed, even I, as the driver, feel nauseous from the bumps. The man looked up, scrutinizing the cobblestone path with a furrowed brow. I heard the tickets were 30 before. I didn't expect the price to increase during the holidays. Thankfully, it's only 50, which isn't excessive. The woman scoffed beside him. How is that not excessive? I've heard that this scenic area is merely a village, and the adjacent mountain is still undeveloped. 50 yuan is already quite a price. The man, however, disagreed, shaking the ticket in his hand. No, dear, look. The ticket, adorned in a traditional landscape painting style, clearly states, Holy Mountain partially open, access to the mid-mountain area only. Please follow the route map. Moreover, in the lower right corner, there are suggested recommendations. It is advisable to visit the village first to understand the origins of Mingyue Village and the Holy Mountain. After participating in the ceremony, return to the Holy Mountain the following day. Otherwise, time may be too limited, diminishing the experience of the tour. What nonsense. The woman wrinkled her nose. Who has 2 days to spare? Besides, it's just a village. How long can one explore? But I read in the online guide that participating in the offering ceremony in the evening would be more enjoyable, the man replied, though the woman intended to retort. Seeing his eager anticipation softened her stance. After all, they had ventured out, so they might as well enjoy themselves. All right, let us go have some fun. But let me be clear. If it's not enjoyable, I won't be returning tomorrow. The man chuckled softly, concealing the long-cherished page of the comprehensive guide to ritual offerings as he eagerly ventured inside. Please, let it be enjoyable. The dilapidated parking lot had reached full capacity, and there was no choice but for Feng Cheng to direct vehicles to park along the roadside. Fortunately, they were in a remote valley, surrounded by barren hills and dirt roads. If one was willing to walk a bit farther, ample parking spaces abounded. However, as he pondered this, by the time noon arrived, his stomach grumbling with hunger, he was still far from finished. Goodness! He glanced towards the endless black line at the end of the dirt road, bewildered. How many people are actually coming? Is this for real? Just yesterday, he had noticed the increase in ticket prices at the scenic area, thinking that the number of visitors would surely diminish. Yet what was happening now? Over 200 cars had already been let in. How could it still be ongoing? This was only the first day. He was not the only one feeling frustrated. The tourists were equally displeased. I told you not to come to this remote valley. The roads are terrible. Even at noon, we still Haven Tea entered the scenic area. Yet, looking at it from another perspective, the fact that so many people ventured to this secluded spot only suggested that it must possess something special. You are absolutely right. But please, hold your tongue. Someone just cut in front of me. Let us deal with him. Honk. The blaring of horns persisted. As the traffic jam only began to ease by 3 in the afternoon, the secretary sent by the county mayor to observe the situation lowered his binoculars, his mouth agape, trembling as he pulled out his phone. Mayor, you may find this hard to believe, but have you ever witnessed a long march? He gazed at the seemingly endless stream of vehicles on the rural roads, swallowing hard. It's nearly the same. Outside, people struggled through the swirling dust, while those inside had their anger soothed by the captivating scenery before them. Goodness! The man wearing sunglasses pulled his hand from his pocket upon entering. He had complained about the ticket price hike, but now, who would dare utter a word about it being expensive? This is expensive? Where's the expense in this? Before him, rooftops cascaded in layers, the cobblestone path winding upward amidst the quaint charm of the town, where villagers in simple attire traversed the streets, warmly engaging with tourists. Even when surrounded by a throng of people, they displayed no signs of impatience. Occasionally, a group of sturdy men would emerge from narrower alleys, carrying short staffs, with serious expressions. Yet, if someone timidly asked for directions, their faces would instantly brighten with kind smiles. Oh dear! A woman clutching a large bouquet of flowers rushed out of a doorway, her hurried steps faltering as she accidentally scattered the flowers everywhere. Oh no! These were meant for the holy mountain. Now everything's in disarray, and time is running short. What should I do? Her voice was bright, yet tinged with worry, instantly capturing the attention of a crowd of tourists. The man glanced at the guidebook in his hand, recalling her earlier mention of the holy mountain, and immediately dashed forward. I'll help you. You step aside. I'll take care of it. Sister, sorting the flowers, right? I used to work at a package sorting station. This task is mine to handle. The task at hand does not appear to be a collaborative endeavor. The elder sister, with a grateful smile, divided the flowers scattered on the ground into 3 piles, beckoning to the first 3 individuals who had rushed over. Please help me. Such scenes unfolded throughout the Mingyue village, where 2 reporters, armed with cameras, exchanged astonished glances, unable to conceal their surprise. The city of tasks truly lived up to its name, as the online guides indicated. Task assignments were random and devoid of any discernible pattern, changing weekly. A woman wielding a petite camera captured an image from afar. In the frame, a woman was distributing flowers from her hands to the 3 individuals, 1 yellow, 1 blue, and 1 red. The 3 fluffy, woven flowers appeared remarkably distinct. Naturally, this difference did not go unnoticed. The crowd surged forward in a frenzy. What is this? The online guide, didn't he mention anything about this? A new item. I can't believe it. You've obtained a new item. That elder sister must be heading to the sacred mountain. This item is surely related to it. I'll offer 100 yuan. Will you sell it to me? The man who received the yellow flower wasted no time, handing it over to the buyer without hesitation. 1 item, and he had already earned back his ticket price. Both men left with cheerful expressions, while someone behind them muttered enviously. It could just be an ordinary worthless flower. These people are truly mad. With money to spare, if you want it, you can buy it too. I don't think it's that simple. The different colors of the flowers suggest that, even if they are task items, they might be part of a larger scheme. Someone speculated. The crowd buzzed with chatter, but soon dispersed, once again roaming excitedly throughout Mingyue village. Before the holiday, thanks to the promotion by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and Xu Jing had amassed a staggering 40,000 reputation points. He had completely spent these points, upgrading and renovating the entire infrastructure of Mingyue village. As of its opening today, Mingyue village boasted 8 standardized public restrooms, 1 emergency center, 2 standardized warehouses, and one visitor service center. Additionally, amenities such as convenience stores, dining establishments, craft stalls, and even luggage storage were established by the village staff utilizing their own homes and front spaces. The final touch was the souvenir shop. Xu Jing stood at the village entrance, welcoming newly arrived tourists, then turned to gaze towards Area D, near the foot of the mountain. The souvenir shop would take another 24 hours to complete. It was expected to open on the 52nd day. To the visitors arriving on the 51st day, I must apologize. You needn't purchase anything. Just enjoy a light-hearted departure. Chapter 62. New scene. It must be noted that the small print on the tickets altered the itineraries of some tourists. A few, who had initially boasted about finishing everything in a single day, found themselves unable to reach the foot of the mountain by nearly 5 p.m. due to traffic and their immersion in tasks. However, some returning visitors, familiar with Mingyue Village, aimed to ascend the sacred mountain. Upon entering the scenic area, they rushed directly to the foot of the sacred mountain. What? Why are we not allowed to go up? A man stood at the entrance of the mountain path, glaring defiantly at the mountain guards. The sacred mountain had not yet been fully unsealed. For the safety of the guests, a minimum of 20 individuals was required to enter at once. We are short-staffed. We ask for your understanding, the guards explained. Warrior number 1 stood with composed dignity, while warrior number 2 maintained a resolute demeanor. In essence, their message was succinct: stand by and await your turn. With a fierce glare directed at the two, a man gritted his teeth and coldly declared, I will wait. A woman behind him rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated by his spinelessness. She glanced back and noted with relief that there were already 12 individuals present. They would soon be able to enter the mountains. She had journeyed specifically for the legendary tales of the sacred mountains, and if they proved to be false, she would certainly unleash her ire upon the blogger. The two warriors exchanged a glance, observing the growing throng of visitors. At the moment the number reached 20, they strode forward decisively. Warrior number 1 addressed the guests, stating, I must make a preliminary declaration. Warrior number 2 added, if you wish to ascend the mountain to seek the divine, you must be prepared. Warrior number 1 continued, the koi god requires a connection, while the butterfly fairy delights in revelry. Beyond that, the experience becomes unpredictable. Warrior number 2 cautioned, your wishes may not necessarily be fulfilled. Warrior number 1 concluded, nevertheless, I wish you all. Both warriors proclaimed in unison, a journey to the sacred mountain. Forward, let us depart. As the two turned to leave, the astonished tourists hurried to follow. What was this? Wasn't this a tourist attraction? The tone was as if it were all too real. It was a festive occasion. Surely, they would see something. How could that not be the case? The group hastily entered the mountains, and 2 men stood solemnly at the entrance. Even with the population of Mingyue Village reaching 50 or 60, combined with the Qingyun acrobatic troupe and the Golden Sun dance troupe assisting, the total was still under 100. It was impractical to lead visitors in separate groups. After much deliberation with Xu Jing and Zhang Tsong, it was ultimately decided that the official unveiling of the sacred mountain would occur on the 52nd day. This was also the reasoning behind their reluctance to allow visitors to ascend on the first day. Meanwhile, those tourists who had ventured onto the sacred mountain had traversed past the koi pool and the butterfly valley. The beauty was truly breathtaking. Particularly beneath the forest's water pool, the golden and silver koi swam unafraid, providing an extraordinary experience. In the butterfly valley, countless butterflies fluttered amidst the blossoms, casting a spell of enchantment. Most astonishing was the Firefly River, as they were enveloped by its luminous green waters. All weariness and discomfort vanished in an instant, leaving them with lingering visions of verdant light. However, the pressing question remained, where were the deities? Despite the overwhelming promotional material touting the koi god and the butterfly fairy, they had not encountered even a trace of them. What was going on? Were the festivities not yet underway? It was a holiday. Open your eyes. The deities should be at work. Warrior, good sir. The crowd encircled the 2 villagers, reminiscent of ants attempting to shake a great tree. Are you certain we will not see the koi god today? Warrior number 1 furrowed his brow. I have long stated that the koi god is not one to be summoned at will. And what of the butterfly fairy? Is this event not yet commenced? Warrior no. 2 appeared momentarily taken aback. What event are you referring to? I have already mentioned that the butterfly fairy delights in festivities, yet with only 20 of you present, it is indeed challenging to entice her to reveal herself. In a fit of anger, a man stomped away to sulk. Meanwhile, the woman ground her teeth in frustration. Are we to leave today empty-handed? Will we witness nothing? Online sources claimed that the sacred mountain only featured these two locations. Had they come all this way for naught? Ahem. While the Carp Pond and Butterfly Valley are undoubtedly worth the price of admission, this group had specifically come to honor those two divine beings. The two valiant warriors exchanged perplexed glances and gestured toward the upward path. What are they saying? The sacred mountain has reopened some areas. We can still proceed ahead. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, everyone turned their heads toward the mountain trail. They had rushed directly to the sacred mountain upon entering the scenic area. Yet it was already nearing 3 in the afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows and creating a hazy glow along the path. Is there still more to see? The 20 tourists exchanged glances and then suddenly took off running up the hill. Goodness, they are the pioneers, the forerunners of the newly opened section of the sacred mountain. How exhilarating! The group erupted in cheers, disappearing down the forest path, while the two warriors exchanged amused smiles. Xiao Su's strategy truly proved effective. Magnificent. A slap on the back followed by a sweet reward. Who could resist such a tactic? Ha! Let us follow closely, lest we scare them off. The ascent was noticeably steeper this time, yet the path remained a smooth asphalt road, and they hardly felt fatigued as they wound their way up the mountain. The air grew even more crisp and refreshing as they paused to rest in a small pavilion. Look below. That is Mingwe Village. Wow, so beautiful. That must be the central square. Regrettably, today we primarily came to see the sacred mountain. Otherwise, I would truly wish to participate in the deity invitation ceremony again. I actually plan to descend later to witness it once more. The events at Mingwe Village are updated so rapidly. There will surely be new activities during the May Day holiday, and I sense there will be new performances. The woman's analysis held merit, and everyone nodded in agreement, excitement bubbling among them. We shall head down after this. The disheartened man timidly interjected, downhill? Who knows when we'll be able to descend? We have been walking for quite some time and have yet to reach the next destination. The group was feeling fatigued, glancing at the two warrior brothers for reassurance. Soon. Very soon. You said that 10 minutes ago, and now. A sudden chirping sound hushed everyone instantly, and they turned to see a small monkey hanging upside down from a gnarled tree, clutching an orange and tilting its head curiously at them. Eek, eek, eek. Its calls summoned another companion, and after swinging on the branches for a few seconds, the two little monkeys suddenly darted away, chattering excitedly. Had Xu Jing been present, he would have recognized these two monkeys as the patrolling duo, Xiao Tu and Xiao Mu, who were eagerly reporting back to their king about the arrival of humans. Oh my, how adorable. Monkeys. Goodness. Wild monkeys. Let us chase after them. As excitement surged through the crowd, fatigue was momentarily forgotten, and they eagerly set off in pursuit. Behind them, two valiant brothers exchanged smiles, unhurriedly following suit. At last, they had arrived. Chapter 63, The Sacred Spirit Mountain Range, Part 1. The 20 individuals ascending the mountain were but a mere drop in the ocean of visitors to Mingwe Village. The posts they shared upon returning home were quickly lost amidst the deluge of travel content, leaving few aware of the wonders they encountered. Only the two courageous brothers escorted the grinning guests down the mountain. Wait for me. I shall return tomorrow, was their parting remark before they vanished down the rural paths of Qingshan County. As the tickets had foretold, most visitors confirmed the accuracy of the warnings. It was impossible to fully explore in a single day. The stunning scenery and myriad activities of Mingwe Village consumed their entire day. After witnessing the spectacular divine invocation ceremony and the Iron Flower Show, night had fallen, and the sacred mountain had long since closed its gates. They could only return the following day. A portion of the visitors, constrained by time, opted to leave. Yet the majority chose to adjust their itinerary, driving to the nearby city of Qingshan County. The accommodations, though modest, were conveniently close, allowing them to reach the scenic area in just over half an hour the next day. The proprietors of various hotels and inns in Qingshan County were beside themselves with joy. What a windfall! When word spread that these tourists had descended from Wanyuan Mountain, intending to stay a night before returning, they were utterly bewildered. Are you telling me that you traveled here specifically to spend 2 days in this county to see the dilapidated scenic area behind the mountain? What audacity! Was this the Wanyuan Mountain they remembered? In one inn, the proprietor apologetically bid farewell to guests, hanging a fully booked sign. Boss, it seems Wanyuan Mountain has gained popularity, exclaimed a young woman behind the counter, her eyes sparkling as she held up her phone. The proprietor took the phone, glancing at it with intrigue. It turns out that commotion was caused by that couple's child? Who would have thought? At this moment, Zhao Meng was luxuriating in a hot shower, reclining on the inn's bed while enjoying the back massaging services of his younger companions. Thankfully, I, Meng of Yong'an Mountain, possess foresight. I knew that my brother Su's scenic area would undoubtedly thrive. Thus, I booked an entire inn in advance to accommodate my tour group. He contemplated, tomorrow. They shall rest well for the ascent. The mountain lacks sufficient restrooms, so they ought to drink less and eat lightly, and wear comfortable shoes. After hanging up the phone, a sycophantic younger brother approached him. Brother Meng, how impressive. The ticket prices for Wanyuan Mountain have skyrocketed. Although we only receive a fraction, today alone we earned 500. And with tomorrow's sales, he clapped his hands excitedly. Oh, weren't you saying the souvenir shop at Minghua Village would also open tomorrow? Even if they sell little, every penny spent means profit for us. His loyal younger brother chuckled, feeling a long-lost sense of joy and relaxation. I always knew Brother Meng had the best vision. Our mountain truly is on the rise. Humph. As Zhao Meng reclined comfortably on his bed, a sense of joy enveloped him. Yet, amidst his elation, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. Thus far, only 20 individuals had ascended the sacred mountain, and he was keen to ponder what marvels could possibly emerge from Su's extraordinary intellect. As night deepened, the highways, airports, and high-speed train stations buzzed with activity. Yong'an City had officially welcomed an influx of visitors from every direction. The first arrivals were those who had set out ahead of time, while a substantial crowd of holidaygoers surged in today. Various departments in Yong'an were busier than ever, with the cultural and tourism sector closely monitoring the steadily rising statistics. Their demeanor noticeably more assertive. They continued to observe, keen to discern the flow of these tourists and ensure that every detail was meticulously recorded. At Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, the Shengling Mountain Range, and the entrance to Minghua Village, the throngs of people were even more staggering than on the first day, cascading down the river. Xu Jing took a sip of water to soothe his throat before swapping shifts with a colleague. Fortuitously, he had heeded Jiang Tsong's advice to increase the number of tour boats to 3. Otherwise, chaos would have surely ensued today. According to the statistics from Zhao University, by 11 o'clock, over 200 individuals had already entered the scenic area, and the true influx had only just begun. He gazed at the bustling Minghua village and helplessly messaged Jiang Tsong. Today's visitor limit is set at 3,000. The scenic area was ample in size, yet the number of personnel was woefully insufficient. With performances to conduct, NPC roles to fulfill, and order to maintain, even a staff of extraordinary capabilities would struggle to manage. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Tsong promptly informed the operational staff to disseminate the latest update across various online platforms. Due to excessive visitor numbers exceeding the scenic area's capacity, Wanyuan Mountain will implement a limit of 3,000 visitors today. Good heavens! Before the concerned visitors could voice their dissatisfaction, Shun Zhuang erupted in frustration. How could there be a visitor limit? In such a crucial moment, how could they impose restrictions? He paced anxiously in his office. This simply would not do. He must contact Xu Jing. Was he in need of more personnel? I will find a solution. Wanyuan Mountain absolutely cannot enforce a visitor limit. My future depends on him. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shun Zhuang's anguished cries echoed in silence. Yet, as the visitors officially entered Minghua Village, the flow of people began to distinctly separate. The newcomers frolicked wildly in the village at the mountain's base, gathering offerings, while those who had visited the previous day and were residing in the county converged at the foot of the mountain. Warriors number 1 and no. 2 gazed at the sea of heads before them, swallowing nervously. You go. No, you go? After a brief tussle, warrior number 1 finally stepped forward. Esteemed guests, the mist has lifted, and the path to the sacred mountain is now open. He glanced at his colleague before continuing in a solemn tone. Please form an orderly queue. Only 20 individuals may enter at a time, with a 3-minute interval between groups. Fighting is strictly prohibited on the sacred mountain. Violators will be remembered by the deities of Shengling Mountain, which is decidedly unfavorable. He slowly stepped back, creating a passage wide enough for 2 to traverse. If you are fortunate enough to encounter the divine spirits, please maintain your distance and do not offend. If only we could hope that all esteemed guests would extend our most sincere respect to the people of Minghua Village. Now, you may enter. A surge of visitors cascaded forth, like a flood, swiftly disappearing into the lush embrace of the mountains. Once the last of the tourists had departed, two valiant warriors wiped their brows and let out a long sigh. Let us wish them good fortune. With a crack, one of them stepped on a brittle branch. Ping Ping adjusted her glasses and continued onward, having anticipated this day for quite some time, since her first participation in the deity invitation ceremony at Mingyue village, where she witnessed the vibrant red and white masked dance accompanied by a sky ablaze with fireworks. She had felt the sincere intentions of the distant mountain tribes. After seeing the 20 fortunate pioneers who had the privilege of visiting the sacred mountain online, her anticipation had only grown. However, she had chosen not to arrive on the first day. From her experience, the crowds on the inaugural day were not the largest, and many attractions tended to reveal their highlights on the second day. Indeed, while others may have overlooked this, she remained vigilant. Observing the disappointed tourists who returned from the sacred mountain on the first day only solidified her resolve. As for the chatter about monkeys and the like, she held no interest. Her singular purpose today was to pay homage to the gods. Chapter 64. The Sacred Mountain Range, Part 2. The group of 20 engaged in hushed discussions, mindful not to walk too swiftly without the guidance of the villagers, thus avoiding any encounters with the previous wave of tourists. However, as they parted some hanging vines, faint sounds began to drift toward them, soft gasps and excited murmurs, causing Ping Ping's expression to sharpen. Hurry, she urged, quickening her pace and leaving the others behind. Beneath the bridge, Koi danced joyfully in pursuit of the young girl's footsteps. Yet no matter their playful antics, they garnered no attention. As she stepped onto the stone slabs above the pond, the fish seemed to sense something amiss and scattered in an instant. Ping Ping stood frozen, even oblivious to one foot dipping into the water. The air was still, filled only with the gentle rippling of water and the crisp sound of droplets, while the breeze rustled the lotus leaves. Before her, each stone slab was graced by a figure. The expressions of those gathered were a mix of excitement and tension, lips pressed tightly together, fearful of disturbing this sacred place. Within the stone cave before Ping Ping stood a girl of fair complexion and elegantly arranged hair, resting her forehead upon her hands, eyes gently closed in slumber. Extending from the ground into the water was a magnificent golden-red fish tail, shimmering as it swayed, warding off the curious koi that sought to approach. "It is Ping Ping," whispered the koi god. The other tourists finally caught up, halting above the pond, reluctant to budge an inch. "Move ahead. We can't see anything from back here." "Exactly. What are you doing? Keep going. What is going on?" Did they spot something extraordinary? A voice, unable to contain its impatience, sparked a wave of discontent among the waiting crowd. As frustrations mounted, the group began to murmur, while those at the front, unwilling to linger any longer, captured a few quick photographs before hastily departing. Amidst the clamor, the young maiden within the cave fluttered her wing-like eyelashes, her immense fishtail rising gracefully above the water's surface, quivering at the tip. After stretching languidly, she cast an irritated glance at the bewildered crowd before her. The noise was unbearable. Her fishtail appeared entirely genuine, as if it were a natural extension of her being. With a resounding splash, her tail struck the water, sending droplets cascading onto the unsuspecting tourists gathered at the pond. "Ah, goodness, I'm drenched. The carp deity is angry. It's all your fault for lingering here," awakening the carp deity. Some were busy snapping photographs, while others hurled accusations. Yet at that moment, the insatiable nature of humanity was laid bare. With a change of posture, the maiden wore a half-smile, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. How rude these unfamiliar humans were. With a graceful twist, she leapt into the pond, vanishing amidst the splashes, leaving behind a lingering remark. "If things continue this way, I may need to consider relocating." As tranquility returned to the carp pond, the gentle breeze whispered, and the lotus flowers remained serene, stripped of the deity's presence. The carp resumed their lively swimming. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at the spot where the carp deity had just vanished, a mix of awe and fear washing over them. Has she truly disappeared? Was it magic? What sort of magic? Surely it must have been an illusion. Unbelievable. A living transformation. Is this real? Could she truly be a deity? Did you not see her tail? Could anyone create such lifelike props? As the frontmost spectators engaged in fervent discussion, a low, thunderous growl broke through the chatter, awakening them to the gravity of the situation. "What have you done?" The man who spoke had just reached the middle of the pond, having pushed through the throng, burdened with a heavy camera. only to collapse in the final moments before witnessing the carp deity. You scared her away. His expression remained calm, though the simmering rage was palpable. Do you realize that those who ascended the mountain yesterday did not see the carp deity? And how many have come today solely for her presence? It is not yet noon, and because of your greed, all the subsequent visitors will miss out. The tourists at the front wished to defend themselves. But upon seeing the throng of heads pressing in behind them, silence fell. Sorry. The first to speak quickly turned and departed. This was not a place to linger. The longer they stayed, the more likely they would become sacrifices to the fates once the truth was unveiled. The path finally cleared. Yet the deity they had so fervently sought had departed. Some, unwilling to concede, lingered by the pond, hesitant to leave. It was only when a voice softly reminded them that they awoke from their stupor. The carp deity has already gone. We should hasten to the next attraction. What a shame it would be to miss out on more. Oh, yes. The realization dawned on them. There were still other sights to behold, including the legendary butterfly fairy, said to revel in merriment. Everyone. A figure ascended a large stone by the pond, gesturing animatedly. It is said that the butterfly fairy enjoys a lively crowd. With so many of us here, why not go together and seek our fortune? We have made the effort to come. We cannot leave without seeing anything. Nods of agreement passed through the group as they cast a glance at the empty cave, sighing in resignation. Let us go. The crowd surged forward, and the koi pond quickly regained its tranquil demeanor. Within the pond, a small koi fish shimmered with golden and silver hues, gliding gracefully through the water, its eyes surveying the area above with a glint of cunning. At that moment, Xu Jing emerged from behind a concealed stone wall. The stringent regulations were no match for the self-discipline of the visitors. Events like today, once shared among people, would eventually foster a collective adherence to order, unless someone wished to bear the brunt of collective ire. He gazed at the ascending path and leisurely made his way up. The crowd was astute, choosing not to squander time here. Otherwise, they risked missing out on the next attraction entirely. After Xu Jing vanished from the pathway, the little koi seized the opportunity to leap onto the shore, transforming into a maiden clad in a lotus leaf skirt. However, this maiden bore fin-like appendages glimmering with a golden red sheen near her ears, and delicate scales trailed down her collarbone. As she turned her head slightly, the gill patterns hidden beneath her jawline became visible. Barefoot, she wandered along the edge of the pond, playfully stirring the lotus flowers, awaiting the arrival of the next fortunate souls. Meanwhile, throngs of tourists surged toward Butterfly Valley. Some were busy chastising the visitors who had previously obstructed their path, but the majority chose to embrace the joy of their outing, engaging in spirited discussions about the next destination. "We've arrived," exclaimed the leader, his excitement palpable as he stood before a lush and vibrant valley. The cliffs jutted out at an angle, resembling a platform suspended in midair within the valley. Below, countless butterflies fluttered, weaving a colorful tapestry amidst the flowers and around the visitors, creating a vibrant river of hues. Oh my! Upon witnessing this spectacle, who could still ponder the tales of butterfly spirits? The purpose of the outing was to capture memories and photographs. The crowd swiftly flooded into the valley, squeezing Ping Ping, who was attempting to take a picture at the entrance, into the heart of the throng. "Hey, don't push. It's such a vast space," she protested, shoving aside an older woman before glancing around. She had seen other locations dubbed Butterfly Valley online, but those scattered butterflies paled in comparison to the breathtaking display here. Most importantly, these butterflies were remarkably unafraid of humans. Visitors raised their phones to capture photos alongside the butterflies and the floral expanse, while a few students among the tourists erupted in exclamations. "This is the blue-eyed butterfly, and that's the Saturn yellow butterfly. Look, it's the scarlet red demon. Oh my goodness, is that the seven-star butterfly?" Their astonishment grew, realizing the valley was home to so many protected species. Isn't that the purple coral butterfly? The one that's endangered? A few students, graduate researchers in biology and conservation, exchanged glances, their lips trembling. Should we call the professor? This needs protection, right? Let us take photos. We need to show the professor. Don't mix it up. They huddled together, voices overlapping, while those around them joyfully dashed about. Fortunately, Butterfly Valley was spacious enough to accommodate the throngs of visitors. Yet even so, an hour later, the valley became congested, leaving some unable to move freely. "What is that?" A gasp echoed through the crowd, followed by a fervent exclamation. A fleeting silhouette, draped in pure white, emerged from the depths of the forest. Ping, jostled amidst the throng, could see nothing and could only raise her camera high, striving to capture a glimpse of the unfolding scene. However, upon retracting her camera and scrutinizing the figure in the woods, her pupils constricted in astonishment. Butterflies, what are they making such a fuss about? Aren't they everywhere? No. Ping adjusted her glasses and pointed towards the figure that had suddenly taken flight from the trees. She had appeared. Chapter 65. The Butterfly Dream, the Butterfly Fairy. No further words were necessary. The air fell into a hushed stillness as all heads turned upward. Everyone beheld, bathed in a hazy glow, a woman adorned in a silvery gown gracefully descending to the platform above the stone wall. Xiaoxuan, with an imperceptible twist of her body, discreetly unfastened the wires that hung from her waist. Below the platform, beneath the dappled sunlight, all the visitors in Butterfly Valley gazed up at her in unison. So many people. Xiaoxuan took a slight step back, only to halt upon spotting Xu Jing hidden in the corner. A wave of tranquility washed over her, and she smiled down at the gathered tourists. Sunlight cascaded from behind her, casting an ethereal glow upon her features, her hair shimmering with a soft golden light. Yet, what captivated the onlookers most was the dreamlike, pristine gown she wore. Tiny feathers adorned the dress, pure and flowing, fluttering gently in the breeze. What a lively day in Butterfly Valley, the woman in the white gown remarked softly, her voice delicate like the song of a warbler, instantly calming the spirits of the visitors below. Beneath the veiled sunlight, the woman's eyes seemed to curve in mirth as she gently lifted an arm, caressing the air. I can scent the awakening of the sacred mountain, the fragrance of grass and flowers, mingled with the vibrant spirit of festivities. She danced lightly at the edge of the stone wall, eliciting gasps from the crowd below, seemingly unafraid of the height. Today, I shall sing a song for my people. Sing? A spark of realization ignited in someone's mind. She delights in merriment and song. She is the Butterfly Fairy. This revelation jolted the crowd awake, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, some remain skeptical. She does not appear to be a deity. She lacks wings. Surely, she could have ascended using the wires just now. His voice resonated loudly, causing some visitors to cast doubtful glances. However, such skepticism dissipated within mere seconds, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, Ping, wielding a telephoto lens, suddenly widened her eyes. Wait a moment. Upon closer inspection of the woman's gown, she discerned minute, swaying antennae hidden amidst the layers of feathers. She could not contain her astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. Those aren't feathers. They are butterflies. As her exclamation rang out, the Butterfly Fairy began to move. Snow white and shimmering, blanketing this mountain, where no footprints tread. The desolate valley feels forlorn, yet I am the hope that resides here. The frost dances like a tempest within my heart. Only the earth knows the wounds I have endured. She swayed gracefully, the feathers upon her attire gently undulating. Her song imbued with sorrow, yet brimming with hope. The once boisterous crowd fell into a serene silence. No one speaks of the authenticity of the Butterfly Fairy anymore. Everyone is captivated by the enchanting melody. They reminisce about the events that transpired at the sacred mountain and Minghua village, recalling the ritual of inviting the deity and the sincere gazes of the villagers, which brings a hint of moisture to their eyes. Yet, the singer continues her performance. Do not let malice invade the sacred mountain. I shall employ my strength to safeguard each day. Her hair dances as she twirls upon the slanted wall. A few white butterflies struggle to hold onto the hem of her skirt, only to be flung away, bursting forth like a flurry of pristine white. The melody swells ever higher. But I believe that one day, I shall re-emerge. The sound spirals upward with unstoppable momentum, resonating through the heavens. The woman smiles, stepping forward beneath the radiant sun. With a flourish, her immaculate white feathers explode outward, transforming into a myriad of butterflies that scatter in all directions. One person embodies a resplendent world. Bloom, bloom. The brilliance of the sacred mountain is pure and immaculate. A vast swarm of butterflies, resembling mist or rain, swirls around her, accompanied by the exuberant song, before soaring upward like fireworks. Let us soar to freedom. This is my home. The voice rises ever higher, as all the visitors stand in astonishment, and she spreads her arms wide. Suddenly, the dispersing butterflies, as if guided by an unseen force, converge towards her. In an instant, the pristine butterflies gather, shimmering with a gentle golden light, drifting toward all those below. Their wings caressed gently, dusting the air with powder. The swarm, in harmony with the woman's gestures, gracefully sweeps past all the visitors. Then, like a net, like smoke, other butterflies, which had been fluttering low among the flowers, now become exuberant. They surge into the sky, forming a vibrant rainbow ring that spirals high above Butterfly Valley, as if crowning their long-absent queen. Amidst this spectacle, Ping Ping feels a rush of blood to her head, her vision darkening. She sees another deity. Who dares to claim this is not the butterfly fairy? This is a divine miracle laid bare before you. The aerial acrobatics are astonishing. How does she command so many butterflies? Xu Jing stands in the shadows, contentedly observing the unfolding scene. Butterfly Dream, intermediate clothing item, a strapless dress crafted from ethereal golden gauze, adorned at the chest with a butterfly motif. Attributes: elegance 30, dreamlike 30, butterfly affinity 300, potential to attract rare butterflies, usage 110. This exquisite dress is a creation of the sewing deity from a parallel world, possessing miraculous properties. Only 200 favorable reviews have yielded this singular item, which can be used a mere 10 times, rendering it a precious artifact. Yet, it remains the most fitting item for this scene that Xu Jing could procure. Additionally, the Song Bloom, cultural item, valued at 30 prestige points, shares a melody akin to Let It Go from their world, demanding exceptionally high vocal standards. The only candidate suitable to portray this butterfly fairy is none other than Miss Sun from the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. And it is evident, she has succeeded. Xu Jing's gaze drifted towards the ethereal white butterfly river above, and he swallowed hard, taken aback by the astonishing power of the performance. The song continued to resonate with unwavering intensity. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the first person knelt down. The butterfly fairy. Thud, thud, thud. Increasing numbers of individuals succumbed to the ground, their eyes alight with fervor, their expressions solemn, chanting fervently. Butterfly fairy. Great butterfly fairy. We celebrate your return to the sacred mountain. Xu Jing and Xiao Sun were both bewildered. The crowd concealed her from view against the light. Yet she could distinctly perceive the scene below. As she beheld the multitude of kneeling figures, a chill raced through her fingertips, rendering her speechless with despair. Xu Zong. This is too overwhelming. It could shorten our lives. She is merely 28 years old. Even that elder on the right, who appears to be 60, has knelt before her. Xu Jing recognized that the situation had escalated beyond reason. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Sun, who promptly responded with a grateful smile. Today brings me immense joy. The sacred mountain has regained its glory. I shall take a moment to explore, she said softly after concluding her song, then vanished into the depths of the platform. The white butterflies followed suit, and the remaining butterflies settled, as if the enchanting figure had never existed. Moments later, a harmonious cheer resonated through the skies above the Butterfly Valley. Farewell, butterfly fairy. Xu Jing smacked his forehead. The divinization plan had succeeded. It was utterly chaotic. Chapter 66. The Sacred Spirit Mountain Range. Part 3. Perhaps it was the sight of the divine being, or perhaps the visitors were simply satiated. Or perhaps no one dared to show disrespect in this sacred place. In any case, within half an hour, the majority of the crowd in the Butterfly Valley dispersed. Those who remained lingered to capture photographs or engage in excited discussions. After such an experience, the ordinary butterflies around them seemed imbued with divinity. Gradually, more visitors arrived. And amidst the lively chatter, they came to realize they had not only missed the appearance of the carp god, but also the manifestation of the butterfly fairy, an agonizing realization. Do you understand? They were ultimately mere supporting characters in the vibrant lives of others. They stood there regretting their misfortune, then, fueled by indignation, resolved to take at least 800 photos to recoup their investment before departing. As for those who had arrived earlier, they had officially commenced their ascent of the Great Butt Mountain. The path from the Butterfly Valley to the next attraction was a considerable distance, requiring at least a half-hour trek. The group began to divide based on their stamina, with some individuals breezing ahead with ease. Others, unwilling to fall behind, gritted their teeth and surged forward. Having experienced 2 attractions, the tourists began to discern the peculiar nature of this place. The attractions here were undeniably enigmatic. The park's proprietors seemed utterly indifferent to what the visitors wished to see. Luck was one factor, but timing was equally crucial. If fortune smiled upon you, you could witness what you desired upon arrival. If misfortune struck, no amount of early arrival would guarantee anything. Yet the moment you departed, what you sought might suddenly manifest. Hence, a comical scene unfolded along the mountain path. Some individuals lagged behind, leisurely conversing and savoring the fresh air of the sacred Spirit Mountain range. Some individuals exert themselves with fervor, competing in a spirited chase, their faces flushed as they pursue one another. Ping is among this throng of racewalkers. Her urgency is understandable, primarily because she is vying for the attention of the revered Koi god, and she is merely minutes away. Had she not quickened her pace, she would have missed the opportunity to cross paths with the deity. Furthermore, she bears a significant responsibility. She must disseminate the latest news from the holy mountain to her loyal followers. With a swift motion, she surpasses two men. Glancing at the elegant inscriptions etched into the stone wall ahead, a smile gracing her lips. At last, upon reaching the cliff of prayer, Ping ascends the dirt path and enters a rugged mountain trail, cautious this time. She slows her pace, allowing the men behind her to catch up. Walking together provides a sense of security. Dappled light filters through the trees, occasionally disrupted by rustling sounds. Gradually, the calls of monkeys become discernible, accompanied by the whispers of the wind and the gentle trickle of water. The group halts before a narrow crevice in the mountainside, where only one person can pass at a time. After a brief hesitation, Ping steps forward as the men behind her grow impatient to overtake her. After all, if there is something captivating beyond the passage, she cannot afford to be left behind. As the light dims abruptly, Ping and the others venture inside, the atmosphere turning serene. The woman clutches her camera tightly, her eyes darting around to capture every intriguing detail. However, aside from its length, the passage offers little of note, unless one considers the increasingly pronounced sound of water. A faint mist begins to waft through the corridor. As the light at the end intensifies, Ping squints. What lies beyond the passage? Why is there such a heavy mist? Yet, the group continues to move forward, leaving her little time for contemplation. They must press on. Let me see what's outside. Ping's words linger on her lips before she swiftly raises her camera. Click, click. The rapid shutter sounds incite urgency among the men behind her. Quickly get out. Don't block the entrance. Move forward. What do you see? Keep it down. You'll scare away the deity. They chatter, nudging Ping aside. Finally overcoming her astonishment, she steps forward, clearing the exit. Behold, the light floods in, and the men rush out, their eyes adjusting to the brightness. Oh my! A mountain breeze sweeps across the expansive meadow, stirring the grass into verdant waves, transforming the invisible wind into a tangible force. Nestled within this greenery are red trees, yellow flowers, and white stones. At the edge of the green waves rise distant peaks, cloaked in lush hues. The group stares in awe, realizing they stand at the precipice of a cliff. Yet, their astonishment does not end there. Suddenly, a brilliant light appears. To their right cascades a colossal waterfall. The silvery water seems to descend from the heavens, spilling down the mountainside and merging with the river at the foot of the mountain. A curtain of water, resembling strands of beads, cascades sparsely among the rocks, ultimately revealing a vast cavern that shimmers in and out of sight. What is that? They stood there, paralyzed, hesitant to move. For this cliff of hope not only boasts breathtaking scenery, but also houses a troop of monkeys. Amidst the verdant waves, beneath the wild trees, and beside the flowering thickets, the monkeys appear in small groups, tilting their heads and squinting, gazing at the tourists with innocent curiosity. A few young monkeys swing playfully among the branches of the wild trees. In the depths of the cavern behind the waterfall, the shadows of more monkeys can be discerned, flitting about in the dimness. Would they harm us? Ping was reluctant to forsake the stunning view before her and cautiously approached, inquiring of the boys behind her. The only response was the click of a camera shutter. Damn it! Unable to bear missing the chance to photograph the monkeys, she steeled her resolve and ventured closer to the pool. There were stones near the water's edge. With the right calculation, she could likely leap into the cavern behind the waterfall. But in the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air as a robust monkey leapt forward, blocking her path. Huh! Ping halted, and the monkey stepped back 2 paces, eyeing her, before bounding onto the stones in the pool and, with a few agile leaps, disappeared behind the curtain of water. What was it up to? Ping glanced back. The boys had quietly gathered closer. What is it doing? Uncertain. Yet it seemed to suggest they should wait a moment. With her camera raised, she felt a significant moment was imminent. Thus far, This sacred mountain had yet to disappoint them. Ping lifted her camera high, ready to capture the next second. The water splashed, sunlight danced upon the mountain waters, illuminating the stones in the pool with an inexplicable sanctity. Snap! Snap! A faint sound of scratching echoed, and in the next instant, golden fur emerged from behind the waterfall. Whoosh! In a matter of breaths, the golden figure leaped through the curtain of water, landing atop a time-worn boulder. As the lens shifted, a smile crept upon Ping's lips. It was a magnificent male monkey. Perched regally atop the boulder, the formidable macaque sat, resplendent in its golden sheen, exuding a solemn majesty. Its head held high. The silver-white waterfall cascaded behind it like a magnificent backdrop, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. As if sensing the gaze of strangers, the majestic monkey slowly turned its head, the golden fur around its ears swaying in the breeze. Then it rose gracefully to stand on its hind legs. Chapter 67. The Sacred Spirit Mountain Range. Part 4. Goodness. The onlookers at the pool were momentarily stunned. Monkeys can stand. But the posture of this king monkey was strikingly perfect. So perfect that it resembled a triumphant general returning from battle. Resolute, brave, commanding presence. A streak of white fur amidst its golden mane gleamed like an embedded jewel, accentuating the regal bearing of this king. It surveyed the surroundings quietly and then opened its mouth. Oh, the powerful, guttural roar of the formidable monkey resonated throughout the Cliff of Hope. In an instant, the troop of monkeys leaped from all directions, converging in the center. The rustling sounds intensified as the group finally reacted to the king monkey's commanding presence. What were they about to do? I find myself somewhat apprehensive. The Monkey King is quite striking. What does it signify? I never anticipated the presence of a wild troop of monkeys atop the sacred mountain. Do not be astonished, everyone. Draw closer. What are these monkeys up to? Will they pose a threat to us? No, they appear rather amiable. They are entirely different from the rowdy monkeys of Amay. Amay monkeys, is this a dig at us? Ping, retreating while fervently capturing close-up photographs. While the deities and immortals at other attractions may evoke skepticism, this troop of monkeys is undeniably real. A captivating spectacle that silences visitors. Among the monkeys, Xiao Tu and Xiao Mu exchanged glances. What were the king's instructions? To feign ferocity, approach humans for food, and then receive a light reprimand from the king. Ah, it's all right. The king's reprimands surely have their wisdom. Suddenly, two monkeys darted out from the troop, baring their fangs and appearing fierce as they approached Ping and her companions, extending their claws. What do they want? Ping felt troubled, as she had nothing to offer the little monkeys. Behind her, a few men cautiously produced a lollipop. Here, smack, hiss. Xiao Tu swatted the lollipop away. What is this? Daring to fool me? A man let out a shriek, poised to retreat, yet froze in place the next moment. The Monkey King, the dominant male, having descended from the boulder, fixed his sharp gaze upon the two little monkeys encroaching upon the tourists, issuing a warning roar. Xiao Tu's eyes lit up as he bared his teeth at the king, adopting an aggressive stance. Are they about to fight? No. The Monkey King, within their sight, produced a stick from behind him. Wait, what is this for? This scene feels oddly familiar, stirring a vague memory deep within their souls, causing several tourists to breathe heavily. The Monkey King slowly rose, the long stick resting behind him, his gaze calm. The next moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Whoosh, whoosh. The nearly 1 meter long stick twirled effortlessly in the Monkey King's grasp, spinning faster and faster. Even as his left hand completed a rotation, the right hand took over, until it appeared to blur into an afterimage. Bang! The stick descended, lightly tapping the heads of the two monkeys. Eek! Startled, the two monkeys covered their heads and scampered away. A crowd of onlookers fell silent. Hitting a monkey is against the law, but surely, monkeys battling monkeys should not concern them? The Monkey King returned the stick behind him, turning to face Ping and her companions. A peculiar pride flickered across his anthropomorphic face. Greetings. Is this Yao Ling? Here, we have a captivating animal performance. Ah, it appears no one is compelled to watch. It seems entirely voluntary. They struggled to regain their composure, while newcomers to Chiwang Cliff joined the spectacle, standing in the corner, dumbfounded, snapping photos frantically. A little girl, her eyes sparkling with wonder, finally broke the silence after a while, asking in her innocent voice, "Uncle, is that the monkey god?" The uncle beside me squinted, his gaze fixed on the majestic Monkey King skillfully wielding a stick, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of eagerness. No, that is the Monkey King. His voice dropped to a deeper tone. Yet, perhaps he aspires to become a deity. The wise Monkey King, with his sticks soaring through the air, commands his subjects to remain obediently at bay. The subjects dutifully part ways, revealing a wooden sign behind them, the path ahead still shrouded in mist. Visitors may descend once their exploration concludes. Upon seeing this sign, a collective wail erupted among the crowd. No, it cannot end here. They had not yet feasted their eyes on the carp deity and the butterfly fairy. There was still so much more to experience. The Monkey King glanced at the disappointed tourists, pondered for a moment, and then pointed at the wooden sign. Only then did someone notice the inconspicuous small print beneath it. The beings of the sacred mountain are friendly. This is currently the time when the monkey troop forages. If you encounter them on your descent, you may purchase monkey-specific food for feeding. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. Goodness. An opportunity for intimate interaction with the monkeys. Pepe quickly captured a snapshot of the Monkey King's impressive stature before dashing off. Supplies are limited. If they run out, she wouldn't be able to interact with them. She must hurry. Most of the tourists promptly made their way down the path, while a few remained, peering curiously at the ascent. Should we sneak up for a quick look? Let us not go too far. Have you forgotten what they say online? That some have gotten lost in the gray mist at the foot of the mountain, trapped for over an hour? Nonsense. That is all just a gimmick. A scare tactic devised by the scenic area. The man scoffed. Besides, with a mountain this large, how could it possibly be enveloped in fog everywhere? Indeed, it was unlikely that mist would pervade every corner. However, as the two beheld the imposing Monkey King baring his teeth, his sturdy staff braced against them. It conveyed a clear message. Try to make a move, why don't you? This monkey must have attained his position through martial prowess. The two fled in fright, while the Monkey King, satisfied, groomed his tail before turning his attention back to the tourists. Understood, understood. Please rest, esteemed guests. We shall take our leave. Brother, we are departing, wishing you swift ascendance to divinity. Let us talk things over. We are all comrades here. The troublesome tourists obediently descended the mountain, no longer daring to act recklessly in the presence of the Monkey King, who could easily defeat 8 adversaries without sustaining a scratch. After the commotion, the Monkey King returned discreetly behind the waterfall, awaiting the next wave of visitors. Meanwhile, the earlier tourists had already embarked on their descent. Under Xu Jing's careful planning, the paths for ascending and descending were completely separate. Thus, he and the Monkey King arranged for the monkeys to meander along the descending path. The kind-hearted tourists would bring them snacks. Therefore, it came down to the last one. Who among you will take it? An employee from Mingyue village, currently seated on a small stool by the descending path, had a large bamboo basket before him covered with a clean cloth, accompanied by a small sign. Papaya. 10 yuan each. Only 10 sold per day in the scenic area. Pepe grasped half of a papaya, unable to believe her eyes. They truly only sell 10? I will pay extra. The vendor displayed an expression of helplessness. In Mingyue village, there exists a regulation stipulating that the sale of fruits and snacks must not exceed the daily consumption limit of the Sacred Mountain's monkey troop, lest it disrupt their natural habits. Another girl, clutching half of a pomelo, frowned and waved her hand dismissively. No need for such trivialities. I arrived first, so naturally. It should be sold to me. Are you from Dunhuang? Why are there so many murals? Ping Ping glared, refusing to back down, leaving the older sister momentarily speechless. Ultimately, an employee intervened to mediate the situation. How about this, ladies? I'll split the pomelo. You each take half, and just give me half the money. The issue was resolved, albeit reluctantly, and Ping Ping excitedly made her way down the mountain with her half of the fruit. Along the way, she encountered vendors selling strawberries, carrots, and peaches, but they had all sold out. Each stall had only 10 pieces, and no extra charges were applied. This left Ping Ping both anxious and gratified. It indicated that the villagers of Mingyue were genuinely committed to protecting the animals of the sacred mountain. As she contemplated this, she approached a small monkey perched by the roadside fence. Its golden fur was soft and shiny, a clear sign of having been nurtured with care. Would you like to eat? She asked, and the little monkey approached, sniffing curiously before cautiously extending its paw to accept a piece of the pomelo she offered. It devoured it in a few bites. Then, after a moment of thought, chattered and pointed at her other hand. Still hungry? Ping Ping was charmed, laughing as she offered the remaining piece. But the little monkey seemed to understand human language. shaking its head vigorously before pointing at the peel in her hand. You want this? The golden peel exuded a fragrant aroma. Ping peeled it entirely and offered it to the monkey. Now delighted, it squeaked with joy, cradling the peel in its arms. Delicious. This is true delicacy. The little monkey mused, reflecting on the wisdom imparted by its leader, nodding for yes and shaking its head for no. Indeed, could this be the essence of human ingenuity? As it relished its treat, it paid no mind to the girl reaching out to pat its head. To a monkey, food is paramount. For the sake of a meal, one must not be shy. All along the path, various little monkeys showcased their distinctive postures, most of them unafraid of humans, yet they notably gravitated towards tourists holding food. However, what perplexed many was the sight of visitors secretly feeding their own snacks to the monkeys, only for the creatures to glance briefly before disinterestedly departing. Nevertheless, the guests continued to meander, stopping occasionally to take pictures and admire the scenery, until they eventually reached the foot of the mountain. The entrance and exit were not the same. A smiling young girl stood at the end of the path, waving to them. Guests, please come out. The evening deity invitation ceremony is about to commence. Many had witnessed the ceremony before, but for some, it was their first experience. As they followed the path out, they were immediately captivated by a stilted building beside the mountain's base. Oh, was there such a large structure here before? I didn't notice, exclaimed a male student, adjusting his glasses. Souvenirs, here I come. As he had yet to finish his words, the individual swiftly darted to the entrance of the building, vanishing in a flash through the narrow opening. The wooden window radiated a warm, white glow, allowing those behind to finally discern the inscription on the plaque, Souvenir Shop. Goodness. Hurry. Ping swore that never before had a souvenir shop in any tourist attraction piqued her interest to such an extent that she felt an urgent fear of missing out. Yet, she was not alone in her sentiment. Others shared her eagerness. The crowd surged, all racing toward the souvenir shop in unison. The security guard at the entrance wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the throng of people, and recalled the chaotic memories of being jostled moments earlier. Stop. Form a line. Such a scenario must not unfold a second time. Two individuals collided, and the wooden door creaked ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. The first security guard felt utterly dismayed. We must allow entry one by one. The second quickly retrieved his walkie-talkie, summoning assistance. Brother Fongwei, the souvenir shop has been overrun. Requesting backup. Chapter 68. The Battle of Souvenirs. The bright lights illuminated the space, and the tourists who had meandered around the sacred mountain for hours finally felt a sense of return to reality. Inside the shop's grand hall, wooden shelves stood neatly arranged, and the air was infused with a warm, woody aroma. Initially, everyone intended to browse leisurely, but once they regained their composure, their pupils dilated, and they rushed inside. Within the expansive hall, numerous visitors were already wandering about. However, unlike other souvenir shops in various tourist spots, here, patrons purchased items with the fervor of marketgoers, their shopping baskets overflowing to the brink. A glance at the shelves revealed a haphazard assortment, with certain categories on the verge of selling out. Ping charged ahead, eager to find the souvenirs she desired. Yet, her urgency was fleeting as she became bewildered amidst the dazzling array of products. They were exquisitely crafted. Having visited many attractions and seen countless souvenirs, she realized that most were quite similar, either in design or lacking in quality. People purchased them merely for the sake of the brand. While some amusement parks offered commendable souvenirs, their exorbitant prices often left many in awe, hesitant to make a purchase. Dingling. Unable to resist, Ping paused before a shelf displaying an array of figures from the Divine Invitation ceremony at Minghua Village, featuring red-faced dancers in white attire performing the Nuo dance. From small cartoonish keychains to intricately designed figurines with flowing garments capturing a sense of motion. Besides the usual keychains, plush toys, and figurines, there were also peculiar items, such as masks resembling the ceremonial dancers, a set of photographic star cards from the performances, calendars, and various ornaments. How beautiful! Ping touched her wallet and swallowed hard. For such finely crafted souvenirs, she would gladly spend 100 or 200 yuan. She tiptoed to reach a red, thin paper mask from the display. Divine red face, 399 yuan. Ping, skeptical, took another item down to inspect and found the price unchanged. Wait a moment. How could this be? Why is it so inexpensive? She hurriedly yanked down another keychain. Masked dancer keychain, 199 yuan. Red-faced dancer calendar, 199 yuan. Plush Q version dancer, 599 yuan. Damn. Pingping could not restrain herself from muttering a curse. Are you telling me that this extraordinarily soft and comfortable plush figure, impeccably crafted with not a single stitch out of place, is priced at only 599 yuan? In any other souvenir shop, it would surely sell for 299 yuan. This is a tourist attraction. She glanced back, observing the silent tourists behind her, all quietly evaluating prices and discreetly filling their baskets. Ah, I see. You're hiding these treasures out of fear of others snatching them away. Pingping excitedly opened her mouth, only to stammer back and turn her head again, quietly filling her basket. What a joke. After all, it is human nature to be a bit selfish. It's perfectly normal, with such limited stock. If everyone realizes how affordable these items are and starts to grab them, what will be left for her? Just from one shelf, Pingping had already filled half her basket. There was no helping it. She found everything she saw delightful. She desired it all. Who on earth is the manufacturer behind this souvenir shop? Damn it. How can the quality be so exceptional? System, are you referring to me? However, as more and more individuals discovered the unusually low prices, disputes began to arise. Damn, I saw it first. There are still so many left. You choose something else. Damn it. Shouting. I can't get through. Ah, my divine mask. What the hell? Who stole my shopping basket? The area in front of the shelf grew increasingly crowded. Pingping, small of stature, squeezed her way through the shelves while carefully protecting her basket. After all, she hadn't paid yet. If someone stole it, she'd have nowhere to lament her loss. Yet, they should consider themselves fortunate. The souvenir shop was located in Zone D, somewhat secluded and close to the exit of the sacred mountain. Thus, most visitors in Mingyue village remained unaware of this place. However, as time passed and more tourists ventured into the area, the secret would be hard to keep. Let me through. Pingping leaped with all her might in the crowd. Her lithe figure finally soared over the throng, arriving at the vast carp pool area. Of course, she was the only one who made it. The basket she had painstakingly selected was left behind in the crowd, quickly devoured by others within seconds. Damn it, there's no use regretting at this point. She immediately shifted her gaze, fixating tightly on the few remaining rows of toys high above. This time, she must prevail. As the tourists below frantically scrambled for the remaining items, Pingping's eyes darted, honing in on the hand and foot stand nearby. Whoosh, zing, snap. In a flash, before anyone could react, Pingping swiftly claimed the highest position on the stand. Everyone quiet down. Her commanding voice resonated from above, capturing the attention of all the tourists below. They looked up to see a striking young woman, her long ponytail flowing gracefully. Everyone, there are still plenty at the counter above. No need to fight. There's enough for all. With a slight squint in her eyes, she continued. Those of you down there, maintain order and keep quiet. I will bring them down. If you want something, just raise your hand, and I will distribute them one by one. No pushing. If you push, I won't give you anything. She brandished her camera defiantly. I am recording the entire process. And should any acts of theft, violence, or disorder arise, I will immediately report it to the park. This place is not like those we've visited before. They might even impose a ban on you in the future. Her words instantly quelled the crowd, and a few gentlemen stepped forward to steady the ladder. Be careful up there. We're watching you. One of them called out, having long been displeased with the unruly crowd. With the first act of civility established, the rest began to follow suit. Pleased, Pingping smiled and let out a sigh of relief as she turned to assess the array of items on the long shelf. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gingerly reached out to touch the items on the counter. Standing over 30 centimeters tall, a doll figure stood elegantly, more exquisite than any Barbie she had seen in her childhood. Delicate golden red, fish fin-like ears peeked out from her short hair, while her enchanting, cat-like eyes narrowed slightly. Her luscious red lips were reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. However, what astonished Pingping the most was the magnificent golden red fishtail that gracefully emerged from her slender, fair waist. Adorned with gems and sequins, even the scales were separated by faint gaps. The glamorous tail fin was crafted from lustrous gel, exuding a moist sheen. How beautiful, she murmured in awe. It truly is the koi god. A soft click echoed as her finger inadvertently trembled, fearing she had damaged something. Yet, upon cautiously twisting the fishtail, it moved fluidly in response to her gentle force. Wow! Covering her mouth, Pingping glanced back at the price tag in disbelief. before turning her gaze to the group of tourists below who were eagerly awaiting the items. The mechanical koi god doll is $299. Who wants it? Suddenly, a flurry of hands shot up, filling the shop with excitement. $299 for such a large mechanical figure, so exquisitely crafted and featuring the most anticipated, mysterious IP of the sacred mountain. Forget $299. Even $12.99, $22.99, or even $3,299 would find buyers. Moreover, the tourists in the gift shop had indeed witnessed the koi god. Koi pond scenic calendar for $59. Who wants it? The leaping fish on the koi water play mug looks just like the koi god. $59. Who wants it? Koi god Q version plush toy for $59. Group of koi coasters for $159. Koi god Q version keychain for $199. With each announcement, Ping Ping grew increasingly exhilarated, feeling akin to an auctioneer in a grand bidding hall. With 4 gentlemen safeguarding her, she could distribute the items in an orderly fashion, unspoken among them. She also reserved a share of her favorite items for herself. To speak candidly, the sum of $299 is not insignificant for a student like her. However, in relation to the grandeur of the sacred mountain, it plays a pivotal role in her emotions, her joy, and indeed, her very existence. This expenditure is essential for her. Meanwhile, at the sales counters of the Butterfly Fairy and the Wishful Monkey groups, others began to emulate Ping Ping and climbed up as well. Upon locking eyes with the 2 individuals from a distance, Ping Ping instantly grasped their intention. They wished to reserve a share for her. Thus commenced a sordid transaction behind the scenes. After the official performance at the Mingyue village commenced and the tourists were ushered into the central square, Zhao Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sought out Xu Jing, approaching the souvenir shop with a grin. Mr. Xu, or should I say, esteemed guide. He recalled that he must not disclose Xu Jing's identity within the scenic area, hastily correcting himself. Let us proceed. I am eager to see what treasures you have concealed in this souvenir shop for so long. I have diligently promoted you during this period, bringing tourists to your door. It is only fitting that I witness the fruits of my labor. Xu Jing smiled in return. While his own promotion was one aspect, Zhao Meng's contributions were indeed significant. A proficient travel agency will naturally seek channels and resources for promotion. Since their collaboration began, Zhao Meng had provided a substantial influx of visitors to Wanyuan Mountain. What concerned him most was the souvenir shop that could yield him profit. After a day filled with anticipation, it was finally open. Zhao Meng laughed heartily. I have spoken highly of this place. The items within must be splendid. As the door swung open, Zhao Meng nearly choked on his laughter. His amusement caught in his throat. Where are the goods? The expressions of the 2 security guards at the entrance spoke volumes. Merely 15 minutes prior, those raucous tourists had departed with an array of bags. Those who knew the purpose of their visit understood it was for leisure. Those who did not assumed they were there for procurement. What on earth had transpired? Xu Jing, observing the perspiring Yuan sister approaching, was taken aback. The expansive souvenir shop now stood with only rows of empty counters, starkly alone. The reflective floor betrayed a cacophony of footprints, while 2 employees appeared haggard, as if aged by 3 years. What has happened? Where are the products? The items I exchanged for with 5,000 prestige points? They are all sold out. What? Xu Jing could hardly believe it, hastening a few steps inside. It was indeed true. Even the broom emblazoned with the Mingyue village logo had been taken. Are you certain it wasn't stolen? Yuan sister let out a long breath, still shaken by the earlier scene. No, they have genuinely sold out. She gestured upwards. All the tourists descending today have arrived. Standing at the entrance, Zhao Meng stood agape, struggling to comprehend the situation. He forcefully pushed aside security guard number 2 and stormed in. Sold out? What do you mean sold out? He jabbed a finger at Xu Jing. Mr. Xu, please do not tell me there is no stock left. I brought 6 groups with me this time. Xu Jing swallowed hard. Indeed, there was none left today. Under Zhao Meng's fierce gaze, he retracted the words he was about to utter. It seemed there was no other choice. Yuan sister, please call around to see which employees are available. Let them make a trip to the warehouse during the performance. There are still some goods over there. Remember to take a few carts along. There's no alternative. We can only temporarily exchange a portion. With the assurance in place, Zhao Meng finally exhaled in relief. You scared me. He patted Xu Jing on the shoulder. Next time, ensure we have enough stock. Just look at this scene. How much profit have we lost? Indeed, Xu Jing gazed at the empty shelves behind him, a wave of joy gradually swelling within him. Although he had priced the items affordably, selling such a large quantity must yield substantial earnings. After all, this is pure profit with no costs involved. All right, then, Brother Mang. You enjoy your time. Xu Jing glanced at his watch. I must head up the mountain to see if there are any tourists who haven't descended yet. Under the cover of night, the man turned and ascended the mountain. Along the tranquil forest path, illuminated by the warm glow of streetlights, he walked purposefully in one direction. His ascent was not aimless. Rather, it was driven by a newfound ability he had recently discovered within the system. The attributes of the sacred mountain scenic area indicated current tourists, too. When he clicked on those two individuals, two small red dots appeared on the sacred mountain map. With this real-time tracking, he no longer feared that anyone would get lost or encounter trouble in the scenic area. Nor was he worried about anyone sneaking into the mountains or lingering. It was, indeed, a skill that every scenic area manager dreams of possessing. As he made his way upward, he soon spotted a tourist leaning on a hiking stick along the path leading further up from the Cliff of Hope. Although he was unsure how the individual had evaded the watchful eye of the great sage, Xu Jing's sudden appearance startled the man nonetheless. Thanks to the guidance of the deities of the sacred mountain, sir, it is time to descend. The other person was quickly located as well. He had wandered into the woods out of mischief and gotten lost. As Xu Jing escorted both individuals down, the warriors were waiting at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing the two tourists, warriors 1 and 2 stood in solemn respect. In such a vast mountain, the young boss managed to find them all in under half an hour. Truly, it is his own mountain. Familiarity breeds ease. Of course, had Zhao Dashua witnessed this, he would likely have laughed heartily, tilting his head back in pride, proclaiming, "Wrong. It's because Xu is a university student." The lively night soon passed. The Mang travel group, operating 3 large buses, departed the scenic area, laden with rewards. Zhao Mang sat in the back of the last bus, alongside a few of his subordinates. Wearing a dazed expression, he attempted to lower his voice, but his astonishment was impossible to conceal. Fortunately, the others on the bus were engaged in excited discussions. Thus no one overheard their murmurs. "So, you mean to say that even with the 10 discount for tourists, if we only take a 10 cut?" Zhao Mang swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the list in his hands. "We earned 230 yuan tonight." His subordinate was equally bewildered. The cartoon Monkey King keychain hanging from his pants swayed back and forth as the bus jolted, as if performing a breakdance. If the 3 of us have calculated correctly, then indeed, 230. This revenue, which they would have previously struggled to achieve through deceit and coercion across 3 groups, was amassed in a single night. Only then did Zhao Mang comprehend Xu Jing's words. A mere 10 was sufficient for their share. He was not exaggerating. After spending 2 days at Wanyuan Mountain, witnessing a plethora of dazzling and enchanting performances and attractions, it became utterly irresistible to purchase some of the exquisitely crafted yet affordable souvenirs amidst the fervor of excitement. Regardless of whether some individuals bought more or less, it was undoubtedly sufficient for the locals to reap substantial profits. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect was that there was no need for the tour guides to utter a single word throughout the experience. What guidance? What introductions? What recommendations? How absurd. The quality of the goods speaks for itself, and I am perfectly capable of making my own purchases. Young brother number 2 swallowed hard and cautiously ventured, "Brother Mang, if we all can earn so much, wouldn't it be more profitable to offer tourists a 5 discount and take a 15 cut?" Contrary to expectations, the leader promptly dismissed the suggestion. "We have just begun. Let us not become overly complacent. Greed will ultimately alienate the trust of the people." His brow furrowed slightly. Wanyuan Mountain is still in its infancy. It is improbable that Mr. Xu would choose to collaborate exclusively with us, but such generous discounts may not be offered again. We must manage the advantages we have diligently. He gestured with his lips. "You all, starting tomorrow, enroll in professional tour guide training. Additionally, familiarize yourselves with the cultural heritage of Minghua Village and the Sacred Mountain. Understand it thoroughly and be able to articulate it with clarity. Our team may soon secure a legitimate office space." Chapter 70. On the 3rd day of the Labor Day holiday, Zhou Pa entered the gates of Wanyuan Mountain accompanied by his circle of affluent friends. "Trust me, brother. It's absolutely stunning and entertaining. It will give you goosebumps." Zhao Yanran waved her hand, gazing at the dilapidated entrance of the scenic area, pondering. "Pike, are you certain? That faded iron sign resembles the scrapyard near my childhood home." "Pike, I specifically recommended Ruetu Ski Resort. Zhoupa replied impatiently, "Has your father ever lied? Just go in already." The group had no choice but to shrug and follow along. As time inched towards 10 a.m., the terrifying influx of visitors on the third day began to reveal its true nature. Many workers who had opted to stay home rather than travel far were finally venturing out. By the evening of the second day, boredom had set in, prompting everyone to open various apps like Dole. To their astonishment, they saw Wanyuan Mountain's newly minted status as the 19th trending topic on the national hot list, marking its debut in the public eye as a 2A rated tourist attraction. However, the content surrounding this scenic area was rather nebulous. There were those claiming to have encountered deities, others asserting that the videos were not AI generated, and some who posted pictures with a troop of monkeys. Regardless of the perspective, the mermaid maidens, butterfly fairies, or monkey kings wielding staffs depicted in the videos seemed astonishingly real. In unison, they glanced at the geographical location of the scenic area, with some expressing delight upon discovering it was located in a neighboring city. Why not go? Within a single day, all train tickets to Yong'an City from nearby attractions sold out. In the Yong'an City Traffic Bureau, subordinates rushed into the leader's office in a panic, causing the leader to drop his teacup in shock. "Leader, we have a crisis." The leader's eyes widened in alarm. "If you do not provide me with a reasonable justification, I shall have you guard my beloved teacup for 3 days. Hee, how mischievous the leader is." The subordinate wiped the sweat from his brow and presented the report in his hand. "The information department has informed that all railway tickets to Yong'an City within the province are sold out for the next 3 days. What? Sold out? Not just the majority? It is indeed rare for such a scenario, even during holidays when many travel back and forth. Moreover, I have heard that bus tickets are also in short supply." The subordinate produced another document. "I searched for relevant information, and if I am not mistaken..." The leader lowered his gaze to the document, where the prominently marked red text was striking. "Everyone's destination seems to be the recently popular Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. It is said that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has been providing strong support recently, and that Secretary Shun has even made special approvals." The leader pondered for a moment, staring at the 3 words preceding the scenic area's name. "Qingshan County. Connect me to the road administration system of Qingshan County. Qingshan County. County Road 093. A line of vehicles has been stuck for nearly 2 hours. The county magistrate is nearly compelled to personally direct operations. Yet, upon receiving a call from the city, he could not help but shed tears, exclaiming loudly, 'Oh my heavens! You have finally remembered Qingshan County.' It is exceedingly rare for a scenic area to bring about such a monumental change to an entire county. Even in novels, such occurrences are infrequent. Therefore, when the traffic congestion in Qingshan County was reported, it did not receive the attention it warranted. This led to the county magistrate rolling up his sleeves and working tirelessly for 2 grueling days and nights before being rescued. He was exhausted yet filled with excitement. Lowering his voice, he commanded, "Schedule a meeting with the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area." His heart burned with anticipation. The deity of wealth has arrived in Qingshan County. One by one, vehicles entered as throngs of tourists, beaming with joy, made their way into the scenic area. Among the crowd, 2 distinguished men leisurely strolled into the sight. "Mr. Song, do you think we will truly not be recognized here?" The 2 visitors were none other than Song Jiming and his secretary. The man shook his head, his expression grave, his gaze steady, quietly surveying the scenic beauty. "If the person in charge of this scenic area truly recognized us, they would have come to pay their respects long ago. Let us proceed." He strode forward. Influenced by Wanyuan Mountain, both Songhu Park and Hongya Mountain Scenic Area, the perennial favorites, experienced a decline in holiday visitors for the first time. Even the normally reclusive owner of Hongya took the initiative to call him. The situation has become intolerable, with Secretary Shun from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau backing them. If they were to engage in any underhanded dealings and be caught, it would jeopardize their future promotional plans, a loss outweighing any gain. Since that is the case, he shall personally come to see what makes this scenic area so remarkable. Tourists continued to pour in, marking the beginning of yet another lucrative day. It was only after nightfall, as the visitors departed, that Song Jiming and his secretary exited the gates with grim faces. He glanced back at the dilapidated entrance of the scenic area. What are they thinking? With the financial resources to enhance the scenic area to such an extent, could they not also repair the entrance and the parking lot? After a day spent watching performances at Sacred Mountain and Minghua Village, he emerged with blisters on his feet. Yet, clutching a butterfly doll, He found himself utterly at a loss for words to express any disdain. If he were compelled to criticize, it would only be directed at the proprietor for not enhancing the commercial appeal of the scenic area. He traversed the mountains and explored the villages, while the monkeys feasted. He remained hungry, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. How could one even begin to compare? The disparity was insurmountable. The vast scenic area, still not fully developed, boasted a singular mountain that overshadowed the attractions of Yong'an City. Such natural beauty, coupled with the artistry of human creation and even the divine, was unmatched. Perhaps only the culturally rich Hongya Mountain could stand its ground. During his pilgrimage to Sacred Mountain, Xu Jing did not encounter the koi god. Yet the enchanting song and presence of the butterfly fairy, along with her butterfly manipulation skills, left him in awe. As for the staff-wielding Monkey King, he longed to report it to the Animal Protection Association. However, the refusal of animal performances could not deter the animals from performing against their will. The Monkey King was well-fed and robust, with a shiny coat, making any attempts to intervene difficult, especially with the Cultural Tourism Bureau shielding them. The secretary tightly clutched the koi god keychain in her palm, her expression fierce. Was that to be the end of it? No, someone was more anxious than they were. Straightening his clothing, Xu Jing strode towards the car, contemplating the capabilities of that individual, which far surpassed their expectations. Let us see what mischief he conjures. The charm of Wanyuan Mountain wouldn't last long. As the two departed, Zhou Pa and his companions emerged, laughing heartily. Wow, Dad Pai, you're incredible. I said you showed no interest in the bar girl, but who could be interested in mundane beauty after seeing the koi god? Ahem, koi god. I hold you in the utmost respect. Heavens, that fishtail is so lifelike. What kind of technology is this? I've seen performances at aquariums abroad, and none showcased a tail so realistic. It must be the latest technology. Come on. Do you really think a county-level scenic area could possess such advanced technology that even foreign places lack? Someone frowned in rebuttal. Have you traded with the red-skinned monkeys too often? Have you lost your mind? Our country is vast and rich. Why can't we have advanced technology? Masters emerge from the populace. Don't you know? Zhao Yanran, after schooling others, marveled again. And that butterfly fairy, wow, she's stunning. Her dress is exquisite. It seems custom-made. But you wouldn't attract butterflies with just any dress. Laughter filled the air, and Zhou Pa felt a warmth in his chest. How fortunate they were to have encountered both deities. It was said that many visitors left without having seen even one. So beautiful. In his mind, half was occupied by the koi god and half by the butterfly fairy, with only fleeting thoughts of the staff-wielding Monkey King. Out. Zhou Pa dismissed the image of the monkey from his mind and shouted with excitement. I want to donate to Wanyuan Mountain. Chapter 71. Unlocking the next area, huh? A group turned, bewildered. I'll donate 500,000. Let them repair this gate. The entrance significantly tarnishes the image of the scenic area. It is a magnificent attraction. Yet this dilapidated entrance is a blemish on my reputation. Zhou Pa is utterly indifferent to where his pocket money is spent. If I were to introduce friends to this place, their first impression upon seeing this entrance would mirror the initial reactions of those who entered before. How embarrassing. Everyone fell silent, yet Zhao Yanran contemplated and nodded in agreement. How about I contribute 50,000? The parking lot is in disrepair, and my new car is covered in dust. They should fix it. The environment at the Sacred Mountain is splendid, and I would love to bring my family here for a leisurely stroll in the future. The other wealthy heirs swallowed hard. These two are simply too affluent. Wealth exists in hierarchies, and among their circle, Zhou Pa and his childhood friend, along with Zhao Yanran's family, are the wealthiest. They are indeed the nucleus of their social circle. Let us donate. Excitement flickered across their faces as they contemplated the notion. If we donate, will we get to meet the owner? Perhaps we could ask him for a photograph together with Koi God and Butterfly Fairy. Although this suggestion sounded less than pleasant, Zhou Pa could only feign agreement upon witnessing the eager expressions of his companions. I'll inquire about it later. He turned to lead the group away, but was abruptly jostled by someone. The middle-aged man, offering an apologetic wave, brushed past them towards the entrance of the scenic area. Zhou Pa frowned, but promptly averted his gaze. Having accompanied his father to various social gatherings, he didn't recognize the man, but felt an unsettling familiarity. In their social strata, any semblance of recognition warranted caution. What could this man be doing here? He discreetly slowed his pace, and it appeared that Zhao Yanran also recognized the individual. They exchanged glances, and the group gradually halted at the entrance, feigning conversation, while the two quietly turned back under the cover of night. In the next moment, Zhou Po's eyes widened. Standing in the direction the man was heading was a familiar figure. Though dressed differently, he recognized him instantly. Was that the guide? How could he be here? How did he know that man? Xu Jing was unaware of the unexpected financial windfall. He had merely received an urgent call from Secretary Shun, requesting an immediate meeting. The tone of the call was pressing, prompting him to change his attire and rush out. It was an emergency, a matter of utmost urgency. Secretary Shun was vociferously calling out as he approached. Secretary Shun, what brings you here? His soft utterance of Secretary Shun caught the attention of Zhou Po and his companions. They began to eavesdrop, though they hardly needed to. Secretary Shun's voice boomed with urgency. The National Cultural Institute has designated this site for inspection. Along with the Animal Protection Association, the Endangered Species Conservation Association, the Ancient Architecture Preservation Association, and the Biological Sciences Institute, 10 national departments in total. I've managed to delay them for 2 days. They will arrive after the holiday. You must be present. They specifically requested the person in charge to accompany them. Prepare yourself. The wealthy heirs, who had just been clamoring to donate, were now wide-eyed. What do you mean by person in charge? Zhou Po was the most astonished. The person in charge refers to the guide? The guide is the one responsible for Wanyuan Mountain. What on earth? Can they actually hear this? An NPC? The backer of the scenic area? A group stood there, their behavior so peculiar that Xu Jing immediately sensed something amiss, tugging Xin Zhuang to move forward. Secretary, let us go inside and speak. Oh no, there is no time. Tell me the truth. Are those performances and the holy mountain you orchestrated truly without issues? And what about those butterflies and monkeys? Xin Zhuang cried out in a frenzy as the two figures vanished into the scenic area, their voices gradually fading away. Behind them, Zhou Po exchanged a glance with the others, letting out a long sigh of relief. But after that sigh, everyone fell into silence. A few minutes passed before Zhao Yanran took the initiative to speak. So, the person in charge of this scenic area is indeed the guide we encountered. And this is a secret. Precisely, Zhou Po added quickly. I just recalled who that was. He is the third in command of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Most policies must pass through his hands. How could Wanyuan Mountain be so closely linked to such a leader? His childhood friend, who had previously teased, suddenly fell into deep thought. Though the second-generation rich often behaved frivolously, when it mattered most, their perspective and experiences prompted them to consider all the pros and cons. Should I talk to my father? No. At that moment, Zhao Yanran's eyes betrayed no trace of her earlier drunkenness. They narrowed, and her smile turned abruptly sharp. This is a splendid investment opportunity. If we were to establish a successful project, our families would surely regard us with newfound respect, wouldn't they? This is a prime chance. Wanyuan Mountain is just starting out, and if we wish to forge good relationships, now is the time. She lowered her gaze. As for what to do next, that is up to all of you. She exchanged knowing glances with Zhou Po and her childhood friend, each understanding the other's thoughts. Donating 3 to 500,000 is insufficient. If we wish to make an acquaintance, that money is merely a token of respect. We must deliberate carefully. The group swiftly returned home, and the third day's outing came to a rapid conclusion. After bidding farewell to Xin Zhuang, they closed the scenic area. Xu Jing returned home, and after a long interval, reopened the system. He didn't look at anything else, but first checked the attributes of the scenic area. Left peak, Sacred Spirit Mountain Range, Progress 61. Attractions, Millennium Bright Moon Village 1, Carp Pool 1, Butterfly Valley 1, Wishing Cliff 1. Attraction props, Sensory Amplifier, Low Level 1. Misty Domain 1, Mysterious Veil 1, Fish Luring Stone 1, Firefly Glow 1. Projects, visit Millennium Bright Moon Village, 3 stars. Visit Carp Pool, 3 stars. Play at Monkey Hill Road, 2 stars. Permanent employees, Qingyun Acrobatics Troupe, Lu Qingyun, Wang Hao, Tian, Physical Quality A, Abilities, Resilience, Super Strength, Loyalty 100. Lu Yuan, Physical Quality C, Abilities, Affinity, Loyalty 80, Residents of Bright Moon Village, Feng Gui, Sun Ming. Chu Xiaoxuan, Physical Quality B, Abilities, Charm, Loyalty 100. Prop, Butterfly Dance, Temporary Employees, Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, excluding Chu Xiaoxuan. Service Facilities, 8 standardized public restrooms, 1 emergency center, 2 standardized warehouses, 1 visitor service center, and 1 souvenir shop. Review, This mountain has undergone meticulous development and has finally attained a modest scale. Although the areas above the mid-slope remain untransformed, I am confident that the host will soon perfect it. Please continue your diligent efforts. P.S. The progress in the Holy Spirit mountain range has surpassed 60, unlocking the qualifications for the transformation of the second region. The host is urged to make a prompt decision. The second region? Has it been unlocked? Chapter 72. The end of the holiday. Xu Jing gazed at the system notification, feeling a significant sense of relief. As Mingyue Village and the Sacred Mountain gained popularity and thrived, his concerns for the future only intensified. While having a single attraction was manageable, he pondered how long it would take to accumulate 30 million. Moreover, after a month of operating the scenic area, he began to experience a profound joy from witnessing the admiration and appreciation for his designs and achievements. This was indeed a source of happiness. Thus, the unlocking of the next qualification alleviated his pressing concerns. However, what should he choose for the next attraction? Xu Jing glanced at the map of Wanyuan Mountain. The vast map displayed other regions shimmering faintly, seemingly awaiting his selection. After a brief observation, he decided to put it away, resolving to conduct another round of inspections in the coming days. Following the end of the holiday, there would be a comprehensive summary of reputation points and positive reviews, along with the calculation of the scenic area's profits. Additionally, online comments in the 10 scrutinizing departments mentioned by Secretary Shun were looming concerns. The challenges were piling up. The scenic area needed to continue hiring employees, and the accommodations and investment opportunities within Mingyue Village were crucial for enhancing the upcoming visitor experience. The construction team also needed to be prioritized. As the number of visitors and staff increased, the system transformations would inevitably reveal issues, and he needed to devise a strategy to mitigate them. Once he had organized all these matters, he would naturally be able to determine what the next unlocked scenic area would be. With these thoughts in mind, he settled into a peaceful slumber to recuperate and prepare for the upcoming holiday. The 5-day holiday swiftly passed. Xu Jing looked upon his employees, who bore the marks of happiness and fatigue, and generously granted them an additional day off. On the eve of the holiday, after the scenic area had closed, he gathered everyone for a bonfire party. The crackling flames illuminated the central square of Mingyue Village, radiating warmth like a fervent embrace. Surrounding the bonfire, people gathered in small groups, engaging in lively discussions about work and life, their faces adorned with smiles. A week prior to the holiday, Xu Jing had adjusted the salary structure for these individuals. Their previous wages had been low, a loophole he had exploited. The county's cost of living was not high, and Wang Kai had helped him recruit a group of relatively underprivileged individuals. Coupled with the meager income from Wanyuan Mountain, he had no choice but to offer lower wages. Fortunately, no one seemed to mind, and they all agreed. However, as business picked up, starting with the Qingyun acrobatic troupe and then the Golden Sun dance troupe, even outside their working hours, everyone made an effort to assist, serving as NPCs within the scenic area. This support had been invaluable to him. Last week, after discussions with Jiang Tsong, he officially hired them at wages in accordance with the county standards. Including Feng Gue and others, nearly everyone was promoted ahead of schedule, with their salaries raised to 1,000 per month. The members of the acrobatic troupe could hardly contain their joy, and the land granted by Xu Jing began to sprout with green shoots. Life settled into a comfortable rhythm. Several malnourished apprentices started to gain weight. Jina, the leader of the Golden Sun troupe, had initially hesitated about whether to remain stationed here. Yet, upon witnessing Xu Jing unveil one new dance after another, unbidden tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. Let us learn for now. Consider this period as a training retreat at Wanyuan Mountain. Once everyone's skills have improved, we can resign. Resign? Xu Jing chuckled as he glanced at the system interface. The teacher Xiao Sun, who portrayed the butterfly fairy, had now reached maximum loyalty, and several dancers had also attained loyalty levels exceeding 90. If Jean Na truly wished to leave, she might take a few with her. As for Jean Na, she was seated beside Lu Qingyun, discussing the collaboration for a new program between their two groups. Meanwhile, the original staff members of the scenic area, Uncle Shui and 2 new boatmen, were enjoying drinks, sharing stories of their youth while imparting lessons on how to impress others. Tian sat among a group of young men, proudly showcasing her hearty appetite. Matters of romance were lost on her. What truly mattered was having enough strength to work. After a period of recuperation, Sister Yuan's complexion had noticeably improved, restoring some of her youthful charm. captivating the gaze of several young men nearby. Only the naive youths would be enamored by Tian Tian, unaware of who the true gem was. As for Jiang Tsong, he was positioned centrally among the staff, liaising with various departments about the day's affairs. Since Xu Jing had hired him, he was determined to enhance the operational management of the scenic area. A fortnight had already demonstrated his managerial and organizational prowess. Despite their robust physiques, the employees held no disrespect for Jiang Kong, the 4 young recruits from the city. After a few days of operations and observation, no longer dared to underestimate this scenic area, nor the jovial owner who mingled with them. It was astounding. Within a month, not only had the scenic area been revitalized, but it had also blossomed with numerous remarkable attractions, drawing in an abundance of visitors. For 5 consecutive days, except for a relatively easier first day, every employee bore multiple responsibilities, practically employing superhuman efforts. Just look at Old Master Tu and Aunt Lu Yun. What a plight! Weaving bamboo and making rice cakes, their eyes nearly crossed from exhaustion, as they could only shed tears while counting their earnings. Sun Huohua quietly sipped her homemade rice wine. Her cheeks flushed. The scenic area was vast and the income diverse. Unlike her previous workplaces, where the boss was a tax evader or scapegoat, here, she was genuinely busy to the point of exhilaration. This was precisely the work-life balance she had desired, diligently engaged without resorting to deceit. Meanwhile, Brother Situ, the military doctor, relished his white liquor and meat, his eyes sparkling with delight. What a joy! Aside from occasionally tending to fallen tourists, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. He could scarcely perceive any injuries. While others toiled exhaustively for 5 days, the most he did was apply ointment to his own scenic area staff. Alas, Brother Situ indulged in another sip of wine, his eyes narrowing in bliss as he dozed off. The others, too, relished their meals and drinks. After the 3rd round of drinks, Xu Jing rose to address the gathered staff of Wanyuan Mountain. Everyone has worked tirelessly during this period. A smile graced his lips as he raised his glass. I have prepared a red envelope of 500 yuan for each employee. While it may not be a substantial sum, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area for your dedication. Further renovations and constructions will continue at the scenic area, and our big family will surely attract more individuals. However, this past month marks the beginning of our collective efforts. Su shall never forget, with the red envelopes distributed. Every word Xu Jing spoke transformed into heartfelt sincerity. Each person received 500 yuan. Sun Huohua quickly scanned the room. Though momentarily blinded, an overwhelming joy surged within him. This boss was indeed the right choice. Jiang Tsong was the first to stand, followed by several veteran employees like Tian Tian, Lu Qingyun and his group, and all the old and young from Feng Gui's team, culminating with the Jin Taiyang song and dance troupe. Their faces flushed brightly in the firelight. Xu Jing beamed with a radiant smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending scrutiny of tomorrow's judgment. Cheers! To the continued prosperity of Wanyuan Mountain. They all exclaimed in unison, stirring a chorus of cheers that echoed through the sacred mountains. The laughter and warmth of the bonfire lingered in the air. Deep within the sacred mountain, the bright moon illuminated the carp pool. The carp deity leaned against the stone wall, her delicate hand toying with a lotus leaf cup. Beside her sat an old village chief's wine jug and a letter of gratitude. Her cheeks flushed, and her fish tail had transformed into legs. Her pearly toes lightly tapping the water's surface, teasing the plump koi swimming nearby. Wanyuan Mountain Chapter 73, Unwelcome Guests that night. Several representative teams from various departments who had arrived early in Yong'an City gathered for dinner. Initially, they were not well acquainted, but due to their unexpectedly shared destination, conversation flowed easily among them. In the banquet hall of the Xingxiang Hotel, toasts were exchanged, and a man at the main table rose to address the assembly with a smile. Comrades, you are all elites from across the nation, and I trust you have heard the rumors surrounding the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. He spoke solemnly. As we visit tomorrow, I hope you will conduct a thorough investigation. Should any adverse situations arise, be sure to collect evidence promptly. We must not be lenient. After everyone raised their glasses and shared a drink, the man took his seat. While Shenjuang glanced at him with a forced smile. Isn't what she said rather harsh. He found himself caught in indecision, unsure whether to drink or abstain. The person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain is a young individual. I had conducted a brief investigation previously. Sometimes, He merely seeks to create a spectacle to contribute to his hometown. By sending such a formidable group to scrutinize him, you risk disheartening young entrepreneurs. Xu Jing silently scoffed. If one has done nothing wrong, there is no fear of investigation. A stout man beside him chuckled heartily. Secretary Shun, you worry too much. The rules of the Biological Sciences Academy are rather stringent, hence Chi's words may sound severe. However, the Cultural Institute of our nation is merely here to observe the few verses inspired by Wanyuan Mountain and the various forms of performance, which have greatly stirred our institute. Our colleagues have come solely to seek knowledge. Indeed, a short-haired woman with a warm smile chimed in. Our Ancient Architecture Association is also here simply to take a look. If that millennia-old village proves genuine, not only will we refrain from making any complaints, but we will also commend the scenic area and allocate funds and personnel for its preservation. Xin Zhuang's expression softened somewhat. Yet the individual seated to his right exhibited no restraint. A bespectacled woman with curly hair furrowed her brow. I have little more to say. If the butterflies in Butterfly Valley are indeed authentic, we will certainly take measures to protect them. A tall, slender man beside her added coldly. The animal protection personnel are equally concerned. We must inspect the monkeys on Monkey Mountain to determine if they are being coerced into performing, including evaluating their living conditions and diet. We will make a judgment. Xin Zhuang's smile was strained. He knew all too well that this group was not here with good intentions. Every action possesses duality. If they insist on conducting a thorough investigation, it is bound to lead to complications. There are undoubtedly ulterior motives at play. Someone seeks to exploit Wanyuan Mountain. Given this, Xin Zhuang pondered momentarily before deciding to employ a safeguard. Tomorrow, our Cultural and Tourism Bureau will also visit. Colleagues from the Supervisory Department have long expressed a desire to explore the scenic area, making this an opportune moment for an assessment. Once he concluded his statement, everyone exchanged glances, and the tension in the atmosphere dissipated significantly. The involvement of the Supervisory Department posed challenges for both Xin Zhuang and himself. No one could maneuver too freely. It would ultimately depend entirely on Wanyuan Mountain itself. While the atmosphere at the main table was rather somber, the other tables buzzed with lively chatter. I've dreamed of visiting Butterfly Valley. A bright-eyed girl with a low ponytail laughed, showing everyone her phone. The screen displayed a mesmerizing flurry of blue and purple butterflies, especially when the Firefly River flowed across the lens. The comments on the video nearly overwhelmed the screen. When I first saw it, I was utterly entranced. The girl chirped excitedly. How could one possibly command butterflies? Although I know there are things that attract them, to make them dance at will. Even as a materialist, I find myself beginning to believe in the divine. The man beside her shared in her enthusiasm. Setting aside the butterflies for now, let us assume that individual truly is a reincarnation of the butterfly fairy, exuding a fragrant aura, or possesses an extraordinary affinity with butterflies. But do you know what distinguishes humans from animals? He revealed his screensaver. It was the majestic Monkey King, standing with his long staff behind him, exuding an air of authority. Look at its spirit. Observe its skilled movements. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. If the people here truly have not coerced it into performing, then this monkey is on the verge of becoming human. He mused with a teasing smile. Oh no, perhaps it is destined to become divine. Laughter erupted around the table as the representatives from the Biological Sciences Institute waved for silence, then leaned in to whisper. I have heard that those in higher positions within our institute are most intrigued by that koi deity. He called up a post on Duel that remained exceptionally popular, with likes, shares, and comments exceeding 100,000. After 5 days of throngs of visitors, the true visage of the carp god was finally captured clearly and shared online. The number of comments far surpassed those on other attractions in the scenic area. Dad loves garlic. Goodness, in this day and age, we can witness anything, even mermaids. Destined One, that is a deity. You know nothing. Daylight, after the founding of the nation, one must not become a spirit. I suggest we start a family. Momo, I heard that she disappears upon jumping into the water. Can someone tell me if that's true? Daddy Pippi, it's true, I swear. Guidonlin's hair, wow, that's a bit scary. Carp God #1 believer. It must be a fake tale. Because when I visited the sacred mountain on the 4th day, the carp god I saw had human legs. Carp God 198 maniac. Fake? Have you ever seen a tail that moves at the tip, with such realistic flesh texture? Dora B. Dream. Hee hee, darling. The comments seemed endless as the man tucked away his phone, sporting a mysterious yet inexplicably proud smile. Regardless of the outcome, our biological institute must return with something. If she were truly a mermaid, which is laughably impossible, this scenic area would be doomed to closure. If she were fake, we would need to study that tale to ascertain its authenticity and the technology behind it. The representatives from the National Cultural Institute nearby dined quietly, their smiles tinged with mockery. Go ahead and seize it, speaking with such grandiosity. You seem rather proud, don't you? Among the 10 departments, the only one without any ill intent was their National Cultural Institute. The plump academician Xu Jing was a moderate. He brought everyone here solely to investigate the newly emerging diverse popular cultures. Understanding these cultures could open a new avenue for the nation. The prosperity and strength of national culture was their primary goal. With a multitude of voices, as long as it is good enough, even if compiled, it is of little consequence. Cultural art, after all, originates from the folk. The banquet continued until 10:30 at night, and at Xu Jing's request, everyone finally dispersed to return to their hotels for rest. All entered a peaceful slumber, preparing for the crucial tasks of the following day. Chapter 74. Arrival of the inspection team on the first day after the holiday. Employees were granted time off. Some lounged at home, enjoying deep slumber, while families like Feng Gui's took their children into the city for a day of fun. The Jin Sun dance troupe had finally concluded their lengthy performances and returned home for well-deserved rest. Lu Qingyun pondered for a long while and decided to take his children to the county town to purchase a few new outfits and some training equipment. He had a premonition that Little Boss Su's scenic area might become even more popular in the future. He had previously considered stepping back, but now he merely hoped that his team would not lag behind and would continue to excel. Wanyuan Mountain lay silent, with 3 tour boats docked at the pier, awaiting the imminent arrival of visitors. The dusty rural road has finally regained its tranquility as 2 buses swayed into the parking lot, their dilapidated entrance to the scenic area coming into view. Leaders, we have arrived. Please gather your belongings and alight, announced a man standing up from the seat next to the driver, his beaming smile revealing 8 pristine white teeth against his sun-kissed complexion. If Xu Jing and Jiang Tsong were present, they would instantly recognize him. It was none other than Wang Kai. As the vehicle came to a halt and the doors swung open, Wang Kai watched the passengers disembark, then squinted as he retrieved his phone. Hello? Car King? He inquired. The 10 locations you instructed us to observe have been monitored. One site indeed had private vehicles. 3, to be exact. Which location? On the mountain. The voice on the other end was faint, but it darkened Wang Kai's expression. These were merely his suspicions, yet if his conjectures were validated, it would spell a swift and heavy blow for Wanyuan Mountain. Continue the surveillance. Exercise caution. I'll arrange for a few more vehicles to provide cover and see if we can ascertain what transpired. Remaining in the vehicle, Wang Kai watched as the group split up to assemble and approach the entrance to the scenic area. Xin Zhuang, dressed today with an air of authority, had discreetly changed into sneakers. He glanced at the few ostentatiously dressed individuals ahead, suppressing a chuckle. How pretentious. They'll soon be in tears. At the entrance, Xu Jing and Jiang Tsong had long been awaiting their arrival, appearing composed and unburdened, almost as if they had made no preparations whatsoever. As the group of leaders approached, it became evident they had indeed come unprepared. There was no welcoming ceremony, no floral tributes. This lack of fanfare left those accustomed to flattery feeling somewhat disconcerted. Xin Zhuang, secretly pleased, hurried to the forefront to assist Xu Jing with introductions. The youthful leader merely smiled, shook hands, and after the introductions, led everyone inside. Our facilities are modest, and with our staff on holiday today, we appreciate your forbearance, he stated, moving ahead while the others exchanged glances. What is this? A show of authority? However, they soon grasped the reality. Staff truly were on holiday. They dispersed to board their respective boats, with Xu Jing piloting one, Jiang Tsong another. While the last vessel was claimed after much debate, the Tourism Bureau inspector felt a wave of despair. Had it not been for his earlier experience with rowing, they would have been left stranded at the dock, awaiting Xu Jing's return. Their boat lagged behind, faces filled with dismay. Meanwhile, colleagues from the National Cultural Institute displayed smiles. Mr. Xu Jing, I presume? Began the portly academician Xu Jing. I've heard that the foremost attraction of Wanyuan Mountain is the boatman reciting poetry, particularly that complete poem which enchants with its profound imagery and harmonious rhymes. Truly a masterpiece of lyrical beauty. He ventured. That poem, Xu Jing replied with a smile. Was pinned by a friend of mine. A friend? Xu Jing nodded, his tone imbued with both admiration and pride. He was a bold and romantic individual, often indulging in wine and wandering about, composing poetry in his leisure. Zhu Hong's eyes widened slightly. A poet capable of such verses must surely be renowned. Alas, he had no taste for flattery, which led to his being suppressed and thwarted, eventually resigning himself to a more languid existence. At times, we would traverse the mountains and waters together. After a few drinks, he would pen verses for me, and I would gladly spread his words. How moving! How profoundly touching! With just a few sentences, Zhu Hong had conjured an image of a spirited and free-spirited poet in his mind. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, might I inquire about your friend's name? Xu Jing pursed his lips, stifling a laugh before responding with a tone steeped in nostalgia. His name is Li Bai? What a splendid name, Li Bai! The group aboard the boat fell silent as Zhu Hong savored the name, each repetition revealing its deeper resonance. I must find a way to meet him. Li Bai's poetry. It must be exquisite. Should they ever cross paths, he would certainly share a cup with him. As the boat gradually docked, Xu Jing guided everyone ashore, unaware of Zhu Hong's thoughts, which would have surely made him burst into laughter. It seemed unlikely they would ever meet, separated by millennia and countless realms. After waiting for several boats to arrive, he led the group up the steps. Ahead lay the first scenic spot of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, the Moonlight Village at the foot of the Sacred Spirit Mountain. Goodness! No amount of online viewing could compare to the awe of standing before Moonlight Village. Beneath the towering sacred mountain lay a cascading wooden village, with winding bluestone paths flanked by eaves and stilted houses. The blend of verdant hues and earthy tones rendered each first-time visitor speechless. Yet, the members of the Ancient Architecture Protection Association were not so subdued. Like ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming, they charged forward. My goodness, this road must hold some history. The wood, the carvings, the door, the layout of the interior. The creaking sound of a door opening was soon followed by a shriek, as a researcher stumbled out, clutching their head and profusely apologizing. Inside, a grandmother clad in a tank top and shorts brandished a broom, glaring fiercely from the doorframe. You pervert! How dare you spy on me while I sleep? I swear it wasn't me. Grandma, I truly had no idea. Xu Jing chuckled as he escorted the trembling grandmother back inside, then urged the group to continue onward. The staff were on break, so please refrain from entering the rooms. Those with nameplates are occupied. Chi Su frowned. Are you truly renting such fine accommodations to the staff? More or less, Xu Jing replied, leaving the group momentarily speechless. Such splendid conditions in this scenic area? But soon, several researchers who had dashed out returned, breaking the group's reverie. How is it? The leader of the ancient architecture team inquired in a hushed tone. The eldest researcher shook his head gently. It is an old structure, but probably only about a century old. It holds no conservation value. How can that be? I would have assumed the architectural style must be several centuries old. The group engaged in quiet discussion, while Xu Jing smiled ahead, having already inquired with the system, which had provided its answers long ago. Only through A-level and S-level renovations can this place transform into a genuine ancient village. For now, it remains merely a high imitation. With this in mind, he felt no need for concern. Should it be authenticated as an ancient site, the state would undoubtedly intervene to encircle or protect it, and then, with strict limitations on access, enjoyment would be futile. Meanwhile, the personnel from the National Cultural Institute were busy capturing photographs, eager to document every aspect of this locale. A subordinate quietly reported to Zhu Hong that the architectural style here bore similarities to that of the ethnic minorities in the southwestern mountainous regions. Although the distance between the two was considerable, suggesting that it might have been a few immigrants who brought this architectural style along. Adjusting his glasses, he acknowledged that it was also possible that the scenic area had adopted such a style and transformed it into its current form. The attendees from the National Cultural Institute were the most numerous, considering all cultural attributes displayed by Wanyuan Mountain. Zhu Hong had summoned not only the literary department, but also the architectural and folklore departments, regarding this place as a small treasure chest waiting to be opened. In the event that genuine treasures lay within, he did not wish to miss the opportunity. Zhu Hong stepped forward, squeezing past Xinzhuang, who was engaged in a whispered conversation with Xu Jing. Su Xiaoyu, I would like to inquire about your performance. Could you enlighten me on the origins of this ritual of inviting the deities? Chapter 75. Every blade of grass, every tree, Every creature belongs to the sacred mountain. Xu Jing led the group on a leisurely exploration until their feet grew weary, at which point they sought refuge in a tea house. He ventured into the kitchen to brew tea for everyone, with Jiang Tsong assisting him. Outside, several departments, having yet to witness what they hoped for, wore expressions of fatigue. Only the researchers from the Cultural Institute appeared thoroughly satisfied. What a delightful experience. Unlike an ordinary tour guide, this was a personal narration by the program's producer. Employees from the folklore department noted that the customs he described, sacrifices, the Nuad dance, and the invitation of deities, did indeed have parallels in the folk traditions of Huagua. However, due to obscurity and incomplete content, their understanding had been limited. After listening to Xu Jing's explanations, they felt as though they had received a sudden awakening. Was it possible that what Xu Jing performed was a direct lineage of those folk traditions? Could it be that what Mingyue village showcased was, in fact, one of the lost orthodox traditions? Zhu Hong nodded, and as they took a break, everyone hurriedly recorded their observations. Once the respite concluded, they finally set forth towards the sacred mountain. Members of the Endangered Animal Protection Association exchanged glances before automatically joining the larger contingent from the Biological Sciences Academy. A throng of individuals rushed towards their prioritized destination, Liu Pond. Chirping and chattering filled the air. As the wind rustled the leaves and birds chirped amidst the buzzing of insects, Xu Jing, despite having relayed a message to that individual the day prior, felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon entering Liu Pond and encountering the fabled koi deity, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. A short-haired girl stood by the water's edge, greeting the group with a casual demeanor. "You've arrived?" Her expression was so natural, as if this truly were her living room. Nearby, several jars of snacks and fruits were neatly arranged on a stone, while a portable stove exuded the fragrant aroma of hot tea, bubbling gently. "Where's the fishtail?" Qi Ming inquired, stepping forward with furrowed brows. However, the young girl paid him no heed and turned to Xu Jing, inquiring, "Is this your friend?" "How rude." Qi Ming's expression froze, and a colleague behind him stifled a laugh. Indeed, to approach without a greeting and immediately bombard with questions is undeniably impolite. Xu Jing smiled apologetically and turned to Qi, clarifying, "Shaoli is not an employee of our scenic area. She is merely assisting us." After establishing her identity to prevent Qi from using it to assert dominance, Xu Jing softly asked, "Where's your fishtail? Aren't you off today?" "Sent for maintenance," came the reply, met with skeptical glances from the onlookers. "Is that true?" Qi Ming was even more displeased. Knowing they were coming, she still sent her belongings for maintenance? Wasn't that a ploy to keep them from seeing it? "Where did you send it? Can it be retrieved? May we see it?" His unreasonable demands silenced the girl. She narrowed her round eyes, fixed her gaze on him without uttering a word. Despite their numerical superiority, it was evident that her presence exuded an undeniable authority that made Qi Ming uneasy. "Why should I show you my things? Who do you think you are?" Before Qi Ming could unleash his rage, she continued, "What kind of uncouth dog dares to make noise in this sacred mountain? Have you never seen the world?" Qi Ming's eyes widened in anger as he invoked his prestigious background. "We hail from the capital." "The capital?" The girl recoiled in disdain, her gesture of cleaning her ears appearing almost delightful. "Who is there? So impressive. Come, tell me, who is from the capital?" Qi Ming staggered back in disbelief, casting a pleading glance at Xu Jing. "She insulted me." "Huh, Qi, do not be incensed. She has lived in the mountains for so long that she is not well versed in societal niceties." "Oh, are you implying that I am worldly?" Qi Ming's agitation grew, yet, in essence, Xu Jing had already clarified that this individual was not an employee and thus beyond their jurisdiction. They had no right to inspect her possessions, let alone seize them. Stealing? If that rumor spread, would the Academy of Biological Sciences retain any dignity? If the direct approach was futile, perhaps a more subtle tactic was warranted. Finally calming himself, he stepped back, donning an apologetic expression. "I apologize, it was our discourtesy." The crowd behind him reacted with disbelief. "Only you are being rude, right? Why implicate us? What an audacious old fool. Since that is the case, we shall not disturb you any further." With Xu Jing achieving his objective, he smiled and led the group onward. Once they departed, the girl leisurely finished her cup of tea and consumed an entire plate of persimmon cakes. Only then did she rise, sauntering to a large stone in the corner to pick up a small gray-white pebble. The side of the pebble bore a barely perceptible hole, which, upon closer inspection, revealed a glimmer. Trash, she uttered, and with a crunch, the pebble was crushed between her delicate fingers, its contents reduced to powder, scattering into the air. On the mountain path, a man's scream pierced the air as he clutched his ears. What happened? Before Xu Jing and the monitoring team behind him could approach, the man hastily stood, his hand leaving his ear, unsure of what he had stuffed into his pocket. It's nothing, he smiled apologetically. I mistook it for a snake. As the crowd shifted their focus and continued their ascent, that individual stealthily approached Qiming's side. The camera had been detected. Humph, Qiming scoffed. Such a minuscule surveillance device. If that girl truly resided in the depths of the mountains, how could she possibly notice it so easily? The mermaid's tail and the carp deity were far more complex than anticipated. Once their performance commenced, he would certainly need to investigate once more. Though fatigue weighed on their steps, they swiftly arrived at Butterfly Valley. Indeed, the magnificent blue-eyed butterfly. Researchers from the Biological Institute, animal protection organizations, and endangered species departments were all aflame with excitement, rushing forward. Saturn's yellow butterfly, the resplendent red demon, the seven-star butterfly, and the yellow-winged seven-star butterfly. I see the purple coral star, exclaimed a female researcher, waving her hand to showcase the butterfly perched upon her fingertip. There are so many here. The others gathered around. And Xu Jing, intrigued, inquired of the system within his mind. Are there endangered butterfly species here? How should I know? The system does not categorize by rarity. They are merely butterflies. Oh, Xu Jing observed the researcher who had already produced a bottle, preparing to collect specimens, his smile fading slightly as he continued to question. What will happen if they take the park's products away? The system's electronic voice responded coldly. Items produced by the system in scenic areas cannot leave the premises. With the system's voice fading, Xu Jing approached. Esteemed leaders, he pointed to the several bottles in the researcher's hands, each containing a butterfly. Isn't this rather inappropriate? The researcher, still lost in excitement, paid no heed to Xu Jing's words, waving him off without a glance. Clutching the bottles as he proceeded forward. Our containers are specially designed, equipped with oxygen, so the butterflies won't suffocate, he insisted. You should help me carry a few more. Let us continue. Xu Jing's voice was cool from behind. Every blade of grass, every living being here belongs to the sacred mountain. You don't even inquire before taking them away? Uft, sacred mountain. The researcher had reached the edge of Butterfly Valley, his backpack slung over his shoulder. A throng of colleagues trailing behind, preparing to venture further up the mountain to observe more. What sacred mountain? Everything on this land belongs to the nation. As an official association, we can study whatever we wish. What? If you're dissatisfied, file a complaint. Let us see who can stop me. As they pressed onward, they suddenly felt the bottles in their hands tremble. Xu Jing's voice echoed hauntingly behind them. The sacred mountain will intervene. Bang! The butterflies within the bottles suddenly went wild, crashing against the glass walls with increasing ferocity, their wings tearing apart without a care. Then bang! The first butterfly exploded within the bottle, transforming into a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. Then came the second, the third. The researchers, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, screamed as they relinquished the blood-smeared glass bottles. Xu Jing, standing at the back of the crowd, abruptly turned his head. This young man, whom he had always perceived as amiable, was engaged in something unfathomable. An icy chill enveloped everyone as they realized they stood amidst the remains of the butterflies, their bodies strewn upon the ground, while a tranquil swarm danced nearby, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, there seems to be an atmosphere slowly spreading. Chapter 76, A Fruitless Return. It has died. The researcher trembled, her lips drained of color. Xu Jing stood among the crowd, his expression impassive as he watched her. These endangered, protected, and rare creatures, once thriving, have now perished under your care. The other researchers dared not utter a word. They glanced at their leader, only to find him bearing a similar expression of despair. Inappropriately, Xu Jing stepped forward, smiling as he uttered an ill-timed statement. Inspector Lin, please document the incident regarding the Endangered Species Protection Association's disregard for the advice of its leader, which resulted in the animal's death. Secretary Shun. The leader quickly regained his composure, exclaiming loudly before immediately donning a smile and approaching Xu Jing and Xu Jing. We acknowledge our mistake, dear Xu. Please do not be upset. We shall refrain from acting rashly henceforth. Xu Jing regarded him with a sidelong glance, pursing his lips. What you ought to seek is not my forgiveness, but that of the sacred mountain. Everyone turned their gaze towards the mountain's peak, where a figure stood, lips pale. What you just mentioned is the sacred mountain real. Xu Jing looked at him, his expression inscrutable, yet smiling. There are always some matters that defy scientific explanation. Are there not? He gestured towards the mountain, and Xinzhuang promptly signaled for everyone to follow. Let us continue on our way. The crowd dared not speak further. Indeed, they were so subdued that they did not even attempt to pick up the glass bottles scattered on the ground. As the throng dispersed, several bottles slowly sank into the earth, and soon, from the depths of the flower thicket, a few vibrant butterflies emerged anew. Following the recent events, everyone proceeded with greater caution. Even Qi Ming, who typically wore the foulest expression, remained silent. As they passed through the narrow passage, upon seeing the encircled troop of great apes, the members of the Animal Protection Organization became somewhat more animated. They approached Xu Jing slowly, inquiring, "Director Xu, can this monkey truly wield a stick? Did you teach it?" Xu Jing responded honestly this time. "In my youth, I rescued the great ape. I never anticipated that it would grow to become the leader of its tribe and recognize me. After assuming responsibility for the scenic area, I frequently provided them with fruits and vegetables. The great ape is intelligent and learned on its own. As for the other monkeys, they have become accustomed to interacting with our staff, thus they neither harm nor fear humans." "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed. Compared to his, it's negligible. He lacks any ill intent." The animal protection members exchanged glances with Qi Ming and then with the personnel from the supervisory department brought by Xinzhuang. Before nodding at Xu Jing, "If you do not mind, may we conduct a simple inspection?" The inspection is quite straightforward. It simply involves observing whether they exhibit aggressive postures, checking for injuries, or attempting to lure them with food. Unfortunately, the great ape, being the one most familiar with Xu Jing, sensed the ill intentions of the approaching group. Hence, it stared blankly at the animal protection members, then retrieved a stick and struck the nearest boastful human before retreating with its family behind the waterfall, disappearing from view. Haha. The members of the Animal Protection Organization scratched their heads, not only unfazed but rather amused. Their spirit is quite commendable. As I observed, there was nothing amiss. "Mr. Xu?" Someone approached and whispered, "Does the sacred mountain also provide refuge for the monkeys?" Xu Jing tilted his head back, a look of disbelief crossing his face. "Do you wish to take the monkeys as well?" The individual quickly waved his hands, fearing that at any moment the sacred mountain might unleash its wrath, causing the monkeys to perish before him, which would lead to his own demise. No, I'm merely curious." Xu Jing regarded him for a moment before speaking coolly. "The sacred mountain protects all its subjects." He cast a subtle glance at the head of the Qi Alliance, who lingered at the back of the crowd, including the carp pond and the carp deity below. The Qi Alliance is merely being cryptic. Who knows what methods he employed earlier? Is he trying to intimidate me? I have handled countless dissected animals, if not 1,000, certainly 800. Am I to be frightened by such things? Only those inexperienced young researchers would be daunted. Everyone swiftly concluded their investigations. Regrettably, the reports circulating online were mostly unfounded. Aside from the butterfly, which was indeed real, nothing else held truth. Moreover, the butterfly could not be taken. Even if there was a desire to study it, a report would need to be filed first, necessitating further preparations for another visit. A group of individuals returned empty-handed, and finally, Xinzhuang revealed a smile, leading everyone towards the exit of the scenic area. As the group headed to the parking lot for the bus, Xinzhuang lingered behind. Thankfully, no incidents occurred today, though that butterfly lingered in Xu Jing's thoughts. "You needn't inquire further. It's my first time encountering it as well." Xinzhuang nodded, relinquishing his questioning. He gestured, "Forget about that. But doesn't the entrance and parking lot of this scenic area require some repair? A place this large should not present such a dilapidated appearance, especially having made its debut during the national holiday." He chuckled helplessly, then recalled, "Also, regarding the issue of crowd control, is it a lack of staff or some other problem?" He patted Xu Jing on the shoulder, extending a friendly olive branch. "If there are issues, let me know. Although I am merely from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, I can assist in various matters. Inform me, and I shall find a solution." Grateful for the promise, Xu Jing smiled. "If there's a benefit, then the effort has not been in vain." "Very well. Let us discuss further. You first escort everyone back to Yong'an. I must return to the scenic area to handle some matters, so I shall not see you off." They shook hands, and Xu Jing turned to leave. Xinzhuang smacked his lips. Why did he feel that this young man was even more of a leader than himself? Returning to the vehicle, the others had already packed up and were ready to depart. Wang Kai, seated at the front, adjusted his cap and called out loudly, "Please fasten your seatbelts, esteemed leaders. We are about to set off." The matter he had inquired about remained uncertain, yet he pondered that he must inform Xu Jing this evening. As a precaution against potential dangers, early preparation would be prudent. In the crowd behind, Qi Ming sat in a corner, fervently typing on his phone. As the vehicle moved, Wanyuan Mountain gradually receded in the background. His eyes narrowed, filled with an unwavering determination to uncover the secrets of the carp pond. Meanwhile, Xu Jing returned to Wanyuan Mountain, wandered around for a while, then returned home, locking the door behind him and sitting on the bed. The holiday had concluded. He was eager to examine what changes had occurred within the system over the past few days. With a sudden chime, the system page manifested, revealing a message. "Congratulations, host. Your reputation has surpassed 100,000, earning you the lucky spin wheel too. Congratulations, host. Your number of positive reviews has exceeded 10,000, granting you the lucky spin wheel 1. To his astonishment, the breakthrough in reputation yielded 2 rewards, while the reviews also exceeded 10,000. Xu Jing contemplated the opulent marketplace, immediately feeling as though he were immensely wealthy. Over the past few days, he had been so occupied that he hardly had time to observe the influx of visitors to the scenic area. Now, at last, he had the opportunity to thoroughly assess the recent outcomes. The page displaying personal attributes unfolded before him. Host, Xu Jing, male, physical fitness, B, scenic area achievements, notable reputation, increases scenic area renovation speed by 10, scenic area reputation, 135, 884 scenic area positive reviews, 12. 767 inventory, stability balancer 1, thunderstorm magnetic field 1, delicious glutinous rice cake 5, power bank 3W1, elder villager 3. 55, draw opportunities, 3 evaluation. The scenic area has taken its first step and has gained notable recognition. The next step is crucial. Its sustained success depends on various factors. Chapter 77. Assessing the current situation with a reputation of 130,000 and 120,000 positive reviews, along with 3 chances to draw. Xu Jing felt a sense of affluence he had never experienced before. With such an abundance of reputation at his disposal, what could he not accomplish? Mingyue Village could undoubtedly be upgraded again, and Shengshan could also undergo a comprehensive renovation. However, after some contemplation, he decided to temper his desire to spend. The next scenic spot to be renovated was of utmost importance. It would determine whether Wanyuan Mountain could be perceived as having potential for development by outsiders. Secretary Shun's enthusiastic promotion during the first 2 days of the May Day holiday was primarily due to the successful endeavors at Mingyue Village and Shengshan. If the momentum faltered, his enthusiasm might wane. Yet, should the subsequent efforts yield even greater results, it would not be solely up to him to pave the way. The man returned to the interface and clicked on the lucky spin wheel. If he couldn't spend, could he not at least try his luck? 3 chances. He would use them all. The wheel radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, spinning for over a minute before finally coming to a halt, leaving Xu Jing momentarily dazzled. Ding, ding, ding. After 3 chimes, 3 items appeared on the screen. He clicked on each one, and upon viewing the first item, he burst into hearty laughter. Toolman, you have finally arrived. The first prize was Toolman, fulfilling his urgent need for a specialized worker. The second prize was a rather extraordinary item. Sensory sharing device, advanced item within the instrument's range. Based on the appearance of the scenic spot, the senses of visitors will be collectively shared, including but not limited to sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and imagination. Applicable range. 1 square kilometer can only be utilized at a single scenic spot. Sensory sharing limit. 500 people. Non-destructible. Cannot leave the scenic area. Non-transferable. Note: the number of participants must not exceed 500. Otherwise, unforeseen circumstances may arise. Xu Jing. Although he was unaware of the current applications for this remarkable item, merely glancing at its description was sufficient to ascertain that it was an extraordinary artifact. A premium tool. Presently, he possessed only 2. 1, a rusted thunderstorm magnetic field, lying dormant in his backpack, and the other, this very item. However, the thunderstorm magnetic field had usage prerequisites, requiring a completion rate of over 70 for activation. This new item, on the other hand, bore no such constraints. This meant that, should the circumstances be appropriate, the artifact could be employed at any moment. The next attraction he developed must certainly incorporate it. What should he do? After a period of deep contemplation, he found himself at a loss and reluctantly clicked on the third option. The third was nearly there. Invincible body potion, upon consumption. For 3 hours, the body becomes invulnerable, impervious to harm and destruction. After the effect wears off, a weakness ensues for 72 hours. Are you alright? Observing this unexpected potion, Xu Jing swallowed hard, took out a rice cake to munch on, and stowed the potion in his backpack. What purpose does this serve? Could the attraction be bombarded with nuclear weapons? Or would a battalion come to assault him? In times of peace, what utility does this potion hold? If he were discovered and shot at for 3 hours without succumbing, he could only await dissection afterward. Moreover, the most crucial point, a 72-hour weakness? 3 days without being able to do anything? In scenarios necessitating the potion, wouldn't he merely be waiting for death? The absurdity of it all made him chuckle. Shaking his head, Xu Jing dismissed the potion as a gift from a supporting character. A drop rate of 23 was already quite high. Furthermore, this time, his attributes page boasted an additional reputation, somewhat notable. Despite its unassuming nature, it had granted him a 10 increase in transformation speed. If the attraction gained further renown, would he not earn even more prestigious titles? In that case, traversing the Great Wall in a single day would no longer be a dream. Closing the system, he found the rice cake somewhat lodged in his throat, so he pulled out a bottle of the old village leader's brew to wash it down. After a considerable struggle, he finally swallowed it. Just then, the phone rang. Kaizi, why call so late? Having just acquired something splendid, Xu Jing's mood was buoyant, and his voice resonated with delight. However, the atmosphere on the other end was quite different. Wang Kai's voice was grave. Jing, we need to discuss something. Business at Wanyuan Mountain has been thriving recently, yet I harbor concerns about potential unforeseen circumstances, hence my vigilant observation. I mentioned before that within Yong'an City, numerous attractions exist. Prior to your arrival, the leading site was the Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area in Hongya County, west of the city. Additionally, there are attractions like Songhu Park and Sunset Town, which consistently draw good crowds. A friend of mine has noted that there have been frequent vehicles heading to Luanhe County near Red Leaf Mountain, located in the northeast of Qingshan County, which translates to upstream from your Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Xu Jing listened quietly, his brow finally furrowing with concern. Thus, I surmise that Wanyuan Mountain has recently taken the lead, and the individuals from Hongya are likely to create obstacles for you along the waterways. Within the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, 2 rivers traverse the landscape. One is gentle and suitable for leisurely boat rides, serving as their main route, while the other is tumultuous and currently unusable. The mountains within the area are discontinuous, and the 2 rivers only converge at the sacred mountain. Should any issues arise with the waterways, the scenic area may contemplate closure. However, altering the river's course is not a trivial matter, as it is governed by laws and regulations. Xu Jing is not a legal expert, yet he understands that such matters cannot be handled casually. Wang Kai offers a wry smile. That may be the case, but the fines are not substantial. Moreover, if they are truly determined, it would be quite difficult to establish a case against the local farmers in the counties and towns. He is increasingly anxious. Furthermore, as a long-established scenic area, Hongya Mountain is deeply entangled with vested interests, with many individuals backing it. Additionally, the river's direction leads to the desolate mountain range, which is not a vital resource river. You understand? Understood. This suggests that should a problem arise, resolving it would not be straightforward. Of course, all of this is merely my conjecture. I just wanted to share my thoughts with you so that you may remain vigilant and prepare accordingly. If a real issue were to occur, it would be prudent to have some countermeasures in place to mitigate losses. Xu Jing fell silent. Wang Kai, a local power in Qingshan County, had returned for some time now, and the assistance he could offer was beyond Xu Jing's expectations. Yet, the fact that someone as formidable as Wang Kai felt helpless in this situation indicated the true complexity of the matter. Perhaps I should prepare myself. After a moment's reflection, he spoke again. Since we are on the topic, could you assist me with something, Kai? Wang Kai, feeling somewhat guilty for his inability to help, perked up upon hearing Xu Jing's request. What do you need? I require a reliable construction team. My investor was quite pleased with the performance during the National Day holiday, and the second tranche of funding has been released. This time, the project is significant, necessitating 2 construction teams. One has been designated, and I need you to help me find another dependable and well-equipped team. That's simple. Wang Kai chuckled. No problem. As long as the payments are stable, there will be plenty of construction teams willing to work. I'll find you a few options, and you can take a look later. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they quickly ended the call. Xu Jing sat on the bed, contemplating for a while before succumbing to sleep. In the night, several kilometers away from Wanyuan Mountain, a group of individuals was operating machinery, working frantically under the cover of darkness. Hurry up. We don't have much time. There are still a dozen positions left. Boss, why are we excavating so much? The sounds of rushing water mingled with the roar of machinery, and snippets of conversation between the men could be faintly heard. Do not ask questions that are not meant to be asked. I do not know either. We are merely here to do the job. I'm just curious. The boss took a drag from his cigarette and continued to maneuver the machinery deeper. Curious? I'm curious too. But I've heard that what we are doing is just one part of the project, and no one knows what it is truly for. Just get paid and do your work. In this day and age, there are few employers who issue salaries punctually. Understood. I shall proceed. The few remaining individuals fell silent, as the clanging of machinery echoed beneath the moonlight.